NASA deleted a photo that shows a strange object on a celestial surface, only to re-upload the same image with the object blurred out. Among the many images captured by NASA's advanced instruments, one photograph has sparked significant intrigue and debate, a high-quality image that originally showcased an odd black cube on a celestial surface. While the photo is still available on NASA's website, it has since been significantly lowered in resolution and appears to have been airbrushed, leading to widespread speculation. The photograph in question was taken by one of NASA's numerous space missions, aimed at exploring distant celestial bodies. In its original form, the high-resolution image displayed a stark, black cube situated on an otherwise barren and rocky celestial surface. The cube's edges were sharp and well-defined, contrasting sharply with the natural formations surrounding it. Its geometric precision suggested an artificial origin, prompting immediate fascination and speculation among the scientific community and the public. Upon its initial release, the photograph garnered significant attention. Researchers and amateur astronomers alike analyzed the image, noting the cube's unnatural appearance and questioning its origins. The photograph quickly spread across social media platforms and online forums, where it became a topic of heated discussion. Some posited that the cube was a piece of space debris, while others suggested more exotic explanations, including the possibility of extraterrestrial artifacts. Shortly after the photograph gained widespread attention, visitors to NASA's website noticed a significant change. The image's resolution had been drastically reduced. The high-quality, detailed photograph was replaced with a lower-resolution version that obscured much of the cube's defining features. This alteration diminished the clarity of the cube and made it more challenging to analyze its structure and origins. In addition to lowering the resolution, the image appeared to have been airbrushed. The once distinct edges of the cube were now blurred, and the surrounding area seemed to have been smoothed out, reducing the stark contrast between the cube and its environment. These changes further fueled speculation and controversy, with many accusing NASA of attempting to obscure or conceal the true nature of the cube. The alteration of the photograph led to an immediate outcry from the public. Social media and online forums were flooded with accusations of a cover-up, with many suggesting that NASA was deliberately hiding evidence of extraterrestrial life or advanced technology. The controversy surrounding the black cube photograph highlights the delicate relationship between scientific institutions and public trust. NASA, as one of the world's leading space exploration agencies, relies heavily on public support and funding. Actions perceived as withholding information or manipulating data can erode public confidence and fuel skepticism. Transparency in communication and data sharing is crucial for maintaining trust and fostering an informed and engaged public. The alteration of the photograph also raises important questions about the pursuit of knowledge and the role of scientific inquiry. The existence of the black cube, whether artificial or natural, represents an intriguing mystery worthy of investigation. By altering the image, NASA potentially hindered the scientific process, limiting the ability of researchers and the public to analyze and understand the phenomenon. Open access to unaltered data is essential for advancing our understanding of the universe and uncovering new truths. Mystery over hundreds of trees that were suddenly flattened in Olympic National Park. In the early morning of January 27, 2018, residents and hikers were awoken by what seemed like a small earthquake. But this wasn't an earthquake. Instead, the rippling noise was the result of more than 100 long-standing trees being trampled by a mysterious force. Like the after-effects of a natural disaster, the image of the old-growth trees lying on the forest floor, broken and shattered at their trunks, was devastating. The damage done to the trees at Olympic National Park was an isolated event. Weather experts began looking into the mysterious event to determine how these ancient trees abruptly fell to the ground. First, they checked the wind radar system in the area to see if some kind of enormous wind had knocked over these trees. Experts found that only slight breezes had swept through the forest that night. Investigators then looked to see if there were any storms with lightning that might have caused the collapse, but, yet again, they were disappointed to find that no such lightning storm occurred. Residents in the area began to catch wind of the news, and the theories began to roll in across the internet. Some people predicted that Bigfoot was responsible for the event, while others thought that unidentified objects had accidentally fallen from the sky and managed to evade detection. Even predictions of the supernatural sought to predict how these trees fell to the ground without a trace. However, one scientist said that the most likely explanation of the fallen trees was due to a mountain wind. The simplified explanation of this phenomenon was very well received, but the scientists said that winds both hot and cold interfered with each other on a plane above the trees until they combined, creating a rotor wave that caused the trees to undergo great pressure from the hot and cold wind. Though this is a reasonably sound scientific prediction of what occurred on the night of January 27th, there is still no affirmative explanation that rotor circulation truly occurred. Strange object detected on asteroid. In the realm of space exploration, discoveries that challenge our understanding of the universe are not uncommon. However, some findings are so extraordinary that they spark intense debate and speculation. One such discovery is the alleged Black Pyramid photographed on asteroid RQ-36, which was purportedly removed from the Indian Space Research Organization website shortly after its release. Asteroid RQ-36 is a carbonaceous asteroid that has garnered significant attention due to its potential for future asteroid mining and its proximity to Earth. In 2018, a mission by NASA aimed to study the asteroid and return samples to Earth. However, it was the Indian Space Research Organization that allegedly captured the most controversial image, a photograph of a black pyramid-like structure on its surface. The image, released briefly on the Indian Space Research Organization's website, showed a distinct, geometrically precise pyramid structure that stood out starkly against the rugged, rocky terrain of the asteroid. The pyramid appeared to be made of a material darker than the surrounding surface, with smooth, sharp edges that suggested artificial construction rather than natural formation. Shortly after the photograph was published, it was reportedly removed from the Indian Space Research Organization's website without explanation. This sudden removal fueled speculation and theories, suggesting that the discovery was deliberately concealed. Critics argued that the removal of the image indicated that the structure might be of extraterrestrial origin or possess otherworldly significance that authorities wanted to keep hidden. The photograph of the Black Pyramid displayed several intriguing features. The structure's sharp, angular edges and uniform shape contrasted with the irregular, rocky landscape of the asteroid. The pyramid's dark coloration also suggested that it was composed of a different material than the rest of the asteroid's surface. These characteristics led some researchers to hypothesize that the structure was not a natural formation, but rather an artifact of intelligent design. Asteroid surfaces are typically irregular, shaped by impacts and the accumulation of space debris over billions of years. The presence of a perfectly geometric pyramid on such a surface challenges conventional geological processes. Some scientists argue that the structure could be a result of something seen but having no physical reality, a psychological phenomenon where humans perceive familiar shapes in random patterns. However, the clarity and distinctiveness of the pyramid in the photograph make this explanation less convincing to many observers. The brief appearance of the photograph on the Indian Space Research Organization's website and its subsequent removal ignited a firestorm of public interest and media coverage. Social media platforms buzzed with discussions and debates, with many people expressing their belief that the pyramid was evidence of extraterrestrial life or ancient alien structures. The hashtag Black Pyramid trended on Twitter, highlighting the widespread fascination with the discovery. The alleged discovery of a black pyramid on asteroid RQ-36 has significant implications for the search for extraterrestrial life. If the structure were proven to be of artificial origin, it would suggest that intelligent life exists, or existed, beyond Earth. This realization would profoundly impact our understanding of humanity's place in the universe and drive a new era of scientific exploration and discovery. Atmospheric jellyfish. The United States government has issued a formal statement addressing the widely circulated video that captures the mysterious jellyfish UFO. This compelling footage originates from a military installation in Iraq and was documented back in 2018. The government's response reflects the need for a thorough examination of this intriguing event, aiming to provide an enriching and comprehensive grasp of the situation. Investigative filmmaker Jeremy Corbell shared the video online. Corbell, known for his involvement in the newly unveiled UFO Revolution documentary, emphasized that the unidentified flying object depicted in the footage was formally classified as an unidentified aerial phenomenon by the Pentagon. This classification was part of the comprehensive analysis conducted by the Pentagon, and not merely a casual observation. Former Marine Michael Sinkowski, who served at an Iraq military camp, expressed that he and his fellow service members were deeply disturbed by an unidentified flying object that they referred to as the spaghetti monster. Sinkowski emphasized that the peculiar aerial phenomenon was witnessed multiple times by military personnel stationed at the base. This inexplicable encounter continued to resonate with Sinkowski and his colleagues, leaving a lasting impact on their experiences during their deployment. Atmospheric jellyfish are a fascinating phenomenon that entails the sighting of jellyfish-like creatures. This unexplained phenomena has been cited by hundreds of people across the globe, including top meteorological scientists, military bases, and cities. These sightings prompted speculation on what the creatures really were. As per NASA's findings, it is suggested that these life forms could potentially be attributed to space debris interacting with the northern lights, creating an intriguing possibility of their celestial origin. However, this explanation has been questioned over the years as people have come forward with interesting witness accounts. Since the middle of the 20th century, there have been countless reported sightings of these strange beings, leading to significant attention from both the media and the scientific community. In the middle of the 20th century, the initial recorded observations of unidentified flying objects resembling jellyfish were made. Individuals from various continents recounted their experiences of witnessing these otherworldly entities floating noiselessly in the nocturnal heavens. The remarkable similarity of these UFOs to jellyfish, characterized by their trailing extensions or tentacles, led to the establishment of their distinct classification. During this period, the baffling manifestations of these jellyfish-shaped UFOs garnered considerable attention and intrigue, prompting extensive discussions and analyses globally. In 1954, rural Nebraska, USA witnessed one of the earliest recorded encounters with an unidentified flying object. A group of farmers claimed to have spotted a colossal, semi-transparent, and jellyfish-like entity hovering over their fields. This mysterious object emitted a gentle, pulsating glow while producing a low-frequency hum that instilled fear in the witnesses. Despite the initial skepticism, the farmers' meticulous accounts and illustrations of the UFO made a lasting impression. The incident became an enduring fixture in the annals of extraterrestrial studies, contributing significantly to the broader discourse on unidentified aerial phenomena. In the following years, there was a surge in sightings of unidentified flying objects resembling jellyfish, which garnered international attention as reports surfaced from various regions including Europe, Asia, and South America. Onlookers vividly depicted these phenomena, portraying them as possessing an enchanting and surreal allure, gracefully traversing the nocturnal heavens, eliciting astonishment and skepticism among observers. The 21st century has witnessed a notable increase in reports of unidentified flying objects resembling jellyfish, largely attributed to the prevalent use of smartphones and social media. These technological developments have empowered individuals to document and disseminate their encounters to a worldwide community, contributing to a substantial accumulation of substantiating proof regarding the presence of these mysterious celestial phenomena. In 2018, an intriguing event took place above Tokyo, Japan, when numerous locals observed a colossal, radiant UFO resembling a jellyfish hovering soundlessly across the city skyline. The UFO's appendages appeared to move and fluctuate, producing a captivating exhibition that bewildered both onlookers and specialists. The incident prompted extensive discussions and analyses within the community as people sought to comprehend the mysterious nature of this phenomenon. In the year 2020, a similar incident occurred in the isolated Australian outback. A cluster of individuals, situated far away from any artificial light sources, looked on with disbelief as a transparent, jellyfish-like, unidentified flying object floated elegantly above their camping area. The UFO's bioluminescent tentacles emitted an unsettling yet mesmerizing glow that spread across the surrounding terrain, creating a lasting and profound impact on those who witnessed the spectacle. The peculiar and captivating nature of the sighting left a deep impression on the observers, evoking a sense of wonder and intrigue about the inexplicable phenomenon they had experienced. The mystery revolving around UFOs shaped like jellyfish has sparked numerous theories and interpretations, spanning the spectrum from commonly accepted notions to more conjectural ideas. While some doubters propose that these sightings might be linked to drones, atmospheric occurrences, or intricate deceptions, a significant number of observers adamantly dismiss these assertions. They assert that the unearthly traits exhibited by the objects invalidate such ordinary explanations. The multifaceted nature of these unidentified aerial phenomena continues to captivate and perplex both experts and the public alike. The concept that jellyfish-shaped UFOs could potentially represent mysterious entities or visitors from outer space is particularly captivating. Advocates of this viewpoint contend that the unconventional appearance and flight behaviors of these objects surpass the boundaries of human technological capabilities, suggesting an exceptionally sophisticated source. Some individuals propose that these unidentified flying objects might have connections to natural occurrences that have not been completely comprehended by the scientific community. The glowing, tentacle-like structures and rhythmic illumination might stem from uncharted atmospheric factors or potentially rare plasma-related events. These phenomena could signify a previously unexplored aspect of nature, shedding light on the mysteries surrounding UFO sightings and their potential scientific explanations. The presence of unidentified flying objects resembling jellyfish holds significant implications for our comprehension of the cosmos and our position within it. If we acknowledge the authenticity of these sightings, it necessitates contemplation of the likelihood that sentient entities from alternate dimensions or extraterrestrial societies could be attempting to establish communication with us. This phenomenon prompts us to deeply consider the potential existence of life forms beyond our understanding, challenging the traditional boundaries of our knowledge and pushing us to explore new frontiers in our quest for understanding the universe. The captivating luminescent extensions and otherworldly attractiveness of these entities inspire a profound sense of awe and intrigue, pushing against our established beliefs about what is real and the limits of human comprehension. The widespread use of smartphone technology and social media has provided these cosmic mysteries with the opportunity to capture the imagination and curiosity of a worldwide audience, leading to open discussions and scientific exploration on a global scale. Mysterious cube-shaped object was caught hovering above a Ministry of Defence base in England. In the annals of unidentified flying object sightings, certain encounters stand out due to their extraordinary nature and the context in which they occur. One such encounter involved a strange cube-shaped UFO with a glowing underside, observed hovering above a Ministry of Defence base in England. The sighting took place in early 2023 at an undisclosed Ministry of Defence base in the English countryside. The base, known for its strategic importance and advanced military technology, is a highly secure location, making any unauthorized aerial activity particularly noteworthy. On the evening of the sighting, the base was operating under routine conditions, with clear skies providing optimal visibility. In the early evening, several security personnel on duty noticed an unusual light in the sky. Initially dismissing it as a conventional aircraft, they soon realized that the object's behavior was anything but ordinary. The object, a cube-shaped craft with a luminous underside, was hovering silently above the base. Its sides were dark and featureless, contrasting sharply with the glowing light emanating from its bottom. The cube exhibited no visible means of propulsion and made no sound, defying conventional explanations. The object hovered for approximately 5 minutes, during which time the personnel observed it closely, taking detailed notes and attempting to capture photographs. Suddenly, the cube accelerated rapidly upwards, disappearing into the night sky at an incredible speed, leaving the witnesses in a state of awe and confusion. The testimonies of those who saw the object were remarkably consistent. All described a cube-shaped object with sharp, defined edges and a glowing underside. The lack of sound and visible propulsion systems was noted by each witness, as was the object's ability to remain perfectly stationary before its sudden departure. These accounts were recorded immediately after the sighting, ensuring that the details were fresh and untainted by external influence. News of the sighting quickly spread, garnering significant media attention. The public reaction was mixed, with some expressing fascination and curiosity, while others remained skeptical, demanding more concrete evidence. The sighting reignited debates about the existence of UFOs and the possibility of extraterrestrial life, drawing comparisons to other well-documented encounters. The presence of an unidentified craft above a highly secure Ministry of Defense base raises significant national security concerns. Unauthorized aerial activity in restricted airspace poses potential threats, and the advanced capabilities demonstrated by the object challenge existing defense measures. This incident underscores the need for enhanced monitoring and rapid response protocols to address similar occurrences in the future. The sighting of the cube-shaped UFO contributes valuable data to the field of UFO research. It highlights the importance of collecting and analyzing high-quality evidence, including eyewitness testimonies and photographic records. This encounter also emphasizes the need for interdisciplinary collaboration, bringing together experts from various fields to develop a comprehensive understanding of these phenomena. One of the most striking features of cube-shaped UFOs is their geometric precision. Unlike the more fluid, saucer-like shapes commonly associated with UFOs, these objects exhibit sharp, defined edges and a uniform cubic form. Witnesses often describe them as having a metallic or dark exterior, with surfaces that appear smooth and devoid of visible seams or joints. The symmetry and regularity of these shapes suggest a level of technological sophistication that surpasses known human capabilities. Many reports of cube-shaped UFOs include descriptions of unusual lighting. These objects often emit a consistent glow from their undersides, which can vary in color but is frequently described as white, blue, or red. This illumination is not typically associated with conventional aircraft lighting and often appears as a diffuse, almost ethereal light that does not cast shadows or illuminate the surroundings in a typical manner. The movement patterns of cube-shaped UFOs further differentiate them from conventional aircraft and other known aerial phenomena. Witnesses often report these objects hovering silently in place for extended periods before accelerating rapidly in any direction without any visible means of propulsion. This capability to change speed and direction abruptly, combined with the absence of sound, suggests a propulsion technology that is fundamentally different from anything currently known to human science. Eyewitness testimonies form a significant portion of the evidence supporting the existence of cube-shaped UFOs. These accounts are remarkably consistent across different geographical locations and cultural contexts, lending credibility to the phenomenon. Mysterious photograph captured by the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter. The exploration of Mars has long captivated humanity's imagination, offering tantalizing possibilities about the planet's past and potential for future human settlement. Among the numerous missions sent to study Mars, the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter has provided some of the most detailed images of the Martian surface. Aboard the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter, the high-resolution imaging science experiment camera stands out for its extraordinary capability to capture high-definition images. One particularly intriguing set of images, captured by the high-resolution imaging science experiment, appears to show remnants of geometric lines that some speculate could be the remnants of an ancient city. The high-resolution imaging science experiment camera, developed by the University of Arizona, is the most powerful camera ever sent to another planet. Since its deployment in 2006, the high-resolution imaging science experiment has sent back thousands of images, revealing the intricate details of Mars's topography, including its valleys, craters, and potential water flow patterns. Among these images, some have captured the public's imagination more than others, particularly those suggesting potential signs of past life or civilizations. Recently, the camera captured a series of images that sparked significant interest and speculation. The images revealed a section of the Martian surface featuring a network of geometric lines, forming what appears to be a grid-like pattern. The lines, which intersect at right angles, cover a relatively large area, and the regularity of the pattern suggests something beyond natural geological formations. These geometric lines resemble the layout of streets and city blocks, evoking comparisons to ancient terrestrial cities like those of Mesopotamia or the grid patterns found in Roman city planning. The apparent precision and scale of these lines led to speculation that they could be the remnants of an ancient Martian city constructed by a once advanced civilization that inhabited the planet. The initial reaction from researchers was cautious. While the images are compelling, the prevailing view among planetary geologists is that the lines are likely the result of natural processes. Potential explanations include tectonic activity, the cracking of the Martian crust, or erosional patterns shaped by wind and water. If the geometric lines were indeed the remnants of an ancient city, it would fundamentally alter our understanding of Mars and its history. The existence of a Martian civilization would imply that Mars once had conditions suitable for complex life, including a stable atmosphere, liquid water, and potentially a magnetic field to protect against solar radiation. Such a discovery would suggest that life, and potentially intelligent life, arose independently on Mars, challenging our understanding of the uniqueness of Earth and the development of civilizations. It would also raise questions about what led to the decline or disappearance of this civilization and what environmental changes occurred on Mars to make it the barren landscape we see today. The possibility of ancient Martian civilizations would undoubtedly spur renewed interest in Mars exploration. Future missions could focus on areas with geometric patterns, employing advanced rovers and drones to conduct detailed ground investigations. Excavation of these sites could potentially uncover artifacts, structures, or other evidence of past habitation. The high-resolution imaging science experiment camera's contributions extend beyond this intriguing discovery. Its high-resolution images have provided unparalleled insights into Martian geology, climate, and potential habitability. The camera has helped identify landing sites for rovers, study seasonal changes, and even monitor dust storms and avalanches on Mars. The unsolved mystery of Jim Donnelly. Jim Donnelly, a 43-year-old process engineer, vanished without a trace on June 21, 2004. His disappearance remains one of New Zealand's most baffling mysteries, with no conclusive evidence explaining what happened to him. Nearly 2 decades later, his wife, Tracy Donnelly, continues her relentless search for answers, believing that the key to his fate lies within the steel mill where he was last seen. Jim arrived at his workplace, the Glenbrook Steel Mill, as usual that Monday morning. There were no signs that anything was amiss at first. However, he never attended his meeting at 9 in the morning, raising concern among his colleagues. His car remained parked in the mill's lot, untouched, and his wife, Tracy, was unable to reach him. By 6 in the evening, after an entire workday had passed with no sign of him, Jim was officially reported missing. Initially, the theory that Jim had suffered an accident seemed plausible. The steel mill was a hazardous environment, full of dangerous equipment and chemicals. However, as the investigation progressed, this theory gave way to more questions than answers. Despite extensive searches, including a thorough sweep of the mill's premises, no trace of Jim's body was found. There was no clear evidence that he had left the facility, yet no explanation for where he could have gone. In the days leading up to his disappearance, Jim had been acting out of character. He and Tracy had planned a weekend getaway in Auckland, but Jim abruptly cancelled, claiming he had an important meeting. His reasoning made little sense to Tracy. A Saturday night meeting seemed highly unusual, yet Jim refused to provide any details. Adding to the mystery, he rented a suit for the occasion, but no one has ever been able to confirm where he went or who he met that evening. His co-workers also noted his strange behavior on the Monday before he disappeared, further deepening the mystery surrounding his final known hours. The mystery took an even darker turn 5 days after Jim was last seen. Mill workers discovered his hard hat near an acid tank in a restricted area of the facility, an area that had already been searched. The discovery immediately raised suspicions. Why had the hard hat only appeared after nearly a week? The acid tank was drained, revealing some of Jim's personal belongings inside. However, the acid was not strong enough to dissolve a body, ruling out the possibility that Jim had completely disappeared into the chemical solution. His house keys were missing and have never been found. The presence of Jim's belongings in the acid tank raised more questions than answers. Who placed them there? And why was his hard hat left in plain sight near the tank days after he vanished? The hard hat, which could have held valuable forensic evidence, was never tested for fingerprints, a glaring oversight in the investigation. The lack of a thorough forensic examination meant that any potential evidence was lost forever. As the investigation stalled, theories emerged to explain Jim's disappearance. Some speculated that he had suffered a mental breakdown and intentionally vanished. Search and rescue teams considered the possibility that he was hiding, avoiding detection. However, this theory seemed unlikely. Jim had no known history of mental illness, and his sudden disappearance left behind too many unresolved questions. Tracy has never accepted the idea that Jim simply walked away. She remains convinced that the answers to his fate are hidden within the steel mill. If Jim had been harmed, it is possible that those responsible took steps to cover their tracks. The suspicious placement of his belongings and the lack of evidence indicating he left the facility suggest foul play. However, without a body or any definitive proof, the case remains unsolved. Over the years, Tracy has continued to push for answers, hoping that someone will come forward with new information. Jim's disappearance is not widely known outside of New Zealand, but for those familiar with the case, it remains one of the country's most enduring mysteries. A father of two vanished without a trace, and nearly 2 decades later, his family is still searching for the truth. The case of Jim Donnelly is a chilling reminder of how a person can disappear in the most inexplicable of circumstances. His wife's belief that the key to the mystery lies within the steel mill is a haunting thought, as it suggests that someone within the facility may know more than they have admitted. With no sightings of Jim beyond the gantry of the mill, and no evidence of him leaving, the truth of what happened that day remains locked behind the walls of the very place he worked. To this day, the disappearance of Jim Donnelly remains unsolved. The hard hat and personal belongings found in the acid tank are the only physical traces of his existence that morning. His car remains untouched, his phone left behind, and his last known movements remain a mystery. The question that lingers, unanswered, is what really happened to Jim Donnelly on June 21, 2004. Missing skier mysteriously disappears without a trace, then turns up thousands of miles away without any memory of what happened. Konstantinos Philippidis, known as Danny, was a 49-year-old Toronto firefighter who mysteriously vanished while skiing at Whiteface Mountain in Wilmington, New York, in February 2018. His disappearance sparked a massive search effort involving hundreds of firefighters, state police, and volunteers. 6 days later, he was found alive more than 4,500 kilometers away in Sacramento, California, still wearing his ski gear and with no recollection of how he had traveled across the country. The bizarre case of his vanishing and sudden reappearance remains one of the strangest unsolved mysteries in recent years. On February 7, 2018, Philippidis was enjoying the final day of an annual ski trip with off-duty and retired firefighters. The group had been skiing at Whiteface Mountain, one of the highest peaks in the Adirondacks, known for its dense wooded areas, steep trails, and challenging terrain. Around 2:30 in the afternoon, one of the skiers in the group expressed fatigue and decided to head back, but Philippidis insisted on making one last run down the mountain. His friends waited for him at the lodge, but when a sudden snowstorm hit, visibility worsened. By 4 in the afternoon, the ski lifts had shut down, and Philippidis was still nowhere to be found. His friends waited another 30 minutes before they became concerned and reported him missing. They returned to the lodge where they were staying, hoping he had already made it back, but his car, passport, phone, and ID were all still there. A search operation was immediately launched, with ski patrol, forest rangers, and local authorities scouring the area. As night fell, conditions worsened, making the search difficult, but rescuers remained hopeful. The following day, the search effort expanded. New York State Police, Homeland Security, US border officials, and over 100 Toronto firefighters joined in, determined to locate their missing colleague. Helicopters, drones, and sniffer dogs were deployed to cover the snowy terrain. As days passed, the likelihood of finding Philippidis alive diminished. His wife traveled to Lake Placid, desperate for answers. Over 6 days, an estimated 6,000 people participated in the search. Despite the extensive effort, no trace of him was found. Then, on February 13th, hope was unexpectedly restored. At 9:30 in the morning, Philippidis' wife received a call from an unknown number. When she answered, she was shocked to hear her husband's voice. He told her he was in Sacramento, California, alone and disoriented. She immediately urged him to seek help. He hung up and dialed 911, informing police that he was a missing person. Sacramento police officers arrived at the airport's car rental terminal, where they found Philippidis still dressed in the ski jacket, boots and helmet he had worn when he went missing 6 days earlier. He appeared confused and disoriented. Along with his ski gear, he was carrying a newly purchased iPhone, a credit card, and $1,000 in cash. He also had a fresh haircut. When questioned, he struggled to recall what had happened, offering only vague details about possibly suffering a head injury and sleeping frequently in a truck during his journey. Authorities transported him to a hospital for evaluation, but doctors found no significant injuries or signs of trauma. Sergeant Sean Hampton of the Sacramento County Sheriff's Department stated that officers interviewed Philippidis extensively and determined he was not under the influence of drugs or alcohol. His recollections were hazy, but he mentioned being dropped off in Sacramento the night before and possibly spending the night near Richards Boulevard before making his way to the airport. As news of his discovery spread, speculation ran rampant. Investigators sought information about how he had traveled across the country, but no one came forward with answers. Authorities released a photograph of Philippidis at the airport in hopes of finding someone who had seen him during his 6-day absence. Despite their efforts, the mystery deepened. 6 months later, Philippidis provided his version of events. He believed he had taken a wrong turn while heading back to the lodge and lost consciousness. When he regained awareness, he mistakenly assumed he had arrived at the main ski lodge, only to find it deserted. It was later determined that he likely wandered near the children's ski slope, an area that would have been largely abandoned at the time. Still confused and unable to locate his car, Philippidis flagged down a truck driver who offered him a ride. He remembered little of the journey, but had brief flashes of being sick at a truck stop and learning that they were passing through Utah. He described experiencing an intense headache and extreme fatigue that left him unable to stay awake. Eventually, the truck driver told him they had reached the end of the line in Sacramento before dropping him off. After arriving in Sacramento, Philippidis was still disoriented, but realized he needed to contact his family. With no ID and only a credit card, he withdrew $1,000 in cash and purchased a new iPhone. Struggling to recall his wife's phone number, he searched for information about Whiteface Mountain online. To his shock, he discovered that he was listed as a missing person. Instead of immediately contacting authorities, he spent the night on the streets before finally calling his wife the next morning. To this day, Philippidis' case remains a mystery. The identity of the truck driver has never been confirmed, and no witnesses have come forward to explain how he traveled across the country. The lack of any explanation leaves more questions than answers. Was he suffering from a dissociative episode, or was something more mysterious at play? Despite returning to his family and resuming his life as a firefighter, Philippidis' 6-day journey remains a baffling mystery. His case has intrigued investigators and skeptics alike, as it defies logical explanation. With no concrete evidence or additional witnesses, his inexplicable disappearance and reappearance will likely remain one of the most bizarre unsolved cases in modern history. The mysterious vanishing of Stephanie Stewart. Stephanie Stewart's disappearance remains one of the most perplexing and chilling mysteries in Canada. A dedicated fire lookout worker, she spent her summers on the edge of Jasper National Park, a breathtaking yet remote location where she diligently monitored the landscape for signs of fire. Despite her age of 70, Stephanie was in excellent physical condition, an avid outdoors woman who had even conquered Mount Kilimanjaro the year before. Her passion for nature and commitment to her job made her sudden disappearance in August 2006 all the more baffling. On the evening of August 25, 2006, Stephanie spoke with a relative at 9 in the evening in what would be her last known interaction. The following morning, she failed to check in at her scheduled time, an immediate cause for concern. When further attempts to contact her went unanswered, her colleagues alerted authorities. By 9 in the morning, a search effort was already underway. Given her years of experience and familiarity with the terrain, it seemed unlikely that she had simply wandered off or gotten lost. The circumstances surrounding her vanishing pointed to something far more sinister. A massive search operation was launched, covering hundreds of kilometers by foot, boat, and aircraft. Authorities scoured the rugged landscape, hoping to find any trace of Stephanie, but their efforts turned up nothing. As the days stretched on, investigators began piecing together a disturbing picture. Certain personal items were found to be missing from her lookout post, including 2 pillows, a burgundy bedsheet, a brown Navajo-patterned duvet, and a gold Wittnauer men's watch. These missing items, along with the complete absence of any physical evidence like footprints or signs of a struggle, deepened the mystery. 3 days after Stephanie was reported missing, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, RCMP, officially stated that her disappearance was suspicious. The idea that she had voluntarily left or succumbed to natural causes seemed increasingly implausible. The remote nature of her lookout station meant that very few people would have had access to her location. If foul play was involved, the perpetrator would have had to navigate difficult terrain and operate undetected. Theories ranged from a random attack to a planned act by someone familiar with her routine. Authorities soon classified the case as a probable homicide. However, without any physical evidence or eyewitness accounts, the investigation stalled. Despite the government and her union offering a $20,000 reward for information leading to an arrest, no credible leads emerged. The absence of her missing belongings added an eerie element to the case. Were they taken as trophies, or did they hold some significance to the person responsible for her disappearance? Stephanie's case remains open, with investigators still seeking answers. Over the years, speculation has continued to swirl. Some believe she may have encountered an opportunistic predator, while others think she was targeted by someone who knew her. With no signs of forced entry or an apparent struggle, the case defies conventional explanations. For her family, friends, and colleagues, the lack of closure is a lingering wound. Stephanie Stewart's disappearance is a chilling reminder of how even those most prepared for the wilderness can vanish without a trace. The Mysterious Highway of Tears. The Highway of Tears is a tragic and haunting stretch of Highway 16 in British Columbia, Canada. Spanning 719 kilometers between Prince George and Prince Rupert, this remote corridor has been the site of numerous crimes, particularly against women, since the highway's completion in 1970. The phrase, Highway of Tears, was first coined in 1998 during a vigil in Terrace, British Columbia, by Florence Natsiel, who reflected on the sorrow of the families who had lost loved ones along the highway. Over the years, this stretch of road has become infamous due to the disappearances of many women, most of whom were Indigenous. The disproportionate number of Indigenous women who have gone missing along the Highway of Tears has drawn attention to the broader issue of violence against Indigenous communities in Canada. Many of these cases remain unsolved, leaving families without answers and communities without justice. The crisis along the highway is closely linked to the Missing Indigenous Women movement, which seeks to raise awareness about the failures that have allowed these crimes to continue largely unchecked. One of the factors contributing to the danger of the highway is its isolation. The vast, unpopulated stretches make it an easy place for predators to target vulnerable individuals, particularly those who rely on hitchhiking due to a lack of affordable transportation. Many communities along the route have limited access to public transit, leaving residents, especially young women, with little choice but to accept rides from strangers. This has made them easy targets for perpetrators who take advantage of the remoteness of the highway. The Canadian government and law enforcement agencies have faced significant criticism for their handling of the disappearances along the Highway of Tears. For decades, Indigenous families and activists have called for more thorough investigations and better resources to protect vulnerable women travelling along the route. In many cases, reports of missing Indigenous women were not taken seriously, and law enforcement was slow to respond. The lack of urgency in addressing these crimes has been widely condemned as a failure of the justice system. Several initiatives have been launched to address the crisis. In 2006, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police began an investigation focused on cases along the Highway of Tears that fit a specific pattern. The project originally investigated 9 cases, but later expanded to include 18. While some progress has been made, many of the cases remain unresolved. Additionally, the National Inquiry into Missing Indigenous Women and Girls, launched in 2016, highlighted the neglect that has contributed to the ongoing crisis. Community-driven efforts have also played a crucial role in raising awareness and demanding justice. Families of the victims have organized marches, vigils, and awareness campaigns to keep the memory of their loved ones alive and to pressure authorities to take action. grassroots organizations have worked to provide support for Indigenous women and their families, offering resources such as safe transportation options and emergency shelters. Despite these efforts, the Highway of Tears remains a dangerous place. The need for improved infrastructure, including better transportation options and increased law enforcement presence, is critical in preventing further tragedies. Many advocates argue that the government must take more substantial steps to address the root causes of why this is happening against Indigenous women, including poverty and lack of access to essential services. The Highway of Tears stands as a grim symbol of the ongoing violence against Indigenous women in Canada. The stories of the victims and their families serve as a painful reminder of the injustices that continue to exist. The mystery of David Stone. David Lawrence Stone was a 29-year-old stock market analyst from La Jolla, California, whose mysterious disappearance and tragic fate continue to intrigue those who study unexplained cases. He was a man known to seek spiritual guidance through the New Age movement, which emphasizes self-discovery and harmony of the mind, body, and spirit. This aspect of his life became a crucial element in the investigation after he vanished, leaving behind cryptic clues in the vast New Mexico desert. Stone had a history of anger and control issues, and in the days leading up to his disappearance, these struggles became more pronounced. Just 3 days before Halloween in 1988, he had a significant emotional outburst, after which he told his family and friends that he needed time to clear his mind. Without offering any details about his plans, he got into his car on Halloween morning and drove away, leaving his loved ones uncertain of his destination or intentions. What followed was a strange journey that led him deep into the remote deserts of Arizona and New Mexico, where his final days became the subject of much speculation. The investigation into his disappearance was conducted by Sheriff Bill Cavalier, who pieced together Stone's movements based on witness accounts and the evidence he left behind. Stone was last seen walking into the desert, about 145 miles east of Tucson, Arizona, heading toward the New Mexico border. His journey took him so far that he eventually reached a rural area of New Mexico, where he was spotted by a local farmer. The farmer found it odd to see a lone traveler walking through such an isolated region and approached Stone to ask what he was doing. Stone's response was cryptic. He told the farmer that he was searching for the beast. Other witnesses in the area also reported seeing him wandering alone, muttering to himself and exhibiting strange behavior. His actions suggested that he was either deeply immersed in a spiritual quest or experiencing a psychological episode. He left behind a trail of clues that reinforced the idea that he may have been on what New Age practitioners call a vision quest, a personal journey meant to bring enlightenment or spiritual awakening. On November 5th, authorities found Stone's car abandoned along an empty stretch of New Mexico Highway 80, south of Road Forks. The circumstances surrounding his abandoned vehicle were strange, but they became even more puzzling when investigators found a series of symbols and objects nearby. Among these clues was a carefully arranged pyramid of rocks, encircled by a triangle. Stone's watch and 2 quarters were also found nearby. Later, searchers discovered a sequence of Fibonacci numbers written in the sand, a mathematical pattern frequently used by stock market analysts. However, Stone had made an apparent mistake in the sequence, writing 18 instead of 21, a detail that some believe was a reference to his football jersey number from his college years. Despite extensive search efforts, no trace of Stone himself was found at the time, and his family was left to wonder what had become of him. His disappearance remained an unsolved mystery for nearly 4 years, during which speculation ran wild. Some believed he had succumbed to the harsh desert conditions, while others suggested he may have staged his disappearance as part of a larger spiritual journey. In February of 1992, the mystery took a tragic turn when Stone's skeletal remains were discovered in the desert near Granite Gap, New Mexico, not far from where his abandoned car and cryptic clues had been found years earlier. His identity was confirmed through medical records, but no evidence of foul play was detected. The cause of his passing remains unknown, as the elements had long since erased any conclusive forensic evidence. The circumstances surrounding Stone's disappearance and passing remain one of the most perplexing mysteries of its kind. Why did he leave behind such strange clues? His reference to searching for the beast and his erratic behavior suggest that he may have been battling something internally, whether it was a personal demon or a spiritual pursuit gone too far. Even though his remains were eventually found, many questions about his final days remain unanswered. Did he simply get lost and succumb to the elements? Or did his journey into the desert have a deeper, more symbolic meaning known only to him? The eerie clues he left behind continue to fuel speculation about his state of mind and what he may have been seeking in the remote New Mexico wilderness. To this day, the story of David Lawrence Stone is a chilling reminder of how easily someone can disappear, even in an age of modern technology and widespread communication. His case stands as one of the more mysterious disappearances, leaving behind an unsettling mystery that remains open-ended, with no clear answers to the many questions surrounding his fate. The mysterious disappearance of Carl Herbert Landers from Mount Shasta. Carl Herbert Landers, a 69-year-old man from Orinda, California, set out on May 21, 1999, with the goal of summiting Mount Shasta, a towering peak located north of Sacramento. Accompanied by two close friends, Milton Gaines and Barry Gilmore, both members of the Orinda Roadrunners, Landers was prepared for a challenging but rewarding climb. He was an experienced outdoorsman and had trained for the expedition, making his sudden and complete disappearance all the more baffling. Landers and his friends camped at Lake Helen, an 8,800-foot elevation site commonly used by climbers attempting to summit Mount Shasta. The group planned to take a gradual approach, acclimating themselves to the altitude before making their final push to the summit. However, Landers began to feel unwell at the camp. His two companions suggested that he take an early start on the hike while they caught up with him later. They assumed he would move at a slower pace due to his condition, giving them time to overtake him before reaching the summit. That was the last time anyone ever saw him. When Landers failed to return to base camp or show any signs of making contact, concern quickly grew. His two friends began searching for him, but found no indication of where he had gone. When he did not reappear, local authorities were contacted, and a full-scale search operation was launched. Despite the swift response, no evidence of Landers' whereabouts could be found. The search effort was extensive, involving professional mountain rescue teams and experienced searchers who were familiar with Mount Shasta's terrain. The operation was led by veteran search and rescue expert Grizz Adams, who had over 20 years of experience in locating missing hikers. Multiple agencies participated, including the U.S. Forest Service, local sheriff's offices, and volunteer groups. A California Highway Patrol helicopter, equipped with an infrared sensing device, was deployed to scan the rugged landscape for any heat signatures that might indicate Landers' location. Two National Guard helicopters were also brought in to assist in covering the vast and treacherous terrain. Searchers combed through trails, cliffs, and crevices, following every possible lead. They scoured the likely paths Landers would have taken, checked dangerous fall zones, and inspected creeks and snowfields. Volunteers and fellow hikers joined the search, hoping to find any clue that might explain what happened to him. Despite these exhaustive efforts, no trace of Landers was ever found. There were no footprints, discarded items, or any signs that he had wandered off the main trail. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. Landers' disappearance remains one of the most perplexing mysteries associated with Mount Shasta. The region has long been the subject of folklore and strange occurrences, with reports of unexplained disappearances dating back decades. Some speculate that Mount Shasta's unpredictable weather conditions or hidden crevasses could have swallowed Landers, but given the extensive search efforts, it remains unclear why no evidence was ever discovered. His case bears eerie similarities to the disappearance of John Nezza, an 80-year-old climber who vanished on Mount Shasta on July 17, 1965. Nezza was a seasoned climber who had summited the mountain over 40 times. On the day he disappeared, he left most of his gear behind at the Sierra Club cabin at Horse Camp, intending to complete what should have been a routine climb. Last seen near Lake Helen, the same area where Landers was last spotted, Nezza disappeared without a trace. Searchers at the time followed reports of buzzards circling the Red Banks area above Lake Helen, believing they might be scavenging remains, but nothing was ever found. Despite similarities between their disappearances, no concrete connection has been established between Landers and Nezza's cases. Both men were experienced climbers and were last seen in the same general area, yet no definitive explanation exists for what happened to them. Some believe that the high-altitude environment and treacherous terrain of Mount Shasta may conceal dangers that make recovery efforts nearly impossible. Others suggest that disorientation or altitude sickness could have played a role, leading them to wander into inaccessible regions of the mountain. Over the years, Mount Shasta has developed a reputation for unusual disappearances, leading to speculation beyond natural causes. Some theories involve hidden underground caves, sudden weather changes, or even supernatural elements that have long been associated with the mountain. While such ideas remain speculative, the complete lack of physical evidence in cases like Landa's disappearance fuels the mystery. Even after 25 years, not a single clue has surfaced regarding what happened to Landers. His family and friends have been left without answers, and those who participated in the search remain haunted by the fact that an experienced hiker could disappear so completely despite an extensive and immediate search effort. To this day, Carl Landa's disappearance remains one of the most baffling cases in Mount Shasta's history. It serves as a stark reminder of the unpredictability of nature and the unknown forces that sometimes surround those who venture into the wilderness. Despite headlines, the Jack the Ripper mystery has not been solved. An old news story has recently resurfaced on social media, gaining millions of views in recent days. Various news outlets have revisited a 2014 claim that Jack the Ripper had been conclusively identified as a Polish barber named Aaron Kosminski. At the time, Kosminski was a 23-year-old resident of Whitechapel, the area in which the incidents occurred. Author Russell Edwards and his team of researchers put forward this claim, insisting that DNA evidence supports their conclusion. However, critics have long argued that the supposed evidence is insufficient to close the case, and significant doubts remain. The Jack the Ripper murders have long been one of the greatest unsolved mysteries in criminal history. On September 30th, 1888, Catherine Eddowes was discovered in Mitre Square by a City of London police officer. Earlier that same evening, another woman, 44-year-old Elizabeth Stride, had been slain. The incidents, part of a string of gruesome slayings in London's East End, were attributed to an unknown individual who came to be known as Jack the Ripper. Russell Edwards claims that a silk shawl discovered near Eddowes' body provides the evidence needed to identify the individual responsible. However, no historical police reports mention a shawl being found at the crime scene. Edwards acquired the item at an auction in 2007, where it was sold by David Melville Hayes, a descendant of Acting Sergeant Amos Simpson. According to Melville Hayes, his ancestor had been at the crime scene and had taken the shawl home for his wife, a dressmaker. The shawl allegedly remained in the family's possession for over a century, never washed or disturbed. Edwards suggests that the shawl's floral pattern is of significance, as it features Michaelmas daisies. He ties this to the religious observance of Michaelmas, which falls on September 29th in Western Christian calendars and November 8th in Eastern traditions. These dates coincide with the final Jack the Ripper cases. However, this connection remains speculative at best and has not been widely accepted as proof of the shawl's authenticity. The notion of Aaron Kosminski as a suspect is not new. In 1894, Assistant Chief Constable Sir Melville Macnaughton referred to a Polish man named Kosminski as a potential suspect in an internal police memo. This name was later mentioned by other senior officers, including Assistant Commissioner Sir Robert Anderson and Chief Inspector Donald Swanson. According to Swanson, Kosminski had been under surveillance in 1891 and was later committed to Colney Hatch Asylum. However, Swanson's notes claim that Kosminski passed away shortly after being institutionalized, whereas Aaron Kosminski lived until 1919. Notably, none of the original police reports ever referred to the first name Aaron. It was only in 1987 that researcher Martin Fido identified Aaron Kosminski as a likely candidate by examining asylum records. The historical Kosminski suffered from paranoid schizophrenia and was described as largely harmless. His recorded acts of violence were limited to threatening his sister with a knife and brandishing a chair at an asylum attendant. Furthermore, he primarily spoke Yiddish, raising questions about whether he could have lured English-speaking victims into secluded areas. The DNA analysis that Edwards' team conducted has been widely disputed. Scientist Jari Luolainen claimed that mitochondrial DNA from the shawl matched descendants of both Catherine Eddowes and Aaron Kosminski. However, critics argue that he made a fundamental error when using a DNA database to calculate the probability of a match. If the mistake is as serious as suggested, then it invalidates the results, meaning the DNA could belong to virtually anyone. Skepticism surrounding the validity of the shawl as a crime scene artifact further undermines the findings. Without verifiable evidence linking the shawl to Eddowes, the entire premise of Edwards's argument collapses. Additionally, forensic experts have pointed out that DNA degrades over time, particularly on fabric that has not been stored in controlled conditions. Given that the shawl is said to have remained unwashed for more than a century, the likelihood of any conclusive DNA evidence remaining intact is highly questionable. In 2019, Lou Lehnen and fellow scientist David Miller finally published their findings in the Journal of Forensic Sciences. While this lent the research an air of credibility, forensic experts quickly pointed out flaws in the methodology. The study did not include key data, such as control tests or comparisons with contamination sources. As a result, the claims made about the DNA evidence remain controversial and widely disputed within the scientific community. Beyond the technical errors in the DNA analysis, the entire case against Kosminski relies on circumstantial evidence. While he was a contemporary suspect and did live in Whitechapel, there is no direct proof tying him to the cases. The theory that he was responsible is based largely on police suspicions from the time, many of which were recorded years after the events took place. Given the lack of physical evidence, as well as inconsistencies in the timeline of his institutionalization, there is no definitive reason to conclude that he was Jack the Ripper. The resurgence of this news story in recent days has reignited public interest in the mystery, but it does not bring us any closer to solving the case. Social media has played a key role in spreading the claim that Kosminski was conclusively identified, despite the ongoing debates among historians, forensic scientists, and ripperologists. Many people encountering the story for the first time may believe that the case has been solved, when, in reality, it remains as open-ended as ever. The legend of Jack the Ripper continues to endure because of the mystery that surrounds them. Over a century later, the identity of Jack the Ripper remains unknown, and while Aaron Kosminski is a plausible suspect, the evidence against him remains circumstantial at best. Until concrete proof emerges, the true identity of Jack the Ripper remains one of history's greatest unsolved mysteries. Mysterious dashcam footage shows a police officer's encounter with an alleged witch. Officer Malik was patrolling a dark, deserted road when his police dashcam captured something eerie and unexplainable. In the middle of the dirt track, illuminated by his headlights, stood a mysterious woman. She was alone, her figure barely visible in the dim light, standing before a small flickering fire. What made the footage even more unsettling was the way she raised her arms above the flames in a slow, deliberate motion, as if performing a ritual. The sight sent a shiver down Officer Malik's spine, and the video has since left millions of viewers disturbed. Speculation quickly spread across social media, with many believing the woman was practicing witchcraft or some kind of occult ritual. Others suggested she might have been involved in something sinister, though no conclusive evidence has surfaced. The footage offers no answers, only an unnerving glimpse into an inexplicable moment captured on camera. To this day, no one knows who the woman was or what she was doing in the dead of night, alone in the middle of nowhere. The mystery remains unsolved, leaving viewers to wonder whether Officer Malik had stumbled upon something truly supernatural or simply an eerie coincidence. The mystery of Cindy Song. Hyunjong Cindy Song was a senior college student at Pennsylvania State University when she went missing. On Halloween of 2001, she attended a costume party with two of her friends dressed as a bunny. The three stayed at the party until 2 a.m, stopping at a friend's house to play video games before going home. At 4 a.m, Cindy's friends dropped her off at her apartment. She was never seen again after that. Upon conducting a search of her apartment, it was confirmed that there was no sign of forced entry or struggle. Her school backpack and mobile phone were all found in the apartment. Her purse, containing credit cards and her driver's license, however, was missing. Police believed Song was still wearing her costume when she left the apartment because it, too, was not found. A phone analysis was conducted, revealing no inbound or outbound calls, messages, or emails, adding to the confusion and lack of evidence leading to any suspects. Tickets to a concert and a printed receipt for a computer were both found in her apartment, providing evidence that she was making future plans that did not involve running away or disappearing. According to her friends and family, there was no evidence that Song was feeling down, unhappy, or intending to run away. She was always considered upbeat, friendly, and outgoing, including on the night that she vanished. The surrounding wooded areas were also searched, but revealed nothing linked to the case. It is thought that while on her way to a 24-hour supermarket, Song was taken either on the way or at the location. Others believe that she may have left her apartment with someone close to her that she trusted, and her life was taken. Adding to the mystery and confusion, a woman of a similar description was later seen being forced into a car by a man in Philadelphia, 200 miles away from her apartment. It was reported that she was screaming and resisting, crying for help, but finding none. The man remains a possible suspect, although police do not know who he is. The man has still not been found. A few more suspects were discovered about 2 years later, in 2003, including alleged Hugo Selensky. A co-defendant in his case told police that he and an accomplice, Michael Kakowski, had taken the life of a woman from Pennsylvania State College that matched Song's description, although nothing was ever confirmed. The report led authorities to 5 bodies, which were all DNA tested for identification. None of them, however, were found to be Song. Even recently, in 2014, 7 more bodies were discovered on Selensky's property. Again, authorities hoped that perhaps Song's body would be found and the case would be solved. However, her body was not one of those and still has never been found. This case remains unsolved, as no new evidence has surfaced regarding what may have happened to Song after that Halloween night. The mysterious disappearance of Trevor Deely. The disappearance of Trevor Deely remains one of Dublin's most perplexing mysteries. In the early hours of December 8th in the year 2000, the 22-year-old vanished without a trace after leaving his workplace. Despite extensive investigations, media coverage, and public appeals, his fate remains unknown. Trevor was last seen on CCTV walking along Baggot Street Bridge, heading towards Haddington Road at approximately 4 a.m. That night, he had attended a Christmas party with colleagues, celebrating the holiday season. His sudden disappearance, just weeks before Christmas, led to one of the most publicised missing person searches in Ireland's history. Despite the efforts of his family, authorities, and well-meaning strangers, no definitive evidence has surfaced to explain what happened after he left the CCTV camera's view. His brother, Mark Deely, recalled how, in the years following Trevor's disappearance, people approached him with comforting words, suggesting Trevor was in a better place. By December 2014, 14 years had passed since he went missing, and an age progression image was released to the public, speculating what Trevor might look like. His father, Michael Deely, participated in a press conference organised by the Gardaí, later sharing the video online. During the appeal, he described the family's ordeal as an ongoing nightmare, stating that they would not give up until they uncovered the truth. Trevor worked in information technology, a field he reportedly enjoyed. His mother, too traumatized to speak publicly about his disappearance, expressed gratitude to her friends at the Naas Tennis Club for their ongoing support. Trevor had grown up in Naas, a town where he was well known. He was over 6 feet tall, had reddish blonde hair, and walked with his arms straight down at his sides. While he had a keen interest in math, he was neither particularly athletic nor highly academic compared to his older siblings. Like many young adults, Trevor struggled with career direction after school. He briefly attended Waterford Institute of Technology to study business while working part-time, but left in his second year. With guidance from his sister Michelle, he found a computer course in Dublin, which he excelled at. He took to the subject immediately, earning 3 job offers upon completing his studies. He sought his father's advice on which to accept and ultimately joined Bank of Ireland Asset Management in May 1999. Trevor had a close-knit group of friends, including childhood companion Glenn Cullen and fellow Naas native Conlath Lunan. Together, they frequented bars and clubs in their 20s, preferring Smithwick's beer and spending time at their local, Thomas Fletcher's. Despite their nights out, they never engaged in excessive partying. They kept in touch using their Nokia phones, as email was not yet widespread. Glenn worked as a flight attendant for Aer Lingus, traveling on long-haul flights to Los Angeles and New York. He secured a heavily discounted flight for Trevor, listing him on his Cara discount pass. Shortly before Trevor's disappearance, he had taken advantage of this and traveled to Anchorage, Alaska, to visit a woman he had met in Dublin that summer. Glenn last saw Trevor in late November 2000 when he was passing through customs at Dublin Airport en route to Alaska. The Bank of Ireland Christmas party took place on December 7th, with celebrations beginning at Copperface Jack's before moving to the Hilton Hotel. Trevor's sister had been emailing him about Christmas and gifts, even purchasing a blue Ralph Lauren shirt for him that weekend, which she still keeps. That night, Glenn and Conleth were out in Naas, and Trevor attempted to call Glenn. Due to the background noise of the party, Glenn did not hear the call and later tried to return it without success. The two never managed to have a proper conversation. After leaving the Hilton, Trevor and others headed to Buck Whaley's nightclub. The night was chaotic due to heavy rain and a taxi strike, which complicated investigations later. Trevor often walked to work and lived in an apartment in Ballsbridge, but the downpour would have made his journey home difficult. Before leaving his office, he grabbed a company golf umbrella and ventured back into the stormy night. Back in Naas, Glenn was asleep with his phone charging in the kitchen. The next morning, he discovered a voicemail from Trevor, left around 4 in the morning. Unfortunately, he deleted it after listening to it. The officers never obtained the message, missing what could have been crucial evidence. Trevor's final known movements were captured on a Bank of Ireland security camera at Baggot Street Bridge. He appeared partially obscured by his umbrella, walking alone. His friends and family later tracked down this footage, knowing it was essential to the case. The footage was saved just in time before the bank's 28-day recording cycle would have erased it. By morning, the reality of Trevor's disappearance set in. His mother received the first call informing her that he had not arrived at work. Initially, she was not alarmed, but as more time passed, concern grew. She contacted Trevor's friends, but none had seen him since the night before. His father, Michael, visited his apartment, but there was no answer at the door. As the search intensified, thousands of flyers were distributed, and posters with Trevor's face were displayed throughout Dublin and Naas. His family and friends knocked on doors, visited clubs and restaurants, and checked with the homeless community, desperately seeking information. They reviewed every possible route Trevor might have taken home, retracing his steps repeatedly. The CCTV footage remains the last known sighting of Trevor Deely. Despite continued police investigations and renewed appeals, no credible explanation for his disappearance has emerged. His case remains one of Dublin's most enduring mysteries, leaving his family and friends without closure. In the age of digital technology and boundless curiosity, Google Earth has opened up a world of virtual exploration. From remote villages to the depths of the oceans, users can travel the globe with just a few clicks. It was through this remarkable tool that an anonymous man made a discovery so extraordinary that it seemed to challenge the boundaries of known science. He reported finding what he described as a massive underwater wall, stretching across the planet and starting from the icy continent of Antarctica. This mysterious structure, if true, would be one of the most profound discoveries in human history, leading to an avalanche of questions about its origins, purpose, and the implications for our understanding of Earth's history. The story began when the anonymous explorer, while perusing the satellite imagery provided by Google Earth, stumbled upon something that caught his attention. Beneath the surface of the ocean, near Antarctica, there appeared to be a colossal wall-like structure. Its straight lines and unnatural appearance stood out against the rugged, undulating terrain of the ocean floor. The wall seemed to stretch for thousands of miles, running from Antarctica and continuing across vast sections of the ocean, creating an almost unbroken line around the globe. The sheer magnitude of what he was seeing left the man in disbelief. What he described was no ordinary geological formation. In fact, he claimed that the wall was too perfect, too uniform to be a natural phenomenon. Natural formations are often irregular, subject to the forces of erosion, tectonic shifts, and the chaotic nature of Earth's geology. However, this wall, he noted, seemed engineered, as though it had been deliberately constructed. It was not merely a jagged cliff or a deep trench, it was a continuous structure, stretching horizontally for an unimaginable distance beneath the waves. The anonymous man further elaborated on his findings, saying that this underwater wall defied all known geological and scientific explanations. Its origins, he posited, were entirely unknown. Was it a remnant of an ancient civilization that once thrived on Earth? Could it be evidence of extraterrestrial involvement, or perhaps a relic of some forgotten epoch when the planet's geography was vastly different from what it is today? The mystery surrounding the underwater wall took an even darker and more unsettling turn when the original uploader of the discovery, a man whose identity remains anonymous, suddenly vanished from the internet. After posting his findings on YouTube, he sparked a wave of interest from historical experts, researchers, and curious explorers worldwide. The video, which showcased detailed footage from Google Earth and highlighted the anomalous structure beneath the ocean, quickly garnered attention. However, just as the discussion around the discovery was beginning to gain momentum, the uploader and his content mysteriously disappeared without a trace. For those following the story, the sudden disappearance of the man's YouTube account was both alarming and suspicious. One day, the video of the underwater wall was available for everyone to see, and the next, it was gone, deleted without warning. The individual's entire YouTube channel vanished as though it had never existed, along with any other videos or posts he may have made. Attempts to find any remnants of his online presence proved futile. His social media accounts were similarly erased, and any traces of communication he had with viewers or fellow researchers evaporated, leaving behind a growing sense of unease. The disappearance immediately triggered alarm bells among those who believed the underwater wall represented something far greater than a digital anomaly. To them, the man's vanishing and the erasure of his online identity were not coincidences, but part of a broader, more nefarious cover-up. Many began speculating that the discovery of the underwater wall had drawn the attention of powerful entities, possibly government agencies, secret organizations, or even extraterrestrial forces, that did not want the information to become public knowledge. In their view, the man's sudden disappearance was an attempt to silence him and suppress the groundbreaking discovery. Those who had seen the original video before it was deleted described how the uploader was passionate and precise in his presentation. He meticulously laid out the evidence, showing how the wall stretched for thousands of miles, how it was positioned in a way that seemed unnatural, and how it could not be easily explained by existing scientific models. He was careful to distinguish between speculation and evidence, urging viewers to conduct their own research. Yet, despite his careful approach, it seemed that someone, or something, decided his information was too sensitive to be shared publicly. Many of those who followed the case closely believed that the timing of the man's disappearance was no coincidence. The removal of the underwater structure raises questions about preservation and documentation of such phenomena. When the man first shared his discovery online, it ignited a firestorm of debate. Some users interested in the unknown took the discovery seriously, pointing out that the sheer length and scope of the alleged wall made it difficult to dismiss entirely. Antarctica has long been a focal point for speculation. Its remote and inhospitable environment, coupled with the fact that much of its landmass remains unexplored due to the thick ice that covers it, has fueled numerous theories about what might be hidden beneath. From claims of lost ancient civilizations to secret military bases, the frozen continent has been a blank canvas for imaginations to run wild. The discovery of an underwater wall starting in Antarctica only added to the intrigue. One of the more popular theories that emerged in response to the man's discovery was the idea that the wall might be a remnant of a lost civilization, such as Atlantis. The idea of ancient advanced civilizations has long fascinated historians, archaeologists, and researchers alike. If this wall were indeed man-made, it would suggest that at some point in Earth's distant past, a civilization possessed the technological prowess to construct such a monumental structure. The wall's location, deep beneath the ocean's surface, would imply that this civilization existed before dramatic shifts in sea levels or even tectonic activity that may have submerged the wall. Another theory proposed that the wall could be evidence of extraterrestrial influence. The structure's massive scale and seemingly impossible construction led some to suggest that it was not of human origin at all. Of course, without further investigation, these theories remain speculative. But the mystery of the wall persists. As more individuals turned their attention to Google Earth, scouring the ocean floors for similar anomalies, the debate surrounding the man's discovery only grew more intense. The idea that the massive underwater wall could be a remnant of an advanced ancient civilization opens a fascinating window into the possibility that Earth's history is far more complex than traditionally understood. This theory suggests that long before our current understanding of human history, there may have been civilizations that rose to astonishing levels of technological and architectural prowess, only to vanish, leaving behind mysterious traces of their existence. One compelling possibility is that the underwater wall represents a forgotten civilization that flourished in Earth's distant past, perhaps tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years ago. If such a society existed, it could have been far more advanced than we imagine, capable of large-scale engineering feats that rival or even surpass modern capabilities. The wall, with its massive scale and strikingly straight lines, might have been part of a larger network of structures, infrastructure, or even a form of ancient defensive system designed to serve purposes we can only speculate about today. The advanced civilization responsible for this construction might have possessed profound knowledge of geology, engineering, and oceanography, enabling them to work with the Earth's natural resources on a colossal scale. Looking back at the Earth's long history, it's clear that civilizations have come and gone, often leaving behind little evidence of their existence. Many ancient societies are lost to the sands of time, their structures buried beneath deserts, jungles, or oceans. The advanced civilizations of antiquity, such as the Sumerians, Egyptians, or the builders of the great cities of the Indus Valley, represent only a tiny fragment of human history, covering the last few thousand years. One of the most popular theories concerning lost ancient civilizations revolves around the concept of cyclical cataclysms. According to this theory, Earth has experienced numerous global catastrophes, be it from asteroid impacts, massive volcanic eruptions, or sudden climate shifts that have repeatedly wiped out advanced societies. Each time, civilization is forced to start anew, rising and falling in waves over millennia. The legendary civilization of Atlantis, as described by the ancient Greek philosopher Plato, is perhaps the most famous example of this idea. Plato's account of an advanced society that sank beneath the waves following a catastrophic disaster resonates with those who believe that ancient civilizations were far more advanced than conventional history suggests. The placement of the wall beneath the ocean's surface adds another layer of mystery. At some point in the past, if this wall was constructed by human or humanoid hands, it would have been above sea level, part of a thriving terrestrial civilization. But as the Earth's climate changed, glaciers melted and sea levels rose, much of the world's coastal regions and any structures built there would have been submerged. Today, we know that the ocean's levels have risen dramatically over the last 20,000 years as the planet emerged from the last ice age. This process would have flooded vast areas of what was once dry land, swallowing cities, structures, and perhaps even entire civilizations beneath the waves. If the underwater wall is indeed the creation of an ancient advanced civilization, it may have been built during a time when the Earth's continents were configured differently. The positioning of the wall near Antarctica raises intriguing questions about whether this region of the world was once hospitable and capable of supporting human life. Geologists believe that millions of years ago, Antarctica was not the frozen, desolate place it is today, but a temperate landmass, perhaps even covered with forests. As the planet's climate changed, Antarctica became encased in ice, potentially burying any remnants of early civilizations or structures beneath miles of glacial cover. Moreover, the theory of multiple advanced civilizations throughout Earth's past aligns with the idea that our planet has witnessed countless rises and falls of societies. Some historians and researchers argue that current mainstream archaeology only scratches the surface of humanity's true history. The possibility of advanced civilizations predating the known record of human history also raises questions about the origins of technology and knowledge. Some theorists speculate that ancient civilizations may have been in contact with beings from other planets, gaining insights into advanced construction, navigation, and astronomical knowledge that seem out of place for the time periods in which they existed. The idea that the underwater wall could be a vestige of such a collaboration between humans and extraterrestrials adds an entirely new dimension to the mystery. Ultimately, the underwater wall, if real, stands as a testament to how little we truly understand about Earth's distant past. The planet's history is not a linear progression, but rather a series of cycles, where civilizations rise, flourish, and disappear, leaving only traces of their existence. Whether the wall is evidence of a lost advanced civilization, an artifact from an even earlier epoch of humanity, or something else entirely, it invites us to reconsider what we think we know about human history. It challenges us to keep searching, to look deeper beneath the surface, and to embrace the possibility that Earth's past holds far more secrets than we can imagine. The story of the anonymous man who discovered the underwater wall and subsequently disappeared remains one of the internet's enduring mysteries. Whether his findings were genuine evidence of a massive, ancient structure or simply a digital artifact mistaken for something more, the sudden and unexplained removal of his content has ensured that the mystery lives on. For many, the unanswered questions surrounding his disappearance suggest that the truth of the underwater wall may be far stranger and more dangerous than anyone can imagine. This episode serves as a stark reminder of how little we truly know about the unexplored reaches of our planet, particularly its oceans, which cover more than 70% of Earth's surface. It also demonstrates the fragility of information in the digital age. One moment, a world-altering discovery can be at our fingertips, and the next, it can vanish without a trace, leaving only speculation and wonder behind. In October 2019, the tech industry was rocked by the sudden and mysterious passing of Erin Valenti, a talented and ambitious entrepreneur who was the CEO of Tinker Ventures, a tech company. Valenti, a rising star in the tech world, was known for her innovative thinking, entrepreneurial spirit, and leadership in the field of emerging technologies. However, her promising career was cut short under circumstances that remain baffling to this day. In the days leading up to her passing, Valenti made a series of frantic and confusing phone calls to her family, during which she reportedly said that it is all a game, it's a thought experiment, and we are in the Matrix. These cryptic final words have only deepened the mystery surrounding her untimely passing, sparking widespread speculation and raising questions about the pressures of the tech industry, the nature of reality, and the possible connection between mental health and innovation. Erin Valenti, aged 33, was found in the rear seat of her rented vehicle on a residential road in the peaceful Almaden neighborhood of San Jose. This occurred 5 days after she was initially reported as missing. Valenti, the CEO of Tinker Ventures, a Salt Lake City-based app company, was last seen on October 7th when she failed to catch her aircraft from San Jose to Utah. Everything appeared normal until 3:30 on Monday, when she had a meeting with a previous co-worker on Sand Hill Road, at which point she contacted her parents to inform them that she was unable to locate her rented vehicle. After finding the grey Nissan Murano, she remained on the phone with her mother and father, during which Valenti's speech gradually shifted from being peculiar to downright odd. According to her father, Joseph Valenti, his daughter was speaking rapidly and incoherently. Despite the father's claim that his daughter had no prior record of illness, Joseph reveals that he was not the sole family member to receive a perplexing and incoherent phone call before her vanishing. Valenti intermittently contacted her mother for several hours on Monday afternoon and evening. She said that her ideas were disjointed and she would declare her intention to return home for Thanksgiving. But in the subsequent communication, she claimed to be residing within the Matrix. According to reports, Valenti allegedly informed her mother that the situation is merely a game or a mental exercise, comparing it to the concept of being inside a simulated reality known as the Matrix. She did not catch her flight later that evening and did not attend a ceremony in Utah where she was scheduled to receive a Women in Tech award. Worried about her safety, Valenti's spouse Harrison Weinstein, who is a psychotherapist, made an effort to locate her using a mobile application designed to discover lost phones, but his attempt was unsuccessful. Valenti expressed her need for fuel during her last conversations with her loved ones. In response to her family's plea, a San Jose police officer reached out to Valenti by telephone on the same evening. According to Weinstein, the police officer also mentioned that she was speaking incoherently during the phone conversation. The officer conducted a thorough search of San Jose in an attempt to locate her, but was unable to unearth any evidence of Valenti's whereabouts. Weinstein, dissatisfied with the police department's endeavors, established a Facebook page titled Help Find Erin Valenti, which motivated over 1,500 residents of the Bay Area to actively seek for her. Valenti was found by one of the volunteers in the back seat of a vehicle on Bowes Lane's block, which was half a mile away from where she was last seen. The message on the Help Find Erin Valenti page expressed gratitude for the assistance and support provided, despite the disappointment of not achieving the desired result. The page asked that people please remember Erin as the aesthetically pleasing, intelligent, and humorous lady that she was. The authorities have not yet disclosed the time of her passing or provided any information regarding the duration she spent in the car before being discovered. When questioned, a representative from the San Jose Police Department declined to disclose the cause of what happened, citing an ongoing investigation. Valenti's family members are expressing doubt about the police department's handling of their daughter's missing persons case, alleging that they mishandled the search. Joseph Valenti informed news outlets of the police department's attempts to locate his daughter, saying that he was dissatisfied and angry with the way in which the investigation was carried out. Joseph Valenti further stated that despite providing the police with comprehensive information, including the car's make, model and license plate, descriptions of Erin Valenti's unusual behavior during phone conversations on Monday, and data indicating the location of her last phone call, the police department did not initiate a missing persons report for Erin Valenti until Thursday. In addition to the injuries, they further characterized her as voluntarily missing, asserting that as an adult, she had likely chosen to take a few days off without prior planning. Joseph contends that the department failed to prioritize the search for his daughter. In a similar vein, Weinstein utilized Facebook as a platform to challenge the assertions made by the department, explicitly stating that they wish to underscore the highly atypical nature of this behavior for Erin. Although she possesses a spirit of adventure, she exercises caution and would never deliberately halt communication with her family. Weinstein further stated that it is very plausible to experience a rapid emergence of symptoms, such as an episode, without prior indications due to various health and physical factors. In recent years, a fascinating and somewhat unsettling theory has gained traction among scientists, philosophers, and technologists: the idea that our reality might actually be a sophisticated computer simulation. This concept, often referred to as the simulation hypothesis, suggests that everything we experience, from the laws of physics to our own consciousness, could be the product of an advanced computational process, designed and maintained by beings far more technologically advanced than ourselves. While this idea might sound like science fiction, it is increasingly being taken seriously by reputable thinkers and researchers. Melvin Vopson, a scientist from the University of Portsmouth, explores the hypothesis that the universe could be a digital replica and draws a parallel with movies. Recently, Vopson explained that physics encompasses a set of principles that regulate all phenomena occurring in the universe, such as the motion of objects and the movement of energy. All phenomena are governed by the principles of physics. The second law of thermodynamics is a highly influential principle that states that the entropy, which quantifies the level of disorder in a closed system, can only either increase or remain constant, but it can never decrease. According to this well-known principle, Vopson anticipated that entropy in information systems, which he previously termed as a fifth state of matter, would also increase as time progressed. However, it does not. Instead, it remains constant, or may even decline to a minimum value while in equilibrium. This stands in stark opposition to the second law of thermodynamics, which served as the inspiration for Vopson to embrace the second law of information dynamics, or infodynamics. The idea that our reality might not be what it seems has deep philosophical roots. Ancient thinkers like Plato speculated about the nature of reality, most famously in his allegory of the cave, where prisoners perceive only shadows of real objects and mistake them for reality. This notion that our perceptions might not correspond to true reality has continued to intrigue philosophers through the ages. The simulation hypothesis, however, finds its most direct antecedent in the ideas of the 17th century philosopher René Descartes. Descartes famously questioned the reliability of our senses and proposed the idea of a malicious demon that could be deceiving us, making us believe in a false reality. In modern terms, this demon can be seen as analogous to the programmer or creator of a simulated universe. The modern simulation hypothesis was popularized by philosopher Nick Bostrom. Bostrom presented a trilemma, arguing that at least one of the following propositions is true. Almost all civilizations at our level of technological development go extinct before they become capable of creating ancestor simulations. If civilizations reach the stage where they can create simulations, they have no interest in running many simulations of their past. We are almost certainly living in a computer simulation. Bostrom's argument is based on the premise that if advanced civilizations can create realistic simulations, they would likely create many of them, leading to a scenario where simulated realities vastly outnumber the one base reality. Thus, it would be statistically more likely that we are living in a simulation than in the original, unsimulated universe. One of the strongest arguments in favor of the simulation hypothesis is the rapid advancement of technology, particularly in the fields of computing and artificial intelligence. We are already capable of creating detailed simulations and virtual environments, albeit on a much smaller scale. Video games and virtual reality systems are becoming increasingly sophisticated, and as technology continues to improve, it is conceivable that future civilizations could create simulations indistinguishable from reality. The exponential growth of computing power, as described by Moore's law, suggests that we could eventually reach a point where simulating entire universes, including conscious beings within them, becomes feasible. If we assume that it is possible to create such simulations, then the likelihood that we ourselves are in a simulation increases dramatically. Another argument that supports the simulation hypothesis is the apparent fine-tuning of the universe. Many scientists have observed that the physical constants of our universe are finely tuned in such a way that they allow for the existence of life. Some proponents of the simulation hypothesis argue that this fine-tuning could be evidence of a designed system, much like a computer simulation where the parameters have been set to achieve specific outcomes. If our universe were a simulation, the fine-tuning could be explained as the deliberate choices of the creators, who set the parameters of the simulation to produce a universe capable of supporting life and consciousness. One of the main criticisms of the simulation hypothesis is the sheer complexity of simulating an entire universe. Even with advanced technology, the amount of computational power required to simulate every detail of a universe, including the thoughts and experiences of billions of conscious beings, would be astronomical. Some argue that this level of complexity is beyond the capabilities of any civilization, no matter how advanced. Additionally, critics point out that the assumption that we could create simulations that are indistinguishable from reality is speculative. While technology is advancing rapidly, there are limits to what we can currently achieve, and it is unclear whether these limitations can ever be fully overcome. Another challenge to the simulation hypothesis is the problem of infinite regress. If we are living in a simulation, then it raises the question of whether the creators of our simulation are themselves in a simulated reality. This leads to a potentially infinite chain of simulations within simulations, making it difficult to determine if there is any original base reality at all. This line of reasoning can lead to paradoxes and logical difficulties, which some critics argue undermine the plausibility of the hypothesis. Philosophers have long debated the nature of consciousness, with some proposing that it is an inherent part of the mind, while others argue that it is an emergent property of complex neural processes. The hard problem of consciousness, a term coined by philosopher David Chalmers, refers to the challenge of explaining why and how physical processes in the brain give rise to subjective experiences, why we have a mind that experiences things in the first place, rather than just being automatons that process information without awareness. Consciousness is not a single, uniform state, but exists on a spectrum, ranging from full wakefulness to deep sleep, and even into altered states such as hypnosis, meditation, and drug-induced experiences. Many are of the opinion that something happened to Dr. Amy Eskridge, a researcher who had conducted research in the field of anti-gravity in Huntsville, Alabama. This unfortunate event occurred around the time when David Grush had a meeting with George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell. Furthermore, there is strong belief that Dr. Eskridge is one of the individuals whom Grush mentioned as having been taken out, as referred to in the UAP hearings. Upon delving into the perplexing demise of Dr. Amy Eskridge in Huntsville, Alabama, and the unexplained disappearances of fellow researchers who delved into anti-gravity studies, a disquieting sensation ensues. Some have said that Dr. Lee's inexplicable vanishing parallels Dr. Eskridge's disconcerting fate. Her whereabouts remained a mystery until inquiries after her passing unveiled the truth, initiated by her contact with her son. Dr. Eskridge, gearing to publicize her anti-gravity investigations, tragically met her end shortly following a meeting with NASA scientists in Huntsville. Those who have researched this topic, along with anti-gravity technology, have said that in a more alarming scenario, individuals could encounter the formidable Invention Secrecy Act of 1951, a regulation mandated by the Department of Energy. The Department of Defense, solely in 2022, classified over 80 inventions as confidential through the imposition of a national security order. This decision, taken unilaterally, leaves inventors essentially powerless, lacking any viable recourse when subjected to it. The hindrance posed by this legislation significantly restricts the presence of free enterprise within the realm of science in the United States. Consequently, it brings into question the ethical stance of the US government, drawing troubling comparisons to regimes historically known for curbing scientific and economic freedom. Amy also demonstrated her keen business acumen while serving as the chairwoman and president of the Institute for Exotic Science in Huntsville, Alabama, an organization she played a pivotal role in co-founding. Her fondness for space exploration can be traced back to her formative years spent in the Rocket City. Upon completing her double major in chemistry and biology, she diversified her expertise by delving into interdisciplinary studies and obtaining mastery in electrical engineering, chemistry, physics, genetic engineering, and nanotechnology. This diverse skill set enabled her to not only lead the Institute for Exotic Science, but also contributed to her remarkable journey as an entrepreneur. Extensive exploration of anti-gravity technology and associated aircraft has revealed that researchers often face significant personal risk due to the sensitive nature of the information they handle. This peril arises from the high-stakes nature of their research and the potential implications of their findings. The individuals delving into this field confront unique challenges, with their safety and well-being frequently in jeopardy as a result of their involvement in such groundbreaking and potentially disruptive technologies. Surprisingly, it is not the initial occurrence of a remark of this nature resounding. Numerous trustworthy individuals who have also witnessed the events have revealed that they faced serious threats for speaking out about the matter. They disclosed being cautioned to refrain from discussing their research findings publicly. Numerous explanations have been proposed regarding the vulnerability of these individuals, and the majority attribute it to the nature of the technology. Individuals involved in its development emphasize the universal desire to prevent it from falling into the wrong hands, making it imperative for those in authority to take any essential measures to maintain its confidentiality. The risk posed to these individuals is intricately linked to the characteristics of the technology itself. The inherent need to safeguard it from misuse underscores the unwavering dedication of those responsible to ensure its protection. The exploration of anti-gravity technology and mysterious aircrafts encapsulates a multifaceted and mysterious domain, which, while offering the prospect of revolutionary revelations, concurrently poses substantial hazards. The investigation of anti-gravity and mysterious aircrafts poses a significant risk to national security, primarily due to the potential for advanced capabilities that surpass human technology. If both of these areas of study are real, it prompts concerns about potential security breaches. The prospect that these aerial phenomena may represent advanced technology from rival nations or even advanced entities emphasizes the critical need for governments to thoroughly explore and comprehend these occurrences. However, the dissemination of confidential information concerning encounters could jeopardize national security, potentially resulting in conflicts and geopolitical instability. Therefore, the urgency to investigate and understand these phenomena is paramount, while also carefully managing the associated risks to national security. Engaging in the investigation of unidentified objects and anti-gravity technology can have significant impacts on both personal and professional aspects of an individual's life, and those who openly pursue this research may encounter mockery, doubt, and social exclusion, which can in turn lead to harm to their reputation, career prospects, and personal connections. The apprehension of being marginalized in society may discourage highly skilled scientists and scholars from entering this particular field, consequently restricting the pool of capable individuals who can contribute meaningfully to the exploration of this phenomena. Despite the potential impact of investigating these topics, this field frequently encounters challenges in obtaining financial backing and essential resources, in contrast to other branches of scientific study. The allocation of limited resources to this research can result in the diversion of funds from other crucial scientific inquiries. The lack of adequate financial backing may impede the advancement of cutting-edge research tools, technology, and data analysis methods, thereby limiting our capacity to unravel the mysteries surrounding the phenomena. This disparity in funding within the realm of scientific investigation can potentially stifle progress and hinder our ability to comprehensively explore and understand UFO-related phenomena. UFO research raises ethical questions regarding the handling of evidence and the rights of individuals involved in sightings. Privacy concerns arise when witnesses are scrutinized or subjected to invasive investigations. The potential exposure of sensitive information about witnesses or their involvement in UFO incidents can lead to ethical dilemmas, particularly when their consent has not been obtained. Balancing the pursuit of knowledge with ethical considerations is a constant challenge in this field. UFO research can take a toll on the well-being of investigators, with many who have researched these topics saying that they have experienced fear-related psychological distress. Researchers, too, may face stress and anxiety when confronted with the overwhelming nature of the unknown. The psychological toll of dealing with unexplained phenomena can be substantial and should not be underestimated. Research related to unidentified flying objects has occasionally been associated with pseudoscientific and fringe ideologies, which can have a detrimental impact on the credibility of genuine scientific inquiries. Therefore, it is imperative for researchers to uphold stringent scientific principles, adhere to the scientific process, and make a clear distinction between empirical, evidence-based conclusions and speculative theories. This proactive approach is essential in safeguarding the reputation and integrity of the field and preventing it from being delegitimized. The exploration of the possible validation of alien existence via the investigation of unidentified flying objects has the potential to deeply impact cultural and religious spheres. It may confront and even challenge existing belief systems and societal narratives, potentially giving rise to social and psychological frictions. Effectively addressing these delicate and complex matters necessitates thoughtful contemplation and tactful maneuvering, given their capacity to disrupt communities and induce unintended repercussions. The perils associated with delving into the realm of UFO research are varied and intricate. Although the exploration of this domain holds the potential for unraveling a genuine and enigmatic phenomenon, it also entails a range of hazards, including those related to national security, dissemination of misinformation, societal and professional stigmatization, constraints on resources, ethical quandaries, psychological and emotional ramifications, as well as associations with pseudoscience and conflicts rooted in culture and religion. These complexities emphasize the vital necessity for conducting responsible, thorough, and ethically sound research within the field of unidentified objects. It is imperative for researchers and enthusiasts alike to approach this subject matter with prudence, skepticism, and a steadfast dedication to uncovering truths while proactively addressing potential challenges. Striking a careful balance between the pursuit of knowledge and the recognition of potential perils is crucial for furthering our comprehension of these mysterious occurrences, without compromising aspects such as security, ethics, or credibility. The mysterious Göbekli Tepe situation is unraveling. Göbekli Tepe, an archaeological site in southeastern Turkey, has been at the center of historical interest and mystery since its discovery. Dating back over 11,000 years, it is believed to be one of the oldest known temples or ceremonial structures ever built by humanity, predating Stonehenge by several millennia. However, in recent weeks, rumors and theories have emerged, claiming that excavation work at Göbekli Tepe has mysteriously slowed down or stopped altogether. Even more intriguing, some assert that trees have been deliberately planted across the site to halt future archaeological efforts and prevent historians from uncovering more of our ancient past. Since 2016, all excavation activities at Göbekli Tepe, a site of utmost historical importance, have ceased. Instead, A roof has been erected above the site, and portions requiring excavation have been concealed by arboreal cover. Furthermore, the use of heavy machinery to build roadways over the excavation site aroused worry comparable to how filling the interior of Hagia Sophia with drywall or replacing the seating stones of an antique theatre with new marble. Their roots will penetrate stones that are a minimum of 11,000 years old, rendering future excavations nearly unfeasible. Covering an archaeological site with concrete has no validity if not explained to the residents of that country. The interesting element is that the Turkish population remains mainly oblivious. Eventually, the archaeological community and the residents who are aware of the matter are curious as to how such folly can be explained by executives of Dogus Group, leaving this issue unanswered. Klaus Schmidt's widow, who is also an archaeologist, makes annual journeys to Göbekli Tepe. Shocked by the alterations, she has called the situation as ludicrous and has uploaded unseen photographs of the roadwork on Instagram, generating more conflict within the archaeological community. In light of these developments, the site's formal opening date for tourists has been declared. This revelation indicates how the government's purpose with Göbekli Tepe is purely economic, meaning no archaeological development is anticipated for any time soon, generating concerns in the archaeology world. These recent announcements taps into a broader narrative about hidden knowledge and the suppression of historical truths. The idea that forces, whether governmental, academic, or even something more nefarious, are working to obscure our understanding of human history. Twitter users have asserted that a haunting voicemail they received might be connected to various phenomena, such as the disappearance of a passenger aeroplane, extraterrestrial existence, or an approaching doomsday. In this voicemail, a voice delivers a pre-recorded message using the phonetic alphabet. Some individuals have suggested that the numerical values represent a series of coordinates. According to their assertion, inputting these coordinates into Google Maps directs to specific locations, a spot in Africa and another close to Malaysia. Upon examination by numerous users, it was observed that the location mentioned in the voicemail was remarkably proximate to the spot where a famous airline's flight disappeared from radar surveillance. This close proximity led to theories suggesting that the voicemail might actually be a recording capturing the ill-fated aircraft's potential interaction with an advanced spacecraft. The initial social media post seems to have kicked off with Ty, a regular Twitter individual without any obvious pre-existing fascination with mysteries. On the 13th of March, Ty shared a recorded voicemail that was left on his phone and requested assistance in deciphering its contents. The voicemail reads, "Danger. SOS. It is dire for you to evacuate. Be cautious. They are not human." This act sparked curiosity and collaboration among his audience to decode the message accurately. In a widely shared post that has now been deleted, many raised questions and expressed their disbelief. Oddly enough, shortly after this, it was revealed that Ty vanished, and since this announcement, he hasn't made a post on social media and his account has since been hacked. On top of this, when you put the coordinates into Google, a mysterious website shows up. In the middle of the screen is the phonetic alphabet that reads, "You have now been added." Upon Ty sharing the content of the voicemail he had received, he then received a text message from a mysterious individual based in Indonesia. Oddly enough, upon translating the contents of the message, it revealed the following: "End the post you just shared about the recording on your phone." Ty proceeded to elaborate on his astonishment, expressing his complete perplexity regarding how this particular phone number had obtained his contact details. Furthermore, he was equally baffled by the fact that they seemed to possess information about his Twitter account. He revealed that he received this mysterious text message just moments after tweeting about the strange voicemail.
Sierra, Delta, Alpha, November, Golf, Echo, Romeo, Sierra, Oscar, Sierra. India, Tango, India, Sierra, Delta, India, Romeo, Echo, Foxtrot, Oscar, Romeo, Yankee, Oscar, Uniform, Tango, Oscar, Echo, Victor, Alpha, Charlie, uniform, Alpha, Tango, Echo, Bravo, Echo, Charlie, Alpha, uniform, Tango, India, Oscar, uniform, Sierra, Tango, Hotel, Echo, Yankee, Alpha, Romeo, Echo, November, Oscar, Tango, Hotel, uniform, Mike, Alpha, November, 042933964230, Sierra, Oscar, Sierra, Delta, Alpha, November, Golf, Echo, Romeo, Sierra, Oscar, Sierra.
Several nights prior to the commencement of the messages, Ty shared an unsettling incident on social media. He recounted an unusual occurrence where an unfamiliar individual drove past his residence late at night, specifically at 3 a.m, and proceeded to capture photographs using a flash. This eerie event raised concerns and garnered attention from his followers and friends. In his current understanding, he holds the belief that there is a connection between the individual carrying the camera and both the voicemail and direct messages that he has recently received. Ever since his social media post gained immense popularity, causing a surge of supernatural discussions and investigations on Twitter, numerous equally disturbed users have stepped up to share that they too have encountered the mysterious message. This widespread phenomenon has triggered a profound exploration into the realm of unexplained occurrences, prompting a deep dive into the nature of these eerie communications and their implications. Another user received the same automated voicemail as Ty. This man said that this encounter with an automated voicemail really affected him. The cryptic message, laden with urgency and foreboding, spoke of danger. The message was an SOS signal and a chilling warning which revealed that they are not human. It was an ordinary day like any other, when the man checked his voicemail and stumbled upon a message that would forever alter the course of his life. The voice, cold and mechanical, spoke with an urgency that sent shivers down his spine. Danger. SOS. It is dire for you to evacuate. Be cautious. They are not human. Bewildered and unnerved by the cryptic warning, the man's mind raced with questions. He quickly shared the message to social media, where people couldn't explain what was happening. Haunted by the ominous voicemail, he said that he wanted to get to the bottom of what it meant, saying that he was determined to unravel the mystery that had gripped his imagination. He scoured the internet for clues, delving into theories and urban legends in search of any semblance of truth. Yet, amidst the sea of speculation and conjecture, he found no concrete answers, only more questions and uncertainty. The only thing that was coming up was a location in Malaysia, with others saying that perhaps the voicemail was sent out by someone from this location. As the voicemail continued, the sense of unease only grew, with some recipients reporting feelings of dread and paranoia that lingered long after the message ended. Attempts to trace the origin of the transmission led to a dead end, with no clear explanation for its sudden appearance or purpose. Using advanced tracing techniques and digital footprints and Google Earth, online users said that they were able to trace the origin of the transmission to an obscure location in Malaysia. The discovery only served to deepen the mystery, as questions arose about who or what could be responsible for the transmission and what their intentions might be. Speculation ran rampant, with theories ranging from government experiments to extraterrestrial communications, but no definitive answers could be found. Yet, despite the widespread attention it garnered, the origins of the creepy automated voicemail remained shrouded in mystery, leaving many questions unanswered and minds unsettled.
Sir Victor Goddard and the Time Slip. The skies are a wondrous place, and ever since man evolved, we've dreamt of being able to fly. Of course, this is now possible, and thanks to the technological advancements in aircraft, being able to fly has meant that human eyes have seen things that we should not necessarily have seen. If you've ever been to Scotland, you'll know that its impressive landscapes and sprawling greenery can be extremely relaxing and very picturesque to fly over. But for one man in 1935, his routine flight over the Highlands became a little strange. Wing Commander Victor Goddard was conducting a routine aerial inspection of a disused World War I Air Force base at Drem near East Lothian. The base, which was dilapidated and had not been used for years, appeared to be being used as a farm. A day or two later, Goddard flew back towards his own base. It was a grey and rainy Monday, with low visibility and high winds, completely the wrong conditions for a pleasant flight, as you can imagine. He attempted to navigate towards Drem, but couldn't work out where to fly, given the conditions. Suddenly, Goddard lost complete control of his plane. It plummeted towards Earth through the thick grey cloud, which offered no brakes. As he reached 200 feet, he was certain it was over. But it wasn't. Goddard reported seeing swirling water and a stony beach and was flying near 150 miles an hour. Drem's hangars appeared as a silhouette in the bleakness of the afternoon, and as he approached the airfield, the skies brightened completely. As he flew nearer, he noticed a distinct difference in Drem's appearance. The airfield was freshly tarmacked, the hangars restored, and 4 bright yellow aircraft sat on the stand. One model of aircraft he didn't recognize, a monoplane of a new variation with RAF markings. Strangely, in 1935, the RAF had no monoplanes, not even for training purposes. There were men working on the ground wearing light blue overalls, which was also strange as the mechanics that Goddard was used to seeing normally wore tan grey. Nobody seemed to notice Goddard's plane flying low over the airfield, and as he pulled his joystick backwards and powered back into the skies, the grey skies and ray returned. Soon he was near his intended destination and landed, dazed. Goddard tried to comprehend what he'd seen, but simply couldn't. His colleagues thought he was either drunk or mad, and he stopped telling his story. However, 4 years later, the airbase at Drem would be refurbished. The RAF uniforms would change to light blue, and a new training monoplane painted bright yellow arrived on the tarmac at Drem. As time went by, Victor Goddard came to the startling conclusion that he'd, in fact, travelled through time. The hikers on Devil's Mountain. Resting on the border of San Pablo, there is a mountain referred to by locals living in the area as the Devil's Mountain. The mountain has been surrounded with a number of disappearances from hikers every single year that claims the lives of even the most experienced hikers in the region. One such story from the locals tells of that of a married couple that went on a hike to the mountain and stayed there for a few days. After they had met others and told them they would be taking a forked path, they were never seen from again, leaving many people wondering which path they had taken, since there seemed to have been no forked path in the area. This story would later come up once again after a group of boys went to the mountain on a hiking trip and came across a married couple that fit the look and description of the couple that had went missing a few years prior, and so followed the couple believing that they might be ghosts or strange manifestations of the lost couple. As they followed the couple, they witnessed them going down a forked path and so followed them, of which eventually led to them losing sight of the couple and sustaining injuries falling down an area of the mountain. This has led some to believe that the lost people of whom went hiking on the mountain are still there, stuck in a possible time loop or warped reality in which they are jumping through time and encountering other people of whom have went missing on the mountain years prior. These fears have left many, including experienced hikers, worried as to how or why these strange occurrences have been appearing on the mountain, and so leave many fearful of journeying through the region. Are shadow people time travelers? Shadow people sound a bit creepy, right? They are defined as supernatural shadow-like humanoid figures that, according to believers, are seen flickering on walls and ceilings in the viewer's peripheral vision. Shadow people are considered as entities of the underworld, but those who have experienced them are not sure whether they are evil, helpful, or just there. Scientists have tried to offer explanations for the phenomena. For example, some researchers conclude that seeing shadow figures are simply symptoms of sleep paralysis or deprivation, and others have noted that drug addicts are more likely to experience these sorts of hallucinations. Alternatively, they can simply be the mind playing tricks on somebody who's experiencing a heightened sense of alert, for example, when you're walking down a dark alley at night. However, some people are convinced that shadow people are actually apparitions of time travelers. They think that the reason that they are only in shadow form is because we, on Earth, can't clearly see the future and therefore find it hard to see these figures. Instead of being supernatural or devilish creatures, they are actually just people from other dimensions. They also don't seem to be taking any notice of the people that see them, therefore fitting in with the common time travel theme. Often when time traveling, the person experiencing it is not noticed by anybody else. The thing is, this is all heavily disputed, and the scientific explanations are well weighted in their favour. We'll never know for sure if shadow people are time travellers or not, or even real. But one thing is for sure: the human imagination is a powerful thing. The disappearance of Jean Virginia Sampere. British Columbia, Canada. Sometime around 10 or 11 p.m. on the 14th of October 1971. 18-year-old Jean Virginia Sampere was walking along Highway 16 with her cousin Alvin before he turned back to get a jacket from home. He believed she was going to a nearby shop, but upon his return to the highway, she was nowhere to be seen. Alvin reported hearing a car door shutting, but nothing else. Earlier that evening, Jean had been seen by her brother Rod's wife, Violet. Violet recounted that Jean had been at her mother's house, but had left crying. After attempting to go after Jean, Violet was stopped by Jean's mother, who told Violet that Jean would return. Jean was of Gitxsan descent. The Gitxsan were a First Nation, meaning south of the Arctic Circle, indigenous group. When Jean failed to return home that night, her mother reported her to the Jitsi-Jiyukla Indian band, who, due to protocol, waited for some time to report the disappearance to the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. The search for Jean continued for 8 days, with police officers from other towns joining the search. Alas, despite tip-offs in larger cities such as Vancouver and Toronto, no trace of Jean was found. A 1971 report from the Jitsi-Jiyukla band chief counsellor determined that Jean had drowned, and the case was formally closed in 1985, only to be subsequently reopened after the family complained that there was no conclusive evidence that Jean had drowned. For Jean to have simply vanished was as alarming as it was strange, and subsequent events in the area fueled more sinister theories about the case. Her brother Rod alleged that he had seen files stating that a man named Kenny Russell had found some footprints near Jitsi-Jiyukla River. Although the footprints were never identified, this was the piece of evidence said to be behind the drowning theory. Rather mysteriously, Jean's boyfriend had gone missing soon before she disappeared herself, but was found drowned in the Skeena River nearby. The authorities initially thought that Jean may have committed suicide, but once again, this theory was dispelled as Jean was not known to be a suicide risk. The most chilling theory is that Jean was the second of the first 3 victims of the Highway of Tears, a stretch of Highway 16 where between 18 and 83 people have either gone missing or been murdered since 1970. This theory is supported by the car door noise her cousin heard on the night she disappeared. Worryingly, there is known to be disproportionately high numbers of murders and disappearances of Indigenous women on the victim list. Jean Virginia Sampere may well have been number 2 on that list. The disappearance of Susan Pearson. In 1966, a woman by the name of Susan Elizabeth Pearson was last seen in Missoula, Montana, and has not been seen since. Miss Pearson, an American woman from Portland, Oregon, went missing due to mysterious circumstances. She had been a graduate student at the University of Montana and was teaching there as an instructor at the time of her disappearance, days before her doctoral thesis was due. She was last seen by her friends on campus, as she was meant to take her business administration exam but never arrived. Likewise, Susan missed 2 work checks meant for her adding up to $1,200, which were never claimed. Initial searches for the woman were futile, yet when the police checked her apartment, they found it in pristine condition, untouched with not a single sign of struggle. Her car was soon thereafter found completely abandoned in Missoula's business district. Her belongings were still in the car when the police checked it. They found her keys, purse, and other necessities inside, ones that any sane person would never leave unattended. Bones were found in 1970, but were analysed and found to be animal remains. Susan Elizabeth Pearson is one of the oldest missing persons cases Montana has had in the past century. Curiously, Ms. Pearson was the granddaughter of Walter Pearson, Oregon's Democratic senator. Susan King, who was one of Susan Pearson's friends and a prominent singer at a nightclub, told the police that she had visited her on the night before her sudden disappearance, and that Pearson was in a frantic, nervous state. It was just a different Sue, she had stated. A prominent piece of the puzzle was the information King also received. Pearson mentioned leaving her life behind to begin anew in her frantic state. Later, she added that 2 delinquent boys from the course she was teaching threatened her with physical violence. Pearson's brother, David, added that it appeared his sister rushed out of her apartment and the tea kettle was left to boil on the stove. Days after her disappearance, there was a report of a sighting in Lolo Pass, but evidence of her actually being there is non-existent. No further sightings were ever reported. The Buash map shows Antarctica without ice. For over 40,000 years, Antarctica has been covered by glaciers and snow, making it one of the most inhospitable places on the planet. The ice makes it impossible for Antarctica to be a home to any humans. However, there are some thinkers who believe this wasn't always so. The Buash map was drawn by French geographer Philippe Buache. Buache drew his maps by combining his geographic knowledge, research from contemporary explorers, and astronomical observation. The map he produced in 1739 was titled in French. However, when translated, it means Map of the Southern Lands contained between the Tropic of Capricorn and the Antarctic Pole, where the new discoveries made in 1739 to the south of the Cape of Good Hope may be seen. The biggest discovery on Buache's map was that it appeared to depict Antarctica before it was buried by ice, leading some explorers and geographers to use it as evidence that Antarctica was inhabited by an ancient civilization before being rediscovered in the 19th century. The most famous proponent of this theory was Charles Hapgood, who published Buache's map in his 1966 book Maps of the Ancient Sea Kings. However, the arguments of Hapgood and others have been met with criticism. Firstly, many argue that Hapgood did not take care in translating Buache's annotations on the map before publishing it, and if he had, he would have realized that Buache did not mean to depict an ice-free Antarctica. For example, there are multiple annotations over Antarctica on the map where Buache has written conjecturé and soupçonné, which translate as conjectured and suspected, showing Buache himself was not sure that human life could survive on Antarctica. What's more, the annotations also make frequent references to icebergs, freezing temperatures, and glaciers over Antarctica. Icebergs are even drawn on the map. Therefore, for many, the argument that Buache was using the map to claim Antarctica was ice-free would be ludicrous. Secondly, 2 versions of Buache's map were created, one which shows Antarctica with ice and one without. This has led some to suspect that the latter version of Buache's map might have been drawn by another cartographer or even forged. Thirdly, there is every possibility that Buache was mistaken. Buache was a highly qualified man who was one of the foremost theoretical geographers, and a lot of deductions on his map have proved true. For example, the existence of Alaska and the Bering Strait. However, that is not to say his work was faultless. His map shows New Zealand as a peninsula of the Antarctic landmass and a central Antarctic Sea, both of which are incorrect. It's possible the map was drawn by Buache, but showing an ice-free Antarctica that could have housed an ancient civilization was just another mistake he made. The truth of the matter is, we will never know if Antarctica was once home to an ancient civilization. In some areas of Antarctica, there are 30 tons of ice weighing down on the land surface. If this ice were to be removed, the land would be so low that sea levels would immediately flood it. Frustratingly, this means there is no way to prove or disprove Buache's map and the theories that have come from it.
Carl Disch, a renowned physicist recognized for his significant contributions to the realm of particle physics, hailed from a quaint German town where his fascination with science, especially physics, bloomed at an early age. His academic journey commenced with the pursuit of physics studies at a university in Germany, and later took him across the Atlantic to the United States, culminating in the award of a PhD in particle physics. Despite his illustrious career, the scientific world was thrown into disarray by Carl Disch's inexplicable disappearance at Byrd Station in Antarctica. This enigmatic event has perplexed the scientific community to its core, leaving behind a trail of unanswered questions and sparking numerous theories and speculations. The mystery surrounding Carl Disch's fate continues to captivate the minds of researchers and enthusiasts alike. Throughout his professional journey, Disch played a pivotal role in advancing the realm of particle physics by making substantial and noteworthy contributions. His focused area of research revolved around the intricate examination of the characteristics of subatomic particles, showcasing a profound expertise in this specialized domain. Distinguished for his profound insights, Disch authored numerous scholarly articles in esteemed scientific publications, underlining his status as a distinguished authority in the field. Moreover, his reputation transcended borders, as evidenced by the frequent invitations extended to him to deliver keynote addresses at prestigious symposiums and esteemed educational institutions across the globe. Disch's impact extended beyond his research endeavors. His role as an educator and mentor was equally notable. Renowned for his adept teaching abilities, he garnered admiration as a professor appreciated for his accessibility and profound knowledge. His commitment to nurturing budding physicists showcased his dedication to shaping the future of the field, earning him immense respect among his students. Apart from contributing significantly to the academic realm through his research, Disch's legacy includes a profound influence on aspiring physicists, exemplifying a profound dedication to both knowledge dissemination and mentorship. Byrd Station served as a secluded research outpost, situated in one of the most extreme climates worldwide. This remote facility, known for its unforgiving environment, was where Disch embarked on his research journey with great enthusiasm. Despite the harsh conditions that surrounded him, Disch's determination and passion for his work remained unwavering as he delved into the complexities of his research. Upon his arrival at Byrd Station, a series of events unfolded that eventually led to his mysterious disappearance. Disch, a researcher hailed for his expertise and competence, started displaying unusual behavior marked by erratic and unpredictable actions. His concerned peers at the time attempted to establish contact with him in a bid to assist, only to be met with silence on his end. The transformation of Disch from a reliable professional to a troubled individual at Byrd Station stirred deep apprehension among those who worked alongside him, prompting them to seek ways to support him despite his reluctance to engage. Over the ensuing days, Disch's conduct took a bizarre turn, escalating in peculiarity. His presence at the station was marked by aimless strolls, accompanied by incoherent muttering and erratic actions that raised concerns among his co-workers. Despite multiple attempts by his peers to address the situation, Disch remained obstinate, disregarding logical appeals and persisting in his unpredictable demeanor. After a series of unfolding events, the pivotal moments preceding Disch's vanishing occurred on a particular day when he was observed departing from the station and venturing into the unforgiving Antarctic terrain. Despite the earnest attempts of his companions to prevent him, Disch ventured into the wild and has remained beyond contact or sighting ever since. The circumstances surrounding his disappearance paint a mysterious picture, leaving many unanswered questions about what transpired in the vast and icy expanses of the Antarctic. In 1965, Disch and his fellow scientists, including other researchers, set foot at Byrd Station, situated approximately 600 miles away from the South Pole, initiating a substantial and long-lasting scientific expedition. Over the following half-year period, Disch predominantly dedicated his time to operations within a radio booth positioned a significant distance of 1 mile from the primary station building. To facilitate navigation amid the challenging and unpredictable Antarctic climate conditions, a sturdy rope was strategically extended between these establishments, serving as a lifeline to ensure safe traversal in adverse weather scenarios. Carl Disch demonstrated great familiarity with the terrain as he navigated skillfully between buildings, adeptly using a rope for assistance. However, on the morning of May 8th, a peculiar turn of events occurred. He departed from the radio booth with the intention of reaching the station building, but mysteriously vanished, never to be seen again. This unexpected disappearance raised questions and sparked inquiries into the circumstances surrounding his final moments. After a thorough investigation, it came to light that Disch departed the radio booth precisely at 9 in the morning, a time when darkness still enveloped the surroundings. The weather conditions were harsh, with a relentless strong wind gusting through the Antarctic landscape, accompanied by a bone-chilling temperature plummeting to -44 degrees Fahrenheit. Despite the extreme cold, Dish donned specialized attire made for Antarctic exploration, ensuring he was adequately protected from the severe elements. Considering his attire and the familiarity of the route between the dwellings, the journey between the houses was estimated to be under 30 minutes. When Dish failed to arrive at the station by the designated time of 10 in the morning, his co-workers grew increasingly concerned. In response, they swiftly organized a search party to comb through the vicinity around the rope connecting the two structures. As the clock ticked towards 11:30 in the morning, their diligent efforts paid off when they stumbled upon a discernible path of human footprints originating from the radio box, hinting at a possible direction where Dish might have ventured. The traces commenced their journey from the base of a ladder connected to the cabin. However, rather than veering towards the south following the rope, which would be the conventional path one would anticipate, they took a westerly direction leading them to the ski trail meticulously planned by the scientific community. After meticulously tracing the tracks left behind by Dish, his companions diligently pursued the footprints for approximately 4 miles, only to be confounded when the trail abruptly vanished. The puzzling aspect of this scenario became glaringly apparent as the team scanned their surroundings, revealing no trace of a lifeless form believed to have been concealed by the snow, nor any indication pointing towards a potential attack on Dish that would have culminated in the removal of his body. Upon further observation, it appeared peculiar that, considering the circumstances of being lost in a blizzard, Dish's footprints did not exhibit the typical pattern of a person wavering back and forth in search of the correct route to the station. Instead, the tracks indicated a deliberate and intentional movement in a specific direction. This intriguing detail raised questions about the purpose behind Dish's confident stride amidst such challenging conditions. The clear direction in which he appeared to be heading suggested a determined resolve rather than uncertainty or confusion. Upon analysis, it was indicated that during the specific instance of movement, Carl did not perceive himself as being disoriented or bewildered. Due to the depletion of their fuel reserves, the team faced obstacles in examining the location where the signs of Dish's presence had been absent for an extended period, prompting their return to the station. They made the unanimous decision to replenish the fuel for their means of transportation before resuming their investigation of the vanished tracks. Following the refueling process, the team re-engaged in a meticulous and exhaustive 3-hour exploration of the vicinity, yet the outcome remained disappointing as no significant discoveries were made during this extended search period. Upon their return to the base at 6 in the evening, the team found themselves without any discoveries to report. The escalating winds had forced them to halt their inspection, rendering it impossible to proceed. Despite this setback, they clung to a glimmer of hope, fueled by the possibility that Dish, albeit chilled and lost, might still be alive, eagerly anticipating their rescue mission. The harsh weather conditions had thwarted their efforts, but the team's determination remained unwavering, as they refused to abandon the notion that their companion could be awaiting their arrival, in dire need of assistance. Upon arriving at the station, they commenced a thorough exploration of the surroundings, meticulously examining both the station premises and the radio booth. Subsequently, they rallied together to establish a human chain, systematically combing through the path connecting the base to the ski trail. This path was in close proximity to the point where the individual's tracks vanished, prompting a concerted effort to unravel the mystery. Despite facing challenging weather conditions, the team actively engaged in illuminating searchlights and launching flares at regular intervals of 30 minutes. They persisted in these efforts until the visibility deteriorated significantly, rendering these actions futile. During the subsequent day, the initiation of the third search mission took place, focusing on examining the vicinity spanning from the base to the ski run following the chain of tracks. Regrettably, at that point, the tracks had predominantly deteriorated due to powerful winds. Occasionally, they encountered undamaged tracks along the way. However, after covering a distance of 4 miles, these tracks eventually vanished. The team diligently scoured the area, meticulously tracing the remnants of tracks despite the challenging conditions posed by the weather. On the fateful morning of May 10, 1965, which marked 2 days after Carl's mysterious vanishing, a renewed and extensive search operation was set into motion. The exploration initially commenced at the Central Station complex and subsequently extended towards the southern direction, conducting thorough searches in both the eastern and western regions, clearly marking the areas that were investigated. However, despite an exhaustive examination spanning 12 miles beyond the station boundaries, no discoveries were made. The meticulous search operation covered a significant radius outside the station compound, encompassing detailed sweeps of the surrounding areas in all cardinal directions. During the operations conducted on May 12th, thorough searches were conducted within the Baird Station's northeastern and southwestern areas. Despite the favorable weather conditions at that time, the darkness posed a significant challenge to the search efforts as visibility was greatly hindered. Subsequently, over the following 2 days, the combination of intense winds and dense fog severely limited visibility to the point where conducting further searches became unfeasible. This climatic deterioration hampered the search team's ability to continue their operations effectively, highlighting the intricate challenges they faced in their mission due to environmental factors. On May 14th, an extensive search covering an area of 35 square miles was conducted in an attempt to locate Carl, but unfortunately, no signs of him were discovered. Despite thorough efforts, neither Carl nor any clues leading to his whereabouts were unearthed. Subsequently, the search operation was called off. The inquiries that were raised in the past remain relevant even today. The perplexing circumstances surrounding Carl's deviation from his typical path along the rope continue to puzzle many. The mystery deepens with the question of how he managed to vanish without a single trace. It is intriguing that had he merely been lost and succumbed to the cold, his remains would likely have been discovered during the extensive search efforts. The abrupt cessation of his tracks, almost as if he evaporated into nothingness, adds an additional layer of complexity to this enigma. These unanswered questions linger, provoking curiosity and speculation about the bizarre sequence of events that led to Carl's mysterious disappearance. In the investigation of predator attacks in Antarctica, polar bears were swiftly dismissed as suspects since they are not native to the region, eliminating any potential involvement of four-legged predators altogether. The primary threat to coastal penguins comes from a limited group of predators, namely skuas, killer whales, and sea lions. In Antarctica, the vanishing of Carl Dish at Bird Station raised significant alarm within the scientific realm, prompting immediate and extensive search operations to locate him. The challenging terrain and extreme conditions of Antarctica posed obstacles to the search efforts, necessitating the formation of a specialized team of professionals to lead the investigative process. The disappearance of Dish not only spurred concerns about his well-being, but also underscored the complexities involved in conducting search and rescue missions in such a remote and unforgiving environment. The collaborative efforts of the assembled experts highlighted the meticulous approach taken to unravel the mystery behind Dish's disappearance. During the initial stage of the search operation, significant attention was directed towards the immediate vicinity of Bird Station. Dedicated search and rescue teams, in collaboration with volunteers from the scientific sector, meticulously combed through the area. This meticulous search encompassed a thorough exploration of the nearby wilderness on foot and an extensive aerial reconnaissance using helicopters. Regrettably, despite the exhaustive efforts exerted by the search teams, there was no trace or indication of Dish's whereabouts in this large-scale search operation. In the course of the ongoing search efforts, the focus gradually transitioned towards a more thorough and detailed examination of the series of events preceding Dish's vanishing. This thorough investigation encompassed conducting interviews with his associates and meticulously scrutinizing any accessible video or audio documentation from the station. Additionally, the inquiry delved into Dish's personal history and background in an endeavor to ascertain whether any pertinent details could provide clues regarding his mysterious disappearance. This meticulous scrutiny extended to exploring Dish's past and personal relationships to discern any potential leads that might illuminate the circumstances surrounding his sudden absence. Dish, a renowned physicist known for his dedication to research, mysteriously vanished, causing profound grief and sorrow within his circle of acquaintances. His unexplained absence not only led to unanswered questions, but also created a void in the scientific community due to his invaluable contributions. The mysterious vanishing of Dish within the scientific realm has triggered inquiries into the risks associated with conducting studies in extreme settings like Antarctica. Furthermore, it has initiated dialogues regarding the necessity of robust mental health resources for researchers stationed in these isolated regions. This incident has also reignited attention towards enhancing safety measures and protocols for individuals engaged in research activities within remote and arduous environments. Delving deeper into the implications of Dish's disappearance, the scientific community is now actively scrutinizing the challenges and demands faced by researchers working in such secluded and demanding conditions, emphasizing the critical need for comprehensive support systems and stringent safety guidelines to safeguard the well-being and security of researchers in the pursuit of scientific exploration. In the eyes of Dish's close friends and family, his sudden vanishing has struck them with immense sorrow and despair. Despite extensive search and rescue operations, there has been no trace of his whereabouts, leaving his dear ones clinging to the hope that someday he might reappear. This mysterious event has triggered contemplation on the toll that working in isolated settings can take on a person's psychological and emotional stability. Dr. Milton Wainwright seeks to persuade the public that he has discovered advanced life hovering approximately 25 miles above Earth's surface. However, despite the eagerness of tabloids to embrace his narrative, the scientific community remains hesitant to endorse his findings. If one were to come across life existing at an altitude of 25 miles above the surface, it would undoubtedly be an extraordinary occurrence. Traditional aircraft do not reach such heights, and although it is arguable whether powerful volcanic eruptions could disperse living cells to such altitudes, there is no evidence to suggest that a volcanic eruption was responsible for this discovery. Therefore, if any form of life were indeed able to float at such heights, it would undoubtedly merit thorough investigation. Oddly enough, further investigations haven't occurred, and the scientific world doesn't want to pursue this discovery any further. So, why haven't scientists shown more interest in this phenomenon? Dr. Wainwright, a microbiologist employed in the Department of Molecular Biology and Biotechnology at the University of Sheffield, has been attempting to inform the scientific community about his belief that Earth is being actively targeted by advanced beings. According to his theory, these advanced life forms are implanting minuscule living probes into our atmosphere using microscopic metal spheres, which are intelligently designed to seed life on our planet. Predictably, this assertion was met with skepticism among researchers, prompting him to adopt an alternative strategy. The teacher sent his findings to his students via email, and a portion of them shared it on various social media platforms. So, what is the reason behind the lack of belief from the majority? The evidence is interesting, and one photograph shows a mysterious orb that appears to contain an unidentified biological ooze. Additionally, his studies have been published in the Journal of Cosmology, a publication that has faced criticism for its questionable peer review process and outdated design from the 1990s. Also, scientists and researchers that have presented their research into advanced life usually get looked down upon by the scientific world, with some scientists going as far as refusing to talk about the subject. Dr. Wainwright clarified that the critics argue that the samples we collected could have originated from Earth. They believe that there must be a process that can carry these particles from Earth to the stratosphere. The DNA containing masses and other peculiar organisms we have identified are not related to pollen, grass, or fungal spores found on our sampler. If our organisms had indeed come from Earth, they would have been contaminated with typical Earth organisms, but this is not the case. Based on his statements, the organisms exhibit DNA presence and possess masses exceeding the size threshold for particles that can be transported from Earth to this altitude. Additionally, he assures that he thoroughly examined for potential contamination using high-altitude balloons. Dr. Wainwright informed scientists that they conducted an experiment involving balloons and a sampler, and they discovered that there was no pollen or grass present in the samples. This suggests that the samples were completely pure and unaffected by any outside contamination. Based on these findings, Dr. Wainwright believes that the organisms found in the samples are likely originating from space. He further explains that whenever we venture outside, we are constantly bombarded with organisms that originate from space. Wainwright has previously reported similar findings on multiple occasions. In 2013, he observed a similar phenomenon suspended 16 miles above the Earth's surface. As mentioned, he shared an image depicting a small metallic sphere emitting a viscous substance collected from the Earth's stratosphere by a balloon. However, his research did not undergo proper approval or recognition, and nobody has attempted to replicate his findings. It leaves us wondering whether Wainwright's discoveries are simply a peculiar outcome of scientific exploration, or if they hold significant meaning. The truth remains uncertain. Panspermia, an ancient concept rejuvenated by modern astrobiological research, hypothesizes that life exists throughout the universe, distributed by cosmic dust, meteoroids, asteroids, comets, planetoids, and spacecraft, in the form of microbial life forms or biochemical precursors of life. In its simplest form, panspermia suggests that life, or the necessary elements to initiate life, could survive the inhospitable vacuum of space, encased in cosmic bodies, and be dispersed throughout the cosmos. This notion offers a counter-perspective to the conventional idea that life began on Earth, asserting that our planet might instead have been seeded by advanced life. This transference of life could occur through various mechanisms. Lithopanspermia involves rocks or other matter being ejected from a planet due to a significant event like an asteroid impact. This ejected matter, potentially containing microbial life or its precursors, could travel through space and eventually land on another planet. If the new planet's conditions were hospitable, the contained life forms could propagate, effectively seeding life. Alternatively, radiopanspermia proposes that tiny life forms or organic molecules could be pushed across space by the radiation pressure from stars. The theory of panspermia, once consigned to the realm of science fiction, has gradually found support from various scientific observations and experiments. First, some microorganisms, such as tardigrades and specific types of bacteria, have exhibited impressive resilience to the harsh conditions of space, including extreme temperature fluctuations, vacuum conditions, and cosmic radiation. This extreme resilience underpins the viability of panspermia. Secondly, organic molecules, the building blocks of life, have been discovered in meteorites, comets, and interstellar dust clouds, suggesting that these essential ingredients for life are not exclusive to Earth, but are widespread in the cosmos. Perhaps the most compelling support for panspermia comes from the rapid emergence of life on Earth. Geological records indicate that life sprang up on Earth relatively soon after the planet became habitable. This abrupt appearance of life has led some scientists to speculate that life might have originated elsewhere and been transported to Earth. If panspermia is accurate, it raises fascinating possibilities about the prevalence and diversity of life in the universe. The seeding of life on Earth could imply that life originated from a location in the cosmos, with conditions more favorable to life's genesis, potentially Mars, or even a different star system. This idea is testable. Discovering evidence of past or present life on Mars or other celestial bodies, and analyzing their biochemistry, could reveal a shared ancestry with terrestrial life. However, panspermia does not answer the fundamental question, how and where did life first originate? It merely suggests that life's birthplace could be somewhere other than Earth. Understanding life's origin, therefore, remains one of the biggest unsolved puzzles. Panspermia also significantly broadens the potential habitats for advanced life, extending them beyond planets and moons to include interstellar dust clouds, meteorites, and other celestial bodies. Consequently, it has considerable implications for astrobiology and the search for advanced life. While we have yet to confirm panspermia, the theory forces us to rethink the conventional Earth-centric perspective on life's origin and distribution. It nudges us to regard life as a cosmic, rather than a terrestrial phenomenon, shaped by galactic dynamics and planetary evolution. The question of whether life exists beyond Earth has fascinated humans for centuries. As our understanding of the cosmos expands, we have come to realize that the conditions for life might not be as unique as once believed. The first point to consider is our definition of life. Terrestrially, life is characterized by a set of features, including the ability to grow, reproduce, respond to environmental changes, and undergo evolution. However, life elsewhere in the universe might not follow these exact principles. Therefore, astrobiology often seeks to identify biosignatures, signs of past or present life, such as certain chemical imbalances or structures that would indicate the presence of living organisms. Next, we must consider the conditions needed for life as we understand it. Life on Earth requires a stable source of energy, like our sun, and a suitable environment, such as the presence of water, and an atmosphere with the right chemical components. With this understanding, astrobiologists have been able to identify numerous habitable zones around other stars where conditions might be right for life as we know it. In the conflict-ridden territory, Ukrainian military personnel captured on video an unidentified flying object resembling a disc, which exhibited a notable absence of sound. Amidst the tense atmosphere of the area, the individuals belonging to Ukraine's 406th Battalion found themselves in a perplexing situation as they gazed at the eerily still, unidentified flying object in the sky. One of the individuals can be heard questioning what the object is and asking why it isn't moving. Intriguingly, the dimensions, elevation, and form of the entity continue to elude identification, leaving it shrouded in enigma. The unsettling video was recorded recently by the 406th Battalion through the utilization of more than 300 thermal imaging quadcopter drones employed by the Ukrainian armed forces as part of their strategy to protect the country against an ongoing 2-year incursion by Russia. These heat vision drones play a crucial role in the defense efforts, enabling the Ukrainian armed forces to closely monitor and respond to the persistent threat posed by the extended invasion from Russia. In accordance with the capabilities of the thermal imaging drone's temperature spectrum, it indicated that the unidentified flying object emitted a higher temperature compared to its immediate environment, referred to as black hot. Despite this observation, the information provided by the drone was not completely conclusive due to a red error message displayed on the control interface. The recent event represents the most recent UFO sighting above the conflict-ridden land of Ukraine, sparking prolonged intrigue regarding the potential motives behind these aerial enigmas. This occurrence not only contributes to the long-standing history of speculation surrounding unidentified flying objects, but also serves to validate the accounts of military personnel who have reported witnessing UFOs interfering with nuclear weaponry. This incident has rekindled interest in the phenomenon, prompting a deeper exploration of the intentions and implications of mysterious objects seen in areas of conflict. In one account from the 406th group, a member confidently labels the object as definitely a UFO. The troops engage in an ongoing discussion as they observe that something is fixed in its position on the display. During their interaction conducted in the Ukrainian language, the discussion was meticulously interpreted and validated by numerous translators, ensuring the accuracy and fidelity of the exchange. In its enigmatic nature, the airborne entity, though not yet recognized, displays a remarkable similarity to the Baghdad Phantom, a slender cylindrical anomaly observed over Iraq in May 2022 through the thermal imaging camera of a US Air Force Reaper drone. This unidentified object has sparked intrigue and speculation due to its uncanny resemblance to the previously cited phenomenon, raising questions about where it came from and how it was able to hover in the sky, motionless. In the closing scenes of the video capturing the Ukrainian UFO incident involving the 406th unit, one of the team members can be distinctly heard, possibly making a jest, suggesting the idea of maybe ramming it using their small 2-pound quadcopter. This incident raises questions about the demeanor and reactions of the individuals involved in such encounters. The unit received a commercial DJI brand Mavic 3T thermal imaging drone as a generous donation facilitated by the fundraising initiatives of the Deep Inspire Foundation, supported by war correspondent Joe Lindsley, the founder of the Lviv Lab Media Center, in partnership with various humanitarian activists. Lindsley, reporting from Kharkiv, informed news outlets that his team has been consistently providing supplies to the active duty servicemen associated with the 406th over the course of the previous year. This dedicated effort showcases the ongoing commitment of the team towards supporting these military personnel. The battalion's Mavic quadcopter, a type of unmanned aerial vehicle, was flying at an altitude exceeding 500 feet above sea level in recent weeks when it detected an unidentified flying object. Taking into account the altitude at which the observation is made, the horizon that can be seen through the drone's camera from a distant viewpoint is estimated to extend up to about 30 miles. This implies that the unidentified flying object being observed could be situated at a minimum distance of 30 miles away, or even further, determined by its own elevation above the land surface. As members of the unit zoomed their drone camera, they can be heard on the video attempting to reason out what the mysterious track might be. Inquiring as to why the individual in question is unable to launch missiles in our direction, the query delves into the meaning behind this limitation. Amidst the scenario, a lone soldier from the unit raised the query and asked if there were any anomalies detected on the thermal imaging systems, indicating a need for supplementary infrared technology. It appeared that despite the drone being visibly switched to infrared mode and capturing the UFO on screen, the additional infrared equipment failed to support the observation. The soldier's inquiry highlighted the limitations of the existing technology and hinted at the complexity of the unidentified object's characteristics that warranted a more nuanced analysis. News outlets have made contact with the battalion through Pavlo Teletsky, a financial technology innovator who manages the Deep Inspire tech consulting firm. Additionally, he has played a significant role in providing assistance to the 406th Battalion by utilizing his Deep Inspire Foundation. After an intense 48-hour mission, Teletsky informed news outlets via email that the team is presently recuperating from their efforts by catching up on some well-deserved rest. He mentioned that they will be fully refreshed and ready to provide further detailed information tomorrow. UFO sightings have become a repetitive phenomenon within the frequently tumultuous turmoil in Ukraine, especially amidst the deliberate dissemination of misleading information for tactical gains. This intriguing occurrence of unidentified flying objects has sparked curiosity and speculation among the populace, adding a layer of mystery to the already complex situation. Scientists who have been conducting sky observations in Kyiv have published a compelling research report, revealing their discovery of squadrons and fleets of enigmatic aircraft. These aircraft have been described as moving at incredibly high speeds, defying conventional explanation and appearing ubiquitous in the skies. The detection of these mysterious objects has been made possible through the use of advanced camera systems typically employed for meteor observation. The current findings indicate that these unidentified aircraft have been observed traveling at speeds reaching tens of thousands of miles per hour, a phenomenon perplexing in that they do not generate a typical sonic boom. The study suggests a pervasive presence of these unconventional aircraft, sparking intrigue and curiosity among the scientific community worldwide. In accordance with their discoveries, NASA enlisted a professional team to investigate enigmatic airborne vessels, occurrences that defy conventional scientific explanation as familiar natural events. The main astronomical observatory of Ukraine is also engaged in conducting an autonomous examination of these aerial crafts. To facilitate these inquiries, we utilized 2 meteor stations stationed in Kyiv and another situated in the southern part of the Kyiv region. The observations were conducted using color video cameras during daylight hours. A specialized observation methodology was devised for the purpose of identifying and assessing the unique characteristics of these enigmatic aircraft. From the gathered data, 2 categories of unidentified aerial phenomena emerged, which we have termed as cosmics and phantoms. Their presence is ubiquitous, with a substantial quantity of objects of mysterious origin being sighted. Instances of individual flights, formations and squadrons of these aircraft were detected, navigating at velocities ranging between 3 to 15 degrees per second. Certain luminous entities demonstrate consistent variations in brightness within the frequency range of 10 to 20 Hz. By conducting simultaneous observations of these perplexing airborne objects from a base distance of 120 kilometers, employing synchronized cameras, a dynamic entity was identified at an altitude of 1,170 kilometers. This entity exhibits rapid flashing lasting a fraction of a second, occurring at an average frequency of 20 Hz. The appearance of unidentified aircraft over certain regions is not a new occurrence, sparking speculations among amateur investigators that these vessels hold a particular interest in our activities, especially those involving advanced weaponry. While public officials remain cautious in their statements, Confidential documents pertaining to national security reveal a widespread effort by governments worldwide to unravel the enigmatic link between these aircraft and nuclear armaments. Curiously, these mysterious crafts possess a peculiar capability to remotely deactivate nuclear weapons, prompting intense scrutiny and concern among global authorities. The intricate nature of this phenomenon has spurred in-depth investigations, highlighting the urgency to comprehend the perplexing relationship between these unidentified aircraft and the manipulation of nuclear technology. This mysterious photograph has just been posted on social media, showing what appears to be a massive object hovering close to the moon. Oddly enough, this isn't the first time that mysterious objects have been seen close to the moon, and it's caused some users to suggest that this may be an unidentified object. Those who've studied the unknown have reported that the moon is a hotspot, and that every year thousands of mysterious objects can be seen close to it. Unidentified objects have sparked intrigue and controversy for decades. Although they are most commonly associated with sightings in Earth's atmosphere, numerous accounts over the years have reported unidentified objects in the proximity of Earth's natural satellite, the Moon. Reports of mysterious aircrafts near the Moon have been made by astronauts, astronomers, and casual observers alike. The Moon's relative proximity, combined with its lack of atmosphere, makes it a perfect backdrop for observing anomalies. Often, these observations are of unexpected objects moving across the lunar surface or near the lunar horizon. There are multiple reasons that could potentially explain these sightings. Firstly, it is essential to clarify that many sightings can be explained by natural or man-made phenomena. For example, satellites and space debris in Earth's orbit could easily be mistaken for unidentified objects when they pass between an observer and the Moon. Another explanation could be related to optical illusions or misinterpretations of natural lunar phenomena. The human brain is predisposed to identify patterns, even where none exist, a phenomenon known as pareidolia. This could lead to interpreting shadows or irregular lunar features as foreign objects. Lunar transient phenomena, temporary changes in the lunar surface's appearance due to outgassing or impacts, might also be misinterpreted as mysterious activity. Despite these potential explanations, some argue that a subset of lunar sightings cannot be easily dismissed. Astronauts of Apollo missions have reported seeing flashing lights and other unexplained phenomena during their lunar voyages. While some of these instances were likely attributable to cosmic rays hitting their retinas, others remain unexplained. Notably, though, none of the Apollo missions reported sightings that would unequivocally indicate the presence of advanced crafts. In the broader context, the attention given to sightings near the Moon reflects humanity's enduring fascination with the possibility of advanced life. It's a curiosity that drives not only the passionate debates over individual sightings, but also more substantial scientific endeavors, like the search for extraterrestrial intelligence. As we continue to explore our universe, the question of extraterrestrial life remains one of the most compelling unsolved mysteries of our time. As of right now, while most mysterious objects seen close to the lunar surface can be attributed to man-made or natural phenomena, some instances remain unexplained, contributing to ongoing discussions about advanced life. These sightings underscore the importance of vigilant observation and open-minded inquiry as we continue our exploration of the cosmos. Whether these unexplained instances are evidence of extraterrestrial civilizations, however, remains to be proven. As of now, the extraordinary claim of extraterrestrial presence in our cosmic neighborhood still requires extraordinary evidence. The quest for understanding the unknown has always propelled humanity's foray into space. Astronauts, as the frontiersmen of this cosmic voyage, have occasionally reported encounters with unidentified objects, spurring fascination and debate. Astronauts from various space missions have reported encountering objects or phenomena that they could not readily identify. Perhaps the most famous of these is the account of the Apollo 11 mission. Buzz Aldrin, the lunar module pilot, reported seeing a light that seemed to be following their spacecraft en route to the Moon. However, after careful analysis, it was concluded that what they were likely seeing was sunlight reflecting off an adapter panel jettisoned earlier in the mission. Similarly, During the STS-48 mission of the Space Shuttle Discovery, video footage captured several objects moving in unusual paths. While some enthusiasts interpret this as evidence of advanced activity, NASA scientists maintain that the objects were small ice particles disturbed by the shuttle's thrusters. Astronaut Gordon Cooper also reported a sighting during his Mercury mission in 1963. He claimed to have seen a greenish object approach his capsule, which was also picked up by the tracking station in Australia. However, no conclusive evidence has emerged to identify the object. Furthermore, space agencies like NASA conduct rigorous follow-up investigations to identify any unexplained phenomena. Often, these investigations provide plausible explanations, although in some cases, like Cooper's sightings, the phenomena remain unexplained. In a broader context, these astronaut accounts emphasize the importance of open inquiry and the need for rigorous, evidence-based investigation in our exploration of space. Every unknown object or phenomenon represents a potential opportunity for new discoveries, whether about our own technology, the nature of space, or possibly even advanced life. The International Space Station, an orbiting laboratory for international collaborative research, has become an unexpected focal point in discussions surrounding unidentified objects. Reports of sightings around the International Space Station have abounded since the station's inception, fueled by both astronaut accounts and public access to live feed cameras on the International Space Station. The sightings range from unexpected light phenomena to objects appearing to move in intelligent ways. It's speculated that if these mysterious objects are indeed evidence of advanced life, their interest could stem from a desire to understand our level of technological development, much like how we would be intrigued by alien technology. The International Space Station represents a significant achievement in human technology and international cooperation, making it an intriguing subject for observation from an outsider's perspective. It's where we conduct research in various disciplines, including biology, physics, and astronomy. Advanced civilizations might be interested in monitoring our progress, particularly as the International Space Station represents our most advanced foothold in space to date. Software artifacts or glitches in the live feed can also create the illusion of unexplained phenomena. For instance, abrupt cuts in the live feed, often claimed to be deliberate attempts by NASA to hide evidence of these aircrafts, are usually due to loss of signal or transitions between different cameras. That said, some sightings in the vicinity of the International Space Station do remain unexplained and are cause for scientific curiosity.
Elon Musk's first human colony on Mars would have to survive on a vegan diet. It could not be anything more like a movie. Elon Musk recently announced that future Martians will survive by growing their own food in solar-powered hydroponic glass dome farms. As a result, meat will not be on the menu, and these first people on Mars will have to survive on a completely vegan diet. Musk does say, at least for the moment, that it will likely only be the first 100 people on Mars who are limited to fully vegan cuisine, owing simply to the extremely high levels of power which will be required to run and maintain the self-sustaining farms, combined with the obviously limited resources. For example, a study written by John Strickland from the National Space Society outlined the fact that you would halve the number of people domes could sustain if they also required meat and fish compared to a vegan diet. Similarly, it is also thought that if people did stick to a plant-only diet, a 0.3 square mile farm with 4 levels to it could feed a colony of approximately 5,000. However, Musk does not foresee glass domes being the story of life on Mars forever, and rather suggests them to be a form of temporary habitats for the first cohort of people to help develop more permanent infrastructure on the red planet. With Starship, the Mars rocket, looking highly likely to be ready for its first test orbit sometime this year, the possibility of life on Mars is becoming increasingly real. Therefore, preparing for other logistical details, such as how to then survive once you have reached Mars, will be the next groundbreaking research needed in the field to continue expanding our horizons, quite literally. Plans for life on Mars are wide and varied. China, United States, and the United Arab Emirates all have plans to succeed at cracking human travel to Mars by 2040, and the UAE has gone so far as to plan future civilization on the Red Planet. However, Musk is currently making headway and has the most aggressive plan, aiming to get a human crew to Mars by 2026 and an established thriving city by 2050. With international involvement creating even more competition and incentive to be the first to Mars and first to facilitate life on Mars too.
Despite popular belief, the final frontier not only encompasses space, but also vast expanses of uncharted territory in our oceans. The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration reveals that our exploration efforts have barely scratched the surface, with less than 5% of the ocean explored to date. Remarkable discoveries made by underwater archaeologists annually contribute to our understanding of history, serving as a reminder that there is still a great deal awaiting discovery. The Ocean X diving team is well acquainted with enigmatic findings, and one of their extensively documented discoveries involves an intriguing object resting on the Baltic Sea floor. Referred to as the Baltic Sea anomaly, this underwater structure gained widespread attention due to its peculiar appearance. Notably resembling a disc-shaped aircraft, speculation within online communities arose, suggesting the possibility of an advanced aerial vehicle being unearthed by the diving team. With a diameter of 60 meters, the Baltic Sea anomaly resides in the depths of the northern Baltic Sea. This remarkable find was made by Peter Lindberg, Dennis Asberg, and their renowned Swedish diving team in June 2011. Interestingly, the group has recently returned to the site and said that they have an update, noting that more strange activity happened while they were directly above the object. The research team stumbled upon a fascinating discovery while on their expedition to locate an ancient shipwreck. While passing over the object, they detected an intriguing reading that piqued their curiosity. According to Ocean X, this enigmatic anomaly measures approximately 3 to 4 meters in thickness and has a diameter of around 60 meters. Notably, the object rests on a sturdy pillar-like structure, towering at about 8 meters in height, located between 85 and 90 meters below the surface. Despite the seemingly shallow depth, the visibility in the area is extremely poor, making it challenging for the team to observe their surroundings. Curiously, during their initial encounter, the team encountered equipment malfunctions, which inexplicably ceased upon passing the object. Initially attributing it to chance, the team retraced their steps, only to face the same issue with their equipment again. This has prompted the team to hypothesize that the object emits some form of electromagnetic field. They have conducted multiple tests, consistently experiencing equipment failure whenever they approach the anomaly. According to skilled diver Stefan Hogeborn, he experienced a peculiar phenomenon while diving. He mentioned that any electronic devices, including a satellite phone, ceased to function when they were near the object. However, once they distanced themselves approximately 200 meters from the object, the devices began working again. Surprisingly, the devices malfunctioned once more when they returned above the object. Those that looked into the object said that it was natural. However, the divers have contested this claim by pointing out that natural formations do not have the ability to deactivate electrical equipment or possess a disc-like shape. Dennis Asberg, alongside the diving team from Ocean X, has recently unveiled an unprecedented photograph of the anomaly. According to Dennis, this image has never been witnessed before. While he has chosen to withhold certain specifics, he has revealed his intention to delve further into the matter during a podcast hosted by himself and his son. The podcast, named Dennis World, will provide an opportunity for a more detailed discussion on the subject matter. He said that he's released a never-before-seen image of the Baltic Sea anomaly. The picture was taken in 2012, and Dennis said that if you look at the picture, you can see a triangle with a hole. It's hard to see, and therefore Dennis uploaded a picture with a red line, and you can see that the plate is covered with sediment as well, and below you see burnt organic material. The picture was taken on the side of the object. According to individuals who have observed the image, the longer you gaze at it, the more distinct features become apparent. They have noticed the presence of defined edges and openings that directly penetrate the structure, which was initially described during the team's initial exploration. One user remarked that it resembles debris from the ocean, with coral growth accumulated on its surface. This perpendicular perspective grants us a more comprehensive view of the object, allowing us to discern a solid entity hidden beneath the coral. Upon the initial identification of the item, the team had inquiries, prompting them to investigate it further. However, their investigation only raised additional queries. As the divers approached the abnormality, they noticed a seemingly dark staircase that extended into the object. Notably, samples were sent for analysis in an attempt to determine its composition. According to Steve Weiner's assessments, the object was determined to not be a natural geological formation, but rather constructed from metals not found in nature. The team from Ocean X mentioned that when they were exploring the depths of the ocean, they observed a colossal structure that appeared even larger due to the darkness. They compared its size to that of a passenger plane and noted the challenges they faced while navigating in such conditions. Interestingly, they noticed a trail behind the object, which was also confirmed by sonar images. This has led to speculations that the object might have crashed and skidded along the ocean floor. The divers discovered visible skid marks in that area. Additionally, the researchers noticed peculiar carvings on the surface of the object, which appeared unnatural. The wreckage is located approximately 90 meters deep, and the muddy waters make it extremely difficult to capture footage or photographs of the site. The team revisited the location once more, deploying a remotely operated vehicle during their investigation. However, when the remotely operated vehicle approached the anomaly at a distance of a few meters, the compass started malfunctioning unpredictably. What's noteworthy is that a similar occurrence took place during their initial encounter with the anomaly. Peter Lindbergh commented that due to extremely poor visibility and the uncontrollable compass, it was challenging to track the remotely operated vehicle's location accurately. The compass seemed to be functioning independently, and the tether frequently got entangled. Many knowledgeable individuals have shared accounts of an anomaly referred to as the equipment turning off phenomenon. According to these reports, when pilots and fishing vessels come across unidentified aircraft, they often experience a sudden and complete loss of power or energy in their electrical devices. Numerous incidents have been documented where unidentified objects have been associated with the sudden shutdown of various types of equipment, including planes, tractors, cars, buses, motorcycles, and even lawnmowers. Interestingly, the affected devices typically resume functioning once the unidentified craft departs. One testimonial originates from a fishing crew aboard a vessel. They recounted an incident where they observed an unidentified object in the sky, causing a complete shutdown of all their electronic devices, including the ship's radio transmission to shore. Approximately 15 minutes later, when the object had moved away, everything returned to normal, although the fishermen noted that their mobile phones were also drained of power. Surprisingly, similar accounts have been shared by fishermen worldwide, reporting encounters with peculiar objects near their fishing vessels at night, consistently resulting in disturbances to their equipment. Currently, limited research has been conducted on this phenomenon, with only eyewitnesses recounting these experiences. However, some pilots have come forward, attesting to the influence of these objects on their aircraft as well. A fisherman shared the following account of an unusual encounter they had while fishing near Jersey. It was late at night, around 10:30, when the fisherman and his son noticed a distant light. As they approached for a better look, they couldn't discern any details because the object was too far away. However, moments later, the light seemed to descend and land in the ocean, resembling a lantern. Approximately 5 minutes later, the son spotted the light again, but this time it was much closer and moving beneath the water's surface. They observed as it passed under their boat, causing their VHF radio to flicker through different channels. Notably, the boat's lights turned off and the engine stalled. In darkness, they watched as the eerie light traversed the length of the boat. Suddenly, the object ascended from the ocean, swiftly disappearing over the horizon within seconds. Miraculously, once it departed, all on-board equipment powered back on. Despite the vivid encounter, they are unable to determine the nature of what they witnessed. Reluctant to share the story due to potential skepticism, they initially mistook the light for a lantern due to its faint glow. However, upon closer proximity, the vibrant colors of the object made it difficult to focus on. Unfortunately, both their phones were drained of battery that night, preventing them from capturing any photographs. Regardless, they have not encountered the object again since that incident. Many who followed this story believe that the Baltic Sea anomaly couldn't be an unidentified submerged object. USOs, or unidentified submerged objects, are a fascinating and mysterious phenomenon that has captivated the imagination of researchers and enthusiasts alike. While unidentified flying objects are commonly associated with sightings in the sky, USOs refer to unidentified objects that are observed beneath the surface of bodies of water, such as oceans, lakes, and rivers. USOs have been reported throughout history, with accounts dating back centuries. Tales of strange objects emerging from the depths have been passed down through generations, sparking curiosity and intrigue. However, it was not until the modern era that USOs began to receive more attention and scrutiny. Numerous reports of USO sightings have surfaced from different parts of the world, including the Bermuda Triangle, the Pacific Ocean, and the Great Lakes. Witnesses often describe the objects as glowing or emitting lights, moving in a controlled manner underwater and displaying remarkable speed and agility. The explanations for USOs vary, with some suggesting natural phenomena as the cause, while others entertain the possibility of extraterrestrial or advanced human-made technology. One natural explanation is the presence of bioluminescent organisms, which can create light patterns and unusual glows underwater. However, this explanation does not account for the structured movements and high speeds reported by witnesses. Another hypothesis suggests that USOs could be advanced military or experimental submarines or underwater vehicles. It is well known that various governments around the world have been conducting research and development in underwater technologies, and some speculate that certain USO sightings may be related to secret military operations. However, the absence of official acknowledgement or confirmation of such advanced technology adds to the mystery surrounding USOs. The study of USOs is complex due to the challenges associated with exploring and investigating the depths of our oceans. The vastness and extreme conditions of underwater environments make it difficult to conduct thorough research and gather concrete evidence. Additionally, the lack of mainstream scientific attention and funding dedicated to USO research further hampers our understanding of these phenomena. As of right now, USOs continue to be a subject of great interest and speculation. Reported sightings and encounters suggest the existence of underwater objects that defy conventional explanations. While natural phenomena and terrestrial technology may account for some cases, the possibility of extraterrestrial involvement cannot be ruled out entirely. Further scientific research and exploration of our planet's oceans are crucial to unraveling the mysteries surrounding USOs and shedding light on this intriguing phenomenon. The item in question is not a Torah book, but rather a Judaica artifact. Currently, there is a lack of available information regarding this specific item. In the historical and extraordinary city of Erzincan in Turkey, a remarkably old and one-of-a-kind manuscript, crafted entirely from exquisite gold, was unearthed. The discovery did not result from an archaeological expedition. Instead, it was unearthed by a group of diggers. The police were soon called, and they apprehended a group of 4 individuals in the act of attempting to commercialize this valuable artifact. This revelation sheds light on the intricate network of individuals involved in the trade of such valuable objects. The book is relatively lightweight, tipping the scales at 165 grams, and adorned with a total of 14 gold leaves, each meticulously crafted from 24-karat gold. The material comprises Jewish religious scriptures written in the Hebrew language. As of the present moment, individuals who had a glimpse of the book have reported that it was confiscated and removed by authorities in the area. Currently, the whereabouts of the book remain a mystery, with no information available on its location. The uncertainty surrounding the book's disappearance has left many questioning the circumstances leading to its confiscation. One hypothesis suggests that the book potentially contained information regarding the Bible that diverged from commonly known versions, leading to its confiscation for closer examination. This theory posits that discrepancies between the contents of the book and established biblical narratives triggered the scrutiny it underwent. The underlying premise here is that the book may have presented perspectives or details that challenged or contradicted existing narratives. Upon sharing the photos, They were circulated within various groups, where individuals attempted to decipher the content of the book, yet a significant number struggled to grasp the underlying message conveyed by the book. Even though the photographs may not offer significant insights, workers in the vicinity have reported that the disappearance of biblical artifacts is a frequent phenomenon in that area. The fascination with biblical artifacts has mesmerized people for generations, creating a bustling market that attracts antiquities aficionados, collectors, and faithful followers eager to possess historical treasures infused with deep spiritual value. However, beyond the apparent allure lies a murky realm of illicit excavation and selling, where invaluable relics are looted from archaeological sites, illicitly transported across borders, and then peddled on the clandestine market to the highest bidder. Intriguingly, the allure of biblical relics has transcended time, keeping the curiosity and interest of humanity alive. This flourishing sector serves as a magnet for those intrigued by the mysteries and historical significance of these artifacts, drawing in a diverse array of individuals from various backgrounds. The illicit selling of biblical relics is fueled by a complex interplay of factors, which encompass the insatiable desire for scarce and precious ancient objects, the enchantment associated with possessing fragments of biblical chronicles, and the promise of substantial financial gains. To certain individuals, obtaining biblical artifacts symbolizes a palpable tie to history, enabling them to establish a closer bond with their beliefs and ancestry. Conversely, for others, it serves as a purely profitable venture, with these historical treasures commanding exorbitant sums in underground markets. The allure of owning a piece of biblical history not only serves as a testament to the past, but also grants a sense of reverence and spirituality, contributing to the multifaceted nature of the illegal trade in biblical artifacts. The ways in which individuals acquire biblical artifacts unlawfully exhibit a broad spectrum of strategies, encompassing activities like raiding archaeological sites discreetly during nighttime, offering bribes to local authorities, engaging in the falsification of documentation to facilitate the illicit transport of artifacts across borders. In regions marred by conflict and ongoing political turbulence, archaeological sites become especially susceptible to pillaging and devastation, with armed factions and criminal syndicates taking advantage of the prevailing disorder to exploit these vulnerable locations for their own financial gain. This unethical exploitation not only undermines the cultural heritage and historical significance of these artifacts, but also perpetuates a cycle of illicit trade and black market dealings that thrive in such precarious environments. In the realm of antiquities, when biblical artifacts are procured, they frequently make their way into the underground black market, where a complex web of intermediaries, dealers, and collectors engage in transactions. The cloak of anonymity and secrecy shrouding the black market poses significant challenges in tracing the provenance of these artifacts, thereby providing a shield for sellers to operate with impunity and outmaneuver law enforcement initiatives aimed at curbing illegal selling activities. Moreover, some artifacts undergo a process of laundering by being funneled through reputable channels such as auction houses and private collections, effectively camouflaging their illicit origins and adding layers of complexity to efforts aimed at uncovering the truth behind their acquisition and circulation. This intricate landscape underscores the multifaceted nature of the illicit trade in biblical artifacts and the persistent challenges faced by authorities in combating this nuanced form of criminal activity. The ramifications of unauthorized excavation and trade of ancient relics from biblical times have wide-reaching and profound impacts, presenting significant dangers to cultural legacy, archaeological conservation, and the authenticity of historical locations. The illicit plundering and despoiling of archaeological sites lead to the disappearance of priceless cultural gems, denying forthcoming generations essential insights into history. Furthermore, unlawful digging frequently entails the obliteration of archaeological context, obliterating crucial information about the societies, traditions, and civilizations that once thrived in these areas. This illicit practice not only jeopardizes the material remnants of the past, but also diminishes our understanding of the rich tapestry of human history and the intricate connections between various ancient civilizations and cultures. Illegitimate excavations not only disrupt the delicate balance of preserving our heritage, but also obliterate the intricate narratives that these archaeological sites hold. The smuggling of biblical relics contributes significantly to a vicious cycle of violence, corruption, and unrest in areas where archaeological sites become targets for plunder. The presence of armed conflicts and political instability worsens this already dire situation, creating opportunities for criminal syndicates and armed factions to take advantage of vulnerable communities, looting their cultural treasures without facing consequences. The proceeds from the illicit selling of biblical artifacts often serve as a source of funding for various illegal activities, such as supporting terrorism, insurgency, and organized criminal operations. This insidious trade not only robs communities of their heritage, but also perpetuates a cycle of harm and exploitation that thrives amidst chaos and conflict. The illegal selling of biblical artifacts not only has tangible repercussions, but also encompasses significant ethical and moral dimensions. By commercializing revered and historical items, those involved in this illicit trade exploit religious convictions and cultural legacy solely for personal profit, showing a blatant disregard for the spiritual and cultural value these artifacts hold for the communities they were originally taken from. Furthermore, the depletion of cultural heritage efforts poses a threat to the preservation and safeguarding of multifaceted human history, leading to the obliteration of the narratives and traditions of marginalized populations from the annals of history. This undermines the fundamental essence of heritage conservation, as well as perpetuates the exploitation and erasure of the historical voices and identities that form the backbone of diverse societal structures. Ancient Bible found in Cyprus. Christianity stands out as one of the prevalent faiths globally, boasting a substantial following and believers. Even to those who may not adhere to its teachings, this religion holds significant and profound implications in the annals of our world's history. Central to the essence of major religions is the presence of a sacred text, typically taking the form of a voluminous book. This revered tome serves as a repository of the fundamental tenets and beliefs of the religion, encompassing laws that are purportedly not of human origin, but are believed to have been revealed by divine entities or God himself. With its rich tapestry of traditions, beliefs, and moral guidelines, Christianity not only shapes the lives of its adherents, but also influences the broader societal and historical landscape, leaving an indelible mark on the collective consciousness of humanity. Such holy texts play a pivotal role in elucidating the spiritual and moral foundations of a faith, serving as a guiding light for its believers and a source of contemplation for scholars. In Christianity, the foundational text is the Bible, which, despite having various versions, upholds consistent principles across its books. The narratives within the Bible serve as moral guides or paths, leading to the universal truths that humanity seeks in varying degrees. The significance of this sacred text became evident through a recent development in Nicosia, Cyprus. Authorities announced an intriguing discovery, a manuscript believed to be a remarkably ancient edition of the Bible. This manuscript was written in Syriac, the ancient Syrian language utilized for preserving many vital Christian texts. The unraveling of this text occurred during a police operation targeting suspected sellers of antiquities. While investigations are ongoing, a total of 9 individuals have been apprehended and are currently in custody. The investigation also uncovered an assortment of items, including a prayer statue and a stone carving depicting Jesus. Consequently, the perpetrators faced charges related to smuggling antiquities, engaging in illegal excavations, and possessing hazardous materials. The manuscript featured multiple Bible excerpts meticulously transcribed in gold lettering on vellum, loosely bound together. Among the contents was a depiction of a tree and additional lines inscribed in the Syriac language. Testimonies from the officers who discovered the manuscript in a court session suggested an age exceeding 2,000 years, yet specialists in the field estimated its antiquity to be closer to 1,000 years. This assessment was based on the presence of gold lettering, indicating a more recent origin. J.F. Coakley, a renowned manuscript specialist at the esteemed University of Cambridge Library and also a distinguished Fellow of Wolfson College, expressed a compelling viewpoint, suggesting a discrepancy in the dating of a particular manuscript, differing from the beliefs held by law enforcement officials. Coakley highlighted that the Syriac script present in the manuscript bore resemblance to the styles observed in East Syriac scripts, a development attributed to the period post the 15th century. This observation has led to a lingering uncertainty among experts regarding the authentic origins of the manuscript, The intrinsic value of the manuscript hangs in the balance pending further examination. Its legitimacy would render it an invaluable artifact, while confirmation of it being a forgery would significantly diminish its worth. In the expansive and frigid landscape of Antarctica, a realm reserved for only the most courageous and daring explorers, a well-kept secret lies dormant, yearning to be unveiled. Recently, an experienced pilot with a penchant for archaeology found himself immersed in a fervent search on his computer, meticulously examining Google Earth in hopes of unearthing traces of concealed riches and ancient civilizations. Little did he realize that his quest would unfold an extraordinary narrative, the revelation of 4 ancient pyramids discreetly situated along the shores of Antarctica. This astonishing discovery not only captivated his adventurous spirit, but also beckoned the world to ponder upon the allure shrouding these age-old structures. Through the lens of history and mystery, a captivating tale emerges, weaving the threads of past civilizations and modern-day intrigue, inviting us to delve deeper into the unfathomable mysteries that Antarctica continues to unveil, holding within its icy embrace secrets that defy the constraints of time and imagination. The individual who initially shared the images expressed a deep-rooted fascination with ancient societies and the enigmas shrouding bygone eras. Over the course of many years, he dedicated countless hours poring over maps, scrutinizing satellite images, and delving into historical documents, all in a relentless quest for clues that could potentially unveil the mysteries of vanished civilizations. It was amidst the solitary hours of one of his nocturnal research endeavors that he chanced upon a startling revelation, an array of peculiar, pyramid-like formations concealed within the frigid expanse of Antarctica. This unexpected discovery ignited a spark of curiosity within him, prompting an intense exploration into the secrets veiled by the icy terrain, opening up a realm of possibilities and prompting a journey into the unknown depths of history. This recent breakthrough has sparked intense speculation regarding its nature and origin. Near Antarctica, there are 4 imposing pyramids that have intrigued many observers, who note their striking resemblance to the renowned pyramids of Egypt. This resemblance has led to conjecture that these Antarctic structures might have been constructed by ancient civilizations. While pyramid-like formations are not a novel phenomenon, some of the oldest known pyramids, situated in Egypt, have been estimated to have been built over 4,000 years ago. However, this timeline has faced challenges from various quarters, suggesting that these colossal edifices could have been erected by advanced societies predating the Egyptians. Supporting this notion is the example of Teotihuacan, a site hailed by historians as older than the Aztec civilization, leading to uncertainty regarding the culture or civilization responsible for its creation. The existence of these mysterious pyramids in Antarctica has reignited debates on ancient civilizations and their global reach, inviting us to delve deeper into the mysteries of our past. Deep within the realms of mysterious structures lies a fascinating topic where a similar concept is at play. Observers have remarked that these mysterious formations do not bear the natural semblance of mountains, but rather exhibit a deliberate arrangement that appears uncannily linear. Upon the dissemination of these images within online communities dedicated to the exploration of ancient constructs and relics, even the seasoned members were left perplexed by the discovery. Diverse opinions emerged among the group, acclaiming these visuals as among the most striking depictions of submerged pyramids ever encountered. The collective discourse surrounding these findings hints at a profound mystery that continues to captivate the imagination of those intrigued by the secrets hidden beneath the waves. As word about the groundbreaking discovery circulated, the man was overwhelmed by a deluge of inquiries from inquisitive individuals and adventurous seekers hailing from different parts of the globe. While some viewed his assertions with doubt, attributing the pyramids to mere geological formations or visual tricks, others were captivated by the prospect that these edifices might harbor the answers to unveiling the mysteries of Antarctica's ancient history. This widespread interest not only highlighted the global fascination with the find, but also underscored the varying perspectives and interpretations surrounding the enigmatic structures within the Antarctic landscape. The influx of varying opinions and reactions served to emphasize the complex and multifaceted nature of the discovery, sparking debates, discussions, and further investigations into the true nature of these anomalies. One individual expressed skepticism regarding the attribution of certain underwater structures as pyramids, arguing that they bear little resemblance to traditional pyramidal shapes and appear more akin to natural formations that incidentally adopt a pyramid-like configuration. Specifically, there are doubts raised about the accurate classification of these underwater sites as conventional pyramids, as their appearance aligns more with naturally occurring features reminiscent of pyramid shapes. The intriguing resemblance of this image to the iconic pyramids in Egypt, especially when observed from an aerial perspective, sparks curiosity and contemplation. While this similarity does not inherently suggest extraterrestrial origins, it does hint at the possibility of a nearby forgotten civilization, opening doors to a realm of captivating speculation and inquiries. Delving further, the discovery of such parallels between structures raises profound questions about the historical narratives and potential interactions among ancient civilizations. This unearths a realm of fascination, inviting exploration into the mysteries of the past and the puzzling connections. Taking precise measurements provides valuable insight into the dimensions of these four structures, revealing that they collectively span a total of 7,100 meters, or 23,000 feet. Scientists and historians have asserted that Antarctica has never been home to civilizations, casting doubt on the possibility of human habitation in the region. However, whenever new findings emerge that challenge this belief, it prompts a re-evaluation of the prevailing notion. Despite the prevailing consensus that Antarctica is void of any historical civilizations, the emergence of new evidence often sparks inquiries and skepticism regarding this idea. In the realm of exploring Antarctica, a differing perspective has been put forth, emphasizing the importance of adhering to factual evidence over mere assertions. Specifically, attention is drawn to the existence of four substantial pyramid-shaped structures located in close proximity to Antarctica. The proposal advocates for the dispatch of a research team to investigate these structures comprehensively, aiming to ascertain their significance. The rationale behind this expedition lies in the belief that even if the outcome yields no substantial discoveries, it will provide a definitive answer, thus adding to our knowledge base. Unveiling an intriguing juxtaposition, the discourse challenges the notion that these structures cannot be termed pyramids due to the absence of historical evidence of human habitation in Antarctica. It argues that such assertions hold weight only until new discoveries come to light. In the dynamic landscape of Antarctic exploration, the continuous unveiling of previously unknown aspects underscores the need to embrace unconventional thinking. The narrative encourages a proactive approach, advocating for a fearless pursuit of knowledge that transcends conventional wisdom and embraces the prospect of groundbreaking discoveries. This comprehensive exposition advocates for a meticulous examination of the mysterious structures near Antarctica, embodying a spirit of intellectual curiosity and a dedication to unraveling the mysteries of this vast and enigmatic continent. Scientists just discovered that Earth has a mysterious heartbeat every 27 million years. Research findings regarding ancient geological occurrences indicate a recurring pattern of geological processes on Earth approximately every 27 million years, resembling a steady and gradual heartbeat. The series of interconnected geological phenomena such as volcanic eruptions, mass die-offs, shifts in tectonic plates, and fluctuations in sea levels progress at an extraordinarily gradual pace, following a 27.5 million year pattern of dramatic changes. Fortunately, scientists predict that we are granted approximately another 20 million years before the occurrence of the subsequent cycle of these significant events. This extended timeline offers us a considerable span to prepare for and understand the implications of the forthcoming geological pulse. Many professionals in the field of geology, including Michael Rampino, a respected geologist from New York University and the principal investigator of the study, hold the belief that geological occurrences unfold in a seemingly unpredictable manner. Their research presents compelling statistical data supporting a consistent cycle, indicating a correlation among these geological occurrences rather than mere chance. This identification of patterns offers valuable insights into the underlying mechanisms governing these events, highlighting the interconnected nature of geological processes. The research team meticulously examined the chronological timeline of 89 extensively studied geological occurrences, spanning over a period of 260 million years. The researchers detailed a range of occurrences in their study, encompassing instances of both marine and non-marine extinctions, significant ocean anoxic events, continental flood basalt eruptions, fluctuations in sea levels, worldwide bursts of intraplate magmatism, and periods marked by alterations in seafloor spreading velocities and plate rearrangements. The findings indicate a consistent correlation among global geological occurrences, showing a pattern of recurring cycles with an approximate duration of around 27.5 million years. Geologists have long devoted their efforts to studying a potential recurring pattern in geological phenomena. In the early 20th century, scientists proposed a 30 million year cyclic pattern within the geological record. Later, in the 1980s and 1990s, researchers analyzed the most accurately dated geological occurrences available at the time to estimate a range for the duration between these recurrent geological pulses, settling on a span of 26 and 30 million years. This ongoing investigation into the periodicity of geological events highlights the meticulous and enduring nature of geoscientific inquiry, aiming to unravel the mysteries of the Earth's dynamic history. The current status appears to be well aligned. 27.5 million years aligns closely with our projections. A research article released towards the end of 2020, authored by the same individuals, posited that this particular 27.5 million year milestone coincides with periods of mass extinctions as well. The scholarly publication from 2018, authored by a pair of academics from the University of Sydney, delved into the intricate relationship between Earth's carbon cycle and the movements of its tectonic plates. Through a meticulous analysis, it was determined that the duration of this cycle spans an estimated 26 million years. In the most recent study conducted by Collins, it was elucidated that a significant proportion of the events examined by the research team possess a causal relationship, indicating that one event leads to the occurrence of another. Consequently, among the 89 events scrutinized, several are interconnected. An illustrative example of such interrelation is the occurrence of anoxic events triggering marine extinctions. Acknowledging the previously mentioned point, he further remarked on the apparent cyclical pattern spanning 26 to 30 million years, indicating its substantial existence across extended temporal scales. However, the fundamental cause behind this recurring cycle remains ambiguous and warrants further investigation. This periodicity, although evidently observable, poses a puzzling question regarding its underlying mechanisms. Recent studies conducted by researcher Rampino and his research team have put forth the notion that comet impacts could potentially be responsible for significant events in Earth's history. The concept that Earth may possess a geological heartbeat could potentially be attributed to a phenomenon that is more intimately connected to our planet. The synchronization of periodic shifts in tectonic activity and climatic variations could stem from either geophysical mechanisms linked to plate tectonics and mantle plumes, or possibly be synchronized with celestial rhythms tied to Earth's orbital motions within the solar system and the Milky Way, as detailed in the research conducted by the team. This intricate interplay between geological processes and environmental fluctuations unveils a complex interconnection that not only governs the evolution of landscapes, but also sheds light on the intricate dance of Earth within the cosmic realms. Deep within the heart of the Congo rainforest, where the lush canopy blocks out the sun's rays, allegedly lives a creature of legend and myth, the Jabbar-Fofi spider. Stories of its colossal size and formidable presence echoed through the tales of indigenous tribes and intrigued explorers seeking adventure. One man who describes himself as an explorer recently said that he had journeyed to the Congo rainforest in search of rare flora and fauna, hoping to uncover the secrets of this untamed wilderness. Armed with a backpack and camera, he ventured into the jungle, accompanied only by his trusty guide, Nkosi. Thomas and Nkosi spent several days traversing through the dense undergrowth. They heard the chorus of birds and insects, caught glimpses of fleeting wildlife, and marveled at the emerald beauty surrounding them. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth, and a symphony of nocturnal creatures began to sing their serenades. The following day, as they pushed through a particularly dense thicket, they stumbled upon a vast clearing, and above them was an expansive web stretched out before them, In the center of the colossal web sat a huge spider. Thomas said that he'd never seen a spider this big before and proceeded to take photographs. However, due to how high up the spider was, he said that it was difficult to capture. He also pointed out that there was webbing around the creature, but noted that it doesn't show up in the photos. Thomas then said that Nkosi warned him about this creature, telling him to be cautious, as this spider is venomous. Nkosi told Thomas to back away, sensing that the creature's patience was wearing thin. Natives who live in these regions consider the spider to be the jungle's guardian, and said that it had allowed them a glimpse into its world, but that the time had come for them to leave. As the two explorers retreated from the clearing, Thomas couldn't wait to share his finding, and said that he now feels a newfound appreciation for the rainforest and its mysteries. In the days that followed, Thomas said that they didn't encounter another one of these spiders, but said that due to the experience it's given him a newfound respect for the natural world. Interestingly, this isn't the first time that this creature has allegedly been encountered. The Congo rainforest, one of the most biologically diverse regions on Earth, is steeped in ancient legends and mythical creatures. Among these tales, the legend of the Djibouti spider stands out, capturing the imagination of the indigenous peoples of the Congo for generations. The legend of the Djibouti spider has its roots in the oral traditions of the indigenous peoples of the Congo region. The term Djibouti translates to giant spider in the local dialect, reflecting the awe and fear the creature inspires. These tales describe a colossal arachnid that surpasses the size of any known spider species, with some accounts claiming it spans several meters in diameter. In the rich tapestry of Congolese folklore, the spider is often depicted as a guardian of the jungle, inhabiting the deepest and most remote corners of the rainforest. Its presence is believed to be both a symbol of protection and a harbinger of danger, making it an integral part of the cultural fabric of the local communities. Although the spider has captivated the imagination of countless storytellers and adventurers, there is a distinct lack of concrete evidence to support its existence. Reported sightings of the creature are scarce and often shrouded in ambiguity. Most accounts come from indigenous people or local guides, who recount their encounters with the mythical arachnid during jungle expeditions. One notable instance of alleged evidence came in the form of oversized spider webs discovered in the Congo jungle. In 2009, a British researcher documented the presence of gigantic orb-weaving spider webs spanning up to 2.8 meters in diameter. While these webs are impressive, they have not been conclusively linked to the fabled Djibouti spider, leaving the mystery unsolved. The legend of the spider has piqued the interest of researchers, particularly those who study creatures that exist in folklore or local legends, but have not been scientifically verified. These researchers aim to uncover hidden and undiscovered species that might have evaded scientific documentation. However, the scientific community remains skeptical of the existence of the spider. The lack of tangible evidence, along with the impossibility of a spider reaching the reported colossal sizes without defying the constraints of biology and physics, leads many scientists to dismiss the creature as a product of local mythology and exaggeration. Despite the absence of concrete evidence, the legend of the Djibouti spider continues to hold immense cultural significance in the Congo region. It serves as a symbol of the rich biodiversity and mystique of the rainforest, a reminder of the deep spiritual connection that indigenous communities have with their natural surroundings. Moreover, the myth of the spider highlights the importance of conservation efforts in the Congo jungle. While the existence of a giant spider might remain unproven, the region's biodiversity faces real and pressing threats. Preserving the habitat of the Congo jungle is essential for protecting its unique and diverse wildlife, including known species of spiders and other arachnids. The allure of mythical creatures like the Djibouti spider lies in their ability to capture the imagination and spark wonder. Folklore and legends enrich our understanding of the world, reflecting the cultural beliefs and values of communities across time and space. In the case of the Djibouti spider, the legend serves as a cautionary tale, urging respect for the wilderness and appreciation for the marvels of nature. These tales often serve as cautionary stories, cultural markers, or explanations for natural phenomena. Among these traditions, the legend of the Jabbar-Fo-Fi spider holds a prominent place, passing through countless storytellers' voices, each adding their own nuances to the narrative. According to indigenous beliefs, the spider is not just a gigantic arachnid, but also a guardian of the jungle. Tales describe it as dwelling in the deepest, most remote parts of the rainforest, protecting the natural order of the ecosystem. The spider is both revered and feared, as its presence is associated with balance and harmony, but also signals potential danger lurking in the wilderness. The cultural significance of the Jabbar-Fo-Fi spider extends beyond its mythical attributes. For the native communities, it represents a spiritual connection with nature, instilling a sense of awe and respect for the mysteries of the Congo rainforest. Among the indigenous communities, stories of actual encounters with the Jabbar-Fo-Fi spider are passed down as first-hand testimonies. These encounters are often described in vivid detail, evoking the creature's awe-inspiring size and its imposing presence. However, it is essential to acknowledge that these testimonies are embedded within cultural contexts and may be subject to embellishments or interpretations over time. One such account comes from a member of the Mbuti Pygmy tribe. The tribesman narrates an encounter with a colossal spider while deep in the rainforest. According to the story, the spider stood as tall as a man, with its legs extending far beyond human reach. The tribesman described the creature as a powerful guardian of the jungle, urging his fellow tribespeople to show reverence and gratitude for the spider's protection. Another account comes from the Baka people, who describe the spider as a watchful guardian that protects the forest from those who disrespect its sanctity. These accounts highlight the spider's role as a symbol of ecological preservation and cultural heritage among the native communities. The myth of the spider cannot be fully understood without recognizing its cultural context. For the indigenous people of the Congo, the creature embodies the interplay between reality and mythology, reflecting their deep connection to the rainforest and its mystical aspects. It serves as a reminder of the importance of maintaining a harmonious relationship with the natural world, acknowledging the interconnectedness between humans and the environment. While the existence of the giant Congo spider remains a matter of myth and mystery, its legend continues to resonate within the hearts of the indigenous peoples. The stories of encounters and testimonies enrich our understanding of the Congo's cultural heritage and the ecological significance of its rainforest. Embracing the Jabbar-Fo-Fi spider myth with cultural appreciation and a scientific mindset can foster a deeper appreciation for the complexities of our natural world and the importance of preserving it for generations to come. In the heart of the dense and enigmatic Congo rainforest, a creature of legend and mystery has captivated the imaginations of locals and adventurers alike: the Kongomato. This mythical creature, also known as the overturner of boats, is said to be a fearsome flying creature with a reputation for attacking humans and livestock. The Kongomato's legend has its roots in the folklore of the Kayonde and Bashilanga tribes, who inhabit the regions surrounding the Luapula River in the Democratic Republic of Congo. The term Kongomato translates to breaker of boats or overturner of boats, as it is said to target travelers on the river, causing their boats to capsize. Described as a large bat-like or pterosaur-like creature with leathery wings, the Kongomato is believed to be carnivorous, preying on fish, small animals, and even humans. Tales of its piercing screech and powerful claws add to its fearsome reputation, and its presence is often seen as an omen of misfortune or death. The Kongomato holds immense cultural significance in the local traditions and beliefs of the Congo communities. It serves as a cautionary tale, warning against dangerous encounters with the unknown and the potential consequences of straying into the realm of the spirits. The legend also embodies the spiritual connection between these indigenous communities and the natural world. As guardians of their lands, these tribes have developed deep reverence for the creatures that inhabit their environment. The Kongomato's mythical existence reinforces the importance of respecting the balance of nature and adhering to the ancient customs that safeguard their communities. Over the years, there have been numerous accounts of Kongomato sightings and encounters. Witnesses claim to have seen the creature flying at great heights, with some describing it as having a wingspan of up to 30 feet. These reports often coincide with peculiar events or ominous occurrences, further deepening the belief in the creature's existence. One notable encounter comes from the British zoologist Ivan T. Sanderson, who visited the Congo in the 1930s. During his stay, he collected testimonies from local villagers who shared stories of Kongomato sightings and attacks. Although Sanderson himself did not observe the creature, he acknowledged the locals' sincerity and belief in the creature's existence. From a scientific standpoint, explanations for the Kongomato sightings vary. Some researchers propose that the sightings could be attributed to misidentification of known flying creatures, such as large birds or bats, or even misinterpretations of the shadows and light patterns in the dense forest. Additionally, cultural influences and collective beliefs may play a significant role in shaping the perception of the Kongomato. The power of folklore and local legends can influence how individuals interpret and remember their observations, sometimes leading to the creation of a shared mythos. Creatures like the Kongomato hold a special place in the realm of popular culture. While these mysterious creatures have not been formally identified, their allure continues to spark curiosity and fascination among adventurers and researchers. The stories of these creatures also serve as reminders of the importance of biodiversity conservation. The Congo rainforest is one of the world's most significant biodiversity hotspots, home to countless species of flora and fauna, some of which are yet to be discovered and described by science. Protecting these ecosystems is crucial, not only for preserving the habitats of known species, but also for the potential discovery of new and mysterious creatures that may dwell within. The legend of the Kongomato remains an integral part of the cultural heritage of the Congo, reflecting the spiritual connection between indigenous communities and the natural world. Whether a mythical creature or a case of misidentification, the tales of the Kongomato add an air of mystery to the already enigmatic Congo rainforest. As the pursuit of the Kongomato continues, it serves as a reminder of the importance of preserving the world's biodiversity-rich ecosystems. The quest to unravel the secrets of the Congo rainforest not only promises potential discoveries, but also underscores the need to protect these precious habitats for generations to come. Ultimately, whether the Kongomato is a creature of myth or reality, its legend endures as a symbol of the unexplored and the untamed, drawing us further into the captivating realms of the Congo and the world's untold mysteries. Unsolved mysteries involving mysterious individuals have a unique and enduring fascination that captures our collective imagination. These enigmatic figures, whether real or the stuff of legends, possess an irresistible allure that compels us to delve into the unknown. Two mysterious individuals visit a hotel. A video capturing the entrance of two individuals believed to be men in black into the Sheraton Hotel lobby on the Canadian side of the Niagara Falls has fascinated people for years. The footage was uploaded to YouTube, and this incident, which took place on May 15, 2009, has been thoroughly investigated by those who are interested in the unknown. It was found that these alleged men in black specifically sought out the general manager of the hotel, who, along with a fellow employee working security at the time, had an encounter with a triangular-shaped unidentified object 7 months prior to this incident. The sighting occurred on the night of October 14, 2008, as the unidentified object glided slowly and silently over the hotel premises. The presence of this surveillance video has stirred great interest and curiosity among UFO enthusiasts and researchers alike. The two hotel employees provided a detailed account of the extraordinary aerial phenomenon they encountered. They described the unidentified flying object as an impressive sight, measuring approximately 240 feet in length, and stated that the aircraft boasted a unique configuration with 3 white lights prominently displayed on all 3 sides, while a pulsating red light adorned its central section, adding to its mystique. Their observation of the object lasted for nearly 10 minutes, during which it traversed the skies in a slow and noiseless manner at an estimated altitude of 500 feet. Its flight path extended from over Niagara's majestic Horseshoe Falls toward the direction of their hotel, leaving the witnesses in awe and disbelief. What further captivated their attention was the craft's fascinating behavior. As it gracefully hovered above the water, The object emitted a brilliant beam of shimmering white light. This radiant display was directed downward, seemingly illuminating the surface of the water with a mesmerizing glow. However, as the two individuals continued to observe this extraordinary phenomenon, their astonishment quickly turned to trepidation. About a week later, the hotel manager was alone in the hotel parking lot at 1 a.m. when he noticed another black triangle flying in the same direction but at a much higher altitude. Approximately 7 months following the occurrence of the two aforementioned sightings, a rather unsettling incident took place on May 15th. It involved the hotel staff, who found themselves at the center of an eerie encounter. Two individuals, bearing an uncanny resemblance to one another, were observed entering the hotel lobby. These men were attired in matching black trench coats and hats, which only added to the mystique of the situation. Curiosity piqued, they approached the front desk and requested to speak with the hotel manager. Upon encountering the hotel's bellman, the two individuals, who were described as having an unusually distinctive appearance, were informed by the bellman that the manager was absent for the day. Although the bellman perceived a sense of disbelief from the two men, they proceeded to explore various areas of the hotel in search of the manager. After the bellman completed his assigned tasks and returned, he discovered that the two individuals had departed from the premises. This incident showcases an intriguing encounter between the bellman and these enigmatic men, raising questions about their motives and intentions within the hotel. The following day, when the hotel manager resumed his duties, the bellman approached him discreetly. He proceeded to recount the unsettling incident involving two individuals who had left him feeling unnerved. According to the bellman, these two men had strikingly similar appearances, characterized by an eerie pallor, towering height, and identical attire, right down to the matching hats and trench coats they were wearing. This encounter had left the bellman thoroughly shaken, their presence and uncanny resemblance haunting his thoughts. With a mixture of skepticism and concern, the manager proceeded to the hotel security office and meticulously analyzed the surveillance footage from the preceding day. His objective was to locate any footage capturing the entry of the two individuals into the hotel lobby. Taking a comprehensive approach, the manager delved into the details of the surveillance tapes, carefully examining each frame to ascertain the precise time in which the two individuals entered the hotel. The following day, an additional employee from the hotel approached the manager confidentially and recounted her encounter with the two individuals. During their conversation, they inquired about the manager while delving into topics that seemed completely nonsensical to her, such as discussions about governments and mysterious aircrafts. A sense of fear washed over her when she observed a peculiar detail about them, their complete lack of facial hair, including eyebrows. It appeared as though they were wearing hats with attached wigs, giving them an unnatural and unsettling appearance. This bizarre encounter left her perplexed and unsettled, raising questions about the true nature and intentions of these individuals. The woman recounted to her boss the striking appearance of the two men, with their large and captivating blue eyes that seemed to hold a hypnotic power. As she delved further into her experience, her emotions overwhelmed her, resulting in tears as she tried to convey the strong impression that these individuals had the ability to delve into her thoughts, particularly regarding the manager. She even felt compelled to actively block any thoughts related to him due to the unsettling sensation. What troubled her further was the fact that these men never blinked, not even once, which added to the overall eerie atmosphere of the encounter. The information surrounding the men in black incident is primarily based on the testimony of the manager. However, despite this limitation, those who have investigated this case have said that the witness was trustworthy and reliable. Additionally, the video capturing the men in black's entry into the lobby was provided by the hotel manager, adding an extra layer of evidence to the case. As of right now, the footage is believed to be one of the few genuine pieces of evidence that we have of the men in black. Dr. Herbert Hopkins and the missing coin. Many people regard the men in black as being nothing more than the appearance of government agents dressed in perfect black suits that attempt to cover up or use scare tactics to prevent the public at large from understanding the true occurrence of mysterious activity. However, the men in black could also be something else entirely, something not human. This appears to be the case when reviewing the reports made by a Dr. Herbert Hopkins and his strange encounter with an individual who suddenly showed up at his house while he was conducting a private investigation. Dr. Herbert Hopkins was working as a consultant on a case involving a sighting of an unidentified flying object, as well as various other claims that had occurred in the state of Maine. One night, as Dr. Hopkins was poring over further details of the case he had recovered, he received an eerie phone call from someone who claimed to be an activist, who then further stated that not only did he wish to visit Hopkins, but he had additional evidence regarding the case. Dr. Hopkins was thrilled to hear this, as any additional witness testimony and proof brought forward would certainly help him to better understand the situation that had occurred, and so he gave the man the details of his address and directions on how to reach him. Oddly enough, it only took a few minutes before he heard the ring of his doorbell. The man that showed up to his house was described by Dr. Hopkins as wearing a perfectly pressed black suit and black tie. But this was far from the most noticeable thing about the man. According to Dr. Hopkins, the man in black had incredibly unusual facial features. The man had no hair of any kind, including a bald head, completely shaved eyebrows and no eyelashes. He was also so unbelievably pale to the point that it looked unhealthy and completely unnatural. Not wanting to be rude, Dr. Hopkins invited the strange man into the home to discuss the details of the case. When the strange man entered, Dr. Hopkins' dog began barking at the man erratically and demonstrated incredible uneasiness around him. The only thing out of the man's mouth were direct questions being asked about the details of the case, involving information that no one other than the current investigators were made aware of. After Dr. Hopkins answered his questions and told the man everything he had learned about the case, the conversation became a whole lot weirder. The man in black told Dr. Herbert Hopkins that there were 2 coins in his pocket and for the doctor to make sure he was correct. When the doctor checked his pockets, he found 2 coins and immediately became disturbed by this. The man in black then instructed the doctor to remove one of the coins in his pockets and to hold it in his hand. As the coin sat in the palm of the doctor's hands, he began to see what he described as the coin taking on a silvery appearance, and then appeared as if it was going out of focus. After a few more seconds, the coin disappeared completely and was nowhere to be seen. The man in black then explained to Hopkins that the coin will never be seen on this plane again, implying that perhaps it's in a different plane of existence altogether. The man in black then asked the doctor if he was aware of the case of Barney Hill. For those that are not aware of Barney Hill, he was a famous collaborator in the unidentified object community, with interesting experiences and witness accounts. He and his wife worked tirelessly to develop the legitimate study of advanced life before his untimely passing that was already shrouded in mystery. The man in black then told Dr. Hopkins that the reason Barney had passed away was due to them using the same tactic as they did with the coin on Barney's hand. The man in black clarified by saying, "Just like you no longer have a coin, Barney didn't have a heart." The man in black then told Dr. Hopkins to destroy any material he had related to the UFO case and to no longer participate in any further study. Extremely disturbed by this event, Dr. Hopkins immediately burned all the files he had relative to the case. Dan Aykroyd's mysterious encounter. Most notably known for his comedic movies and popular celebrity entourage, Dan Aykroyd began work on a paranormal TV show that worked to ask experts for their opinions, consult on investigations, and treat the world of the paranormal as a legitimate field of study. According to Mr. Aykroyd, during one of his filming shoots, he stepped outside to take a private call without anyone listening in. As he was standing outside taking the call, he noticed a black Ford parked across the street and a strange, tall man that stepped out of the car. This strange man then began staring at Mr. Aykroyd angrily. After feeling a little awkward, Mr. Aykroyd turned away for a moment before looking back and noticing the car and the strange, tall man had completely vanished. After he finished his phone call and returned to the shoot, he was immediately told by the producers that the show had been cancelled and he was ordered to stop filming immediately. Though many people doubt his claims, to this day, Dan Aykroyd swears by what he saw and believes the cancelling of his show to be connected with these strange men in black. The mysterious disappearance of Ronald Ohm in the enigmatic Cascades. Over 250,000 individuals are reported missing every year, with estimates of actual missing persons cases that are left unreported, pushing that total to more than an expected 300,000 cases annually. With that many reports, it is no wonder that a vast majority of these cases are left unsolved. However, every now and then there are a series of missing cases that emerge that are so peculiar they become the subject of impossible to explain theories. Known as the Missing 411, there appears to be a substantial number of missing persons cases relating to the disappearances of individuals from national parks. Reported among the awe-inspiring landscape of the Cascades, experienced outdoorsman Ronald Ohm and his bizarre disappearance near Russell Lake in the Mount Jefferson Wilderness area has left investigators and the public perplexed. Ronald, an experienced hiker and photographer, went missing while exploring the rugged terrain of this scenic region. Despite extensive search efforts, including the deployment of helicopters and planes, no trace of Ronald or his belongings was ever found. The Cascades, a majestic mountain range stretching through Oregon and Washington, is renowned for its stunning natural beauty and challenging terrain. Mount Jefferson, standing proudly at 10,497 feet, serves as the centerpiece of the Mount Jefferson Wilderness area. Situated approximately 20 miles north of the Three Sisters Wilderness, this rugged expanse of wilderness offers adventurers a captivating experience. With its high-altitude setting, exposed boulders, and numerous lakes, including the enigmatic Russell Lake, the area presents both breathtaking vistas and potential hazards. The absence of dense vegetation above the timberline reveals a landscape that can be unforgiving, yet its allure draws hikers, photographers, and nature enthusiasts seeking solitude and serenity. Accompanied by two of his close friends from the Portland area, Ronald Ohm embarked on a hiking expedition in the Mount Jefferson Wilderness and had planned to stay in the area for only a few days. Armed with his tent, sleeping bag, photography equipment, and supplies, Ronald's intention was to capture the beauty of the region through his lens and then return home before the end of the week. Unfortunately for Ronald and his friends, strategy would strike halfway through their expedition in the area. On the day of his disappearance, Ronald's friends decided to hike down to Russell Lake and set up camp, while Ohm opted to stay on a ridge above the lake to take more photographs, separating his two closest friends while he stayed on the ridge alone throughout the night. As darkness fell, Ronald's friends had grown worried as to where Ohm had gone, as he was expected to have returned to their camp before nightfall. And when Ronald failed to rejoin his friends at the lake, the friends took his absence as a sign that something far more nefarious had occurred. Concerned, his companions initiated a small search, retracing their path from the ridge and back down while calling out to Ronald, but were unable to locate him. The following day, the United States Forest Service and the Marion County Sheriff's Department were alerted, prompting a formal search operation. The search for Ronald Ohm involved a collaborative effort between the Marion County Sheriff's Department, the United States Forest Service, and additional support from the Oregon National Guard and Civil Air Patrol. Helicopters and planes were deployed, scouring the rugged landscape in an attempt to locate Ronald from the air. Meanwhile, over 200 ground searchers meticulously combed the area, employing a grid pattern to cover vast stretches of land. Despite their exhaustive efforts, no trace of Ronald or any of his belongings, including his equipment, backpack, hat, camera, or sleeping bag, was found. Ronald Ohm's vanishing near Russell Lake adds to the disturbing pattern of disappearances in the Cascades. Curiously, there have been reports of individuals going missing in this particular corridor during the summer months of 2012. Notably, the last two cases involved individuals over 50 years old who disappeared within a 25-mile radius of each other while venturing alone in the wilderness. This uncanny similarity raises questions about the circumstances surrounding these events and the potential underlying factors at play. The unexplained disappearances in the Cascades have sparked numerous theories and speculations. Some have questioned whether the volcanic nature of the region, with its active and inactive volcanoes, could have any connection to these vanishing cases. Others have pondered the role of the rugged landscape, characterized by boulders, rocks, and exposed granite, which features prominently in the vicinity where people have gone missing. Drawing comparisons with folklore from other regions, such as Iceland, where large rocks and boulders are believed to hold mystical significance, adds an intriguing layer to the discussion. The Cascades, while alluring, also hold an air of mystery and danger. As David Paulides, an investigator of missing persons cases, emphasizes, these disappearances cannot be attributed to mere coincidence. The sheer number of documented cases, along with the bizarre circumstances under which individuals have vanished or been found, points to something inexplicable happening in this captivating wilderness. While the precise causes remain elusive, it is crucial to raise awareness about these incidents and offer support to the families affected. The vanishing of Ronald Ohm near Russell Lake in the Cascades serves as a haunting reminder of the enigmatic nature of this breathtaking region. Despite extensive search efforts and the deployment of resources, Ronald's disappearance remains unsolved, leaving investigators and loved ones searching for answers. As we reflect on his case and the broader pattern of disappearances in the Cascades, we are reminded of the need for continued vigilance, research, and awareness. The search for truth and closure persists as we strive to understand the mysterious forces that have claimed the lives and presence of those who ventured into the captivating yet treacherous wilderness of the Cascades. The mystery of Nicholas Flamel. Performing a Google search for the name Nicholas Flamel will generate an overwhelming number of search results. However, the majority of these results predominantly spotlight books or information related to the fictional character Nicholas Flamel. If one seeks information about the historical figure, the renowned alchemist, the task becomes considerably more challenging. Nicholas Flamel gained particular prominence due to J.K. Rowling's portrayal of him in the widely popular book Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone. In this narrative, Flamel is portrayed as the creator of the mythical Philosopher's Stone, capable of producing the elixir of life and transforming base metals into gold. While the factual existence of Flamel is not synonymous with immortality, his narrative possesses an air of enigmatic allure that continues to captivate and intrigue. Nicholas Flamel, born in 1330 in the vicinity of Paris, France, remains an enigmatic figure when it comes to his early years. However, as he reached adulthood, Flamel found work as a bookseller and formed a union with Perenelle, a widow slightly older than himself. Evidence suggests that Flamel's success as a bookseller manifested through generous donations to the Holy Innocents Cemetery and the presentation of a valuable manuscript to the royal court. Moreover, Flamel gained wide recognition for his mastery in the realm of alchemy. The field of alchemy had gained remarkable popularity throughout Europe during this period, notably with a focus on the transmutation of substances, particularly the ambitious pursuit of converting base metals into precious gold. Delving deeper into Flamel's life, his involvement as an alchemist extended beyond mere fascination. He passionately engaged in the study and practice of alchemical principles, seeking to unlock the mysteries of transmutation. The allure of turning base metals into gold fascinated Flamel, drawing him into a world of intricate experimentation and profound exploration of the natural world. Nicholas Flamel would gain widespread recognition and acclaim due to his remarkable achievement in developing the legendary Philosopher's Stone. This renowned artifact was believed to possess the extraordinary ability to transmute ordinary mercury into precious gold. There is significant skepticism surrounding the claims that Flamel's stone had the power to transform mercury into gold, especially considering that his wife was the only person who claimed to have witnessed such a transmutation. However, during the 14th century, Flamel's story was widely believed, leading Europe's royalty and nobility to actively seek out alchemists who could assist them in acquiring wealth and maintaining good health. The enigmatic aspect of Nicholas Flamel's tale lies in how he acquired the knowledge required to create the Philosopher's Stone. As recounted by the famous alchemist himself, a celestial being appeared to him in a dream, presenting a perplexing book that defied comprehension. This angelic entity prophesied that with time, the mysterious contents of the book would be unveiled to him. Mirroring this celestial encounter, Flamel's path crossed with an individual who possessed the exact same book from his dream, a book penned by none other than Abraham the Jew. Fascinated and driven by curiosity, Flamel wasted no time in acquiring this precious book. Over the course of 21 years, he tirelessly immersed himself in its cryptic symbols, gradually unlocking the profound secrets of transmutation concealed within its pages. Regrettably, the Book of Abramelin the Mage, which played such a pivotal role in Flamel's extraordinary journey, has tragically vanished from existence. Lost amidst the annals of history during the 17th century, this unfortunate circumstance renders the verification of Flamel's remarkable account impossible. Nicolas Flamel, renowned for his contributions to alchemy, dedicated the remainder of his life to France. During this period, he not only authored manuscripts on the subject, some of which can still be admired today at the renowned Bibliothèque Nationale in Paris, but he also indulged in regular visits to local cemeteries. Despite these intriguing aspects, Flamel's later years were seemingly unremarkable, characterized by an ordinary existence. Eventually, at the age of 80, he succumbed to the natural course of life and found his final resting place at the church of Saint-Jacques-la-Boucherie. Nevertheless, Flamel's legacy endured beyond his mortality. Although there is no concrete evidence from his own lifetime that suggests he had discovered the elixir of life, by the 17th century, the tale surrounding him had acquired grandeur. It became widely believed that Flamel had achieved immortality, fueled in part by the testimonies of would-be thieves who audaciously trespassed into his tomb with the hope of discovering the fabled philosopher's stone, rumoured to be interred alongside its creator. However, their hopes were dashed when these intruders, upon opening Flamel's coffin, were greeted with an astounding revelation. No physical remains were found within. This unexpected circumstance further perpetuated the notion that Flamel had indeed achieved everlasting life, thereby adding another layer to the enigmatic saga of this alchemical figure. And thus, the legend surrounding Nicolas Flamel continued to grow and captivate the imagination of many. In present times, a significant number of individuals perceive Flamel as a mere fictional character, but there exists undeniable evidence that he did, in fact, exist. A deep dive into the French archives would unveil his marriage certificate to Perenelle, records documenting the gifts he bestowed upon others, and copies of his meticulously crafted manuscripts. These artifacts serve as a testament to the life of an ordinary man, albeit one fortunate enough to possess the ability to read and write during the 14th century in France. The Pollock Twins. The story of the Pollock Twins is a fascinating and enigmatic tale that has intrigued both believers in reincarnation and skeptics alike. This case revolves around two young girls, Joanna and Jacqueline Pollock, who were born in Hexham, England in 1958, and their purported memories of a past life as their deceased sisters, Joanna and Jacqueline Pollock, who had tragically passed away in a car accident just 1 year before the new twins were born. The Pollock twins' story has captivated the imagination of many and has sparked debates about the possibility of reincarnation and the nature of human consciousness. The Pollock twins' background. To fully appreciate the complexity of this case, it is essential to understand the background. The original Joanna and Jacqueline Pollock were born in 1946 and 1947 respectively. Tragically, their lives were cut short when they were involved in a car accident on May 5, 1957, at the ages of 11 and 6, along with a family friend, Anthony Leyden. Just 1 year later, on October 4, 1958, their mother, Florence Pollock, gave birth to twins, Gillian and Jennifer Pollock, who would soon become the centre of a paranormal mystery. The story of the Pollock twins' reincarnation memories began when they were around 3 years old. Both Gillian and Jennifer started displaying strange behaviour and making statements that perplexed their parents. They claimed to remember the accident that took the lives of their older sisters, Joanna and Jacqueline, despite never having been told about it by their parents. Their alleged memories included details about the car crash, the colour of the car, and the presence of a man in the car with them, which corresponded with the actual circumstances of the accident. Florence Pollock and her husband, John Pollock, initially dismissed these claims as mere childhood fantasies. However, the girls' insistence on their past lives became increasingly detailed and accurate. They could even recall the layout of their previous home and the toys they had played with, which had never been described to them. Dr. Ian Stevenson's investigation. The case of the Pollock twins caught the attention of Dr. Ian Stevenson, a respected psychiatrist and researcher in the field of reincarnation studies. Stevenson had dedicated his career to investigating cases of children who claimed to remember past lives, and he saw the Pollock twins case as a unique opportunity to study the phenomenon. In 1963, he travelled to Hexham to interview the Pollock family and conduct an extensive investigation. Dr. Stevenson's research yielded several remarkable findings. He documented over 100 specific and accurate statements made by Gillian and Jennifer about their alleged past lives, many of which were later confirmed to be true. For instance, the girls accurately described the layout of the house where their deceased sisters had lived, the location of the bedrooms, and even details about the family's pet dog. They also displayed behaviours and preferences that were consistent with those of their deceased sisters, such as having the same favourite foods and showing a fondness for the same toys. While Dr. Stevenson's research seemed to support the idea of reincarnation, skeptics offered alternative explanations for the Pollock twins' memories. One argument was that the girls had overheard conversations about the accident and their deceased sisters, either from their parents or other family members, which could have influenced their beliefs and memories. However, the Pollock parents vehemently denied ever discussing the accident in front of the twins, and there was no evidence to suggest otherwise. Another skeptical explanation focused on the possibility of the twins having had access to photographs or other personal items belonging to their deceased sisters. Critics argued that this exposure could have led the girls to form vivid memories of their past lives. However, the Pollock family claimed to have kept such items locked away, and Dr. Stevenson's investigation did not uncover any evidence of the twins having accessed them. As of right now, the case of the Pollock twins remains a perplexing and controversial topic in the realm of paranormal phenomena and reincarnation studies. While Dr. Ian Stevenson's research provided substantial evidence in support of the twins' alleged memories, skeptics continue to propose alternative explanations. The mystery of the Pollock twins raises profound questions about the nature of consciousness, memory, and the possibility of life after death. The mystery of Eric Robinson. In the sprawling outskirts of Melbourne, Australia, Eric Robinson and his girlfriend Marilyn Coulsett lived contrasting lives. While Marilyn Coulsett dedicated her days to the education of young minds, working as the principal of the Valkstone Primary School, located in East Bentley, Eric embraced a life of exploration and adventure and would often go on long trips out in the middle of nowhere, often leaving behind a worried girlfriend. Despite Marilyn's worries, Eric Robinson was an incredibly experienced outdoorsman and hiker, holding years of experience traversing numerous trails throughout his home country, as well as mastering some of the most difficult trails across New Zealand, Scotland, California, and Utah. Eric Robinson was no stranger to national parks and month-long trips. With an unyielding passion for the great outdoors, Eric meticulously planned each and every one of his outdoor excursions, immersing himself in extensive research about each region he ventured into. However, despite his expertise and careful preparations, Eric's disappearance on the Highline Trail in the Winters Wilderness, Utah, remains a perplexing enigma and is a telling sign of the strange nature of the Winters Mountains and their unexplainable cluster of missing persons reports. Equipped with a red backpack, a sturdy tent, a personal sleeping bag, some bear spray, an expensive and well-tested personal transponder, his cell phone, and a sufficient 14-day food supply for his 10-day, 60-mile hike, Eric embarked on his anticipated adventure sometime in late July. According to Eric's girlfriend, Marilyn would last see Eric Robinson when she dropped him off at the Melbourne airport and said her goodbyes as he began his trip to the United States. According to close friends of Eric, he was picked up after arriving at Salt Lake City Airport and would stay his first night at his friend's house and enjoy an afternoon and evening together. It would be during this time while at his friend's house that Eric Robinson would go over the details surrounding his upcoming trek and inform the group that he had expected to arrive at his first rendezvous point during the afternoon of the 7th of August near Mirror Lake, and to expect to hear from him and see him at around that time. Interestingly enough, friends would also claim that Eric Robinson had talked about how his vast amount of experience traveling across harsher terrains would make this short hike a breeze. On the following morning of the 28th of July, Eric Robinson would be dropped off by his friends at the Highline Trailhead, ready to immerse himself in the vast surrounding wilderness. According to his friends, Eric was last seen in high spirits and had done one last preliminary check of his supplies to ensure that everything was in good quality and sufficient for his trip. It would be on the 2nd of August that Eric Robinson would last be seen before being reported missing. According to investigators, it would be sometime in the afternoon that a troop of Boy Scouts and their scout leaders would happen to coincidentally cross paths with Eric Robinson while the group was near the Yellowstone Creek drainage area, a few miles away from the Highline Trail that Eric had supposedly originally been scheduled to use. The leaders would later tell investigators that at the time of the sighting, Eric Robinson appeared to have had an upbeat demeanor and was in excellent physical condition, telling the troop about his plans to use the Highline Trail to his advantage. After hearing Eric's claim that he planned to stay on the Highline Trail, though the troop was nowhere near the trail, the troop's leader decided to pull out their maps and make some comparisons. After about an hour, Eric Robinson was reoriented and redirected back to the correct trail after realizing that he had been off of the trail for a little over an hour. It would be during this time, in the late afternoon, that Eric Robinson would bid the group farewell and walk in the direction designated by the troop leader in the right direction. As the appointed day of Eric's expected arrival at Mirror Lake on the 7th of August came and went without any sign of the experienced outdoorsman, his close friends grew increasingly concerned and believed that something terrible may have happened to Eric, as it was unlike him completely to not stick rigidly to his trail itinerary. Fearing the worst, the group of friends contacted the United States Forest Service and the local Duchesne County Sheriff's Department to help organize a search and rescue effort for their missing friend. Local newspapers would claim that an experienced sheriff by the name of Travis Mitchell was assigned to the case and would organize the search and rescue operation, getting volunteers and trained men in the areas along the Highline Trail within the hour of being contacted. The search efforts involved a comprehensive array of resources, including helicopters, equestrians, all-terrain vehicles, a team of experienced bloodhounds, and local campers and hikers who decided to volunteer. Sheriff Mitchell also contacted Marilyn, who attested to Eric's excellent health and unwavering passion for hiking and exploration, and gathered all of the information he needed about Eric's expected travels and itinerary. Eric's extensive preparations, including carrying extra supplies for unforeseen circumstances, showcased his competence and dedication to safety and helped put the search and rescue volunteers at ease, allowing them to do a more thorough examination of each gridded area before moving on to the next. Unfortunately for investigators, despite 15 days of relentless searching, the rescue teams found no trace of Eric Robinson. Based on the Boy Scouts' sighting on August 2nd, the search area was somewhat confined, yet their efforts yielded no breakthroughs. Recognizing that the search operations were nearing their conclusion, Marilyn made the difficult decision to travel to Utah. As the 22nd of August marked the official termination date of all search operations, Marilyn valiantly continued her quest to find Eric by distributing posters and photographs at various trailheads throughout the area. Regrettably, all endeavors to locate Eric proved fruitless, and the equipment he carried has never been found. Oddly enough, Eric's tragic hike and disappearance was reported just 1 mile west of Cuberant Lake, the same location where 12-year-old Garrett Bardsley had vanished without a trace back on the 20th of August in 2004, leaving behind an enduring mystery. Eric's disappearance further deepens the eerie connection between hikers and the enigmatic Winters Wilderness, as both he and Garrett were last seen by Boy Scouts, raising unsettling questions about the region's inexplicable nature. Eric Robinson's disappearance on the Highline Trail has baffled investigators and outdoor enthusiasts alike. Despite his thorough preparations and adherence to safety measures, he vanished into the vast expanse of the Winters Wilderness, leaving no clues to his whereabouts. Celsa Lucero. Within the breathtaking scenic landscape of the U.S. state of New Mexico lies the captivating Manzano mountain range, a cluster of large mountains and valleys that stretch out southwards, running parallel to the city of Albuquerque. These mountains, unlike the typical image of the state, host some of the densest lush greenery of New Mexico, coupled with overgrown and towering trees that line the mountain range throughout the area. Unfortunately for the Lucero family, it would be within this mesmerizing backdrop that a puzzling incident would suddenly unfold on the 9th of November, back in 1940, shrouding the region in dark and terrifying mystery. Celsa Lucero, a resilient 51-year-old woman who suffered from hearing loss, embarked on a journey with her family from Los Duranes to the Manzano Mountains. The goal of the trip, according to the family, was to continue their annual tradition of traveling to the mountain range to gather clusters of wild piñón seeds, also known as pine nuts, which flourished abundantly in the area. Preparing for the outing, Celsa took great care to equip herself with adequate protection, fashioning herself with a thick mitten that would cover her left hand to help shield it from the prickly pine needles on the piñón plants. Celsa Lucero's family would also later tell investigators that Celsa was also believed to have been dressed in thick, warm attire and even carried matches to combat any unforeseen chill in the event that the wind would get worse at higher altitudes. As the day progressed, the Lucero group, composed of Celsa's close sisters, her nephews, and other family members, would leave their campsite sometime around 10:30 in the morning, agreeing to all reconvene and meet back up at the campsite by 3:30 in the afternoon. The last known person to have seen Celsa shortly before her sudden disappearance would claim to have seen the 51-year-old woman preparing her equipment before beginning her hike away from the camp at around 11 in the morning. It would be at around that time that Celsa was believed to have briefly accompanied another camper, who was not a member of their family or a member of their camping group, before venturing out on her own to pursue piñón gathering. Despite Celsa's disability, suffering from an estimated 90% hearing loss, the Lucero family was unconcerned when Celsa left the campsite to travel on her own, as she was often considered the most experienced hiker among the entire family. Celsa's brother would later tell investigators that Celsa was one of the most capable hikers he had ever known and was in excellent physical shape for her age. Even more reassuring, the campsite location was surrounded by some of the easiest amateur hiking trails of the range and had been a spot frequented by the family countless times in the past. Oddly enough, however, as the clock struck 3:30 in the afternoon, a terrible sense of unease began to settle among the campers and the Lucero group when Celsa was nowhere to be found. Roughly 30 minutes later, their worry grew exponentially as Celsa had yet to return. Faced with the harsh realities of their predicament, the family decided to build a large fire to stave off the chilling temperatures and provide a beacon for Celsa to find her way back. Unfortunately for the family, they all understood that shouting for Celsa would have been in vain due to her deafness, and so decided to establish a grid-like search pattern, starting the direction that Celsa had believed to have wandered off to. Throughout the night, the Lucero family tirelessly scoured the area in search of their missing loved one, but were unable to find any sign of the missing 51-year-old. On the following day, on November 10th, an estimated 16 hours after Celsa was considered to be missing, the Lucero family would contact the United States Forest Service, seeking assistance and hope in their quest to find Celsa Lucero nearby. The formal search and rescue operation for Celsa Lucero spanned a period of 2 weeks, but it was a task fraught with challenges. The newspapers of the time reported that the search efforts had to be repeatedly halted due to the sudden unprecedented cold weather that swept through the mountains. For reasons not entirely understood, the expected cold weather of the mountain range would suddenly shift into a dramatic freeze that would see temperatures throughout the area plummet by more than 20 degrees at a time. Despite initial weather forecasts expecting warmer temperatures for the next month, the sudden freeze would come and go sporadically throughout the search and rescue timeframe. Despite Celsa's warm clothing and possession of matches, teams of pilots across several different aircraft, trained search and rescue horsemen, a group of volunteer hikers, and even an experienced team of bloodhounds were unable to find any sign of the missing 51-year-old woman. According to search and rescue volunteers and missing person investigators, more than 20 miles radiating out from where Celsa was last seen had been thoroughly checked, and then checked again, but there seemed to be no indication where Celsa had disappeared off to. Even more peculiar, despite having several different sources of Celsa's scent to track, the K9 team was unable to pick up any trail of Celsa after following several hundred feet from the campsite. Among the searchers, one person stood out, a man by the name of Elcia Lucero, Celsa Lucero's devoted brother. Even after others had given up hope, Elcia continued to search for Celsa, determined to find his beloved sister. In a November 10th, 1941, article published in the Albuquerque Journal, Elcia expressed his ongoing concern, revealing the following: "We have found no trace of her since she left camp. Not even the coffee can she carried to put her piñons in, or her mitten. Celsa had ventured away from her camp in El Cañón de la Carolina, situated on the western slope of the Manzano Mountains. Over 350 searchers, comprising the New Mexico State Police Department, sheriff's deputies, police officers, forest rangers, Navajo Indian trackers, and over a couple hundred volunteers, scoured the mountains in a desperate bid to locate the missing woman. However, their efforts proved fruitless, and the whereabouts of Celsa Lucero remained elusive, her fate a haunting mystery. To this day, her ultimate fate remains unknown, forever etched into the enigmatic nature of the Manzano Mountains. The disappearance of Amy Jackson in Sequoia National Park. In the realm of perplexing vanishings, the enigma surrounding the disappearance of Amy Jackson stands as a haunting testament to the mysteries that shroud the Sequoia National Park, located in the state of California. According to one of the strangest missing persons reports ever made, it would be on a fateful evening of August 13th, back in 1966, that Amy Jackson, a mere 18 months old, would suddenly disappear while embarked on a short camping adventure with her parents. The nature of Amy Jackson's disappearance would leave investigators puzzled, as the young girl appeared to vanish in the middle of the night while lying alongside her two parents. According to the report, the Jackson family would journey from their cozy residence, located in the small town of Upland, California, to the idyllic sanctuary of Pier Creek campgrounds, where they would decide to camp for the night. Eager to bask in the serenity of large sequoia trees and in the safe camping spot often frequented by other experienced hikers and campers, the family promptly set up camp upon their arrival, ready to immerse themselves in the ethereal beauty that surrounded them. As night soon fell upon the wild landscape, the Jackson family, satiated after a delightful meal and a short hike throughout the surrounding area, finally decided to return back to their tent, which zipped up completely, and lay down for the night. According to Amy's parents, all three were sleeping inside the enclosed tent, with Amy sleeping in the middle of both of her parents when they last saw their 18-month-old daughter. Oddly enough, in the middle of the night, Mrs. Jackson would wake up to find that Amy Jackson was nowhere to be found, with the tent zipper still closed and no sign of Amy ever having woken up or walking away from their campsite. Panicked at the sight of their missing daughter, Mr. and Mrs. Jackson would immediately reach out to the national park officials to begin a search for their missing 18-month-old daughter. At first, the parents believed that Amy had been kidnapped, as it seems unlikely that the 18-month-old could have unzipped and zipped the tent back up and wandered off into the night very far. Despite this suspicion, however, the National Park Police swiftly mobilized their forces and established a search and rescue operation within an hour of being notified of the girl's disappearance, unleashing a formidable arsenal of bloodhounds and aerial support in a relentless quest to locate the missing toddler. However, the conclusion of the first day's search left the commanding officers concerned and confused, grappling with the absence of any tangible evidence regarding Amy's whereabouts. To the utter dismay of investigators and national park officials, even the highly trained bloodhounds failed to catch a whiff of Amy Jackson's scent, with the dogs displaying strange behavior and refusing to leave the tent, as if Amy had never left the tent to begin with. The lack of cooperation from the bloodhounds and trouble with finding any evidence or sign of the toddler, despite searching the area within a 3-mile radius, would force the National Park Service to reach out for assistance beyond their jurisdiction. In a remarkable turn of events, the revered Federal Bureau of Investigation was summoned to lend their expertise, amplifying the search efforts with additional helicopters, ground searchers, equestrians, and a fervent corps of dedicated volunteers, all united in their tireless pursuit of locating the missing girl. With the focus of the search efforts centered approximately 25 miles east of Porterville, at a dizzying elevation of 7,000 feet, the search and rescue operation continued over the course of 4 days with unwavering resolve. Yet, despite these best efforts, little to no sign of the missing girl was ever uncovered. Although tragic for the Jackson family, investigators felt that the gravity of the situation prompted a response from the FBI to investigate the Jackson parents, with the Tulare County Sheriff's Department claiming that the account of events told by the parents seemed not only implausible but completely impossible, suspecting instead that foul play on the part of the parents had taken place. By the 3rd day of the search, the collective might of nearly 400 searchers meticulously scouring every inch of the campsite and its surrounding environs, fervently hoping for a trace of the 18-month-old girl, was unable to make any new major discoveries. The disheartening reality of the situation was further underscored by the bloodhounds' baffling failure to detect Amy's scent, and the fact that the 18-month-old girl should not have been able to have travelled very far from the camp in the middle of the night, given her size and the time of her disappearance, adding yet another layer of intrigue to an already confounding puzzle. However, on the fourth day of the relentless search, a tragic resolution soon emerged as the Kern County Special Rescue Team made a chilling discovery. An August 18, 1966 article in the esteemed Arizona Republic recounts the harrowing moment a crack Kern County Special Rescue Team found her nestled at the base of a colossal rock, perched precariously uphill from the Deer Creek campground. This account vividly illustrates why the Kern County Sheriff felt compelled to involve the FBI, grappling with the nightmarish scenario of how she vanished from a tent, defying logical explanation while evading the search efforts of both humans and hounds. The assumption arising from this discovery suggested the possibility of a fatal fall from a towering boulder, hinting at the heartbreaking prospect that Amy may have traversed even greater distances before meeting her demise, or succumbed to the unforgiving elements of exposure. Reports also alluded to the fact that a 3-mile radius encompassing the campsite had been meticulously scoured prior to the discovery, yielding no trace of anything strange or any sign of the girl's passing. As the notion of filing a Freedom of Information Act request with the FBI remains futile, considering their steadfast refusal to release any information on ongoing investigations, the incident surrounding Amy Jackson's disappearance remains steeped in suspicion, even in the modern day. Masters of meticulous documentation and the subsequent classification of files, the FBI safeguards a repository of accounts pertaining to the peculiar disappearances of missing children. As we delve deeper into the recesses of this disconcerting narrative, the looming question persists. What hidden forces conspire behind these baffling occurrences, and what truths lie shrouded within the vaults of the unknown? This mysterious photograph was just shared by Apes on Reddit. It was taken at the London Thames by the Naval College at 6 p.m. on the 27th of July. Oddly enough, this isn't the first time that something strange has been spotted moving around in the Thames. The River Thames, a historic waterway flowing through the heart of London, has been a subject of fascination and intrigue for centuries. Among the countless stories and tales associated with it, one of the most enduring is that of the River Thames monster, often referred to as the Thames Serpent. The story of the River Thames monster dates back to the 19th century, with accounts of an unidentified creature residing in the murky waters of the Thames. These narratives often depict a serpentine creature, usually large in size, with a long, slender body akin to an elongated eel or snake. The first recorded sighting was in 1873, when a man named William Cottrey claimed to have seen an enormous creature near the Isle of Dogs. The description was vivid, a creature with a rounded head, large eyes, and an elongated body that rose 2 meters above the water. Over the years, several other sightings have contributed to the monster's legend. In 2016, a video surfaced online showing a large, dark object moving through the water near the O2 Arena. The video, which quickly garnered millions of views, sparked renewed interest and speculation about the creature's existence. Yet, what could explain these sightings? One theory proposes that the creature might be a large species of eel. The European conger eel, for instance, can grow up to 3 meters long and is native to the Thames. Misidentification, especially of unusually large specimens, could potentially explain some of these sightings. Other suggestions have included an out-of-place marine mammal, such as a seal or dolphin, which have been known to occasionally visit the Thames. Their movements and behavior, when observed partially submerged or from a distance, might be mistaken for something more exotic or monstrous. Yet another hypothesis suggests that the sightings might be of large, non-native species inadvertently introduced into the Thames. This could range from released pets, like large snakes or monitor lizards, to marine species transported via ship ballast water. However, skepticism abounds in scientific circles about the Thames monster's existence. The lack of clear, irrefutable evidence, such as high-quality photographs, physical traces, or captured specimens, makes it hard to confirm the creature's identity definitively. Furthermore, the River Thames is one of the most studied and monitored waterways in the world, making it unlikely that a large, undiscovered species could remain hidden. Moreover, it's crucial to consider the role of psychology and social factors in monster sightings. Often people see what they expect or want to see, a phenomenon known as pareidolia. In the case of the River Thames monster, it's possible that ambiguous sightings get interpreted as more monstrous due to the existing folklore. Lastly, let's not underestimate the influence of the media and societal fascination with the unknown. Cryptids, creatures whose existence is disputed or unsubstantiated, hold a particular allure in popular culture. This fascination often results in heightened interest, media coverage, and consequently, more reported sightings. As of right now, while the River Thames monster captures the imagination, the evidence supporting its existence is scant and largely anecdotal. Whether it's a misidentified known animal, an out-of-place creature, or merely a figment of collective imagination, the tale of the Thames monster continues to add a touch of mystery to London's iconic river. For centuries, sailors across various cultures have told riveting tales of sea serpents, monstrous creatures reputed to dwell in the deep, unexplored expanses of the world's oceans. These narratives have been an integral part of maritime folklore, often contributing to sailors' wariness of uncharted territories. The description of sea serpents varies across cultures and eras, but typically portrays them as enormous, snake-like beasts with terrifying features. Some accounts describe them as having horse-like heads, manes, and large, menacing eyes. Others report multiple humps, vast coiling bodies, or even the presence of wings. Such tales have pervaded seafaring cultures for millennia. Ancient Greeks told tales of the Hydra and the Scylla, multi-headed sea monsters that terrorized sailors. Similarly, Norse mythology presents the Jormungandr, or the Midgard serpent, an enormous sea creature that encircles the world. However, historical accounts aren't merely restricted to mythology. As early as the 4th century BC, the Greek explorer Pytheas described seeing a sea monster during his voyage near modern-day Norway. By the 19th century, sea serpent sightings had become a widespread phenomenon, particularly in North Atlantic waters. Numerous shiplogs, newspaper reports, and personal journals of this era document these encounters, often in considerable detail. The Gloucester sea serpent, sighted repeatedly off the coast of Massachusetts in the early 19th century, was one such example, sparking considerable debate and intrigue. However, in spite of these abundant accounts, no tangible evidence of sea serpents' existence has ever been found. This lack of scientific proof has led researchers to propose various explanations for these sightings. Some theorize that many sightings could be cases of mistaken identity. Known marine animals like giant oarfish, sharks, or even whales might have been perceived as sea serpents. Psychology also plays a substantial role in these encounters. Furthermore, the psychological stress of long sea voyages, coupled with fear of the unknown, might contribute to such misinterpretations. Finally, the cultural context cannot be ignored. In many societies, maritime folklore serves as a warning system, cautioning sailors against venturing into dangerous, unexplored waters. Sea serpents often symbolize these unknown risks, serving as metaphoric embodiments of the sea's dangers. During the 19th century, newspapers frequently sensationalized sea serpent stories to boost sales. Even today, the allure of sea monster stories continues to captivate public interest, often leading to exaggerated or fabricated reports. The 19th century was a period of global exploration and scientific discovery, but it was also a time where the line between myth and reality was frequently blurred. One of the most captivating instances of this era was the HMS Daedalus's sea serpent sighting in 1848. It is remembered not only for the widespread interest it triggered, but also for the rigorous debate it sparked in the scientific community. On August 6, 1848, HMS Daedalus, a British Royal Navy ship, was en route from the Cape of Good Hope to St. Helena in the South Atlantic, when Captain Peter McQuay and his crew reported an encounter with a giant sea serpent. The creature, according to McQuay, was approximately 60 feet in length, with a further 30 feet of its body seen coiling beneath the water's surface. He described the creature as having no fins, a dark brown color with a yellowish-white underbelly, and a snake-like head held 4 feet above the water. McQuay's detailed report, published in the Times of London, garnered immediate attention. The story was soon picked up by other newspapers and periodicals, igniting a flurry of interest, debate, and speculation across the country. Some readers were intrigued, some were skeptical, and others dismissed it as pure fantasy. The scientific community was similarly divided. Some naturalists supported McQuay's account, citing it as evidence of large, unknown marine creatures yet to be discovered. Others, however, were skeptical. Sir Richard Owen, a prominent British biologist and a leading critic, suggested that the creature was nothing more than an elephant seal, or possibly a piece of floating seaweed misinterpreted by the ship's crew. The controversy escalated when McQuay published a rebuttal defending his account. He emphasized the excellent visibility on the day of the sighting and the proximity of the creature, which, according to him, was close enough to rule out misidentification. Moreover, he asserted that he and his men were experienced sailors, implying their credibility and capability in distinguishing unfamiliar creatures from known marine animals. The International Space Station stands as a beacon of human ingenuity and collaboration, orbiting Earth as a symbol of our collective pursuit of knowledge and exploration. Since its inception, the space station has served as a platform for scientific research, technological innovation, and international cooperation, enabling astronauts from around the world to conduct experiments, observe our planet, and peer into the depths of space. Yet amidst the routine operations and scientific endeavors aboard the ISS, astronauts have occasionally encountered mysterious objects and anomalies that defy easy explanation, capturing the imagination of both scientists and the public alike. These mysterious sightings, recorded by cameras aboard the International Space Station and shared with the world through live feeds and recordings, have sparked intense speculation and debate among researchers, enthusiasts, and skeptics. One such sighting is the snake-like object, a mysterious anomaly caught on camera during routine operations aboard the space station. The snake-like object, captured on camera, is a captivating sight that defies conventional explanations. Its elongated, sinuous form resembles that of a serpent, with distinct features and movements that suggest it is not a mere optical illusion or camera artifact. While some skeptics dismiss such sightings as anomalies or glitches, careful analysis reveals patterns and characteristics that defy easy explanation. Upon closer examination, the snake-like object displayed distinct characteristics that set it apart from known space phenomena. Moreover, its trajectory and behavior seemed to defy the laws of physics, as it navigated the vacuum of space with apparent ease and purpose. Online users and researchers analyzed the footage, searching for clues to unravel the mystery of the snake-like object. Some proposed theories, suggesting that it could be a cosmic serpent, a celestial phenomenon born from the chaotic forces of the universe. Others speculated that it might be an extraterrestrial life form, a sentient being navigating the cosmos in ways beyond our comprehension. The sighting of the snake-like object raises intriguing questions about the nature of space and the mysteries that lie beyond our planet. If confirmed to be a genuine phenomenon, its existence could have profound implications for our understanding of the cosmos and the possibility of life beyond Earth. What's strange is that those who saw it said that the live feed was shut down shortly after it came into view. Moreover, the encounter with the snake-like object underscores the importance of continued exploration and observation of space. Oddly enough, this isn't the first time that a snake-like object has been seen close to the International Space Station. During his solo mission, Dr. Story Musgrave, the astronaut, recounted encountering a peculiar snake-like entity trailing his spacecraft. In a subsequent interview conducted in 1994, he detailed the experience, describing the creature as resembling a live serpent that maneuvered through the vast expanse of space, shadowing his craft for an extended duration. Musgrave pondered whether this mysterious being originated from Earth, speculating that it had somehow ascended to the upper atmosphere to keep pace with his spacecraft. His intriguing account sheds light on a unique and mystical encounter in space, raising questions about the possibility of unknown life forms traversing the cosmic realms alongside human exploration. This narrative not only underscores the awe-inspiring nature of space travel, but also underscores the mysteries and wonders that await exploration beyond our familiar terrestrial boundaries. Dr. Story Musgrave, a renowned astronaut, has reported encountering peculiar space creatures during his space missions, with space snakes being a common sight trailing behind spacecraft for extended periods. Notably, Dr. Musgrave even documented video footage of these space snakes, bearing a resemblance to pyrosomes found in the depths of the ocean. Referred to as the Musgrave eel, these mysterious entities have been unofficially labelled as such, despite the National Aeronautics and Space Administration dismissing them as verifiable sightings. The unique accounts of Dr. Musgrave regarding these intriguing space beings highlight the mystique and uncharted realms that astronauts might encounter during their ventures beyond Earth's atmosphere. Dr. Musgrave's observations add an intriguing layer to the exploration of space, shedding light on the unforeseen phenomena that defy conventional understanding and contribute to the allure of space exploration. Dr. Story Musgrave, a renowned astronaut, remains perplexed by the unidentified creatures he encountered, as he confesses that even now, the true nature of these entities eludes him, leaving him devoid of any plausible explanations for the sightings he experienced. Unidentified objects have long been a subject of intrigue and speculation, with numerous sightings reported worldwide. As space exploration continues to advance, attention has turned to the possibility of sightings during space missions. SpaceX, founded by visionary entrepreneur Elon Musk, has emerged as a leading private space exploration company. With a mission to make space travel more accessible and affordable, SpaceX has achieved several historic milestones, including the successful launch and retrieval of reusable rockets. As SpaceX missions have become more frequent and publicized, they have also attracted increased attention from enthusiasts and researchers who keep a keen eye on footage and live streams from these space journeys. Several reports of unidentified objects during SpaceX missions have surfaced over the years. These sightings involve the observation of unusual and unexplained objects in the vicinity of the spacecraft, prompting questions about their origin and nature. One notable incident occurred during the SpaceX Crew Dragon mission to the International Space Station. As the spacecraft approached the International Space Station, viewers noticed a mysterious object passing near the capsule on the live stream. The object appeared to be a bright, fast-moving light, leading to widespread speculation and excitement within the community. Those who saw the object said that it was in the shape of a triangle. The phenomenon of triangle-shaped aircrafts began to gain prominence in the latter half of the 20th century. Witnesses described these objects as large, silent, and black triangular crafts, often with lights at each corner. They are characterized by their ability to hover, accelerate rapidly, and move silently across the sky, differentiating them from conventional aircraft. These mysterious aircrafts were commonly sighted during the 1980s and 1990s. Various hypotheses have been proposed to explain these triangle-shaped aircrafts, though none have been definitively proven. Some have suggested that they could be advanced military aircrafts. Skeptics posit that these sightings could be attributed to classified military aircraft undergoing testing or surveillance operations. The triangular shape and advanced capabilities may be the result of cutting-edge technology. Other theories suggest that these objects may be advanced, secret technology developed by governments or private corporations, concealed from public knowledge for security reasons. Enthusiasts who research the unknown have proposed that these triangle-shaped aircrafts may be evidence of advanced visitations to Earth. After each reported sighting during SpaceX missions, the claims are subjected to scrutiny and investigation. Scientists and experts analyze available footage and data to identify potential natural or man-made explanations for the observed phenomena. In the case of the SpaceX Crew Dragon mission, NASA and SpaceX officials acknowledged the sighting, but quickly dismissed it as a reflection from the spacecraft's own thrusters or other debris in the vicinity. They emphasized that the appearance of these objects is not uncommon during space missions and can often be explained by mundane factors. Despite efforts to explain these sightings, challenges remain in conclusively determining the nature of the observed objects. In the absence of concrete evidence, skepticism persists among mainstream scientists and space agencies. While investigators remain cautious, proponents of the existence of advanced life see these reported sightings as potential evidence of an advanced presence in space. They argue that the vastness of the universe and the increasing number of exoplanets discovered suggest that the possibility of life beyond Earth cannot be dismissed. For some, sightings during SpaceX missions serve as a reminder that space exploration opens up new frontiers and opportunities to encounter the unknown. The search for advanced life continues to captivate the public imagination and drives scientific endeavors, such as the search for biosignatures and habitable exoplanets. One positive outcome of these sightings during SpaceX missions is the heightened interest in space exploration and the cosmos. These sightings capture the public's attention, sparking conversations about the possibility of life beyond Earth and the need to explore and understand our universe better. The fascination with unidentified objects also serves as a catalyst for inspiring the next generation of space enthusiasts and scientists. The allure of the unknown and the prospect of encountering the extraordinary encourage young minds to pursue careers in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Unidentified objects have captivated the human imagination for generations, sparking curiosity and speculation about the possibility of advanced life. Among the countless reported sightings, a particular category, the triangle-shaped ones, has emerged as a source of fascination and intrigue. Triangle-shaped unidentified objects have been documented globally, often described as large, silent, and low-flying objects, with lights at each corner. Triangle-shaped sightings have extended beyond Earth's atmosphere, making their presence known during space missions. Astronauts on various missions have reported anomalous sightings of triangular objects near spacecraft, prompting intrigue and investigation. During the Space Shuttle mission in 1991, astronauts captured a video showing several fast-moving, flashing objects in space. Analysis of the footage revealed a triangular pattern, leading to speculation about the presence of unidentified spacecraft. Astronauts, who have ventured beyond the Earth's atmosphere, have reported unusual sightings of objects that cannot be easily identified. During space missions, astronauts have described seeing bright lights, fast-moving objects, and other unexplained phenomena. One of the most famous accounts comes from Apollo 11 astronauts, who during their journey to the Moon reported seeing a strange object near their spacecraft. The astronauts later attributed the sighting to a detached panel from their spacecraft, but the incident sparked speculation about mysterious encounters in space. The sightings of unidentified objects in space have led to a variety of explanations. Skeptics often attribute these sightings to space debris, satellites, or optical illusions caused by the peculiar conditions of space travel. On the other hand, some enthusiasts and researchers propose that the sightings could be evidence of advanced civilizations observing human space exploration. The vastness of the cosmos and the potential for other intelligent life forms fuel speculation about possible advanced encounters. The sightings of mysterious lights in space raise the question known as the Fermi paradox. If advanced civilizations are abundant in the universe, why have we not made contact with them? This paradox continues to puzzle scientists and suggests that there may be factors limiting communication or encounters with other advanced civilizations. Sightings during space missions and the associated debates have had an impact on space exploration and policy. Space agencies like NASA have been compelled to address sightings by providing explanations for specific incidents to maintain public trust and confidence. Investigating sightings in space presents unique challenges. The vastness of space makes it difficult to verify sightings, and the limited number of space missions limits opportunities for direct observations. Furthermore, the secrecy surrounding certain space missions and the reluctance of space agencies to disclose sensitive information have fueled ideas about hidden knowledge of advanced encounters.
Michio Kaku predicts alien contact. Michio Kaku has gained a reputation as a renowned physicist and futurist. Having written numerous books on scientific topics, gained popularity as a presenter, and achieved recognition as the co-founder of string field theory, he is well regarded as an authority in the field of science. Michio made headlines when he claimed that humans would encounter alien life forms within this century. Michio stated, "I think we will pick up a signal from an intelligent civilization in outer space in this century. However, that doesn't mean we'll have a two-way conversation. They could be many hundreds of light years away, so it would take hundreds of years for a conversation to take place. But when that takes place, when we do eavesdrop on an intelligent civilization in outer space, that could be a turning point in the history of civilization on Earth." He claims that life throughout the Milky Way is inevitable, adding that when we look out into the night sky, we must realize that someone could be looking back, also wondering if other life forms may exist in our solar system. Michio also claims that we won't just find any signs of life, but also intelligent life. Our galaxy is potentially packed with billions of Earth-like planets that could host a variety of different life forms. Although the actual number of exoplanets far exceeds the 4,000 that have already been recorded and verified, the number of Earth-like planets in our galaxy is estimated to be around 6 billion. Michio explains that when we do encounter life on other planets, we would first need to determine what category of species they are, breaking them down into 3 types: Type 1, Type 2, and Type 3 civilizations. A Type 1 civilization would be roughly 100 years more advanced than our current state on Earth. A Type 2 civilization would be stellar and would be a few thousand years ahead of us. A Type 3 civilization would be over 100,000 years more advanced, be able to control black holes and roam space at will. Kaku highlights the dangers we face when encountering other life forms, as we are Type 0. After intercepting otherworldly messages, he claims we would need to identify the type of civilization they are and the threat they pose. Though Michio thinks that for the most part they will leave us be, as there's no need to plunder our planet for resources, but they will no doubt be curious.
A man recently took to social media to share an interesting photograph that was captured via his dashcam. The man recently utilized social media as a platform to unveil a captivating photograph that he had captured using his vehicle's dashcam. This incident triggered a significant buzz online, drawing attention to the intriguing image. After completing his workday, he recounted that the sighting occurred as he was leaving, mentioning that a particular object drew his attention. The individual conveyed that an unidentified object swiftly flew by his window with astonishing velocity and expressed eagerness to return home to review the recorded footage. This incident left him intrigued and curious about the nature of the object which captured his attention. In the detailed account provided by the man, it was mentioned that the specific item in question was solely visible within a single frame of reference. As he gazed at the image displayed on his monitor, a wave of disbelief washed over him. The sight before him was nothing short of extraordinary, a distinct and perfectly captured image of the object, its smooth and elongated form sharply outlined against the expansive canvas of the sky. The sheer clarity of the photograph revealed intricate details that were previously hidden, adding a new dimension to his understanding of the object. Filled with a mix of excitement and thrill stemming from his serendipitous meeting, he made the choice to delve deeper into the matter. The individual uploaded the image on various social media platforms with the expectation that it would garner attention and potentially reach a wider audience, as he sought validation or confirmation from others who had seen something similar. He detailed the Tic Tac UFO's swift and remarkable ascent into the sky, vanishing from view within a mere fraction of a second, leaving observers astounded by its rapid disappearance. The unidentified flying object accelerated rapidly, demonstrating a velocity that defied common understanding, adding an air of mystery to the encounter. The individual expressed that during his journey back home, he was filled with a sense of amazement and bewilderment, struggling to comprehend the profound impact of what he had just experienced. Upon arriving back at his residence, the individual immediately embarked on disseminating his remarkable find to a global audience. Upon sharing the image of the Tic Tac UFO on various social media platforms, he meticulously recounted his extraordinary experience, providing a thorough depiction of the object's characteristics, actions, and its awe-inspiring velocity capabilities. In his detailed narrative, he delved into the specifics of the UFO's visual aspects, highlighting its unique appearance and peculiar behavior, while also shedding light on the remarkable speeds at which it was able to achieve. In a matter of minutes, a diverse array of individuals began to engage with his picture, drawing in thousands of likes, shares, and comments from individuals spanning across the globe. As word of the individual's unexpected discovery circulated, a myriad of individuals emerged to present their diverse speculations regarding the identity and purpose of the mysterious object. Remarkably, a significant number of individuals noted that the scenario bore striking similarities to the entity witnessed by David Fravor, a former US Navy fighter pilot. Fravor gained widespread recognition for his well-known encounter with a peculiar tic-tac-shaped object that took place in 2004. This incident has sparked discussions and speculation regarding unidentified flying objects and their potential implications on our understanding of the universe. In 2004, according to US Navy fighter pilot David Fravor, the unidentified flying object he encountered, often referred to as the Tic Tac object, was described as significantly surpassing any technology possessed by the military at that time, currently available, or even anticipated in the upcoming decade. Fravor emphasized that the capabilities demonstrated by this object were beyond the scope of anything within their knowledge or existing inventory and exceeded what they were aiming to achieve technologically. Chad Underwood is widely recognized as the individual responsible for capturing the now famous video footage of the Tic Tac UFO back in November 2004. In the year 2019, he finally decided to share his story, ending a prolonged period of remaining mute. This marked the beginning of him recounting the peculiar and extraordinary events he encountered during his flights. Underwood was actively engaged in naval carrier group maneuvers near the Mexican shoreline during that period. The Navy carrier group exercises in which Underwood was participating were strategically positioned just off the coast of Mexico. For a span of approximately 14 days, the naval missile cruiser USS Princeton had been diligently monitoring a perplexing aerial craft using state-of-the-art electronic radar technology. The inexplicable nature of the interaction with the spacecraft led to a thorough examination of the system, prompting the shutdown and rigorous bug-checking procedures. Despite these precautionary measures, operators remained vigilant and continued monitoring the craft's movements with unwavering determination. On the 14th of November, the former Navy commander Fravor reported an intriguing encounter where he visually spotted an unidentified object that displayed unusual behavior. According to his account, the object appeared to submerge beneath the water's surface, then resurface and rapidly accelerate away when he attempted to get closer to it. Underwood had the opportunity to witness the peculiar object firsthand, following Fravor's prompting to remain vigilant. This occurred when Fravor directed Underwood's attention towards the unusual anomaly, prompting him to perceive the sight for himself. The individual, who previously worked as a pilot, explained to reporters from New York Magazine that they were required to travel to the specific location designated for their training exercises. This journey involved navigating to an area specifically allocated for their training purposes. The individuals in question did not have a particular search objective in mind, yet the Princeton crew possessed a precise target that they intended for them to locate, for want of a more suitable term. Then, out of nowhere, a signal appeared on their radar system, catching their attention. This unexpected development piqued their interest and stirred anticipation among the team. The crew members were poised and alert, ready to investigate this newfound radar blip. In his report, he emphasized that the most notable aspect was the erratic behavior exhibited. By erratic, he specifically alluded to the unprecedented variations in altitude, airspeed, and aspect displayed by the target, which diverged significantly from his previous encounters while engaging other airborne targets. This deviation in flight pattern was unlike anything he had ever witnessed before, making it a unique and perplexing experience for him in terms of aerial anomalies. The unexpected and irregular movements observed in the target's flight behavior left a lasting impression on him due to its unparalleled nature. Aircraft, regardless of whether they are manned or unmanned, must adhere to the fundamental principles of physics. They must generate the necessary lift and propulsion to stay airborne. However, the peculiar case of the Tic Tac defied these conventional norms. It exhibited extraordinary maneuvers by swiftly descending from an altitude of around 50,000 feet to merely 100 feet in a matter of seconds, a feat that defies the known laws of aviation and aerodynamics. Such abrupt and extreme changes in altitude and speed challenge the established boundaries of what is deemed physically achievable within the realm of aerial navigation. Underwood is credited with originating the term Tic Tac to describe the white, wingless oblong object that appeared in the recorded footage from his aircraft while in flight. This description became synonymous with the peculiar unidentified aerial phenomenon captured in the video. In contemplating the unidentified object, the individual unequivocally rejected the possibilities of it being an aircraft, bird, or a weather balloon. However, despite eliminating these conventional explanations, uncertainty lingers as to whether the entity in question pertained to a human origin or derived from a non-human source. In 2017, the public was captivated by the Tic Tac incident, a moment that gained widespread attention after the Pentagon officially verified the authenticity of the footage. The incident came to light once more during a significant event on Wednesday when Fravor, along with 2 other military informants, participated in a congressional hearing in the United States. During the conversation with the authorities, he made a point to clarify that he did not consider himself an enthusiast of unidentified flying objects. Additionally, he confidently expressed his opinion that the Tic Tac exceeded anything within our technological capabilities at that specific time, showcasing his belief in its exceptional superiority. Unveiled in recent years, accounts of unidentified flying objects have captured the fascination of the general populace, sparking curiosity and fascination regarding the potential existence of extraterrestrial beings and advanced aerial occurrences. Notably within this realm is that of the Tic Tac UFOs, a series of encounters entailing mysterious aircraft manifesting unique characteristics and behavior patterns. This discourse delves into the strange nature of Tic Tac UFOs, scrutinizing the documented sightings, the diverse conjectures regarding their genesis, and the ramifications for our comprehension of the cosmos at large. The exploration will delve deeply into the various reported instances, encompassing accounts from witnesses worldwide, and will also interlace the scientific theories and speculations surrounding these peculiar aerial phenomena. The phenomenon, known as Tic Tac UFOs, has its origins in a series of incidents involving military personnel and aviators who reported observing peculiar airborne entities bearing a resemblance to Tic Tacs. As mentioned, the emergence of these sightings into the spotlight occurred following their disclosure by former US Navy pilot David Fravor in an article published in 2017. This renewed interest has prompted a deeper exploration into the characteristics and origins of these perplexing aerial objects. As per the first-hand observations provided, Tic Tac UFOs are notably distinguished by their compact oblong shape, resembling a small capsule or pill. Moreover, these unidentified aerial phenomena have captivated attention due to their extraordinary capability to execute swift and erratic maneuvers that appear to challenge our conventional understanding of physics. The collective narratives from various witnesses not only underscore the baffling nature of these encounters, but also prompt a profound reflection on the fundamental principles governing such unconventional aerial phenomena. In the realm of Tic Tac UFO sightings, a standout feature lies in the propulsion systems attributed to these mysterious phenomena. The propulsion mechanisms of Tic Tac UFOs defy conventional norms by operating devoid of discernible indicators such as traditional engines, wings, or exhaust systems. Witnesses recount mesmerizing encounters where Tic Tac UFOs demonstrate extraordinary capabilities, including hovering motionlessly in the sky, executing rapid movements across vast distances, and executing instantaneous maneuvers that defy the laws of physics governing conventional aircraft. Furthermore, data extracted from radar systems deployed by military entities lends additional credence to these accounts, as they register the presence of unidentified aerial objects, showcasing behaviors and attributes that defy conventional explanation. The convergence of eyewitness testimonies and empirical radar data reinforces the perplexing nature of these sightings, raising profound questions regarding the origins and capabilities of these elusive craft. The origins and characteristics of tic-tac UFOs have generated a plethora of theories, ranging from conventional to more esoteric notions, involving advanced technologies and extraterrestrial cognition. While some skeptics posit that tic-tac UFO sightings might be attributed to misidentification of standard airplanes, drones, or natural atmospheric occurrences like weather balloons or ball lightning, others ponder the possibility of these UFOs being experimental military aircraft or clandestine drones developed by foreign adversaries. However, these theories fall short in explaining the remarkable capabilities demonstrated by these enigmatic objects. The discourse surrounding tic-tac UFOs is multifaceted, delving into both terrestrial and otherworldly explanations in attempts to unravel the mysteries that shroud them, highlighting a confluence of scientific inquiry and speculative curiosity. Proponents of the extraterrestrial hypothesis posit that tic-tac UFOs may serve as compelling evidence of advanced technology originating from civilizations outside Earth. They highlight the remarkable speed, agility, and maneuvering capabilities demonstrated by these unidentified objects, which seem to surpass the known technological advancements achievable by humanity. The absence of visible propulsion mechanisms or aerodynamic structures further indicates a level of technological sophistication that exceeds our current comprehension of physics and engineering principles. This perspective suggests the existence of capabilities that not only outstrip present human achievements, but also challenge our fundamental understanding of the universe, implying the potential involvement of beings from distant worlds with significantly advanced technological prowess. The phenomenon of tic-tac UFOs has sparked various theories beyond the extraterrestrial hypothesis. Some researchers suggest that these mysterious objects might represent manifestations of interdimensional or extra-dimensional entities that challenge conventional concepts of space and time. This intriguing perspective posits that tic-tac UFOs could potentially originate from parallel dimensions or alternate realities that intersect with our own, briefly materializing in our physical world before vanishing without a trace. While this speculation remains purely theoretical, it opens up a profound exploration of the potential existence of realities that exist beyond our current comprehension. The presence of tic-tac UFOs, regardless of their origins or characteristics, prompts profound contemplation regarding humanity's significance in the vast expanse of the cosmos and the fundamental essence of reality itself. If these strange phenomena serve as indications of extraterrestrial intellect or advanced technological capabilities, what ramifications does this hold for our current comprehension of the universe? Delving into the depths of this intriguing phenomenon, we are compelled to ponder the intricate interplay between human civilization and potential extraterrestrial entities, pushing the boundaries of our understanding and opening up a realm of exploration that may reshape our philosophical and scientific ideologies. The emergence of tic-tac UFOs serves as a significant point of inquiry that underscores the boundaries of our existing scientific knowledge, emphasizing the imperative for more extensive exploration and examination concerning unidentified aerial phenomena. Through a meticulous examination of sightings involving tic-tac UFOs and the systematic collection of empirical evidence via scientific scrutiny and evaluation, scholars seek to delve into the intricate enigmas enveloping these perplexing entities, aiming to uncover insights into their origins, behaviors, and implications. This pursuit of knowledge is fueled by a desire to unravel the mysteries of these elusive aerial objects and provide a clearer understanding of their existence within our understanding of the universe. Despite its retirement many years ago, the SR-71 Blackbird from the US Air Force continues to boast multiple prestigious records. This reconnaissance aircraft stands out as the fastest aircraft ever to grace the international skies. In the vast expanse of space lies the realm of celestial mysteries and technological marvels. Among these mysteries, one stands out, a claim by a lone individual who asserts that he has captured photographic evidence of the elusive SR-72 Blackbird near the Moon. Before delving into the purported sighting of the SR-72 Blackbird, it is essential to understand the legacy of its predecessor, the SR-71 Blackbird. Developed by Lockheed Martin's Skunk Works division in the 1960s, the SR-71 Blackbird was a revolutionary reconnaissance aircraft renowned for its speed, altitude, and stealth capabilities. Operating at speeds exceeding Mach 3 and cruising at altitudes of over 85,000 feet, the SR-71 was an icon of American military prowess during the Cold War era. It was against this backdrop that an amateur astronomer and astrophotographer claimed to have captured photographic evidence of the SR-72 Blackbird near the Moon. The individual recounted a surreal experience of witnessing an unidentified aircraft streaking across the lunar surface during a nighttime observation session. According to the eyewitness, the object bore striking similarities to the iconic design of the SR-71 Blackbird, with its distinctive delta-shaped wings and twin-engine configuration. However, what set it apart was its unparalleled speed and agility, defying the laws of physics and leaving a trail of speculation in its wake. The alleged sighting of the SR-72 Blackbird near the Moon raises a myriad of questions and implications for both aviation enthusiasts and military analysts alike. If substantiated, such a revelation would confirm the existence of a next-generation reconnaissance aircraft capable of traversing the vast expanse of space at unprecedented speeds. Oddly enough, it is important to note that the current sighting of this particular aircraft is not an isolated incident. Prior occurrences of this aircraft have been recorded, fueling speculation that it might already be in regular operation within our airspace. This recurrent appearance has sparked curiosity and prompted many to question the true nature and purpose of this aircraft. In addition to this theory, there is a widespread belief that the United States possesses a secretive fleet of advanced aircraft, known as black projects, with some bearing a striking resemblance to the design mentioned. Notably, among these classified projects is the mysterious Black Triangle aircraft, sightings of which date back to the 1950s and possibly even earlier, as per certain accounts. This speculation surrounding covert aircraft development has sparked numerous stories and theories over the years, adding to the mystique and intrigue surrounding these elusive flying machines. Furthermore, the implications extend beyond the realm of aerospace engineering to geopolitics and national security. The deployment of a hypersonic reconnaissance platform with the capabilities attributed to the SR-72 could potentially revolutionize military strategy and reconnaissance operations, providing unparalleled situational awareness and response capabilities to military commanders. As of right now, the purported sighting of the SR-72 Blackbird near the Moon represents a tantalizing mystery that captures the imagination and curiosity of aerospace enthusiasts and military analysts alike. Whether a genuine encounter with a next-generation reconnaissance aircraft or a product of misidentification and optical illusion, the tale of the SR-72 Blackbird serves as a reminder of the enduring allure of aviation mysteries and the boundless possibilities that lie beyond the horizon. The STS-61C NASA mission was the 24th Space Shuttle mission and the 7th flight of the Columbia Space Shuttle. Launched on January 12, 1986, the mission was a significant milestone in the history of the Space Shuttle program, as it marked the first time that a German astronaut, Reinhard Führer, had flown in space. The primary objective of the STS-61C mission was to deploy the SATCOM Ku-1 communications satellite, which was designed to provide improved communication capabilities for the United States military. The satellite was successfully deployed on the second day of the mission, and its systems were checked out by ground controllers before being put into service. Oddly enough, during the mission, one of the astronauts captured a strange object in space. Due to the shape of the object, it was given the name of the Black Triangle, and those who investigate the unknown reported that these aircrafts are commonly sighted all around the world. Black triangles have become a popular topic, and these mysterious objects are characterized by their triangular shape and black color, and they have been spotted in the skies around the world, as well as in space. One of the most intriguing aspects of the black triangles is their apparent ability to defy the laws of physics. Witnesses have reported seeing these objects hovering motionless in the sky, and then suddenly accelerating to incredible speeds and disappearing from sight. Others have reported seeing the objects flying in formation or making sudden, unpredictable turns and maneuvers. While the origin and nature of these objects is still unknown, there are a number of theories that have been proposed to explain their existence. Some suggest that they may be advanced military aircraft or drones, while others believe that they may be sent here by advanced civilizations, similar to what we have done in regards to sending probes to other planets in our solar system. One of the most compelling pieces of evidence supporting the advanced civilization theory is the sheer number of sightings of black triangles over the years. Witnesses from around the world have reported seeing these objects, often with strikingly similar descriptions and behavior patterns. This has led some to suggest that the objects may be part of a larger alien presence that is monitoring our planet. Another theory that has been proposed is that the black triangles may be related to secret government projects or experiments. Some researchers have pointed to the fact that the objects often appear in areas with high concentrations of military or government activity, and have suggested that they may be part of a classified program. Despite the many theories and speculations surrounding black triangles, the truth remains elusive. While some witnesses have captured images and video of these objects, their true nature and purpose remain unknown. However, the study of black triangles and other unidentified objects remains an important area of research for scientists and enthusiasts alike. By gathering and analyzing data on these objects, researchers can gain insights into the mysteries of our universe and the potential existence of extraterrestrial life. Regardless of their true nature and origin, black triangles continue to captivate and intrigue people around the world. Their enigmatic presence in our skies and in space serves as a reminder of the vastness and mystery of the universe, and of the ongoing quest to understand and explore the unknown. Skeptics have said that this object isn't anything mysterious, and that what we are looking at is just a piece of space debris, further noting that as of right now there is a significant amount of space debris in orbit around the Earth, and this debris poses a serious threat to both manned and unmanned spacecraft. According to estimates from the European Space Agency, there are currently around 34,000 pieces of debris larger than 10 centimeters in size in orbit around the Earth. This includes everything from defunct satellites and rocket stages to nuts and bolts from past missions. These larger pieces of debris can cause significant damage if they collide with a spacecraft, and they are a major concern for the safety of manned missions. Over the years, many astronauts have reported seeing unidentified objects during their missions in space. While some of these sightings can be easily explained as natural phenomena or man-made objects, others remain unexplained and continue to fuel speculation about the existence of advanced life. One of the most famous cases of a sighting by an astronaut occurred during the Apollo 11 mission, which landed the first humans on the Moon in 1969. While on their way to the Moon, the crew reported seeing a strange object that appeared to be following them. According to transcripts of their conversations with ground control, the object appeared to be moving in an erratic pattern and was visible for several minutes before disappearing from view. Other astronauts have also reported seeing strange objects in space. During the STS-48 space shuttle mission in 1991, the crew observed a series of objects moving in a coordinated manner in the distance. The objects appeared to be moving too quickly to be satellites or other man-made objects, and their sudden changes in direction and speed defied explanation. Other astronauts have also reported seeing strange objects or phenomena during their missions. Some have described seeing flashes of light or objects moving in the distance, while others have reported feeling a sense of unease or discomfort while in space. While some skeptics have dismissed these sightings as mere illusions or misidentifications of natural phenomena, others believe that they provide strong evidence for the existence of advanced life. Some have suggested that the strange objects seen by astronauts may be advanced spacecraft or probes sent by alien civilizations to observe or interact with humanity. Despite the many theories and speculations surrounding sightings in space, the truth remains elusive. While some sightings can be explained by natural phenomena or man-made objects, others remain unexplained and continue to fuel speculation and debate. Regardless of their true nature and origin, sightings by astronauts serve as a reminder of the vastness and mystery of the universe and of the ongoing quest to understand and explore the unknown. Whether or not these sightings are evidence of advanced life, they remind us of the importance of remaining open-minded and curious, and of continuing to explore the mysteries of our universe.
PSR B162026b is 12.5 billion years old. PSR B162026b is over 12,400 light-years away from Earth and is in the constellation Scorpius. It was discovered that this exoplanet has been around for a long time. It's one of the oldest exoplanets that scientists currently know of. It formed about 1 to 2 billion years after the Big Bang. Scientists have not found any traces of oxygen and carbon on the planet, suggesting it is uninhabitable. Because of its old age, it earned the nickname the Genesis Planet and Methuselah. Genesis describes the first book of the Bible, which details how Christians believe the world was created. Methuselah is named after the oldest living person in the Bible. This exoplanet is also the first planet to be found that is circumbinary, meaning it orbits 2 stars instead of 1. The stars are a pulsar and a white dwarf. Pulsars are round and compact with a large mass. They look like a group of stars from Earth, but they blink at regular and consistent rhythms, which is why scientists can use them to find large exoplanets. Pulsars are not like regular stars, but instead they emit 2 intense beams of light in either direction as they spin in a circle, like a lighthouse. White dwarfs are the remnants of stars like the Sun. At some point, the star runs out of energy and turns into a white dwarf or stellar corpse. An exoplanet is simply a planet that orbits other stars. Whereas all of the planets in our solar system rotate around the Sun, exoplanets instead orbit other stars. Exoplanets are hard to find because the stars they orbit emit bright lights, so their glare hides the exoplanet. Instead of sight, astronomers use different techniques to find these exoplanets. The Genesis planet was discovered using the pulsar timing method. The pulsar timing method tracks the electromagnetic radiation from the pulsar the planet circulates. As the planet circles the pulsar radiates electromagnetic radiation that can be identified on Earth. Astronomers record the consistent pulses to determine if there are small inconsistencies in the pulsar's cadence. These inconsistencies occur because an orbiting planet pushes the pulsar off its center. This technique helps scientists understand the system's orbit and the mass of the planets involved. Finding a planet as old as this one helps scientists understand more about the history of our universe. OGLE 2005 BLG 390LB is the coldest exoplanet discovered. OGLE 2005 BLG 390LB, or Hoth as some scientists call it, is around 21,500 light-years away from Earth, in the same constellation as PSR B162026b, the constellation of Scorpius. Located in the Milky Way galaxy, OGLE is not habitable, but its discovery may help scientists in their search for planets that are habitable. This is an exoplanet, which means it orbits a star. OGLE's star is a small red star near the center of the Milky Way galaxy. Its location isn't what makes this planet's discovery so interesting. Instead, it's its temperature. OGLE is about 220 degrees Celsius below zero, which is about 364 degrees Fahrenheit below zero. It's the coldest planet ever discovered. Its exterior is covered in rock and ice and has been compared to a similarly cold and more massive Pluto, while its atmosphere is relatively thin and comparable to Earth's. OGLE was discovered using a less popular technique called microlensing. Microlensing occurs when one dimmer star that is closer to the Earth passes in front of a brighter star that is further away from the Earth. As soon as the more dim, closer star moves in front of the bright star in our eye line, The bright light of the more distant star wraps around the closer star, and the light gets split into two parts around the dim star.
Annually, a multitude of individuals capture mysterious videos, leaving us with more questions than answers. A captivating video was captured in the airspace above Texas. Mariam Buzo, the person who captured the clip, sent a message inquiring whether anyone has observed any peculiar occurrences in the skies above Houston. Oddly enough, it didn't take long for other individuals to come forward and provide specific accounts of witnessing a similar phenomenon. One person reported observing a stationary object in the sky while flying into Houston. They mentioned being unable to record any videos due to the rapid movement of the object, but their description aligns with what Mariam had captured. Mariam saw that the object remained motionless in the sky for a duration of 15 minutes. She noted that the item lacked any illumination, resembled the surrounding clouds, and was clearly distinct from any form of wildlife. Subsequently, several individuals proposed the possibility that the phenomenon could be attributed to a group of avian creatures traversing the vicinity. However, the prevailing theory is that the video does not correspond to any known animal species, mostly due to the absence of observable movement in the captured object. As the post gained popularity, an increasing number of Texas residents chimed in, expressing their opinions. Many of them claimed that a similar object was observed in the sky last year, bearing a resemblance to the current one. This thing lacked lights, emitted no sound, and appeared to remain stationary. Inhabitants throughout the United States have been observing peculiar objects over an extended period of time. An increasing number of individuals have reported the presence of big black triangles, according to the National Institute for Discovery Science. This organization has seen a growing trend of individuals across the United States reporting sightings of these black triangles each year. According to their study, the United States is presently undergoing a surge of sightings of flying triangles, which may have escalated during the 1990s, particularly in the latter half of the decade. The wave persists, and the deployment of the flying triangles is occurring in a conspicuous manner above and in close proximity to areas with high human density, especially in the vicinity of major interstate highways. Since the initial observations, other individuals have proposed their own hypotheses regarding the nature, ownership, and origin of these phenomena. Officials and locals in Peru have said that a mysterious incident took place on the night of August 29th in the Peruvian province of Chincheros, specifically in the district of Ocobamba. Oddly enough, this happened around the same time as mysterious entities were seen throughout the area, causing some of the locals to suggest that they may be behind what happened. Many have said that the event has been covered up, but local residents have expressed beliefs that the notorious chupacabra may be responsible. Upon discovery, the two farmers were surprised to find what they did. Each sheep had a conspicuous and profound cavity in its head, while the lambs had their eyes extracted. Upon further investigation, it was revealed that a significant number of sheep had also undergone the removal of certain organs. The distressing sequence of events began with farmer Emilia Ruiz Santos, who tragically discovered 16 of her sheep scattered on the ground just outside the enclosure where they had spent the night. Notably, another farmer named Segundina Quispe, residing in Palomino, faced the same distressing ordeal when 14 of her sheep were found in the same condition, mirroring the unsettling circumstances observed by Emilia Ruiz Santos. After receiving complaints, the Ocobamba police station promptly responded by sending their members along with civil defense agents from the municipality of Ocobamba to the affected area. In order to determine the cause of their passing, a coordinated effort was made with the National Agricultural Health Service. It was of utmost importance to thoroughly investigate this incident, as it had a profound impact on the local community, as stated by Ocobamba County Mayor Henry Vilches Arango. This comprehensive response demonstrates the commitment of the authorities to address the concerns raised and ensure the well-being of both the residents and the livestock in the region. The speaker also confirmed that, apart from the holes found in their heads, there were no further signs of injury on any of the sheep. This unsettling event took place in the morning, resulting in the tragic passing of more than 30 sheep. The exact reasons behind this incident remain unknown, leaving the community in a state of bewilderment and concern. Prior to this occurrence, such an unprecedented event had never taken place in the region, leading to a sense of disbelief among the entire population. As news of the incident spread rapidly throughout the community, residents began speculating and attributing the passing to the infamous chupacabra, a mysterious predator renowned for its attacks on animals. The incident in Okobamba, and its resemblance to cattle exploration, has captured the attention of many. In both cases, the removal of organs from the animals is a common occurrence. Upon further investigation, representatives from SENASA, the National Health and Agricultural Food Quality and Safety Service, confirmed that they thoroughly examined the sheep. Their analysis led them to conclude that the cause of their passing was not due to any disease, but rather attributed to a wild animal attack. This finding sheds light on the mysterious circumstances surrounding these incidents and adds another layer of understanding to the peculiar phenomenon occurring in Okobamba. Several lambs in the Andean highlands, located near the mentioned area, are experiencing brain injuries, including puncture wounds, as well as injuries to their eyes, characterized by severe damage or even loss. Others have come forward with similar encounters throughout the area. In the heart of the Peruvian highlands, a farmer named Juan Garcia found himself thrust into a puzzling and eerie mystery. As he tended to his flock of sheep one brisk morning, he made a chilling discovery that would send shockwaves through his community and ignite fears of the legendary chupacabra. Juan Garcia, a hardworking farmer in the Andean region of Peru, rose before the sun each day to tend to his small flock of sheep. The farmer said that his routine was simple and familiar. He would feed the animals, inspect their health, and ensure they were safe from predators. However, on that fateful morning, as he approached the grazing sheep, he noticed something disturbingly unusual. The chupacabra legend has fueled fear and intrigue across communities, especially in rural areas where livestock are essential for survival. Tales of inexplicable livestock passings and sightings of the elusive creature have contributed to the lore surrounding the chupacabra. Upon discovering the sheep with strange holes in them, Juan Garcia immediately contacted local authorities and veterinarians. The incident garnered significant attention in the region, as many villagers began to speculate about the involvement of the chupacabra. Veterinarians and animal experts conducted thorough examinations of the affected sheep, analyzing the holes and the surrounding tissue. Their findings were perplexing. The wounds did not match the patterns of common predators in the area, such as foxes or birds of prey. The legend of the chupacabra, like many folklore traditions, holds immense power over communities and individuals. It serves as a cultural framework for understanding and interpreting the unexplained. In the case of the sheep, the chupacabra legend offered a narrative that resonated with the eerie and unsettling nature of the injuries. Folklore allows communities to grapple with the unknown and the mysterious. It provides a means of coping with fear and uncertainty by attributing events to supernatural entities or forces. In Juan Garcia's village, the chupacabra was not just a creature of myth, it was a symbol of the inexplicable and a source of communal solidarity in the face of an enigmatic event. In the realms of Latin American folklore and paranormal mysteries, few creatures have captured the imagination as profoundly as the chupacabra. This enigmatic entity, whose name translates to goat sucker in Spanish, has carved out a lasting legacy as a fearsome and elusive predator, terrorizing rural communities and leaving a trail of mystery and intrigue. The chupacabra is believed to have originated in the latter part of the 20th century, with its earliest reported sightings occurring in Puerto Rico in the mid-1990s. These initial accounts described a creature that exhibited peculiar characteristics, including sharp fangs, red eyes, and spines along its back. Most notably, it was said to prey on livestock, particularly goats and chickens, by draining their blood through small, precise puncture wounds. The legend quickly spread across Latin America and beyond, fueled by reports of livestock mutilations and mysterious animal deaths attributed to the chupacabra. While the creature's physical description has varied over time and across regions, certain key traits, such as its blood-sucking tendencies and elusive nature, have remained consistent in the lore. The chupacabra has become a fixture in Latin American folklore, weaving its way into the narratives of rural communities. As a symbol of the unknown and the inexplicable, The chupacabra has served as a means of explaining unexplained livestock deaths, disappearances, and illnesses. In these stories, the chupacabra embodies the fears and anxieties of rural life, where livestock are often central to economic survival. The legend offers a way to grapple with the uncertainties of rural existence, attributing misfortunes to a supernatural predator rather than the complexities of nature. In various locations, there have been sightings and reports of a different variation of the chupacabra. Unlike the typical chupacabra, these creatures were smaller in size and walked on all fours. They bore resemblance to canines, although they lacked any fur on their bodies. Biologists who examined actual specimens concluded that these animals were either coyotes, dogs, or hybrids of the two. The bizarre appearance of these creatures was attributed to a condition called mange, which is caused by an infestation of mites. It is believed that these canines turned to attacking livestock because the infestation severely weakened them, making it difficult for them to hunt their natural prey in the wild. The news of the disturbing incidents involving Puerto Rican farm animals quickly spread, leading to a wave of complaints from farmers in several other countries. Mexico, Argentina, Chile, Colombia, and the United States all experienced a similar pattern of mysterious explorations among their own farm animals. The perplexing nature of these incidents left the farmers baffled as they struggled to find a plausible explanation for the sudden and widespread loss of their livestock. Discussions are abound regarding the alleged top-secret scientific experiments conducted by the US government within the confines of the El Yunque rainforest. This particular notion isn't considered too far-fetched by certain Puerto Ricans who already harbor feelings of being exploited by the Americans. In fact, they entertain the possibility that the US could have concocted a blood-sucking creature within the laboratory and subsequently unleashed it upon the local farmland, leading to significant damage and disruption. Such conjecture stems from a deep-rooted skepticism and mistrust, fueled by a history of perceived mistreatment and exploitation. According to researchers, Homo sapiens, commonly known as modern humans, are believed to have emerged approximately 200,000 years ago. However, it is important to note that only a fraction of that time, specifically 195,000 years, has been documented and recorded. This means that an astounding 97% of our history remains largely unknown and undocumented. Throughout this extensive period, numerous significant events have taken place, and countless civilizations have risen and fallen. Unfortunately, due to the lack of tangible evidence left behind, we are unable to fully comprehend the existence and influence of these civilizations on our ancestors. It is a profound realization that the vast majority of our past, spanning thousands of years, remains shrouded in mystery. With each passing century, countless civilizations and their achievements have faded into obscurity, leaving us with only fragments of their legacy. The untold stories and untapped knowledge of these civilizations have become lost chapters in the epic tale of human history. According to certain researchers, it has been suggested that civilizations from the past have left behind intriguing symbols, drawings, and markings, which can serve as valuable clues in unraveling their activities and way of life. However, in the realm of archaeology, some anomalous findings have emerged, challenging our established historical understanding. One such intriguing discovery is an enigmatic drawing that was unearthed within a cave situated in Japan. Delving into the depths of this topic, it becomes increasingly evident that these ancient civilizations possessed a language of symbols and depictions that carried profound meaning. These visual remnants provide a window into their world, allowing us to gain insights into their rituals, beliefs, communication systems, and perhaps even their artistic expressions. The British Exploring Society was among the pioneers in sharing this intriguing discovery on their social media accounts, prompting their followers to weigh in with their interpretations. Since then, numerous other social media platforms have also shared this discovery, leading many to observe the striking resemblance between the drawing and an advanced aircraft. Similar drawings have been unearthed in various corners of the globe, including ancient Egypt. The fact that different civilizations have depicted the same phenomenon has raised eyebrows and sparked curiosity. However, one of the challenges associated with these discoveries is their isolated nature. often leaving researchers with little contextual information to determine the time period in which the drawing was created or the exact intent of the artist. Despite this, there are groups of individuals who believe that these drawings actually portray enigmatic flying aircrafts. Proponents of this theory argue that such depictions do not align with anything else known from those time periods, as aircraft and aerial vehicles were not believed to exist during those eras. Interestingly, these peculiar objects appear in the detailed accounts of various ancient cultures, including the Egyptians, Indians, and Mayans. The ancient Indians referred to these objects as vimanas, and it is noteworthy that numerous ancient paintings and carvings depict these enigmatic entities. Japan has a long history of intriguing and enigmatic tales, and one such captivating story revolves around the Utsurobune phenomenon. This incident, which occurred in 1803, centers around an extraordinary event where an alluring young woman appeared on the shores of Japan aboard a peculiar, technologically advanced vessel. Inquisitive local fishermen were both fascinated and perplexed by her presence, as she seemed unable to communicate in the native Japanese language. Uncertain of how to handle this extraordinary situation, the fishermen eventually decided to release her back into the sea, allowing her to depart in her peculiar craft. Local legends surrounding this mysterious occurrence often allude to the woman being a visitor from a distant and unfamiliar land, as her appearance and demeanor were noticeably distinct from the local inhabitants. Some intriguing accounts even mention a captivating element. The woman was said to be clutching a mysterious box in her hands when she arrived ashore. The story of the Utsurobune serves as a testament to Japan's profound and long-standing fascination with extraordinary occurrences and their willingness to embrace the enigmatic and unknown. Though limited historical information exists, the legend continues to captivate the imagination, allowing for various interpretations and speculations about the origin and purpose of the woman's unusual vessel, as well as her own identity and intentions. This mesmerizing tale has become a notable part of Japan's folklore, embodying the enduring allure of the unknown and the ever-present desire to unravel its secrets. The legend surrounding Utsurobune is supported by 3 distinct historical references, all originating from the early 1800s. While these references provide different accounts of the incident, they share certain similarities. The story also mentions a series of investigations that were conducted, each yielding somewhat contrasting findings. Notably, one of the more recent investigations was carried out by Dr. Kazuo Tanaka from Gifu University of Tokyo. According to his research, the legends surrounding Utsurobune lack specific details regarding the boat's movement, but do highlight the peculiar fact that it remained motionless on the water. These findings shed light on the complexity and enigmatic nature of the legend, inviting further exploration and analysis. During their exploration of an ancient cave system in India, Dr. Bhagat and his team made yet another peculiar discovery. According to their findings, they stumbled upon an intriguing cave painting that bore a striking resemblance to an extraterrestrial being. Astonishingly, they estimated that this painting could potentially be over 10,000 years old. Dr. Bhagat expressed his keen interest in seeking the opinions of both NASA and the Indian Space Research Organization in regard to this astonishing find. This discovery has sparked the speculation among certain theorists that advanced ancient civilizations thrived thousands of years ago, leaving behind compelling evidence of their presence. For instance, some theorists highlight the intriguing stone figure found amidst a cluster of ancient Mayan ruins in Guatemala. This stone figure intriguingly depicts a remarkably accurate representation of a modern-day astronaut, skillfully crafted in stone. Naturally, this enigmatic stone figure has been at the center of numerous debates surrounding ancient civilizations. Some claim that the representation of these gods as advanced beings from distant planets is a testament to their superior knowledge and technology. It is believed that these ancient civilizations may have possessed a profound understanding of astronomy, space travel, and the existence of beings from other worlds. This remarkable discovery, along with the cave painting found in India, adds an intriguing layer to humanity's understanding of its ancient past. The search for answers and the interpretation of these mysterious relics continue to captivate the minds of both scientists and enthusiasts alike. The cave paintings, which can be found in close proximity to central India, offer an intriguing sight as they depict a variety of both human and animal figures. Astonishingly, these ancient artworks exhibit depictions of kangaroos, giraffes, and fish-like creatures, species that are not native to India. However, one particular painting caught the attention of the research team due to its uniqueness. Dr. Bhagat, a member of the team, provided an interesting perspective on this discovery, suggesting that it implies a possibility that humans in prehistoric times might have encountered or imagined beings from other planets. This notion, which continues to pique the curiosity of both people and researchers, is further reinforced by the presence of figures wearing spacesuits in some of the depicted scenes. While similar cave paintings have been discovered in the past, none have exhibited such intricate and detailed renderings until now. Remarkably, this specific region is also home to portrayals of flying saucers, equipment, and depictions of abduction, prompting amateur researchers to question why mainstream scientists have not pursued further investigation. They argue that the omission of these astonishing discoveries from our history books hinders our understanding of the past and maintains that such findings could provide invaluable insights. On the contrary, mainstream researchers have dismissed these depictions as mere drawings, lacking any historical significance. Paul Hellyer, a former Canadian defence minister renowned for his views on the unknown, urged the government during his life to unveil classified information regarding unidentified objects and aliens. With a distinguished background as Canada's defence minister during the 1960s, Hellyer played a pivotal role in overseeing significant transformations within the Royal Canadian Navy, Canadian Army, and the Royal Canadian Air Force, ultimately leading to their integration into a unified entity. However, during the last years of his life, it was his assertions that have thrust him into the spotlight of mainstream media. Fascinatingly, Hellyer insists that influential figures in society are concealing the existence of extraterrestrial life, a notion that has prodded him to advocate for the disclosure of undisclosed knowledge in this domain. By delving into the enigmatic realms of unidentified objects and extraterrestrials, Hellyer's perspective adds a captivating facet to the ongoing discourse surrounding this phenomenon, inviting us to explore the depths of the unknown and broaden our understanding of the universe. In 2015, Mr. Hellyer initiated discussions regarding unidentified flying objects, expressing a noteworthy observation that these unexplained aerial phenomena are as prevalent as conventional aircraft in our skies. Furthermore, he went on to assert that extraterrestrial beings have been visiting our planet for an extended period of time, offering a profound insight into their motivation. According to Mr. Hellyer, their keen interest in Earth was catalyzed by the advent of the atomic bomb, which served as a significant turning point in their attention towards our civilization. Numerous experts in the field of UFO research have contended that during the initial testing of atomic weapons, there was a substantial surge in the number of reported sightings. Offering valuable insights into this intriguing phenomenon, Mr. Hellyer and other dedicated researchers propose that the extraterrestrial beings observed our development and deployment of atomic bombs, which instantly propelled humanity to the status of a significant cosmic threat. By comprehensively exploring the correlation between nuclear weapons testing and the subsequent increase in UFO activity, these experts shed light on the profound impact our atomic capabilities had on the intergalactic community. During an interview, he expressed that there has been a significant increase in activity over the past few decades. He suggested that his surge in activity shows that aliens are genuinely concerned about our tendency to utilize this destructive weapon repeatedly, as it has the potential to disrupt the delicate balance of the entire cosmos. This apprehension stems from their fear of the consequences that such actions may have on the overall equilibrium of celestial entities. Mr. Hellyer put forward the notion that there are multiple individuals within the United States government who possess knowledge regarding the ongoing events. He further asserted that establishing contact with the appropriate individuals would swiftly provide the necessary evidence, thus insinuating that the truth is readily accessible. He elaborated on the information he has received from various sources, including documents and personal interviews. According to these sources, there is believed to be a range of 2 to 12 distinct species of extraterrestrial beings. Avi Loeb calls out Neil deGrasse Tyson for not practicing science on the UAP issue. Avi Loeb said the following about the recent UAP developments and Neil deGrasse Tyson's comments. The problem is that people like Neil are pretending they care about the data, but they are not seeking the data, and he is talking about it, but he is not practicing science. And what I'm trying to do is go to the Pacific Ocean, where we know there is an object that came from outside the solar system, and study it. Now it's possible that the government may have some materials or some evidence that we have no access to, but the sky is not classified. The oceans are not classified. And if Neil deGrasse Tyson was really curious about this question, he would have been seeking the evidence rather than saying we don't have evidence and that it's an extraordinary claim. But he's not doing anything about it, and practicing science is very different from talking about science. He's talking about science. I am practicing science. I write scientific papers, I publish, and I actually follow the evidence, and that's what we try to do. What I find strange is that many scientists resist this approach of trying to collect the evidence. Not only that they are not engaged in it, they are trying to push back and say it's a waste of time. But I say, let the science be done the way it should be done. And I'm really curious if the government has materials or information that is currently hidden from view, because as a scientist, I agree with Neil that we need access to the data. So the fundamental question for me is whether we will learn about what lies beyond the solar system by studying what's at the bottom of the Pacific Ocean before we learn it from politicians in Washington, or maybe some miracle will happen and we will learn from the government as well. Renowned astrophysicist Neil deGrasse Tyson recently featured on an episode of Who's Talking with Chris Wallace, where he was questioned about his perspective on the current frenzy surrounding mysterious visits to Earth. Tyson emphasized that, as a scientist, he remains steadfast in his position on the nature of the universe, requiring solid and substantiated evidence before adjusting his viewpoints. Tyson, when questioned about his belief in the existence of alien life in the universe, expressed that it would be surprising if life did not exist. He based this assertion on the prevalence of the same building blocks that support life on Earth, the rapid emergence of life on our planet, and the large number of planets discovered orbiting other stars. The absence of life under such circumstances would indeed be unexpected. During a discussion about the definition of the term alien as any form of life, there was a follow-up question regarding whether advanced beings have visited Earth. At this point, Tyson emphasized that although he maintains an open mind, he is not convinced by the blurry and ambiguous footage of unidentified objects in the sky that is often touted as evidence of alien presence. Neil said the following: "Is it possible for something to arrive here via a spacecraft? It could very well be out there. Currently, there is insufficient evidence to persuade a genuine skeptic that we have been visited. Allow me to mention that these indistinct, single-color tic-tacs that regularly appear within restricted airspace of the Navy, right here in our own atmosphere, are not enough to convince an astrophysicist, particularly when we have access to high-resolution images from the James Webb Space Telescope, which is positioned 1 million miles away from Earth, providing a glimpse at the farthest reaches of the universe. If you truly want to convince an astrophysicist about the existence of advanced visitors within our atmosphere, you'll need stronger evidence." While some theorists may find fault with Neil deGrasse Tyson's reasoning in this matter, contending that alien spacecraft could potentially possess the capability to conceal or disguise their appearance from the naked eye, or even from advanced technologies such as radar, Tyson is indeed correct in asserting that without solid evidence, everything remains speculative. As of right now, those who have been investigating this story have said that a smear campaign is happening right now against David Grush. Air Force and intelligence community veteran David Grush has ignited an intense debate surrounding the existence of unidentified objects. These claims, both historic and highly controversial, have encountered resistance from skeptics due to their extraordinary nature. Amongst Grush's most astonishing assertions is the revelation of a non-human intelligence presence on our planet. Additionally, he alleges that the United States government has initiated a crash retrieval program specifically aimed at reverse engineering advanced spacecrafts. However, despite the publication of an exclusive interview with Grush by Australian journalist Ross Coulthart, these extraordinary claims continue to be the subject of dispute. Intriguingly, the story took a serious turn when the veteran decided to testify under oath, adding a new layer of importance and significance to his account. After testifying under oath, Both Grush and Coulthart issued a cautionary statement, highlighting that the intelligence community would respond to their claims from various perspectives. One publication, in an attempt to undermine David Grush's credibility, published a critical article targeting his health issues, particularly his struggle with post-traumatic stress disorder following his services. This hit piece is just one in a series of attempts made by several critics to discredit Grush's assertions. David Grush, a former intelligence officer in the Air Force, delivered a profoundly startling testimony where he revealed that he had been informed about a highly classified program focused on retrieving and reverse engineering unidentified aerial phenomena for several decades. Grush went on to accuse the military of intentionally diverting funds in order to maintain secrecy surrounding these operations. This revelation uncovers a covert initiative that has spanned multiple generations, involving the examination and investigation of UAP incidents. The testimony presented is causing committee members to raise doubts regarding the appropriate approach for Congress to initiate an investigation into the witnesses' claims. They are also urging the executive branch to provide further clarification and explanations regarding its denial of the existence of certain programs. This comprehensive and detailed exploration delves into the deep-rooted questions surrounding the need for extensive inquiry and the demand for transparency. In an effort to gather more insights and evidence, legislators are aiming to initiate the process by acquiring supplementary details and records that Grush claims to have submitted to the Pentagon's Inspector General subsequent to his involvement in 2 Defense Department task forces focusing on unidentified aerial phenomena. In order to extract more insights from him, they intend to conduct a meeting with the former official in a specialized facility known as a sensitive compartmented information facility. The vastness and intricacy of our world continue to captivate and bewilder us. With each passing day, we are confronted with astonishing discoveries that serve as a constant reminder of how much more there is to learn about our surroundings. Among the many intriguing phenomena circulating on social media, there is a photograph that has captured widespread attention. It purportedly depicts a colossal object traversing the expansive dunes of the Sahara Desert. The appearance of this enigmatic object has left observers perplexed and questioning the plausibility of such an immense entity journeying across such distances. This remarkable photograph has sparked a multitude of inquiries and speculation. How is it possible for an object of such magnitude to navigate the treacherous terrain of the desert? According to one user's suggestion, the large object in question could potentially be a stone that descended from one of the nearby mountains, thereby resulting in the substantial skid mark observed. However, an interesting point arises when examining the measurements, as the skid mark stretches over an impressive distance of 981 meters. This has raised doubts among some individuals regarding the plausibility of wind being capable of carrying such a massive object for such a considerable distance. The extended length of the skid mark has sparked speculation and prompted further inquiry into the likelihood of atmospheric forces being responsible for its transport. In response to the user's comment, another individual expressed their curiosity about the origin of the object, suggesting the possibility that it may have come from outer space. The observer further speculated that the object in question could potentially be a meteorite, and the visible trail behind it could be attributed to the impact of the object colliding with the ground. This insightful observation leads one to contemplate the fascinating concept of extraterrestrial bodies entering our planet. The notion that this idea is not entirely implausible gains credibility when considering that one of the most ancient meteorites ever unearthed was discovered in the vast expanse of the Sahara Desert. It has been determined by scientists that this extraterrestrial artifact dates back a staggering 4.6 billion years. Other individuals who had the opportunity to observe the photographs put forth more unconventional speculations. They proposed that the object in question could potentially be an advanced aircraft that had encountered a crash landing on the ground. One key observation they made was that the appearance of the object did not resemble that of a typical rock or a component of the surrounding mountains. Their reasoning behind this hypothesis was that something of such magnitude, which left a skid mark stretching over 40 meters, must have possessed considerable dimensions. Interestingly, astute observers pointed out that the starting point of the skid mark exhibited no indications of a mountain or an elevated region. This prompted some to assert that had the object originated from a mountain, there would have been a conspicuous absence of the mountain itself, accompanied by a noticeable gap. It is worth noting that such omissions cannot be detected in any of the photographs. As of right now, these photographs are still generating discussions online, with people confused as to how such a large structure would be able to slide across the Sahara Desert. Those who put forward the idea of the object moving via the use of ice sheets or wet areas should note that on average, the Sahara gets between 0 and 2 inches of rain per year, although some locations can go without rain for several years. Although this explanation may seem like the most likely answer, it's unlikely that such a large object would be able to move across the sands of Egypt with so little water. Even this theory is disputed among researchers, with some saying that more data is needed, and noting that the stones that have been moved via water are very small, under 20 inches in diameter. The object just photographed in the Sahara Desert measures in at over 84 meters in length. As some have pointed out as well, let's say that this object is a rock. Natural crushed rocks that measure between 10 and 20 inches weigh approximately 1.1 tons per cubic meter, with solid rock measuring in at 2.5 to 3 tons per cubic meter. One individual expressed their curiosity by stating the following: "While I do not necessarily propose a mysterious explanation, it is baffling to consider how an object of such considerable size could be displaced solely by wind or rain. Moreover, there is no mountain in proximity from which this object could have toppled. If the object had originated from the opposite side, where observable mountains exist, we could possibly attribute it to a substantial rock. However, this still does not account for the peculiar occurrence of a rock of such magnitude sliding across thousands of meters on sand. It is one of those perplexing circumstances that becomes increasingly bizarre the more one contemplates it." End quote. It is not uncommon for rocks to exhibit independent movement, and although the sliding rocks in Death Valley are not comparable in size to the aforementioned object, they represent a peculiar phenomenon that has been observed exclusively in this geographical location. The enigmatic Death Valley sailing stones have captivated researchers as they manifest the ability to initiate motion and leave marked trails across the smooth valley floor, all without any apparent human or animal involvement. This intriguing behavior occurs at various times throughout the day, with the rocks commencing their displacement and imprinting long tracks that can stretch over considerable distances or even abruptly change direction by executing a complete turnaround or making precise 90-degree turns. The scientific community has proposed multiple hypotheses to explain this mystifying rock movement. One widely accepted explanation postulates that a delicate balance of unique circumstances comes into play, resulting in the rocks gliding gradually over a subterranean frozen sheet of ice while taking advantage of optimal wind conditions generated by the distinct topography of the valley. Delving deeper into the subject, it becomes evident that the rocky journey is facilitated by the presence of specific conditions. These conditions arise naturally and work in conjunction to allow the stones to exploit the surface of the frozen ice below, acting as a slick track for their gradual progression. Furthermore, the geography of the valley contributes to the creation of favorable wind patterns that exert force upon the rocks, further propelling their movement. The occurrence of these extraordinary phenomena in Death Valley, recorded nowhere else on Earth, has sparked extensive research and investigation into the underlying mechanisms responsible for this fascinating natural spectacle. Scientists and experts continue to explore and analyze various factors, striving to unravel the mysteries surrounding the enigmatic movement of these remarkable sailing stones. Surprisingly, there is a lack of definitive evidence to support the notion of stone movement, as there are no records or direct observations documenting the rock's motion. This absence of proof has led some to speculate that there might be an alternative mechanism at work, giving rise to the concept of ley lines and peculiar electromagnetic phenomena observed at specific locations worldwide. Interestingly, this hypothesis holds considerable merit, as research has indicated that volcanic rock can indeed exhibit electromagnetic properties, much like what has been observed in other parts of the globe. Furthermore, investigations into the phenomenon have disproven the possibility of buoyancy-based mechanisms being responsible for the rock's displacement, specifically based on data from 2014. In addition, additional evidence suggests that the natural materials contained within these stones could possess magnetic properties and could potentially be influenced by electromagnetic forces. When considering all of these factors, it becomes evident that there is a need for further in-depth research to enrich our understanding of this intriguing phenomenon. The mysterious fortress. Archaeologists have recently uncovered remarkable evidence of real-life castles in the sand, constructed by an ancient culture in the Sahara Desert. According to recent satellite images, a significant discovery has been made in southwestern Libya, revealing over 100 fortress settlements belonging to a previously unknown or lost civilization. The ancient settlements, existing from approximately AD 1 to 500, were associated with a highly developed and enigmatic civilization known as the Garamantes. The Garamantes, who exercised their dominion over the region from around the 2nd century BC to the 7th century AD, governed these communities. During their investigation, researchers made a remarkable discovery by examining contemporary satellite imagery, including high-resolution images employed by the oil industry, as well as aerial photographs captured in the 1950s and 1960s. These findings unveiled the presence of fortified settlements, towns, villages, and agricultural lands belonging to the ancient Garamantes civilization. Situated approximately 620 miles, or 1,000 kilometers to the south of Tripoli, the fortresses have been officially identified through the analysis of Garamantes pottery samples that were gathered during a research mission in early 2011. Project leader David Mattingly, hailing from the esteemed University of Leicester in the United Kingdom, expressed his deep astonishment at the remarkable level of preservation observed within the ancient mud brick compounds. The archaeologist shared that despite some slight slumping caused by wind erosion, the walls of these historical sites remain resilient, standing tall at heights ranging from 3 to 4 meters or 10 to 13 feet in certain areas. This enduring state of the walls lends insight into their stability and longevity, even in the face of natural forces. Archaeologists, upon witnessing the meticulous and precisely laid out architecture, could have been in danger of misidentifying the construction as Roman frontier forts due to their striking similarities in design. According to researchers, it is important to note that these sites extend far beyond the borders of the Roman Empire. In fact, they serve as significant indicators of a prominent African kingdom that held immense power and influence. In addition, it was a surprising revelation for the scientists to discover that these sites, consisting of burial grounds and agricultural fields, are densely concentrated in close proximity to each other. In this particular case, it is worth noting that within an expanse of 1.5 square miles, which equates to approximately 4 square kilometers, there existed no less than 10 well-established settlements of a significant size. The existing information regarding the Garamantes primarily stems from archaeological digs conducted at their capital city Jama, located approximately 125 miles northwest of their domain. Furthermore, insights into the Garamantes are derived from ancient Roman and Greek texts, offering valuable accounts that aid in understanding their civilization. According to Mattingly, the perception of the lost lords of the Sahara suggests that they were an advanced and sophisticated civilization. This characterization, as described in National Geographic magazine, highlights their elevated status and intellectual prowess. According to the expert, the society in question can be identified as having advanced in various areas, including metallurgy, the production of high-quality textiles, and the development of a writing system. These significant indicators suggest the presence of a well-organized and highly structured state-level society. According to Philip Kenrick, an archaeologist from the University of Oxford who was not involved in the new research, the heritage authorities in Libya, plagued by a lack of funds, have been unable to carry out field research, resulting in a significant gap in our understanding of the ancient civilization. This financial constraint has hindered their ability to delve deeper into the knowledge and exploration of this rich historical legacy. The recently discovered archaeological findings serve as a profound testament to the ingenious irrigation methods employed by the ancient civilization of the Garamantes. According to the project leader Mattingly, the region under consideration is characterized by a profoundly arid environment found in the Saharan desert, known as hyper-arid. The Garamantes, an ancient civilization, ingeniously tapped into prehistoric water sources by constructing elaborate underground canals. These canals served not only as a means to extract water, but also as a method to cultivate a diverse range of crops. The allure of space exploration and the mysteries of the cosmos have long captivated humanity's imagination. Over the years, reports of unidentified objects have fueled speculation about advanced life and advanced technology beyond Earth. SpaceX, founded by entrepreneur Elon Musk in 2002, has rapidly become a leader in the space industry, with ambitious goals of making space travel more accessible and sustainable. While SpaceX has made significant strides in space exploration, it has also become inadvertently entangled with unidentified objects, raising questions about the nature of these encounters and their implications. Over the years, there have been several reports of unidentified objects spotted in close proximity to SpaceX rockets during launches or while in orbit. These sightings, often captured on camera, have generated considerable interest and debate among researchers, space enthusiasts, and the general public. A space mission launched by SpaceX, equipped with state-of-the-art technology, encountered an unusual sighting, an elongated, cylinder-shaped object that slowly approached the SpaceX rocket. The cylinder-shaped, unidentified object, appearing as a metallic, elongated object, exhibits no known propulsion system or origin. Its approach toward the SpaceX rocket defies conventional understanding. The object's symmetrical and streamlined design suggests a level of engineering far beyond terrestrial capabilities, inviting speculation about its potential advanced origin. As the cylinder approached, the live footage was stopped and was even edited to remove the object from the live stream. As of right now, there are instances where unidentified objects or anomalies are captured in the background of these live feeds. When NASA or other space agencies remove such objects from their live streams, it's typically for a combination of logical and technical reasons. However, researchers have said this is done in order to cover up these mysterious objects. On April 30th, SpaceX's colossal Falcon Heavy rocket effectively deployed 3 satellites into high Earth orbit, marking a significant milestone, as it was the first time that none of the rocket's boosters were retrieved. On the evening of Sunday, April 30th, the rocket launched and all stages performed as expected, delivering the trio of payloads to geostationary Earth orbit. The exhaust emitted from the rocket created an impressive spectacle, as observed from a perspective on the ground. Elon Musk, the CEO of SpaceX, has expressed that he would consider it a success if the new Falcon Heavy rocket manages to launch without any issues. The rocket engines were successfully tested at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida, paving the way for its first ever flight in the upcoming weeks. However, during this mission, users watching the live stream said that they saw strange objects in the background. This caused the users to take videos of the objects and post them to social media. Oddly enough, those who investigate the unknown have said that this isn't the first time that mysterious objects have been captured during SpaceX missions, and it's caused some to suggest that these videos could be proof of unidentified objects. In the vast expanse of the night sky, the Falcon Heavy rocket soared into space, carrying a payload of satellites destined for orbit. The atmosphere at the launch site was electrifying, with spectators and engineers watching the powerful engines ignite, propelling the spacecraft towards the stars. Among the eager onlookers were those interested in unidentified objects. One user named Tom said they had always been captivated by the mysteries of the universe, and he couldn't resist the opportunity to witness a SpaceX mission firsthand. Armed with his trusty telescope and camera, he set up his equipment in a prime viewing spot. As the rocket climbed higher and higher into the sky, leaving a trail of exhaust behind, Tom scanned the surrounding area with his telescope. His eyes widened as he noticed something peculiar, a light object hovering in the vicinity of the spacecraft. It appeared to be glowing and staying close to the rocket. He quickly viewed the live feed in order to confirm his sighting, and noted that the mysterious object seemed to effortlessly match the speed and trajectory of the Falcon Heavy, stating that it maintained a steady distance. He was one of the people who uploaded the footage to social media, saying that you can see two objects flying past the rocket. He said that its smooth and seamless movements indicated an advanced level of technology. In recent years, there have been numerous reports of unidentified objects in close proximity to SpaceX missions. These sightings have sparked curiosity and intrigue among both space enthusiasts and enthusiasts alike. While the exact nature and origin of these UFOs remain a subject of debate, several factors can be considered to understand why they are often observed near SpaceX missions. Firstly, the launch of a SpaceX mission attracts significant attention from the public and media. These missions involve advanced technology, groundbreaking achievements, and the exploration of outer space. Such high-profile events naturally draw the interest of individuals who are interested in unidentified objects. As a result, people are more likely to be actively observing the skies during these missions, increasing the chances of spotting unusual aerial phenomena. Secondly, the presence of mysterious aircrafts near SpaceX missions may be attributed to the characteristics of the rockets and spacecraft themselves. SpaceX has been at the forefront of developing innovative technologies and pushing the boundaries of space exploration. Moreover, it is important to acknowledge the possibility that some of these sightings may be misinterpretations or misidentifications of conventional objects or atmospheric phenomena. However, it is worth noting that some sightings near SpaceX missions defy conventional explanations. Witnesses have reported witnessing objects that exhibit extraordinary flight characteristics, such as sudden changes in direction, rapid acceleration, or hovering in place. These sightings challenge our understanding of known aerodynamic principles and raise intriguing questions about the nature of these objects. One possible explanation for the presence of mysterious aircrafts near SpaceX missions is the hypothesis that advanced civilizations may be monitoring our technological advancements and space exploration efforts. It is conceivable that highly advanced civilizations from other star systems are curious about our progress and are observing our activities. SpaceX missions, with their cutting-edge technology and ambitious goals, could be of particular interest to these civilizations. Another perspective suggests that the sightings near SpaceX missions could be related to the phenomenon known as interstellar transit. According to this theory, advanced extraterrestrial civilizations may be utilizing gravitational assists from spacecraft or harnessing energy from rockets to facilitate their own interstellar travel. In this scenario, the sightings could be instances of these civilizations taking advantage of the gravitational or energy fields created by SpaceX missions. While the true nature of these sightings near SpaceX missions remains a mystery, they underscore the need for continued scientific exploration and open-mindedness. It is essential to investigate and analyze these reports using rigorous scientific methods, taking into account both conventional and unconventional explanations. The question of whether advanced life exists elsewhere in the universe has captivated humanity for centuries. Are we alone in the vast expanse of space, or is there a higher probability of advanced civilizations thriving beyond our planet? The vastness of the universe is an awe-inspiring concept. With billions of galaxies, each containing billions of stars, it seems inconceivable that Earth would be the only planet capable of sustaining life. The sheer number of potential habitable worlds provides a statistical basis for the existence of advanced life elsewhere. Moreover, the discovery of thousands of exoplanets, some of which reside in the habitable zone of their star systems, has fueled optimism that conditions necessary for life may be common in the universe. The existence of extremophiles, organisms capable of thriving in extreme conditions on Earth, also supports the possibility of advanced life in the universe. These resilient life forms have been found in environments once considered inhospitable, such as deep-sea hydrothermal vents, acidic lakes, and frozen tundra. If life can adapt and persist in such harsh environments on Earth, it suggests that similar adaptations might have occurred on other worlds, enabling the development of advanced life forms. Another factor to consider is the age of the universe. The universe is estimated to be approximately 13.8 billion years old, providing ample time for the evolution of advanced civilizations. Given the vast timescales involved, it is plausible that intelligent life may have emerged and progressed beyond our current level of technological advancement elsewhere in the cosmos. If this is the case, the chances of encountering advanced extraterrestrial civilizations become increasingly likely. The creatures of Mount Nyangani. Being one of the most recent and peculiar mysteries from the past few years is the encounter witnessed atop Mount Nyangani in Zimbabwe. Back in the month of November of 2014, a 20-year-old British explorer named Thomas Gaisford journeyed to explore Mount Nyangani in the hopes of finding sights never before seen. The main cause for him being in Zimbabwe was due to him having won a university award that was focused on helping pay for trips to new and exciting locations to help with building confidence and discovering new and exciting things about the world. Unfortunately, this trip only provided the opposite effect for Thomas Gaisford. As he went to trek the mountain alone, he had planned to reach the peak and stay there overnight. However, at roughly 3 a.m, a thick fog began rolling in, which left him disoriented and lost. He decided to sit still and camp overnight where he was until the weather cleared up, but he was only met with a thunderstorm that soon arrived at his location. It was at this point that things started getting especially strange. In the fog surrounding him, Thomas Gaisford reported that creatures were circling him and observing him. He had already been warned by the locals to ignore any animals that were acting strangely on the mountain, as the locals explained they were simply not from this world. When the weather finally cleared after 24 hours, he rapidly fled the mountain and never returned. Although some claim that perhaps the amateur explorer had merely gotten dehydrated and became disoriented, locals agree with what he experienced, and not many outside of the local population have ever journeyed up the mountain since then. Perhaps there truly are animals from another dimension on that mountain, and there simply has not been enough who have tried to understand the mountain's peculiar properties to report this finding. For centuries, locals have passed down stories of strange beings that inhabit the misty peaks and hidden valleys of Mount Nyangani. Described as tall, slender figures with glowing eyes and elongated limbs, these mysterious humanoid creatures are said to lurk in the shadows, watching and waiting for unsuspecting travelers who dare to venture too close to their domain. One of the earliest documented encounters with these mysterious humanoid creatures occurred in the late 19th century, when a group of European explorers stumbled upon a remote village nestled in the foothills of Mount Nyangani. According to their accounts, the villagers spoke of strange sightings of humanoid figures lurking in the darkness, their presence evoking a sense of fear and unease among the local population. In the decades that followed, reports of encounters with the mysterious humanoid creatures of Mount Nyangani continued to trickle in, with witnesses describing eerie sightings of tall, shadowy figures that seemed to materialize out of thin air, only to vanish without a trace moments later. Some claim to have seen the creatures stalking through the dense undergrowth, their glowing eyes piercing the darkness like beacons of malevolent intent. One such encounter occurred in 1979, when a group of hikers exploring the remote reaches of Mount Nyangani reported seeing a humanoid figure emerge from the mist, its tall, slender form silhouetted against the backdrop of the setting sun. According to their accounts, the creature appeared to be observing them from a distance, its glowing eyes following their every move with an air of detached curiosity. As word of these sightings spread, interest in the mysterious humanoid creatures of Mount Nyangani grew. One theory proposed by researchers is that the mysterious humanoid creatures of Mount Nyangani may be related to the rich tradition of folklore and mythology that surrounds the mountain. According to indigenous beliefs, the mountain is inhabited by ancestral spirits and guardian beings who are said to possess supernatural powers and wisdom beyond mortal comprehension. It is possible that the sightings of humanoid creatures reported on the mountain are manifestations of these ancient spirits, appearing to those who dare to intrude upon their sacred domain. Another theory suggests that the mysterious humanoid creatures of Mount Nyangani may be a previously undiscovered species of primate or hominid, adapted to life in the dense forests and rugged terrain of the mountain. Proponents of this theory point to the mountain's remote and inaccessible location as a possible refuge for such creatures, allowing them to evade detection and remain hidden from prying eyes. Yet, despite the wealth of speculation and debate surrounding the mysterious humanoid creatures of Mount Nyangani, the truth behind these strange encounters remains elusive. Whether real or imagined, these sightings serve as a potent reminder of the enduring allure and mystery of the natural world and the boundless wonders that await discovery in the remote corners of our planet. Girl taken from Montana mountain range by mysterious creature. Considered to be one of the most bizarre missing cases ever recorded, a 1-year-old female would suddenly go missing in the state of Montana, back on the 2nd of September 1903, and would later be discovered with the creature responsible inside a cave located in one of the most isolated hills of North America. According to the report, a man by the name of William Dunphy was prospecting with his family roughly 10 miles north of Wyoming, only a few miles outside of the small town of Ewing, Montana. Today, Ewing is considered a ghost town, as the less than 200 residential population recorded back in the early 1900s has completely disappeared, and only a single building, used to house local park rangers, stands where the small town once stood. Surrounding the remains of the small town are some of the largest mountains found in the state, alongside several of the highest recorded peaks. Entering into the direction of Ewing from the border of Wyoming is also home to an old supernatural location referred to by locals as the Devil's Canyon, as many ancient Native American legends tell stories of encountered demonic entities in the area. It would be in this area that William Dunphy's daughter would suddenly go missing. On the 2nd of September, back in 1903, an article from a local newspaper would claim that while the Dunphy family were living in the nearby hills of Ewing, the parents and children would often travel deeper into the nearby canyons to do prospecting, using the nearby small rivers and tributaries for gold panning. The local newspaper, known as the Clinton Morning, would claim that while the family was prospecting and the child was lying down near one of the slow-moving tributaries, a sudden, large and wild animal would emerge from the adjacent brush and carry off the daughter. Oddly enough, the family was unable to tell investigators or reporters what exactly that animal was that was responsible for carrying off the daughter. Regardless of this, the family and other local residents would begin an extensive search to find the missing daughter, including hunting and gutting local wild animals of all kinds to find identifiable remains of the Dunphy daughter. Although the news articles failed to provide information on the exact efforts that local volunteers made, the entire operation was considered by reporters as having been extensive and time-consuming. Almost 2 weeks would pass before any sign of the missing girl was ever uncovered, but during the middle of September, William Dunphy would once again be near the Devil's Canyon, following large predator tracks to a deep and open cave system. The region surrounding Ewing is littered with complex cave systems, often undiscovered and unexplored, and many of these caves are often closed off or avoided altogether due to the high probability of natural large predators inhabiting them. Despite these fears, William Dunphy would follow the large animal tracks through the canyon and up one of the mountains until he came to a large cave opening that was located more than 10 miles from where the Dunphy daughter had last been seen. Believing the spot to have been a wolf's den, William Dunphy would stay outside of the cave for about an hour, waiting to see if any large predators would come out of the cave. While waiting, however, Dunphy would claim to suddenly hear the crying of a young child. Without hesitation, Dunphy would soon enter the den to check what was inside it, and would claim that the cry of the child would become much louder and was mixed with the yelping cries of animals. Dunphy would later tell reporters that he felt as if he had seen a ghost when he entered the cave and saw his infant daughter lying on top of a fluffed up and organized bed of grass, as if it had been specifically made for the child. Less than a few inches away from his infant daughter laid a massive wolf mother with several young wolf pups laying beside her. Dunphy, terrified to get too close to the nursing wolf mother, watched as his daughter would crawl to the large wolf mother and get milk from the mother while pushing away other small pups. After a moment, Dunphy would step forward slowly towards the wolf mother, which had no reaction whatsoever, and grabbed his crying daughter away from the wolf mother and slowly backed out of the cave. Other local residents and newspaper reporters would visit the wolf den to help confirm the story, as well as examine the Dunphy daughter closely. After examinations, it became apparent that not only was the girl not injured, but that she had grown to a considerable size and had been extremely well nourished, better than many of the other children her age. Several other newspapers, both in Red Lodge, Montana and Ewing, would have the story validated by 3 different Ewing residents, alongside the witness testimony of William Dunphy. Although no other details surrounding the disappearance and recovery of the Dunphy daughter are known, many opinion pieces later written about the publication often expressed criticism or disbelief at the claims of William Dunphy. However, despite these skeptic views, since the 1903 disappearance, there have been a handful of cases from around the world of children vanishing after being taken by a large predator animal, only to be seen at a later time well-fed and acting feral, similar to the animals. Oddly enough, the case of the Dunphy daughter is not the only time an individual was reportedly taken by an animal described by eyewitness reports as a large bear or abnormally massive wolf, as mammals taking children has been a common report across the state of Montana. Another similar case would be the account of missing Kenneth Crandall, who was believed to have been taken by a large dog and then later found by Crandall's missing family dog. The strange disappearance of Eric Lewis on Mount Rainier. On the 1st of July back in 2010, a man by the name of Eric Lewis would suddenly go missing while visiting Mount Rainier, located in the state of Washington, while he was on a routine hiking trip through the national park. The most peculiar facts about the case of his disappearance seem to arise when taking the hiker's years of experience into account. Despite having been an experienced hiker and sheer rock-face climber of more than 2 decades, Lewis would appear to completely vanish from the top of Mount Rainier while following simple hiking trails that thousands of tourists journey on every year. The details surrounding Eric Lewis's disappearance would be considered so strange that local law enforcement agencies would temporarily pursue a suspicion of foul play before ending the case as nothing more than an unexplainable vanishing. According to the details of Eric's case, Eric Lewis was a native resident of the small town of Duval, located in the state of Washington. Friends of Eric Lewis often referred to him as the climbing fanatic, as it was more than common to find the 57-year-old man conquering yet another mountain's peak. Close friends and family members would later tell investigators that Eric Lewis had conquered far more difficult summits in Nepal, New Zealand and Argentina, and had already reached Mount Rainier's summit 10 times in the recent past. Eric's love for the outdoors and climbing would eventually be the catalyst for his permanent residency being the small town of Duval, as he would later tell his family that he had wanted to move out to the small town after his first few visits to Mount Rainier and to ultimately be closer to the Cascade Mountains, of which he had become greatly familiar with on his frequent expeditions. More than just a hobby, climbing and hiking was also a side profession that Eric Lewis was interested in pursuing. After graduating from the University of Missouri at Columbia with a bachelor's degree in fine arts, Eric hoped to pursue his degree's speciality in photography. Collections of photographs Eric had taken while reaching the summits of some of the most difficult mountains in the world would gain him a small following in the climbing community and would help to propel him to a status among the top 1% of climbers in the world. Interestingly enough, Eric's love for the sport and his obsession with photography did not prevent him from taking the necessary precautions in the least. Eric's mother would later tell investigators that, if anything, Eric had grown increasingly more cautious over the years after learning of other disappearances across national parks from experienced outdoorsmen and individuals who had underprepared. This growing caution would lead Eric to establishing his climbing rituals, one of which included calling his mother, who lived back in Omaha, Nebraska, every Saturday, to give her a summary of his detailed climbing and hiking itinerary for the following week, and to check in with her to make sure he was safe. He would also tell his mother that if he ever forgets to call her, she must immediately contact a search party to begin a search and rescue using his planned itinerary to help locate where he may be. Additionally, Eric would spend a day in preparation for his hikes, including checking the quality of his gear making a list of all of the equipment he would need and packing extra food and water in the event of an emergency. Lastly, Eric Lewis never traveled alone, as he always had a collection of hiking and climbing friends ready to adventure with him whenever he was ready. Many of these friends were also experienced outdoorsmen, including Don Storm Jr. and Trevor Lane, who would accompany Eric on the day of his disappearance. According to the report, the three men left for Mount Rainier's summit, expecting to take a different route than usual, known as the Gibraltar Ledge, sometime in the early morning of July 1st. Weather forecasts for the day showed that the area would have pristine weather over the course of the week, which gave the three men enough time to ascend the mountain's side up to around 14,000 feet in as little as a few hours. Given the fact that the men were not loaded down with any heavy equipment, the initial 10,000 feet were treated more like a casual hike than a heavy climb, and the three-man team made incredible time ascending up the mountain's slope. However, oddly enough, at around the 14,000-foot mark, the weather started to take a dramatic turn for the worse, including a sudden snowstorm that blew over the three men in a heavy blizzard, seemingly out of nowhere. By this point in the expedition, Don Storm Jr. was leading the team of men and began to worry that Trevor Lane was falling too far behind. Fearing that Trevor could get lost in the snowstorm, the Don Storm and Eric Lewis roped together onto a main line and waited for Trevor Lane to get closer to where they were at, so that all of them could connect onto a single rope line to not get lost. In only the span of a few minutes, the blizzard suddenly grew to such a state that the men would later claim to investigators that they were unable to see more than 3 to 5 feet in front of them. After some time, Trevor Lane would reappear on the route and make it over to Don Storm Jr.'s position, connecting his carabiner to the main line rope of his two climbing friends. Throughout this time, Don Storm Jr. would catch glimpses of Eric Lewis resting nearby, still attached to the line as they waited. Once the three men were all together, Eric Lewis started to continue the climb, and Don would remark that he caught several more glimpses of Eric on the rope and travelling up the slope slowly. After about an hour of the three men walking together, however, Don Storm Jr. noticed the rope leading to Eric Lewis suddenly went limp. Although Don would later remark that the limpness in the rope would make him worry, at first he claimed that he was just confused. Had the rope tugged violently and then went limp, he would have assumed that Eric Lewis' carabiner connected to the rope had broken. However, the suddenly limpness of the rope without any strain or jerking motion made it appear as if Eric Lewis had merely detached his carabiner from the main rope connecting his two climbing partners. For the next few minutes, Don Storm Jr. would call out to Eric Lewis, following in the direction of the limp rope, and would make his way towards Eric's last known direction. After pulling the rope closer and travelling a few feet, Don Storm Jr. would find the end of the rope in a looped knot, but missing any form of climbing harness or carabiner, confirming his theory that Eric must have purposefully disconnected his carabiner for some unknown reason. Worried that Eric Lewis could have gotten lost in the storm and unknowingly wandered away from the group after disconnecting his carabiner, the two men decided to travel back to where they had been when the rope had gone slack and begin their search around the area for any sign of Eric Lewis before doing anything else. After scouring the region for over an hour, the two men discovered a strange outcropping at the 13,800-foot elevation marked on their maps. Entering the bizarre outcropping, the men realized that the small outcropping was actually a fully carved-out snow cave that went far deeper than they originally expected. The snow cave appeared to have been an opening carved out of the old compacted snow, slightly larger than a person, and back into the mountain for quite some ways. Initially, the two men believed that the snow cave could have originally been carved out by Eric Lewis while waiting for his friends to find him, but that he must have left the carved pocket sometime within the hour or so of his disappearance. Following in the direction directly beneath the snow cave, the two men reached another ledge at around the 13,600-foot mark, where they found and recovered several pieces of Eric's hiking and climbing equipment, including a packed backpack, a snow shovel, a climbing harness, and several pristine carabiners. It was due to this discovery that Don Storm and Trevor Lane became greatly disturbed and believed that Eric may have been suffering from hypothermia due to the cold temperatures and acting erratically. Immediately after discovering the abandoned equipment, the two men began searching in a large radius for any signs or tracks of Eric Lewis anywhere nearby, believing that perhaps Eric had attempted to find some shelter from the blizzard. Unfortunately for the two men, The snowstorm appeared to have wiped out any footprints, as there was no sign of tracks anywhere in the area. Fearing the worst, Don and Trevor would then descend to around 10,000 feet, where they could contact the local climbing rangers and report that Eric Lewis had disappeared at around 14,000 feet, and the exact GPS location of where he had last been seen, and where some of his equipment had been recovered. Within a few hours of the report, the climbing rangers would soon visit the site of where Eric had last been seen, as well as trace the route all the way up to the summit of the mountain, but were unable to find him. Knowing that Eric's equipment had been found separated, the rangers believed that he must have been lost and sheltered somewhere, hoping for travelers to find his equipment and pinpoint his location. Using the area of where his equipment had been recovered, the rangers collected a search and rescue team of more than 50 volunteers, 2 Park Service helicopters, and commercial guides to begin searching for Eric Lewis. Although the rangers originally had high hopes of locating Eric Lewis, knowing his vast experience with climbing and the recovery of his equipment left completely undamaged, this relaxed atmosphere would soon turn into fear. Due to the sudden unexpected snowstorm, helicopters had difficulty staying in the air for very long, and previously searched areas had to be covered several times over due to the changing landscape. As temperatures plummeted, search and rescue volunteers had to slow their efforts until the weather could clear and the daylight came back. After a total of 4 days searching for Eric Lewis, not a single sign of him was uncovered, leading to the search and rescue efforts being called off by the climbing rangers due to the increasingly bad weather. After listening to the witness testimony of Eric's 2 climbing partners, the investigators assumed that Eric must have fallen from the side of the mountain and that his equipment must have been dislodged from his person as he fell, landing in a far different area. The official explanation for Eric Lewis's disappearance, however, is still considered to be unknown, and no sign of Eric Lewis had been recovered at any point following his disappearance. Despite many of the strange theories surrounding Eric's disappearance, none have been able to explain the bizarre appearance of the mysterious snow cave carved into the side of the mountain and then abandoned in such a short span of time. Additionally, had Eric carved the snow cave himself, why would he later abandon his equipment while still being more than 13,000 feet up the mountain's slope over a couple hundred feet below him? Even more peculiar, no other sign of Eric Lewis was recovered when the snow melted many months later. Given the many impossible-to-explain disappearances on the slopes of Mount Rainier, it is difficult to know what exactly could have been the cause of Eric's demise, despite having been amongst one of the top 1% of experienced climbers in the world. Mysterious encounter in the mountains. The owner and caretaker of an alpine lodge observed an unidentified flying object in the scenic Hochkreuz Mountains of Germany in December 1973. This was the end of a year that saw a boom in reports of UFO sightings and humanoid occupants all over the world. Around 8:30 in the evening on December 10, 1973, the owner of the Alpine Lodge, referred to as Mr. L in the report, though Friedrich Lennartz is listed in UFO files, and Peter Zettel, the property's caretaker, were enjoying the breathtaking view of the snow-covered landscape through the equally impressive panoramic window of their charming building. Even though it was many kilometers away, the 1,600-meter-tall Weitlana Kopf mountain was the main feature in this image, but on this specific occasion, the 2 men noticed an odd red light on top of the mountain, or hovering over it. At first, they thought it was a helicopter, so they tried to check this by reaching for their binoculars. Upon observing the red light for almost half an hour and continuing to think it was a helicopter's cockpit light, Lennartz would shoot red flares into the air outside the property. At the time, he reasoned that if the helicopter's pilot was having problems, the flare would alert them to the presence of help nearby. That being said, the object seemed to react shortly after he shot the flare, and not in the manner that the witness would have thought a helicopter would. It rose up into the air, stopped, and hovered at around 200 meters above the ground while it started to glow a richer, deeper red color, and then the mysterious object started to move towards them. Based on his current understanding, the witness estimated that the object was around 2 miles away, and it was definitely not a helicopter. Furthermore, it had a translucent upper dome and was unmistakably egg-shaped, and there were whirling, flashing lights around the underbelly that seemed to move and flash at random. Lennartz would remember that the lights turned anti-clockwise and that they did so without any apparent system. He would also remember how the lights looked like fluorescent tubes when they flashed, and what fascinated the two men the most was how completely silent the craft was. Because of their location near the country's southern border, Lennertz had maintained communication with mountain rescue agencies in both Czechoslovakia and Austria, particularly when the thing seemed to be heading towards the Klausenberg mountain, which is located outside the Austrian border. For a brief moment, it seemed to hover right over the summit of the mountain. The mysterious object started moving again after a short while, this time in the direction of the Klausner Lodge, which lies nearby. Lennertz would communicate via radio with the building's owner to inform them of the unusual object hanging over the top of the structure for a while, and it so happened that they had also been watching the thing. An article in the Washington Post said that on December 4th, when darkness descended over Turin, thousands of people would see a massive object just hovering overhead, and corroborating radar sightings would again originate from the nearby military base, same like the sighting from 4 nights earlier. For centuries, the Hochreis Mountains have been steeped in folklore and legend, with tales of strange lights and mysterious phenomena dating back to ancient times. According to local lore, the mountains are said to be inhabited by spirits and otherworldly beings who are said to watch over the land and its inhabitants with a mix of curiosity and fascination. In recent years, reports of UFO sightings above the Hochreis Mountains have captured the attention of ufologists and enthusiasts from around the world, drawing curious onlookers to the region in search of answers. Witnesses describe seeing strange lights and orbs hovering in the sky, their movements defying conventional explanation and leaving observers awestruck by their inexplicable behavior. One of the most compelling sightings of UFOs above the Hochreis Mountains occurred in 2015, when a group of hikers exploring the region reported seeing a series of bright lights descending from the heavens and hovering in the sky above. According to their accounts, the lights appeared to move in a synchronized manner, performing intricate maneuvers that seemed to defy the laws of physics. As news of the sighting spread, it sparked a flurry of speculation and debate among researchers and investigators, with theories ranging from extraterrestrial visitation to top-secret military experiments. Yet, despite extensive analysis and investigation, the true nature of the UFOs remains elusive, leaving witnesses and experts alike baffled by their mysterious presence in the skies above the Hochreis Mountains. One theory proposed by ufologists is that the UFOs seen above the Hochreis Mountains may be of extraterrestrial origin, piloted by intelligent beings from distant stars. According to this theory, the mountain's remote and inaccessible location makes them an ideal spot for extraterrestrial visitation, allowing advanced civilizations to observe and study Earth without detection. Another theory suggests that the UFOs may be a manifestation of the mountain's mystical energy, tapping into the ancient ley lines and natural forces that flow through the region. Proponents of this theory point to the mountain's long history of strange phenomena and unexplained sightings as evidence of a deeper connection between the land and the cosmos. Yet, regardless of the theories and speculation, one thing remains clear. The UFO sightings above the Hochreis Mountains continue to defy easy explanation and challenge our understanding of the universe. Whether real or imagined, these mysterious encounters serve as a potent reminder of the mysteries that lie hidden in the natural world, waiting to be discovered by those bold enough to seek them out. The strange nature of the Untersberg Mountains. The Untersberg Mountain can be found amongst the Berchtesgaden Alps on the border of the countries of Germany and Austria. Although the site is regarded as one of the prime hiking spots for travelers coming from all around the world just to bask in its scenic beauty, it appears that the mountain holds a more sinister history. Researchers often regard the Untersberg Mountain as one of the most mysterious mountains in the world due to the fact that it appears to be at the center of many different rumors that believe the mountains to hold ancient lost civilizations, the burial grounds of long-forgotten Roman emperors, and strange, never-before-seen creatures in its forests. In fact, these legends are so old that there are reports from the German regime that they were focused on uncovering the strange mysteries of the mountain and that he had funded the construction of a house on a nearby mountain to observe Untersberg through high-powered state-of-the-art telescopes and research equipment. Today, strange reports still occur as travelers will often report that during their journeys, they will suddenly lose track of time or notice that they are missing whole sections of time. In some cases, many have even claimed to suddenly wake up on a different area of the mountain, together with evidence that hours have passed since they were hiking before. People have suggested that this could be due to portals opening up that warp space and time and cause people to travel greater distances than is physically possible, whereas others believe it could be due to possible alien encounters. The sudden disappearance of Bruce Ferrin. Over 250,000 individuals are reported missing every year, with estimates of actual missing persons cases that are left unreported, pushing that total to more than an expected 300,000 cases annually. With that many reports, it is no wonder that a vast majority of these cases are left unsolved. However, every now and then there are a series of missing cases that emerge that are so peculiar they become the subject of impossible-to-explain theories. Known as the Missing 411, there appears to be a substantial number of missing persons cases relating to the disappearances of individuals from national parks. In fact, many of these Missing 411 cases are believed to not be investigated too deeply, as some form of supernatural or paranormal cover-up takes place in these undisturbed locations. The Winter Mountains, located within the state of Utah, have long been a source of fascination and mystery. Nestled within the rugged terrain of the mountain range are a large number of natural lakes and groves, where thousands of nature enthusiasts and adventure seekers visit every year. However, these scenic landscapes have witnessed some of the most bizarre disappearances ever recorded over the last few decades. One such bizarre incident would occur on the 23rd of June back in 1963, when a 7-year-old boy, by the name of Bruce Ferrin, would suddenly vanish somewhere near Pyramid Lake while on a routine family outing. According to the missing persons case, it would be on the 23rd of June that the Ferrin family would decide to embark on a short trip to Pyramid Lake, situated at an elevation of approximately 9,700 feet, accompanied by his aunt, uncle, and cousins. The lake, reminiscent of Cuberant Lake, offered a serene backdrop for a day of family bonding. According to investigators, the Ferrin family would claim that at around 10 in the morning, Bruce had informed his aunt and uncle of his need to use the bathroom and decided to venture toward a nearby grove of small trees and bushes. Little did anyone suspect that this innocent act would mark the beginning of an extraordinary mystery. When Bruce failed to emerge from the grove a few minutes later, concern quickly turned into panic. Bruce Ferrin's aunt and uncle immediately initiated a search, but their efforts to find the missing 7-year-old boy would yield no results, as no evidence of Bruce being anywhere near the region was uncovered. Wasting no time, authorities were promptly notified, and a comprehensive search operation was launched. United States Forest Service personnel, county sheriff's deputies, and local search and rescue volunteers joined forces, combing through the vast nearby wilderness, calling out Bruce's name in hopes of locating the missing boy or hearing a call back. Hours of searching would turn into a day, with next to no evidence of Bruce Ferrin or his possible whereabouts discovered. Finally, the family would be overjoyed when on the afternoon of the 24th of June, nearly 20 miles away from Pyramid Lake, a search and rescue volunteer named Boyd Carpenter spotted a boy making his way down a steep trail from a set of nearby cliffs. To everyone's astonishment, it was Bruce Ferrin. The Salt Lake Tribune captured the remarkable moment with the headline, "Lad walks 20 miles, feels fine." Somehow, in a little less than 30 hours, 7-year-old Bruce had managed to travel over 20 miles and scale one of the tallest cliffs before turning back around. Searcher Boyd Carpenter himself expressed bewilderment, recounting Bruce's descent from a nearby cliff estimated to have been at least 500 feet in height, next to the trail along the North Fork of the Duchenne River. The incredible distance of Bruce's travels, combined with his young age, left search and rescue experts completely baffled. According to conventional wisdom, children between the ages of 7 and 9 are typically found within a radius of about 7 miles, within a week of their disappearance. Yet, Bruce had traversed more than double that distance in an unbelievably short period. When reunited with his parents, Bruce, hungry but unharmed, shared some details of his ordeal. Bruce recounted that during his journey he had encountered various strange animals and had relied on his instincts to stay safe. He revealed drinking water from a waterfall and seeking shelter between 2 fallen logs, where he managed to find some rest. One intriguing incident he mentioned was waking up to a deer leaping over him, illustrating the wildness and unpredictability of the environment he found himself in. However, Bruce's explanation of how he became lost or what occurred during his initial disappearance remained a mystery, as he claimed that he could not remember or explain how he ended up lost while standing in the grove. The disappearance and subsequent reappearance of Bruce Ferrin in the Winter Mountains will forever remain a strange chapter in the region's history. The Winters, with their captivating beauty and treacherous landscapes, have repeatedly witnessed these perplexing incidents. Bruce's astounding journey, covering a distance that defies logic for a 7-year-old, leaves us questioning the nature of Bruce's disappearance and the secrets that lie hidden within these mysterious mountains. Indian Army finds Yeti footprints. The elusive Yeti may have left footprints that the Indian Army claimed to have found in April 2019, close to the Makalu base camp in the Himalayas. The finding aroused intense curiosity and discussion among experts and enthusiasts alike because the Yeti's existence has long been shrouded in myth and conjecture. The Indian Army discovered tracks that were reportedly 32 by 15 inches in size, resembling human footprints but much larger, and since the prints were discovered at a height of more than 19,000 feet, it is doubtful that any known animal, including humans, could have formed them. Over the years, there have been many sightings and stories of the fabled Yeti, which is supposed to live in the Himalayan region, but despite intensive searches and investigations, no solid proof of the creature's existence has ever been discovered. The Indian Army's finding of the tracks has prompted fresh inquiries over the Yeti's existence and reignited interest in the hunt for the animal. However, scientists are still dubious, pointing out that other creatures or natural occurrences may have left their mark on the imprints. Over the years, many reports of sightings and interactions with the Yeti have been made, but only a few of these have been supported by hard proof. Presumptive sightings have occasionally been mistaken for other well-known species, such bears or big primates. Sightings have occasionally been written off as frauds or incorrect interpretations of real-world occurrences. The public's fascination in the Yeti hunt is unabated, despite the absence of hard proof. Many think that the species could be the key to discovering new information about the Himalayan region, and that the disciplines of anthropology and biology could be greatly affected by its finding. It remains to be seen whether the footprints found by the Indian Army close to the Makalu base camp are evidence of the presence of Yetis, but the finding has rekindled interest in the hunt for the mysterious animal and resurrected the controversy about the Yeti's existence. When the Indian Army came forward with the charges, many were unhappy with how they were handled, claiming that they were made fun of despite having photographic proof. According to those who study the unknown, this is one of the main reasons governments, organizations, and individuals don't come out with their sightings since, when they do, they are typically ridiculed. It's feasible that, as our knowledge of the natural world expands, we'll be able to provide a conclusive response to the subject of whether or not there are Yetis. But until then, the myth of the abominable snowman will always pique people's curiosity and remain a compelling mystery that draws people from all over the world. The mysterious disappearance of Tom Carlton in the Adirondacks. On the 12th of October back in 1993, one of the most experienced hikers, a 44-year-old man by the name of Thomas James Carlton, would suddenly be reported missing after failing to return home while on a short weekend vacation to the Adirondack Mountains. A psychologist working for the New York State prison system, Tom was an avid hiker and a highly experienced outdoorsman who was one of the most experienced members of the Adirondack Mountain Club, which specialized in climbing the very mountains he would vanish from. Most peculiar, however, there are a strange number of events and inexplicable accounts surrounding Tom's vanishing, the extensive search efforts made to locate him, and the unsettling trend of missing persons in the Adirondacks. Back during the 9th of October, Tom Carlton embarked on a solo hiking expedition, leaving his Scanatella's home early in the morning. His destination was Mount Marcy, and equipped with a teal backpack filled with essential supplies, he set off without a tent. Tom relished the solitude and challenge of venturing into remote areas, often deviating from popular trails as he had done countless times before during his history on the mountain. Unfortunately, this time, Tom Carlton would not return as expected. Growing increasingly concerned, Tom's wife, Dea, would report her husband's absence to the local authorities, including the state police, United States Forest Service, and the county sheriff's department, on the 12th of October. The response to the distress call was swift, with a collaborative effort involving the state police, New York Department of Environmental Conservation, over a dozen friends from Tom's workplace, and various search and rescue teams. The search encompassed an extensive area, covering 100 square miles and 256 miles of marked trails, as well as numerous unmarked trails and wildlife paths, making it one of the largest search efforts recorded in the area at the time. Oddly enough, as days turned into weeks, the search operation would find no evidence of the missing hiker, despite their efforts having intensified over time. By the fourth day of the search, on the 16th of October, trained search and rescue dogs and their handlers would join the quest for Tom Carlton and cover the hundreds of miles of combined distance. One particularly skilled dog named Flash managed to pick up Tom's scent from the trailhead where his car had been left. Despite their valiant efforts, as Flash attempted to follow Tom's scent, the specific trail Tom had supposedly passed over became overcrowded with impassable thicket, terrain, and cliffsides. The search team accompanying Flash had to retreat due to impassable terrain, hindering their progress in locating Tom and causing the canine to become confused and lose Tom's scent. Such a strange finding led many of the volunteers wondering how it would have been possible for Tom to have passed through the area without any signs or tracks other than his scent, and worry began to spread. That perhaps his scent was scattered in the area due to a wild animal attack or other bizarre claims far too strange to have been shared. Additional unexplainable clues began to emerge when search coordinators examined hiker logbooks along the trail. They discovered two names that had potential information regarding Tom's whereabouts. The hikers, both from the Ithaca area, recalled encountering Tom at a lean-to on the Indian Trail Pass, approximately 4 miles away from the Adirondack Lodge. They remembered him vividly due to his distinctive teal backpack. This encounter likely took place late in the afternoon on Tom's first day on the trail, and initially followed where Flash had tracked Tom's scent. This encounter between the hikers made the sudden veering off into nearby impassable terrain all the more peculiar, however, as Tom would have been well on the trail and talked with others on the trail, making it next to impossible for him to have become lost on the hiker, as the amateur trails were wide open, popular with numerous hikers and following a steady path where Tom had initially planned to go. Instead of following the path, however, the evidence would show that Tom would suddenly veer off of the path and travel in a direction humanly impossible to have followed. Perhaps the most peculiar, despite the leads from the witness accounts, searchers faced numerous challenges in their pursuit of Tom. Sudden inclement weather further complicated their efforts, as rain and snowfall blanketed the Indian Pass area on October 9th. Not only would the weather make the environment incredibly difficult to traverse and hostile for search and rescue volunteers to stay in the area among freezing cold temperatures, but would further complicate the search due to its sudden unplanned appearance. Search and rescue volunteers seemed unable to explain how predicted stable and warm weathers could suddenly be converted into such a treacherous condition in such a short span of time. Oddly enough, during many of the disappearances of persons across the Adirondacks, sudden bad weather plays a repeating role. Although Tom had expressed his intention to utilize the lean-tos for shelter, which created the possibility that he had sought cover, search and rescue grew concerned that if Tom Carlton was lost or injured, the weather would put him at an increased chance of injury, hypothermia, or expiration. Nonetheless, extensive searches focused on Mount Marcy and Indian Pass failed to yield any concrete leads. Today, Tom Carlton's disappearance remains an unsolved mystery, despite the tireless endeavors of helicopters, canines, skilled search and rescue personnel, and dedicated volunteers. Astonishingly, not a single trace of Tom or his belongings was ever recovered. The two hikers in the lean-to provided the last known contact with him, leaving searchers perplexed as to what transpired afterward. Strikingly, the location where Tom's scent was traced coincided with an area where the search had to be called off due to treacherous terrain. Tom's vanishing was not an isolated incident in the Adirondack Mountains. The region has gained notoriety for a concerning cluster of missing persons cases. Mount Marcy, in particular, has witnessed a disconcerting number of disappearances. The unyielding wilderness poses significant challenges for search and rescue teams, leaving unanswered questions and haunting the families of those who have gone missing. Kevin Dye disappeared from the Elkhorn Mountain regions. Back on the 18th of July, 1971, a 9-year-old boy went missing while playing with his family outside their small cabin located roughly 10 miles southeast of the small town of Casper, Wyoming. According to the investigators, 9-year-old Kevin Dye was outside playing ping pong with other family members and members from his local church group while vacationing near Elkhorn Creek. After playing for about an hour and the family was beginning to wind down, it would be some time at around 3 in the afternoon that Kevin Dye would accidentally hit the ping pong ball off of the table, sending it flying past the nearby brush and into the dense wilderness. Wishing to quickly resume their game, the family members would ask Kevin to go and find the ping pong ball as they heard it bounce a few yards away. The family members would later tell investigators that not only was Kevin unfamiliar with the area and that the family had very rarely ever gone outdoors for vacationing, but that 9-year-old Kevin also suffered from an unknown neurodevelopmental disorder. It could have been due to his lack of outdoors experience or his disorder, or perhaps a combination of both. But shortly after stepping out of view of his family, Kevin would suddenly vanish while standing within an adjacent brush to the property. At first, Kevin's family was unaware that anything strange had occurred, with several members of the family patiently waiting for Kevin to find the ping pong ball and return shortly after. It would be after roughly 5 minutes of waiting that one of the family members would call out to Kevin if he had found the missing ball, which would help to alert the rest of the family and church group members that something peculiar had truly occurred. According to the family, shortly after calling out to Kevin and failing to get a response, several family members would get up and walk in the general direction where Kevin was believed to have disappeared to, but were unable to find any sign of him or get any response while calling out his name. It would be roughly 10 minutes after he was last sighted that the family, alongside volunteer members from their local church congregation, would begin searching the nearby area and calling out to the 9-year-old boy for the next 30 minutes to an hour. Once it became apparent that Kevin Dye was completely missing from the area, Kevin's family would contact the local county sheriff's department and members from the United States Forest Service to help conduct a formal missing persons search. Before any law enforcement agencies or Forest Service could reach the area, Kevin's family and church members would already recruit another several dozen volunteers from the region after going to other small cabins located nearby and asking vacationers, tourists, hikers, experienced outdoorsmen and amateur campers to assist in searching for their son's whereabouts. It would be less than 2 hours after Kevin's disappearance that more than 200 volunteers had joined the search efforts for the missing boy, including the local sheriff's department, United States Forest Service, trained paramedic first responders, and a team of expert bloodhounds with accompanying dog handlers. The location where Kevin was last seen would be the focal point of the search and rescue operation, which was focused in a 6-mile radius from his last known location, with their attention centered around Elkhorn Creek and the Elkhorn Mountain regions. Although a 9-year-old boy can easily walk more than 6 miles in a single day, the area of Kevin's disappearance was located in a dense wilderness, resting about 8 miles southeast of the small town of Casper, Wyoming, that was nearly impossible to traverse, even for experienced hikers. This difficulty of travel left the search radius much tighter and closer than would have been originally expected for a more wide-open region. It would be at around this moment that investigators would learn of the severity of Kevin's disabilities. Kevin's parents would claim that when he was younger, Kevin had suffered from epilepsy and was prone to epileptic fits under strenuous conditions. It was also conveyed by the parents that Kevin had trouble with speaking and would typically make short vocal sounds or simple words when addressed directly. Because of Kevin's history of epilepsy and inability to vocalize loudly, investigators quickly assumed that Kevin could have been incapacitated, stuck in a semi-conscious state of disorientation and confusion, or completely unable to call out to search and rescue volunteers, even if he were within earshot due to his sporadic muteness. This would lead investigators to immediately focus all of their attention, instead of tracking Kevin's location using the trained team of bloodhounds, rather than to fan out in random directions with the search and rescue volunteers, as he could have been easily missed. By the time that the sun had set, local newspapers would claim that more than 3,000 volunteers, composed of local visitors, nearby residents and trained search and rescue professionals, had joined the recovery efforts for 9-year-old Kevin Dye and had covered more than 10 square miles of distance from where Kevin had last been seen. It would also be at around this time that increasingly strange encounters would be made that would puzzle and confuse volunteer search and rescue teams and lead to a bizarre set of borderline unnatural claims. One of the strange claims made by search and rescue teams was that some searchers claimed to have encountered the boy who would quickly run from them or hide from them in nearby rocks before disappearing entirely. According to one of the witnesses, a small figure had been seen crouching in a bush that was located a few feet away, but when searchers got close to him and attempted to surround the area where he had been seen, no sign of the boy would be found. These bizarre encounters would continue over the course of several days as search and rescue teams continued to search for Kevin. Even more peculiar, however, 2 supposed sightings of Kevin would be made at around the same time more than 4 miles apart. By the 3rd day of the search, volunteers started to theorize that they could possibly find the boy if they left out some food for the boy at strategic spots where he had been seen. Although trained law enforcement and professional search and rescue teams focused on tracking the missing boy with the help of the bloodhounds, the amateur volunteers started leaving out food, hoping to catch the boy while he was eating. An article published in the local newspaper referred to as the Ogden Standard would write the following paragraph about an incident that occurred after a woman left a plate of food outside her cottage. Sheriff Bill Estes said that Kevin Dye was believed to have been seen again last night between 10 and 10:30. Michael R. Sullivan and his wife were driving up to their cottage in a pickup truck when their dogs began barking. Mr. Sullivan flashed his spotlight on the neighbor's house and said that he saw a human being running, adding that this guy was in a blue shirt by a stump. Though it was difficult to prove that the disappearing food was caused by Kevin Dye, a series of other bizarre events would further convince investigators that the missing 9-year-old must have been behind the strange encounters. According to reporters, when tracking nearby where food would go missing, investigators would often find primitive shelters and constructions estimated to have been large enough only to accommodate a child of Kevin's size. Several of the unknown primitive structures were described by investigators as appearing to have been basic lean-to shelters made from the boughs of surrounding pine trees and bushes. Other volunteers would describe coming across freshly made piles of stacked stones that almost appeared to have been landmarks or shrines made by the 9-year-old boy to help him find his way around a location. Using the disappearing food and the unknown structures as a way of potentially tracking the location of Kevin Dye, the volunteer search and rescue teams would lay out more food in the hopes of possibly finding and catching the missing boy. After several days of using this strategy, searchers began to worry that they were making next to no progress in actually finding the young boy and decided to take a more systematic approach and travel in grids over vast distances, making it impossible for the missing child to elude rescuers. Despite their best efforts, by the 10th day of the search, no sign of Kevin Dye was ever recovered. It would also be on the 10th day that the search and rescue operations would take an unexplainable turn. Although never explained, it would appear that the group of search and rescue volunteers would become increasingly superstitious of the unknown structures and the nature of the disappearance of the boy. This growing superstition would cause Kevin's father, a man by the name of Mr. Philip Dye, to hold a prayer rally at the location of where Kevin had last been seen. The local newspapers would claim that Mr. Philip Dye worked as the treasurer for the Christ United Methodist Church, the local church that had been vacationing with the family at the time of Kevin's disappearance. Due to his position at the church, Mr. Philip Dye organized a prayer group that would bless the search and rescue volunteers, as well as travel through the area praying for Kevin's return and to ward off any evil superstitions. Oddly enough, shortly after the end of the prayer rally, it would be on the 10th day of the search that Kevin Dye would soon be recovered. According to the official investigation reports, it would be on the 28th of July, at around 8:30 in the morning, that a group of volunteers would find Kevin Dye lying at the northern edges of Elkhorn Creek, located near the base of Elkhorn Mountain, completely unconscious and in a very weakened state. Tapping the boy several times to see if he was still alive, Kevin Dye would soon awaken and look over at the search and rescue volunteers and offer a weak smile. The volunteers would later tell investigators that after having been prodded several times, Kevin had woken up, crawled over to the stretcher that the volunteers had brought, and then fell back to sleep as the team carefully began to carry him out of the wilderness on a sloped 2.5-mile hike. Shortly after reaching the rest of the group, Kevin would be examined by a healthcare professional who would make special note to notice that though one of Kevin's shoes was missing, his foot did not appear to have been severely injured in any way. Additionally, the healthcare professional appeared to take note of a series of scratches found across Kevin's arms and face, but with no other major injuries anywhere else on his body. Less than an hour later, the boy would be admitted to the local hospital and monitored by a doctor. It would be at around this time that investigators would come to find that Kevin had lost over 25 pounds in the 10 days that he was missing, with the hospital indicating that Kevin had not had anything to eat since before he had disappeared. The medical examiner also believed that Kevin would not have survived for another day, and that his sudden rapid weight loss would have put him at a conservative estimate of around 7,000 calories burned every day, or around 5,000 calories burned through pure exercise per day. This finding would directly contradict many of the investigators' claims that Kevin had been spotted eating food from porches or digging through trash cans for leftovers. Additionally, the excessive weight loss would make many question as to how Kevin could have continued evading detection without succumbing to exhaustion and extreme muscle fatigue. Curious as to what had happened, investigators would wait a week for Kevin to recover before asking questions about his ordeal. After the week, Kevin would only say a few words and seemed generally uninterested in the affair, offering no information about what exactly happened during those missing 10 days. Investigators would later claim that due to Kevin's history of seizures, they believed that the 9-year-old boy could have entered a semi-conscious state while traveling through the woods, causing him to travel for hours at a time in random directions, unsure of where he was at, and without knowledge of how long he had been walking for. The mysterious Michael and Makana von Gortler incident. On the 22nd of June back in 2011, a father and daughter would suddenly vanish when going on a hike to the summit of Mount Missouri, located in the state of Colorado. Although the two experienced hikers would reach the summit at around 14,000 feet, their bodies would tell a completely different story when investigators would conduct a thorough investigation into the matter. According to the missing persons report, 53-year-old Michael von Gortler and his daughter, 20-year-old Makana von Gortler, would leave their home in Boulder, Colorado on the 14th of June to spend the summer going on a series of hiking and climbing trails together over the span of about a week. Michael, who worked as an emergency room physician in the city of Boulder, Colorado, had often visited the nearby trails and mountain ranges over the years and had become quite an experienced outdoorsman, hiker and climber across the many Colorado mountain ranges. Additionally, Michael's daughter Makana, who studied out of the University of Colorado, majoring in ecology and evolutionary biology, would often spend her entire spring, summer and winter vacations between school going on long hiking and camping trips with her father to get pictures of the natural wildlife and ecology of the local area. Makana would also be considered by many close friends and family as having been extremely experienced in both hiking and climbing, and both Makana and her father were in excellent physical shape at the time of their disappearance. It was later uncovered by investigators that Michael and Makana would spend the majority of their week-long camping and hiking trip at the father's second home. Michael's second home was a small summer house located in the town of Buena Vista, roughly 150 miles west of Boulder. It was also believed that Michael and Makana would spend that first week together, traveling to the town of Telluride and attending the Bluegrass Festival before returning back home to the summer house in Buena Vista in order to make several preparations. It would be there that the two hikers would spend several days planning their trip to Mount Missouri, including acquiring several updated maps to help plan their routes, purchase and replace new equipment for their climbs, and stock up on extra emergency gear in the event of sudden bad weather conditions or any unforeseen issues. Although their precautions may have seemed too cautious, considering the fact that the two only had plans to camp around the base of Mount Missouri for a few days and then hike the summit of the mountain before returning back to the base of the mountain on a short day trip, Michael Gortler was known for being over-prepared when it came to hiking and camping journeys. Prior to their departure, Makana would send a text to her longtime boyfriend, a man by the name of Paul Casimir, that the two were headed up to a mountain trail with a summit measured at being 14,000 feet, but that her phone had been left on the roaming setting due to their cellular network connection being out of range, and that she would be unable to text or call as she wanted to avoid using data as her data plan was more expensive when it came to using roaming data. The text she had sent would later be confirmed with a local news article which would publish the text to the boyfriend. The text would read as follows: "I just got back to Buena Vista with my dad. I left my phone on roaming so I can't talk. We had a great time and we're going to try a 14 tomorrow. I'll be able to see you in a few days. I've missed you too." The number would be a reference to the height of the mountain, with Makana's cryptid message meaning that the two would be attempting to climb a summit estimated around 14,000 feet. The night before their disappearance, on the 22nd of June, at around 12:23 in the morning, Makana would send one last text to her boyfriend Paul, which would state the following: "We're hiking Mount Missouri tomorrow, staying the night here, then driving back the 23rd. I will help my dad pack the next day, so I can see you on the 25th, and we can celebrate whatever month we're in now." After a few days passed, Paul would fail to get any reply or message back from either Michael or Makana, and would begin to worry that something strange had happened. By the 24th, Paul would grow increasingly disturbed by the lack of reply that he would reach out to Makana's mother, Michael's wife, Mrs. Dea von Gortler, and ask her when the two were expected to return back to Boulder and why the two were not returning his texts or phone calls. At first, Dea would reassure Paul that the two were most likely taking their time coming back from the trip and would return sometime on the 24th of June or the 25th, but that she would reach out to Michael and Makana to check up on them. After spending a few hours trying to reach her husband and daughter and failing to get in contact with them, Mrs. Dea von Gortler would contact the Chaffee County Sheriff's Department to report the two as missing and to do a checkup on their whereabouts. At first, the search for Michael and Makana went slowly, as investigators first wanted to confirm that the two were still in the area of Mount Missouri and not back at their Buena Vista summer home. After driving an estimated 3 hours to the summer house, Mrs. Dea von Gortler would confirm that her husband and daughter were missing, and after several hours of searching, the Chaffee County Sheriff's Department would locate and find Michael von Gortler's vehicle parked at the Mount Missouri parking lot located at the base of the mountain. Almost immediately upon finding the vehicle, the Sheriff's Department would organize one of the largest ground and aerial searches conducted in the state, alongside the local military and other law enforcement organizations. On the first day of the search, the nearby military base would utilize a state-of-the-art Black Hawk helicopter to help carry search and rescue volunteers near the summit of the three surrounding 14,000-foot mountains. While ferrying people, the military would also utilize thermal imaging cameras and other sensitive equipment in the hopes of locating the missing two hikers within the first few days. Over 40 search and rescue volunteers would be brought to the summits of the mountains, an estimated 12 volunteers per peak, and would help to cover over 1,000 feet in elevation that first day, but no sign of the missing hikers were found. Investigators were worried that their search efforts may have been in vain, as the area of the mountains and their summits were completely barren and held very little foliage, making it difficult to explain how it was that aerial support was unable to spot the brightly clothed pair from the sky anywhere along the route. Even more strange, an article published in the local news would also claim that by the 8th day of the search for the missing father and daughter, it was believed that search and rescue volunteers, the Sheriff's Department, United States National Forest Rangers, and the nearby military base had covered more than 800 square miles of terrain, both by ground and air, and were unable to find any sign of the missing pair. It would not be until the 10th day of the search that investigators would finally recover the missing father and daughter, when the search helicopter was in the middle of depositing another group of search and rescue volunteers on the summit of Mount Missouri. According to the helicopter pilot, as he was descending onto the summit, the pilot claimed that he saw something incredibly unusual in the forest area directly below their passing location. Although the pilot would never describe what he saw that was considered distinctly unusual, rumors from search and rescue volunteers claimed that he saw what looked like a large figure in the area that seemed difficult to explain. Unsure of what it was that was seen, the pilot would send the volunteers into the area where they would find two individuals. According to the volunteers, they were not immediately identified as belonging to Michael and Makana, as they were horribly injured and disfigured beyond recognition. Though the pair would later be confirmed as having been the missing father and daughter, there was initially no declaration of their identities, and several other bizarre events would take place that would make missing 411 investigators suspicious as to the nature of the recovery. a group of search and rescue volunteers would claim that the individuals were found in a forested area far from any ledges or cliffs, somewhere around the 12,000-foot elevation mark on the mountain. Another group would claim that the individuals were found lying atop an open field of grass around the similar elevation mark. However, despite these conflicting stories, no confirmation of either account would be made, leading many missing 411 investigators with the suspicions that a bizarre cover-up had taken place. It would take another few days before the coroner could confirm the identity of the injured pair as belonging to Michael and Makana. Even more peculiar, the coroner and sheriff's department worked together in order to provide an explanation of the cause of the passing of Michael and Makana, as both the coroner and sheriff's department were confused as to the exact location where they were found and the exact nature of their demise. The Chaffee County Sheriff's Department would hold a press conference on the 5th of July, claiming that the discovery of where Michael and Makana were found came as a total shock to the investigators. It was hard to understand how any accident could have occurred, as the von Gortlers had been at a high elevation and appeared to have been suffering from injuries inconsistent with a fall. Additionally, the Sheriff's Department would confirm that the weather had been exceptionally good at the time of their expected demise, as there was no measured wind, no clouds, and no sudden weather shifts that could have led to any accidents for the pair. In all considerations, the day of their disappearance was a perfect day for a short hike to the summit and back down. The most confusing statements would come from several interviewed searchers on a live broadcast, which would claim that it was believed that the pair had to have reached the summit and fallen while they were descending the summit along a hiking trail. The searchers would claim that less than 200 feet from the summit, the pair fell. The Chaffee County Sheriff Pete Palmer would tell reporters that it was difficult to confirm the theory, as the distance and placement of the body was both too far and in too awkward of a location for the pair to have fallen from only 200 feet from the summit. The sheriff would also provide the statement to the news reporters, saying that they are not exactly sure where they were when they fell, as none of the information they had seemed to match up. In one report, searchers would claim they believed that the pair had fallen 200 feet from the summit while descending. Another report would claim that the bodies of the father and daughter were found in a densely forested area at the 12,000-foot elevation point, and a third report would claim that the pair were found much closer to the summit, laid out on grass. Even more peculiar, the coroner's office would claim that the damage and injuries of the pair were consistent only with a fall estimated to have been at least 1,000 feet in height at a 60-degree grade, which would have been impossible to have suffered from if only a few hundred feet from the summit or at the 12,000-foot elevation point. Chaffee County Coroner Randy Ametis would also make several increasingly bizarre statements to reporters, claiming that the only thing known for certain was that Dr. Michael von Gortler and his daughter, Makana von Gortler, had both died from blunt force trauma injuries to the head and neck at almost the exact same time. At first, the coroner believed there was evidence of burn or scorch marks, but would later confirm that there was no indication of injuries caused from lightning, a strange statement that seemed both unwarranted and inconsistent. Randy Ametis would also confirm that due to the decomposition and condition of the individuals, it was believed that the two had died on the 22nd of June, the same day that the hike had initially begun. Despite the inconsistent information and data, the coroner's office would confirm that their passing was officially declared as an accident, and it was believed that no crime had been committed. The coroners would provide relatives of the von Gortler with the explanation that the two had most likely been blown off the cliff from a significant gust of wind, despite reports of clear skies and low winds. One of the most difficult to explain aspects of the coroner's report, however, were the lack of injuries to other parts of the bodies. According to the searchers, Michael and Makana had to have fallen at least 1,000 feet to explain their injuries and location. At the height and steep grade, injuries would be expected to be seen across their bodies, including small and large scrapes, bruises, torn clothes, and small and large rocks around their remains. The coroner's statements, however, only included claims and descriptions that Michael and Makana had died from blunt force trauma to their head and neck, without making any other statements about injuries to the torso, legs, or other regions of the body. Given the fact that Michael and Makana, who were experienced hikers and climbers, were believed to have been on an easy trail at the time of their fall, Chaffee County Sheriff's Officer Pete Palmer would express disbelief at the mystery of their passing. The search and rescue volunteers would also express confusion surrounding the location that the bodies were recovered. It seemed impossible to explain how the individuals were not found until the 10th day of the search in an area so close to the summit, and believed to have been checked several times over by volunteers during the first week of the operation. Helicopters had also been flying in and around the area every single day since the disappearance, and not a single person had seen the pair in a location that the two were expected to have been hiking in. To this day, the mysterious passing of Michael and Makana von Gortler have been the subject of many theories and continue to be regarded as one of the most mysterious and unexplainable accidents recorded in the Colorado mountains. Scientists open a never-before-seen pyramid that was sealed shut and found nothing. Despite the passage of millennia, researchers in Egypt continue to make remarkable discoveries, such as the unearthing of a colossal statue in Cairo. Recently, a significant discovery was made by researchers. The Egyptian Ministry of Antiquities said that a group of their archaeologists uncovered the ruins of a pyramid from the 13th dynasty, which governed approximately 3,700 years ago. The sole issue lies in the presence of an inscription suggesting that the pyramid may have been constructed for a ruler who already possesses a pyramid adjacent to it. The Egypt Independent has reported that the remains were discovered at the Dashur necropolis, a region located around 25 miles south of Cairo on the western bank of the Nile River. This pyramid is completely sealed and would provide a solution to one of the biggest mysteries surrounding pyramids. According to modern historians, one of the most significant factors contributing to the absence of pharaohs in the pyramids is because they were robbed. Ancient Egypt was plagued by tomb robbers who sought to plunder the vast wealth buried with the pharaohs. These robberies often occurred shortly after the pharaohs were interred, driven by the lure of gold, precious stones, and other valuable items. However, this pyramid was completely sealed, so archaeologists would be the first ones to see inside it in over 3,000 years. After 3 days of hard labor and subsequent authorization from the Ministry of Antiquity to elevate the stone that sealed the pyramid, Dr. Naunton and his colleagues were able to get visual access to the inside. A torch was used to illuminate the interior, revealing that the pyramid was completely empty. Dr. Naunton questioned how an apparently completely sealed, unbreached burial chamber came to have been disturbed, adding that this is the first time that humans have seen it in thousands of years, and there's no way a robber could have made their way inside, yet it was completely empty. New evidence strongly suggests Indonesia's Gunung Padang is the oldest known pyramid. Gunung Padang, a mysterious archaeological site in Indonesia, has captivated researchers and the public alike with its potential to rewrite the history of ancient civilizations. Located in West Java, this site has long been recognized for its extensive megalithic structures. However, recent evidence strongly suggests that Gunung Padang is not merely a collection of ancient stone arrangements, but rather the oldest known pyramid in the world. This revelation has profound implications for our understanding of human history, challenging established timelines and theories about the development of complex societies. Gunung Padang has been known to local populations for centuries, but it first came to the attention of modern archaeologists in the early 20th century. Initial investigations revealed a sprawling site covered with large, rectangular stones arranged in terraces. However, it's important to note that these early studies did not delve deeply into the underlying structures of the site. A multidisciplinary team of archaeologists, geophysicists, geologists, and paleontologists from various Indonesian universities has discovered compelling evidence confirming Gunung Padang as the most ancient pyramid ever discovered. The group details their long-term investigation of the cultural heritage site in their publication in the journal Archaeological Prospection. Gunung Padang has long been regarded as a megalithic edifice. It is situated atop a dormant volcano in West Java, Indonesia, and is revered by the local population as a holy place. In 1998, it was officially designated as a cultural heritage site. There has been ongoing debate for a considerable period of time on the characteristics of the hill. There are differing opinions regarding the origin of the hill. Some propose that it formed naturally and was later embellished by people, but others contend that the available evidence indicates that the hill was predominantly or entirely constructed by humans. For this novel investigation, the research team carried out an extensive empirical examination of the composition. From 2011 to 2015, they conducted studies on the structure utilizing seismic tomography, electrical resistivity tomography, and ground-penetrating radar. In addition, they excavated the hill and obtained core samples, which enabled them to employ radiocarbon dating methods to determine the ages of the various layers constituting the mound. Upon analyzing their comprehensive dataset, the research team discovered compelling evidence indicating that the Gunung Padang was predominantly constructed by human labor. Additionally, they discovered compelling evidence indicating that the construction of the edifice occurred in distinct phases, separated by thousands of years. It was discovered that the ancient sections of the building were constructed between 25,000 and 14,000 years ago, establishing it as the most ancient pyramid now known to exist. Specifically, the researchers discovered multiple endeavors that, when combined over a period of time, resulted in the construction of a finished framework. The first structure was made of sculpted lava, with builders intricately carving shapes into the summit of a dormant volcano. Subsequently, after the passage of several millennia, approximately from 7,900 and 6,100 BCE, a subsequent group augmented the structure by including an additional layer of bricks and rock columns. Subsequently, an unidentified party later applied a layer of soil to a section of the mound, concealing a portion of the previous construction. At some point between 2000 and 1100 BCE, another group incorporated additional topsoil, stone terracing, and other components. The research team has additionally discovered evidence indicating the presence of hollow sections within the building, implying the potential existence of concealed chambers. Their plan involves drilling down to the specified locations and thereafter deploying a camera to investigate the contents of these places. Scientists can't explain the oldest wooden structure that was discovered on the border of Zambia and Tanzania. Scientists have unearthed fragments of what is believed to be the most ancient wooden building ever found. This arrangement of logs was located on the riverbank that separates Zambia and Tanzania, and it predates the emergence of modern people. The rudimentary framework, crafted by fashioning two timber logs using primitive stone implements, likely served as a pathway or elevated surface for early human predecessors inhabiting the vicinity of the Kalambo River approximately 500,000 years in the past. The logs bear clear evidence of being hacked, chopped, and scraped, using a variety of stone tools discovered at the location. A single log, specifically a variety of bush willow, is positioned on top of another log and secured in place by a prominent U-shaped notch on its underside. According to Prof. Larry Barham, an archaeologist at the University of Liverpool who headed the project, the presence of wood and stone indicates a significant degree of resourcefulness, technical expertise, and strategic thinking. The team said that it could serve as a component of a pathway or as a constituent of a base for a platform. A platform serves multiple purposes, such as providing storage space for items, protecting firewood or food from moisture, or serving as a workstation for crafting. The University of Aberystwyth scientists determined that the structure is at least 480,000 years old, predating the emergence of Homo sapiens by almost 300,000 years. The construction could perhaps be attributed to Homo heidelbergensis, an ancestor of contemporary Homo sapiens that inhabited the area. In 2019, the scientists arrived at Kalambo Falls with the intention of continuing the excavations that were started in 2006. However, they discovered that the river had changed its path and caused flooding in the area. Barham's alternative strategy entailed descending a 30-foot precipice to reach a narrow stretch of shoreline along the Kalambo River, located upstream from a towering 770-foot waterfall that cascades towards Lake Tanganyika. Additional wooden artifacts consisted of a wedge, a split branch with a notch that potentially served as a component of a trap, and a log that was cut at both ends. The results, which were published in the scientific journal Nature, are noteworthy due to the infrequent preservation of wood over extended periods of time. The preservation of the material at Kalambo Falls is attributed to anoxic, waterlogged sediments. While it may not mark the inception of the constructed environment, It does represent the earliest known instance of humans utilizing trees as a resource and skillfully fashioning them into structures that are unique and do not imitate any natural form. It is likely that the site has a larger number of ancient wooden things. Barham emphasized the importance of collaborating with the Zambian government to secure the recognition of Kalambo Falls as a World Heritage Site. According to Dr. Anamieka Milks, a Paleolithic archaeologist at the University of Reading, the discovery of interlocking shaped logs provides evidence of a behavioral threshold. This suggests that humans were already using large-scale materials to modify their living environment as early as 470,000 years ago. This strange footage has just been uploaded to social media, showing what appears to be a laser beam setting a small area of the ground on fire. The footage was sent to us from someone who lives in Chile and said that a beam of energy could be seen coming from the sky. Oddly enough, this isn't the first time that something like this has been captured on camera, and it's caused various people to put forward their theories as to what this could be. One idea that was put forward was that this was an energy beam and could have come from a military aircraft. Although this sounds like something from a movie, the United States Department of Defense spends over $1 billion annually on developing directed energy or concentrated electromagnetic energy weapons. Those who live in the area said that whatever created this beam of energy must have been extremely powerful, as when residents went to the area where the beam hit, it was revealed that there was a hole in the ground. Directed energy weapons have long been a topic of interest and speculation in the realm of military technology. These advanced weapons systems, which harness and direct concentrated energy beams, have the potential to revolutionize warfare and reshape the dynamics of conflict. The Pacific Fleet of the US Navy has recently announced that it has successfully conducted a test on a new high-energy laser weapon that has the capacity to take down aircraft mid-flight. According to a statement released by the Navy, the USS Portland, an amphibious transport dockship, has successfully utilized a high-energy class solid-state laser system to disable an aerial drone aircraft. The Navy has provided images and videos showcasing this system-level implementation. The visuals depict a laser emitting from the surface of a military vessel. Brief video excerpts illustrate an object, presumably a drone, catching fire. The Navy conducted a test of the laser weapons system demonstrator in the Pacific, but the specific location was not disclosed. According to a report from 2018 by the International Institute for Strategic Studies, the specific strength of the weapon was not disclosed. However, it was speculated that the laser could reach up to 150 kilowatts. According to the commanding officer of Portland, Captain Carrie Sanders, performing tests at sea against unmanned aerial vehicles and small boats will provide us with important insights into the capabilities of the solid-state laser weapons system demonstrator against potential threats. The captain said that they are revolutionizing naval warfare for the Navy with this cutting-edge technology. The US Navy claims that directed energy weapons, referred to as lasers, are a viable defense against small boats or unmanned aerial vehicles, also known as drones. According to the statement, the Navy's utilization of directed energy weapons brings about immediate advantages to the combatants and empowers the commander to have more flexibility in making decisions and responding. Currently, the Department of Defense is working on directed energy weapons to combat various threats such as missiles and unmanned aerial vehicles. The Department of Defense and military departments are currently engaged in projects aimed at creating directed energy weaponry. These initiatives have included the development of various prototypes and demonstrators of laser weapon systems that have been successfully utilized in live-fire demonstrations to bring down drones. The Department of Defense and the military branches are currently designing more advanced laser weaponry to combat larger threats. They are also creating various high-power microwave capabilities that can be used for engaging in missile or drone swarm attacks against military bases. In order for a military department to successfully transition prototypes to an existing or new acquisition program, it must find a partner to support the technology's further development. The Army has created a detailed plan that outlines the roles of stakeholders and schedules for the building of supporting activities. Although the Navy has successfully fielded multiple directed energy weapon prototypes and identified potential transition partners, they lack documented transition agreements. Meanwhile, the Air Force has not prioritized the establishment of transition partners, making future planning even more difficult. Failure to take these transition planning steps can result in misaligned directed energy weapons that may not meet operational needs and put both the Navy and Air Force at risk. Directed energy weapons encompass a range of technologies that generate and focus various types of energy, such as lasers, microwaves, or particle beams, to damage or destroy targets. Unlike traditional kinetic weapons, which rely on projectiles or explosives, directed energy weapons rely on the transfer of energy to disable or neutralize threats. The energy beams emitted by these weapons can be precisely aimed and controlled, offering advantages in terms of accuracy, speed, and potentially reduced collateral damage. One of the key advantages of directed energy weapons is their speed of engagement. The high velocity of energy beams allows for near instantaneous target acquisition and engagement, enabling rapid responses to incoming threats. This can be particularly valuable in scenarios where time is critical, such as in intercepting missiles or drones. Additionally, directed energy weapons offer extended operational capabilities. Unlike conventional weapons, which require ammunition resupply, directed energy weapons can operate as long as there is sufficient power supply. This reduces the logistical burden and potential risks associated with transporting and storing ammunition. Another significant advantage of directed energy weapons is their potential for precise targeting. The focused nature of the energy beams allows for selective engagement, minimizing collateral damage and reducing the risk to civilians and infrastructure. This accuracy can be especially valuable in urban warfare or situations where targets are located in close proximity to non-combatants. Moreover, directed energy weapons have the potential to overcome certain limitations of conventional weaponry. For example, they can counter hypersonic missiles, which pose significant challenges to traditional defense systems due to their extreme speed and maneuverability. Directed energy weapons can track and engage such targets with greater agility and responsiveness. However, the development and deployment of directed energy weapons also raise important ethical considerations. The potential lethality and range of directed energy weapons may present challenges in distinguishing between combatants and non-combatants, raising concerns about the risk of unintended casualties and violations of international humanitarian law. Additionally, the long-term effects of directed energy beams on human health and the environment require careful evaluation. Another consideration is the potential for escalation and arms race dynamics. The deployment of advanced directed energy weapons could lead to a race for more powerful and sophisticated systems, increasing the risk of military confrontation and destabilizing the balance of power between nations. Furthermore, the effective use of directed energy weapons relies on robust and secure command, control, and communication systems. Cybersecurity concerns must be addressed to prevent unauthorized access or malicious manipulation of these weapons, which could have devastating consequences if exploited. As of right now, directed energy weapons represent a significant advancement in military technology with the potential to transform warfare. Their speed, accuracy, extended operational capabilities, and potential to overcome certain limitations of conventional weapons make them attractive options for defense and security purposes. However, ethical considerations, including the risk of unintended casualties, potential long-term effects, and the risk of escalation, must be carefully evaluated and addressed. As with any new technological development, the responsible and accountable use of directed energy weapons is paramount to ensure their potential benefits are realized while minimizing potential risks and harms. In a video shared on Facebook, Waziri presented a visual demonstration of workers meticulously arranging rough and substantial granite blocks at the foundation of the pyramid, located adjacent to the Sphinx. Amid the laborious activity of workers alongside the contrasting grey and golden blocks, Waziri engages in gesturing, providing detailed explanations to the audience regarding the intricate process taking place. Numerous individuals have raised the inquiry of when we will cease the irrationality in the administration of Egyptian heritage. It is a matter of significant concern and has prompted widespread discussion within our community. The pyramid, upon its initial construction, was adorned with a layer of granite which, however, has gradually diminished over time. The ongoing renovation seeks to meticulously revive the pyramid's authentic appearance through the meticulous reconstruction of its granite casing, thus ensuring the faithful restoration of its original grandeur. Over the course of 3 years, the ambitious endeavor, referred to by Waziri as Egypt's gift to the world in the 21st century, will be undertaken under the guidance of Waziri, who leads the Egyptian-Japanese mission responsible for the project. The matter of conserving heritage in Egypt, a country heavily reliant on tourism for 10% of its GDP, sparks intense discussions. This is an in-depth analysis of the complexities surrounding the preservation of Egypt's rich heritage, considering its significant economic ties to tourism. The recent devastation of significant parts of Cairo's historic district has stirred widespread mobilization within civil society. Despite being largely prohibited from engaging in political activities, civil society has shifted its focus towards challenging the government, predominantly in the realms of urban planning and heritage preservation. This shift represents a profound reaction to the destructive events, prompting an in-depth exploration of urban development and heritage concerns as primary battlegrounds. The ongoing discussion has recently honed in on the ancient 15th century Abu al-Abbas al-Mursi Mosque located in the coastal city of Alexandria, which happens to be Egypt's second largest. Local officials have revealed an in-depth inquiry following a decision by a renovation contractor to repaint the intricately designed and multicolored ceilings of the largest mosque in the city with a coat of white paint. Numerous individuals have expressed concerns about the potential repercussions of disturbing ancient Egyptian artifacts, stressing their significant role in offering valuable knowledge about one of the most impactful and long-lasting civilizations in the world. It has been emphasized that these artifacts should be handled with utmost care and respect to preserve their historical and cultural significance. The ancient relics provide a compelling narrative of a civilization that thrived over millennia, encompassing the pre-dynastic era through to the Ptolemaic and Roman periods. This extensive timeline mirrors the enduring legacy of the culture, offering a profound insight into its evolution and societal developments. There is a consensus that the ancient artifacts in Egypt play a crucial role in defining its cultural heritage. However, the construction projects that encroach upon these historical monuments are viewed as detrimental in the grand scheme of things. Such actions are believed to have lasting implications that could potentially compromise Egypt's historical legacy. The exceptional skill and creativity demonstrated in the artifacts of ancient Egypt are truly extraordinary and deserving of admiration. The artifacts on display demonstrate the high level of expertise in sculpting, jewelry crafting, pottery, and architectural design, standing as a testament to the creative abilities of the society.
Archaeologists searching for Cleopatra find a geometric miracle tunnel. Far beneath a temple in the ancient ruins of Taposiris Magna, a city on the Egyptian coast, archaeologists made an incredible discovery. They uncovered a tunnel which is being referred to as the geometric miracle. Kathleen Martinez from the University of Santo Domingo uncovered the structure when searching for the lost tomb of Cleopatra. The tunnel was 13 meters below the ground, 2 meters tall, and roughly 1,300 meters long. It was built into sandstone and boasts some exceptional engineering brilliance to pull it off. It has been compared to the Eupalinos tunnel on the Greek island of Samos, which is equally large and impressively designed. Martinez says this is a huge discovery for the team and could also take them one step closer to finding the lost tomb of Cleopatra. However, they still need to figure out the reason for these tunnels and what might be inside the temple. Their hope is that after further exploring, they may be able to find the room that holds the tombs of Cleopatra and her husband Mark Antony. This would be the largest discovery of the 21st century, and archaeologists are extremely excited to continue exploring the temple. Nonetheless, the tunnel is an incredible discovery and has already presented researchers with some hidden treasures. They uncovered several pieces of pottery and a unique block of limestone within the tunnel. Even if the tunnel does not lead to the lost tombs, it will significantly help archaeologists to understand the history of the temple better. Now we just have to wait and see what else they can uncover in the near future. Bible stolen from US, found in Netherlands. The Pittsburgh Library lost a Geneva Bible from its rare collection of books nearly 20 years ago, and it has just been discovered in a strange place. The book was said to have been published in 1615, and its home was once the Carnegie Library in Pittsburgh. A former archivist that worked at the library and a rare book dealer was accused of stealing nearly 300 rare books with an estimated value of $8 million. However, recently the book was discovered in the Netherlands. It was found at the American Pilgrim Museum in Leiden. The museum had paid $1,200 for the book, but has now returned it to its original home in Pittsburgh. The FBI hopes this recent case will inspire other collectors and museums to check their inventory and determine if anything might be stolen. As of now, only 18 of the 300 books have been recovered. One of these books is the Philosophiae Naturalis Principia Mathematica by John Adams, which has a value of $900,000. That being said, another book by philosopher Adam Smith, called An Inquiry into the Nature and Causes of the Wealth of Nations, has yet to be recovered and is estimated to be worth $180,000. The library has closed the display that used to hold these books and will only be reopening it once the others have been recovered. As a result, the recently found Bible has not yet been put back on display, as the museum is still deciding whether they will continue to share it with the public. Fortunately, some of the stolen books have been returned, but it may be many years before all 300 are returned to the library's collection. We can only hope that they are discovered and brought back so everyone can enjoy looking back at the history they represent. Secret underground theatre found in the catacombs. The Paris catacombs are quite an intriguing place indeed. So much so, the catacombs have been featured in many famous horror stories, such as the movie As Above, So Below. In this network of underground tunnels, lined with skulls and bones, you would not expect to find much of anything resembling the modern world. However, Paris police discovered one such thing only a handful of years ago. In September 2004, police were undergoing a training exercise in uncharted parts of the catacombs when they found a sign that said, "Building site, no access." Naturally, if there were such a thing, they would know about it. They pushed on and found a camera recording them. Continuing further into the area, a recording of dogs barking played, presumably to warn them to not go any further. But they did. They stumbled upon a 400 square meter chasm containing a cinema, dining room, and other amenities. It was equipped with a projector, chairs, and a fully stocked bar. There was also a stockpile of many films, ranging from 1950s movies to modern thrillers. If that wasn't enough, there was professionally installed electricity and even 3 telephone lines connected to the area. As it turns out, the area was created by Les UX, the Urban Experiment, a mysterious group that improves hidden corners of Paris that have fallen into disrepair. It consists mainly of urban explorers, artists, architects, and historians, and they held film festivals in this little cavern in the catacombs. Wouldn't you like to secretly watch a spooky film beneath the streets of Paris and sip a cask of wine? Amontillado, perhaps? The Lost Wealth of Ophir. King Solomon is one of the most famous characters of the Old Testament and was the 3rd king of Israel. He was also one of the wealthiest people to ever exist during that period. He was well known as a savvy and knowledgeable leader that ruled the Middle East for nearly 4 decades. King Solomon collected an immense amount of gold during his reign and was known for having 500 tons of it. He used his gold to create armor, clothing, plates, and a throne from the rare metal. In today's value, it's estimated that King Solomon would have a net worth of $60 trillion based on the immense amount of gold he owned. The gold was held in the Cave of Ophir, but as of now, no one knows where that is. Unfortunately, the Bible often discusses the king's wealth, but never provides concrete details on where this cave can be found. Some experts claim that he collected this gold with the help of Phoenician King Hiram, who ruled Tyre, modern-day Lebanon. Therefore, the cave could be located in one of these regions. But these regions and their people were known to travel often, and the hidden cave of Ophir could be somewhere in Africa, Asia, or America. Some archaeologists have claimed to have already found the lost mine of Ophir and argue that the metal which made Solomon his money was copper and not gold. But there is yet to be any conclusive evidence to back up these claims. The existence and locations of this cave are still heavily discussed today. Archaeologists are still searching for the hidden cave and all its wealth.
Popocatépetl, the majestic and active stratovolcano located in Mexico, has long held a place of reverence in indigenous cultures and captivated the imagination of locals and tourists alike. However, in recent decades, it has become a hotspot for another kind of phenomenon that defies easy explanation: the frequent sightings of unidentified objects above its peaks. Anonymous have just posted an interesting video showing mysterious objects flying in and out of the volcano. The volcano's unique geological characteristics could play a role in the prevalence of mysterious sightings. With an elevation of over 5,400 meters, its towering presence pierces through the clouds and becomes an ideal vantage point for skyward observations. The volcanic activity, including eruptions and emissions of gases, could create unusual atmospheric phenomena that could be misinterpreted as unidentified objects. Light reflections from the volcano's activity and clouds might also contribute to optical illusions, further complicating the distinction between natural occurrences and extraordinary sightings. However, many who have witnessed these objects have said that they have the ability to hover motionless and fly directly into the volcano, something that hasn't been documented with natural occurrences. Indigenous cultures in the region have revered the volcano as a sacred entity for centuries. It is intricately woven into mythology, often associated with deities and cosmic significance. The cultural heritage surrounding the volcano could influence local perceptions and interpretations of unusual phenomena. Legends and stories passed down through generations might predispose individuals to attribute extraordinary sightings to mystical or supernatural events, including unidentified objects. In recent years, there has been a notable shift in the reputation of this volcano. While it was once known for its natural beauty and majestic presence, it has now gained attention for something altogether different. Both residents and online observers who have been monitoring the volcano through webcams have observed mysterious aircrafts flying directly into the volcano. Numerous reports claim that what is observed near the volcano is not merely ash, but rather peculiar entities and luminous phenomena frequently spotted hovering in the vicinity. Some witnesses even allege that these enigmatic objects are capable of entering and exiting the volcano, further adding to their mysterious nature. The presence of these unexplained lights and unidentified aerial phenomena has intrigued and perplexed many observers. Moreover, the webcam footage has not only captured the mesmerizing sight of meteors hurtling directly into the volcano, but has also revealed instances of multiple meteor occurrences in a single night. This phenomenon, which has left many in awe, is considered to be incredibly rare, defying the slim probabilities of such events taking place consecutively. Consequently, the astonishing footage has prompted users to explore alternative explanations and theories, seeking to unravel the mystery behind this captivating spectacle. The reasons behind the curiosity of these objects towards this particular volcano are still a topic of debate. However, it is worth noting that on multiple occasions throughout the year, peculiar objects have been observed in close proximity to this volcano, which has spurred the creation of intriguing theories regarding why this volcano seems to attract such attention. An in-depth exploration of these theories can shed light on the possible explanations for why this volcano serves as a significant focal point for these mysterious objects. The volcano has garnered significant attention from amateur researchers due to numerous reported sightings. This has led to its classification as a hotspot, as users have observed multiple unidentified objects in the vicinity of the volcano. It's worth noting that these observations are merely a fraction of the total sightings, as they represent only the instances captured on camera. The frequency and volume of these unusual objects have piqued the curiosity of researchers, prompting a comprehensive exploration of this phenomenon. In-depth investigations are underway to unravel the mystery surrounding these sightings and understand the nature of these enigmatic objects. Residents residing in close proximity to the area have reported frequent sightings of luminous lights in the vicinity of the volcano. This phenomenon has intrigued the residents, as it appears that these lights possess a peculiar fascination with the volcano itself. Interestingly, these sightings are not limited to the immediate vicinity of the volcanic area. Photographic evidence has revealed that these mysterious lights also traverse in and out of the volcano. This intriguing observation raises questions about the nature and purpose of these lights, leaving researchers and locals alike wondering about their origin and significance. Glowing orbs, frequently captured on webcams, are commonly observed objects that have gained significant attention worldwide. They are widely regarded as one of the most frequently reported mysterious flying objects. These ethereal spheres pose a considerable challenge to photograph, as they manifest as mere luminous smudges when captured on camera. Their elusive and enigmatic nature has intrigued people from various cultures and regions around the globe, sparking a sense of curiosity and fascination. As of right now, amateur researchers have questioned whether these unidentified objects are interested in volcanoes. The skies above Earth have long been the canvas for mysterious phenomena, none more captivating than unidentified objects. These enigmatic aerial apparitions have been reported in various contexts and locales, sparking curiosity and speculation. One particularly intriguing scenario involves unidentified objects allegedly showing interest in volcanoes. Volcanoes are geological marvels, releasing immense energy from the Earth's depths. Some theories speculate that mysterious objects could be harnessing this energy for their own purposes. Volcanic activity generates high levels of thermal energy, electromagnetic fields, and even plasma discharges, elements that might hold significance for advanced civilizations. It's conceivable that unidentified objects could be utilizing these powerful energy sources for propulsion, communication, or other technological functions beyond our comprehension. Volcanic landscapes on Earth are abundant with unique mineral formations and geological structures. Advanced visitors might be interested in studying or extracting these resources, which could have properties or applications unexplored by human science. This could include elements used in advanced technology, rare minerals, or materials that hold intrinsic value in interstellar trade or research. These mysterious objects could be engaged in scientific exploration and observation of Earth's geological processes. Volcanoes are dynamic natural laboratories, offering insights into planetary formation and tectonic activity. For a technologically advanced civilization, observing and studying Earth's geological phenomena could contribute to their understanding of planetary evolution and even help them predict natural disasters. Speculative theories propose that unidentified objects might be using volcanoes as entry points into Earth's interior. The complex network of underground tunnels and chambers created by volcanic activity could provide covert access for advanced spacecraft. Volcanic regions could offer hidden bases, shielded from human detection and accessible through natural openings created by lava flows. Volcanic areas possess immense geothermal energy potential. These aircrafts might be tapping into this energy source for various purposes, from recharging their craft to powering advanced technologies. The abundance of geothermal heat could be harnessed through advanced energy conversion methods, aligning with the sustainability principles of an advanced civilization. It's just been announced that evidence of a possible wormhole has opened up at Skinwalker Ranch. Photographs have been shared by the team who are currently investigating Skinwalker Ranch and its anomalies. For those unaware, the Skinwalker Ranch, which is situated in the Uinta Basin in northeastern Utah, is an intriguing location, enveloped in tales and enigmas. It is commonly referred to as Sherman Ranch, and over the years, various individuals have come forward with strange reports, many of whom have detailed strange wormholes opening up in the sky and noting that they witnessed objects flying through them. This 480-acre property is known for its association with various phenomena such as mysterious aircrafts, strange entity encounters, mysterious livestock explorations, patterns formed in crops, and the presence of skinwalkers. Additionally, the ranch shares a border with the Ute Indian Reservation. The Ute were granted the Winter Valley Reservation in October 1861 through President Abraham Lincoln's executive order. In January 1882, the Uncompahgre Reservation, also known as the Ouray Reservation, was established, and later merged with the Winter Reservation in 1886, resulting in the creation of the Winter and Ouray Reservation. This reservation has served as the home for the Ute for over 150 years, spanning over 4.5 million acres of land. For many years, the indigenous people have spoken about how the neighboring ranch lies on the path of the skinwalker, and as a result, they have been strictly prohibited from approaching the property. The skinwalker refers to a malicious creature who can change shape, and the Ute people regard this figure with great reverence. The Ute tribe inhabited regions such as Utah, Colorado, and New Mexico before they relocated to the reservation. They were known for their fierce and warlike nature. In the past, the Ute and Navajo tribes joined forces to resist their shared adversaries. However, when the Ute tribe acquired horses from the Spanish, they started taking Navajo individuals and selling them in markets located in New Mexico. During the Civil War, certain Ute groups joined forces with Kit Carson in a military operation against the Navajo, which resulted in the Navajo being expelled from their territories and compelled to march to the Fort Sumner Reservation in New Mexico, known as the Long Walk of the Navajo. Although the Navajo tribe was eventually allowed to return to their ancestral lands in the Four Corners region, the Ute community held the belief that the Navajo had placed a curse on them for their past offenses. As a consequence, the Ute people started experiencing disturbances caused by the skinwalkers. The Ute people have a long-standing belief in the existence of skinwalkers, and these tales have been passed down for over 15 generations. However, they do not hold the belief that skinwalkers reside on the ranch. Instead, they believe that skinwalkers seek refuge in a nearby location known as Dark Canyon. Based on reports, skinwalkers have been frequently observed by the Ute people in the region. These beings have been sighted near the ranch, along the road to Fort Duchesne, and in different parts of the reservation. One description paints them as human-like creatures with dog heads, while others have described them as being more wolf-like. Another account depicts them as big, black, hairy humanoids with remarkable speed. Witnesses have also claimed that these entities possess unusually large and intimidating red eyes. Additionally, there are reports of people encountering and capturing photographs of substantial footprints, believed to be left behind by skinwalkers. The Myers family settled on the ranch in 1905. Initially, there were a few small buildings on the northwest corner of the ranch, located at the base of Skinwalker Ridge. Eventually, the original homestead was deserted, and a new residence was established on the eastern side of the ranch. From the 1930s until 1987, Kenneth John Myers and his wife Edith Myers resided on the property. Although no unusual incidents were reported by the Myers themselves during their time there, some of their neighbors did have experiences worth noting. During the 1950s, a series of peculiar incidents started happening in the basin. There were multiple accounts of unidentified objects observed above the property, and these sightings persisted for several decades. It is worth noting that this wasn't the initial occurrence of unusual aircraft sightings. The earliest documented mention of such sightings goes back to the late 1700s, when Spanish explorers, who were in search of the Spanish Trail, passed through the basin and reported observing strange crafts hovering above their nightly campfires. The reports of unidentified objects were numerous, with descriptions ranging from fireballs to aircraft of different sizes and shapes, including round, oval, cigar-shaped, and triangular. Some of these objects were enveloped in a green glow, while others emitted red beams or displayed colored lights from underneath. The influx of calls became so overwhelming for the Utah Highway Patrol that by the 1970s, reports were no longer filed. Additionally, local ranchers also reported unusual instances of cattle expirations during the same period. Joseph Hicks, a retired science teacher hailing from Roosevelt, Utah, delved into over 400 reported sightings in the basin and uncovered an intriguing correlation between these sightings and instances of cattle expirations. Throughout his research, Hicks documented numerous accounts from eyewitnesses who claimed to have observed living beings inside these objects through the windows or portholes. In 1994, Terry and Gwen Sherman became the new owners of the ranch that had been left vacant by the Myers since 1987. They were taken aback to discover deadbolt locks on every door and window, both inside and outside the house. The kitchen cabinets were not spared either, as they also had bolts on them. Additionally, iron stakes and heavy chains were found at both ends of the house, presumably used by the previous occupants for their large guard dogs. The Shermans, accompanied by their 2 children and livestock, decided to make this property their new home. On the day the family moved in, they immediately noticed a sizable coyote, or possibly a wolf, in one of their fields. It swiftly advanced towards a pen where their livestock was kept. It proceeded to seize a young calf by its nose and attempted to pull it through the bars of the enclosure. Terry Sherman and his father attempted to free the calf by striking the animal, but their efforts proved to be unsuccessful. When their initial attempt was unsuccessful, Sherman resorted to firing at the animal with a magnum from close range. However, despite being fired at multiple times, the wolf carried on gripping the calf. Eventually, after a few more shots, the animal let go of the calf and calmly stared at the men. Surprisingly, there were no visible signs of injury on the animal. In an attempt to understand what had happened, the men pursued the animal's footprints for approximately a mile before they abruptly ceased, as if the animal had mysteriously vanished. This incident served as a hint of what was yet to come. A couple of weeks later, while Gwen Sherman was driving in her car, she came across a sizable wolf that had its back aligned with the top of her window. There was also a canine-like creature accompanying the wolf, but she couldn't determine its exact species. Throughout the following 2 years, the Shermans and their fellow residents witnessed a variety of unusual creatures within their vicinity. These sightings entailed the presence of vibrant, non-indigenous species, as well as towering, mysterious creatures resembling large humanoids. During an incident, the Shermans witnessed an unusual creature, reminiscent of a hyena, engaging in an attack on one of their horses. The creature was described as having a low stature, substantial muscle mass, weighing around 200 pounds, with red curly fur and a tail. When Mr. Sherman approached the animal, it mysteriously disappeared. Later examination of the horse revealed multiple claw marks on its legs. Several months afterward, a neighboring resident reported seeing a comparable creature dashing across their land. The Shermans, just like their fellow residents, also witnessed unusual luminosities and airborne entities, with over 12 sightings occurring on a single night. It was during these encounters with unidentified objects that they also faced the unfortunate demise or vanishing of 7 of their finest livestock. Out of these, 4 vanished completely, while 3 others were discovered lifeless. 3 of the deceased cows displayed an unusual anomaly, a distinctive void in the middle of the left eyeball, while remaining unscathed otherwise. Another bovine specimen had a comparable aperture in its left eye, accompanied by a significant 6-inch cavity, approximately an inch in depth, carved into part of its body. The final cow subjected to this act had been observed alive merely 5 minutes earlier by the Sherman's son. A particular cow among the missing livestock appeared to have mysteriously vanished from the snowy landscape. Its tracks led into a field, but abruptly ceased. The ground was scattered with snapped twigs and branches, and the tree canopies seemed to have been severed. Throughout this period, a variety of peculiar incidents transpired as well. It was not uncommon for pastures to inexplicably illuminate during the nighttime hours. Furthermore, there were reports of audible sounds resembling the workings of heavy machinery emanating from beneath the ground. Poltergeist-like occurrences, such as objects vanishing only to reappear later, were also observed. Additionally, eerie disembodied voices, frequently communicating in an unfamiliar language, were heard from above. Additionally, peculiar patterns of flattened grass, commonly referred to as crop circles, were discovered on the ranch. In May 1996, Sherman experienced a significant event that served as the breaking point. While outside with his 3 dogs, he noticed a vibrant blue object swiftly moving in the field nearby. Prompted by curiosity, he encouraged his dogs to chase after it. The dogs energetically pursued the object, expressing their excitement through barks, until they disappeared into a dense thicket. Sherman was alarmed when he heard 3 distressing yelps from his pets and realized they were unresponsive to his calls. The following day, when he ventured out to search for them, all he discovered were 3 spherical, greasy masses with evidence of scorching. Unfortunately, the dogs were never found again. After experiencing these frightening incidents for a period of 2 years, the family decided to share their story with the public. The initial reports regarding the bizarre occurrences on the ranch were initially published in the Deseret News in Salt Lake City, Utah, followed by a series of articles by journalist George Knapp in the weekly newspaper Las Vegas Mercury. George Knapp and Colm Kelleher later wrote a book that provides a comprehensive account of previous inquiries conducted in the county area regarding reported sightings, incidents involving missing and expired livestock, sightings of large animals possessing piercing red eyes that were unharmed despite being fired at, unseen objects emitting destructive magnetic fields, formations of crop circles, encounters with creatures resembling Bigfoot, and instances of poltergeist phenomena. The Shermans had intentions to sell the property, but before they could do so, they received an unexpected offer from Robert Bigelow, a wealthy businessman and is the founder of the National Institute for Discovery Science. He became interested in buying the property after learning about the events from a newspaper article. Bigelow acquired the ranch for a sum of $200,000, with the condition that the Shermans would not divulge any further details about the incidents that occurred on the property. Subsequently, he initiated the establishment of a comprehensive facility comprising advanced sensory technology, field investigators with doctorate-level qualifications, scientific experts, and round-the-clock security personnel. The mysterious CCTV footage of Stephen Kocher. One of the most puzzling and mysterious cases in recent years is Stephen's disappearance. 30-year-old Stephen Kocher vanished from Henderson, Nevada on December 12, 2009. Investigators have said that there has never been a sign of Stephen Kocher, despite intensive searches and inquiries. Stephen had been staying with his friend in Henderson in the days before his disappearance, as at the time he was looking for employment. He was expecting to find work in the Las Vegas region, as he had recently lost his job in Utah, but the search had turned up nothing, and Stephen was losing hope. Stephen had spoken with his family and made multiple calls to possible employers on the day he vanished. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary, and he appeared to be in a good mood. Nevertheless, he left behind all of his personal items, such as his wallet, mobile phone, and keys, when he parked his car in Henderson's Road. On December 13th, he was captured on camera parking and leaving the automobile there by a nearby security camera. He left the frame, crossed the street, and strolled along the sidewalk. He was by himself and didn't seem lost. Rather, it seemed like he knew where he was going and had parked there for a purpose. Along with Christmas gifts he'd bought a few days earlier, Kocher's shaving kit, coats, pillows, and blankets were inside the car. However, his wallet, driver's license, and cell phone were not. He had forgotten his phone charger and laptop at home. Kocher's cell phone signal was detected at a tower a few miles away, close to Arroyo Grande Boulevard and American Pacific Drive, about 5 hours after he had abandoned his car. After that, the signal was detected in a subdivision close to Stephanie Street and Sunset Drive 2 hours later. When Kocher's voicemail was examined early the following morning, the signal at Russell Road and US 95 was picked up. Before the signal vanished, the phone remained there for 2 days. Why Kocher went to Nevada is unknown. His hometown is Amarillo, Texas, where he completed his education in 1998 at Amarillo High School before continuing on to the University of Utah. In April 2009, he left his position as an employee of the Salt Lake Tribune's web section and relocated to St. George from Salt Lake City, Utah. His relatives claimed he was having problems finding work. He had most recently worked for a company that cleaned windows, and that he might have traveled to Las Vegas in search of work. Some researchers have suggested that there is a link between his and Susan Powell's December disappearance. Investigators have noted that given that Kocher and Powell were roughly the same age and vanished from the same state around the same period, they considered the possibility that their disappearances were related. In fact, Powell's husband implied that the two of them had fled together, possibly to Brazil, where Kocher had previously traveled on a missionary expedition. Nonetheless, investigators were unable to uncover any link between the two disappearances or proof that they were acquainted. According to Kocher's parents, there is no indication that he wanted to end his life, and the investigators have not found any signs of foul play. Due to his unemployment, he was experiencing financial difficulties at the time of his disappearance, but his loved ones are unaware of any possible explanation that would cause him to vanish. In February 2011, his father unexpectedly passed away, seemingly from natural causes. Police in Nevada and Utah are looking into Kocher's mysterious disappearance. The mysterious video of Lars Mittank. In 2014, 28-year-old German resident Lars Mittank went to Bulgaria with his friends for a vacation, but never returned. A video of his last known appearance from an airport security camera became viral online years later, earning him the name of the most famous missing person on YouTube. Despite millions of people watching the Lars Mittank video online, he has never been located, and his disappearance is shrouded in mystery. Mittank escaped from a crowded Varna airport just before he was scheduled to board his journey home. He had been in a fight a few days prior and had a head injury. During the video, he can be seen vanishing into the wilderness that surrounded the airport and was never heard from again. After going missing for over 6 years, Lars Mittank's case seems no closer to being solved than it was on the day he disappeared, despite several strong leads and his mother's public pleas for information. Berlin was the birthplace of Lars Mittank. At the age of 28, he traveled to Varna, Bulgaria, with a few of his school friends. The group lodged at the Golden Sands Resort, located along the coast of the Black Sea. During the trip, Lars got into a pub brawl with 4 men over which football team, Bayern Munich or SV Werder Bremen, was the best. The other 4 supported Bayern, but Mittank was a fan of Werder. It is said that Mittank departed the bar ahead of his friends, and they didn't see him again until the following morning. Mittank told his friends he had been beaten up when he eventually showed up at the Golden Sands Resort. Various friends provided varying accounts, each of which had varying specifics. While some said the men had paid a local to execute the beating, others informed investigators Mittank was beaten by the same group of men he had fought with inside the pub. Nevertheless, Mittank emerged from the encounter with a torn eardrum and a broken jaw. After a while, he visited a nearby physician who gave him a prescription to stop the infection of his wounds. Because of his injury, he was also instructed to stay behind while his friends went home. Mittank encouraged his friends not to postpone their return till he recovered and arranged for a later departure. After that, he booked into a motel close to the airport, where he started acting strange. Lars Mittank was caught on tape by hotel security hiding inside the lift, sneaking out of the building at midnight and coming back a few hours later. He claimed that someone was attempting to take his life or rob him when he called his mother. In addition, he texted her to ask her to deactivate his credit cards and inquire about his medicine. The day Mittank arrived at Varna Airport was July 8, 2014. He had a checkup with the airport doctor to discuss his injuries, and even when the doctor assured Mittank he could fly, Mittank didn't seem very comfortable. The doctor claimed that Mittank asked him questions concerning the medication he was taking and was anxious. Mel magazine stated that while Mittank was consulting during the airport's renovations, a construction worker happened to walk inside the office. Mittank was heard saying that he didn't want to lose his life. Mel further stated that Lars threw his things on the ground and ran down the hallway. He scaled a fence outside the airport, and after he got over it, he vanished into a nearby woodland and was never seen again. According to Dr. Todd Grande, a licensed health counselor who wrote about Mittank's disappearance, he stated that Lars Mittank had no prior history of illnesses that would cause him to act like this. Grande stated that Mittank maintained good relationships with his loved ones. In order to avoid having to travel back alone, his buddies offered to postpone their flight, and he texted his mother every step of the way. In addition, Mitank left his money, phone, and passport at the airport when he ran away. According to a different opinion, Mitank was possibly involved in smuggling activities or any other illegal activity that neither his loved ones nor the government were aware of. This idea explains why Mitank was never discovered, yet it is not well supported by the available data. An additional theory is that Mitank was attacked shortly after leaving the area. He informed his mother that he was being followed while he was staying behind in Bulgaria. Numerous detectives surmise that the individuals he brawled with in the pub were still pursuing him. The reason Mitank fled could be explained if they were being pursued, and it might also clarify why his body was never discovered. There is a fourth idea that suggests Mitank might have been high at the time of his disappearance. Many people think that Mitank's episode may have been caused by the antibiotic cefprozil, which was provided to him to repair his perforated eardrum, maybe in combination with another prescription. As bizarre as it may seem, it is not unfeasible. 3 common side effects of the medication are listed: restlessness, hyperactivity, and dizziness. Furthermore, research indicates that acute psychosis may be a possible adverse effect of several antibiotics. This could explain how a person without a history of this type of behavior could have abruptly transformed. It's possible that Mitank's actions had nothing to do with the cefprozil he was taking. Dr. Grande suggests that Mitank might have gone through the onset of first-break psychosis. He contends that this would account for his anxiety, delusions, and paranoia. It might also clarify the strange conduct seen in the Lars Mitank video. Although Dr. Grande believes the psychosis theory to be the most plausible of the lot, he emphasizes that it still doesn't explain Mitank's disappearance or why nothing of him was never discovered. Even after the German Federal Criminal Police Office conducted years of inquiry, Mitank is still unaccounted for. Every now and again, someone who viewed the Lars Mitank video and is either an amateur investigator, an internet troll, or a concerned citizen claims to have seen him somewhere in the world. In Germany alone, almost 10,000 individuals go missing each year. Although half of all cases involving missing persons are settled in less than a week, fewer than 3% of them are truly located within a year. Over 6 months have passed since Lars Mitank vanished. Police in Porto Velho, Brazil, apprehended a man in 2016 who lacked identification and seemed to have no idea who he was. When a picture of the man recuperating in a hospital became viral on social media, internet detectives pointed out that he resembled Mitank in terms of appearance. Later on, the individual was recognized as Toronto native Anton Pilipa. It had been 5 years since he vanished. A truck driver allegedly offered Mitank a lift out of Dresden in 2019. As the driver headed towards the city of Brandenburg, he picked up a hitchhiker. He could not help but notice the passenger's similarity to Lars Mitank when they were traveling, but investigators said that the story didn't prove that Lars was still alive. Over the years, his mother has also made numerous appearances on radio and television programs in an attempt to piece together the puzzle of Lars Mitank's disappearance. Her requests to locate her son have been shown on Bulgarian and German television, but to no avail. She keeps sharing messages on social media. In 2007, Andrew Gosden disappeared without a trace. The CCTV footage from King's Cross Station shows Andrew Gosden walking through a crowd, and this would be the last time he was spotted. Not much information has been released to the public about Andrew Gosden or his location in the years that have followed. Police still don't know why Andrew travelled to London on that particular day, or who, if anyone, he was going to meet. Furthermore, despite the fact that 2 individuals were detained in December 2021 on suspicion of taking Andrew, they have subsequently been found not to have committed any crimes. Experts and true crime fans alike are still perplexed by the case of Andrew Gosden's disappearance. The seemingly perfect home life that Andrew Gosden had appears to be one of the most peculiar aspects of his story. Andrew was born on July 10, 1993. His parents chose not to baptize their children because they were Anglican Christians. They did not wish to force their opinions on others, as they clarified in a 2008 interview. Rather than that, they supported their kids in following their own interests and making their own discoveries. Both Andrew and his sister Charlotte developed strong attachments to their respective pastimes. Andrew was a big fan of the Harry Potter and Alex Rider series. His sister greatly embraced the mid-2000s goth subculture and colored her hair black. Their mutual appreciation of rock and metal bands helped the two get along. Andrew possessed a great degree of intelligence as well. He was enrolled in his school's talented program and had been reading Nietzsche's Beyond Good and Evil in the weeks prior to his disappearance. In fact, Andrew was such an excellent student that he had never once missed a day of class. The majority of his teachers believed he would end up attending Cambridge. In addition, his parents mentioned that although he was quite shy and content to be by himself, he did have friends. Moreover, he never displayed depressive symptoms, and it didn't appear that he was being bullied. He had always told his folks where he was going before leaving the house. Andrew Gosden seemed, by all accounts, to be a quiet, brilliant young man with a promising future. On September 14, 2007, Andrew Gosden probably left his parents' house in the morning to go to school, like he did every morning. Both of his parents, who were speech therapists, had to leave the house for work. However, Andrew wasn't there when they got back. They initially thought he was merely playing Xbox in the basement. Then, they discovered his bedroom with his school uniform folded up on a chair. It appeared that he had changed into a new outfit after returning home. When several of Andrew's pals were contacted by his parents, they said he wasn't with them. He hadn't even arrived at school that day. And it came out that earlier that day, the Gosdens had received a notification from the school about Andrew's absence. Regretfully, they had unintentionally called the incorrect family. To his parents, Andrew Gosden's whereabouts and activities remained a complete mystery. All he had brought with him when he left the house that day was his PlayStation Portable, his wallet, and his keys. He hadn't even removed the PlayStation charger. Other than the fact that he had taken out nearly all of the money in his bank account, which was roughly £200, nothing indicated he intended to go on a long journey. Police discovered CCTV footage from King's Cross Station in London many weeks after Andrew vanished, indicating that he had arrived there at approximately 11:20 on the morning of his disappearance. It was discovered by investigators that he had bought a one-way ticket from Doncaster to London. After that, the trail went cold. The police were unable to follow Andrew from King's Cross, so his family had no idea where he was. However, internet detectives have been working to solve the riddle in the years that have passed, and as a result, a number of fascinating possibilities have surfaced. One idea suggests that Andrew might have come to London in order to see a concert by 30 Seconds to Mars on the night before he vanished. A picture of the audience from that evening's concert is the basis for this theory. Some people have stated that Andrew appears to be one of the audience members in the picture. Some have speculated that Andrew might have travelled to London in search of work experience, following in the footsteps of his 14-year-old sister Charlotte, who distributed resumes on the Strand. However, since there is no method to monitor Andrew's whereabouts, these speculations are all that remain. When two men were detained in December 2021 on suspicion of taking Andrew Gosden, it appeared as though something had changed. The next day, it was revealed that the men had had a number of devices taken for forensic examination, which the police stated may take up to a year to complete. Kevin Gosden expressed gratitude to the public for their support and clarified that the family was only aware of the information disclosed in the police statement. The men were still being investigated, according to South Yorkshire Police, and the subsequent devices were still being looked at in January 2023. It was announced in September 2023 that neither of the guys had been charged and that Gosden's disappearance had nothing to do with them. Andrew Gosden's disappearance still remains a mystery. Back in 2017, an unnamed man recently made an astonishing claim that has reignited local legends and captured the imagination of the wider Bigfoot community. The man who discovered the photograph has chosen to remain anonymous, but his story has resonated with many who are fascinated by the unexplained. After his grandfather passed away, the man was tasked with sorting through his belongings, a somber task that led him to uncover a hidden treasure, an old, faded photograph that immediately stood out. The black and white image, taken in a snow-covered forest, depicts two figures that appear to be a large humanoid creature and a smaller one, walking along a path through the trees. The figures are covered in dark, thick hair, with the larger one towering over the smaller, and their features are distinctly ape-like. The photograph itself is haunting in its simplicity. The snow-covered path, flanked by barren trees, adds an eerie quality to the scene. The figures, seemingly unaware of the camera, are captured mid-stride, suggesting motion and purpose. For the man who found it, the photograph is more than just an image. It is a connection to a mystery that his grandfather may have been aware of, and perhaps even experienced firsthand. The most striking aspect of the photograph is the two figures, which the man believes to be an adult and a juvenile Bigfoot. The larger figure, which is assumed to be the adult, exhibits the classic characteristics often associated with Bigfoot sightings: a massive, muscular build, long arms that hang by its sides, and a head that sits directly on its shoulders with no apparent neck. The creature's posture and stride suggest a bipedal gait, and its body is covered in a thick coat of fur that blends with the shadows of the forest. The smaller figure, interpreted as a juvenile Bigfoot, walks slightly behind the larger one. Its stature is significantly smaller, but it shares the same physical traits, including the fur-covered body and humanoid shape. The presence of a juvenile adds a layer of complexity to the sighting, suggesting that these creatures, if they exist, may have social structures similar to other primates, where the young are nurtured and protected by adults. One of the most tantalizing aspects of this photograph is that the exact location where it was taken is unknown. The man who found the photograph has no clear indication of where his grandfather might have taken it, or even when it was captured. The snow-covered ground and the type of trees in the background suggest a northern, possibly mountainous region, but this is purely speculative. The lack of information regarding the location only deepens the mystery, as it leaves open the possibility that this could be one of many remote areas where such creatures might exist undetected. Without specific details, the photograph remains a puzzle piece in the larger Bigfoot mystery, a piece that hints at the possibility of these creatures' existence, but does not provide enough information to confirm or debunk the sighting. Why would the man's grandfather keep such a photograph hidden? This question has led to much speculation. It is possible that the grandfather, knowing how controversial and polarizing the subject of Bigfoot can be, chose to keep the photograph private to avoid ridicule or skepticism. Alternatively, he may have had personal reasons for keeping the image a secret. Perhaps it was a memento from a personal experience he was unwilling or unable to share with others. The fact that the photograph was found among the grandfather's belongings suggests that it held some significance to him. Whether he believed it to be definitive proof of Bigfoot's existence or simply an intriguing anomaly is something we may never know. What is clear is that this image was important enough for him to keep, even if he chose not to share it with the world during his lifetime. Bigfoot has long been a symbol of the unknown, representing the possibility that there are still mysteries in our world that remain unexplained. The legend of Bigfoot has persisted for generations, fueled by sightings, footprints, and stories passed down through time. The discovery of this photograph adds another layer to the legend, providing a tangible piece of evidence that, while not definitive, encourages us to keep questioning and exploring. The photograph also serves as a reminder that our understanding of the world is far from complete. Whether Bigfoot is a real creature, a product of folklore, or a combination of both, the search for answers continues to captivate the imagination of people around the world. Adirondacks, Bigfoot mass sighting. From August to late December, back in 1976, one of the most documented and strangest cases of a Bigfoot encounter was recorded outside the small town of Whitehall. Although the event would be largely dismissed by skeptics of the modern day. Among Bigfoot researchers, the town continues to be a prime target when investigating Sasquatch-like encounters and claims. Being the epicenter of one of the strangest cases of a Bigfoot encounter, the rural town of Whitehall, New York, holds a special place for the terrifying creature sighting that occurred on the night of August 24, 1976. The incident began with three local teenagers, Martin Paddock, Paul Gosselin, and Bart Kinney, who reported seeing a massive, brown, hairy creature standing out in a field off a bare road located on the outskirts of Whitehall. The teenagers were so spooked that they quickly fled the scene, leaving behind the telltale sign of their terror, a 60-foot-long black rubber skid mark on the road. The next day, farmer Harry Deacle, who lived within a mile of the sighting, claimed to have discovered big, human footprints in a nearby field, along with a ravaged deer carcass that looked almost as if the animal had become torn apart every which way. Deacle also revealed that a similar creature to what the three teenagers claimed to have seen had been spotted in the area back in 1959. Later that same evening, at around 10 in the evening, Martin Paddock and Paul Gosselin were driving along a bare road when they saw a massive, hulking figure standing on the roadside. The group described the creature as having muscular shoulders while standing at an imposing 7 to 8 feet tall. The group decided to turn around and get a closer look, parking on the side of the road. As they watched, they heard a strange noise that sounded like a woman screaming and a pig squealing, and suddenly they spotted the creature again, this time in a field 70 feet away. Terrified, Paddock sped off to the local police station to get the police, who were initially skeptical of the group's claims. The next night, Paul's brother Brian, an off-duty Whitehall police officer, went to the site with a New York State trooper to see if they could spot the creature. At around midnight, Brian Gosselin was turning his police car around in the middle of a bare road when he claimed to have spotted a pair of red eyes reflecting off his headlights. He quickly shut off the lights and radioed the trooper, who shone his spotlight on a nearby hedgerow. At that moment, Brian Gosselin heard the sound of something crashing through the brush and trees, and when he turned his headlights back on, he saw the creature again, just 30 feet away. Brian Gosselin, frozen with fear, knelt down and aimed his Magnum service revolver at the creature, but would later tell investigators that he couldn't bring himself to fire because it looked too human. The creature stood there for a moment, allowing Brian Gosselin to get a good look at it. Brian described the creature as covered in dark brown, almost black hair, with large reddish eyes that bulged roughly half an inch off its face. It had no discernible ears or tail, and its arms hung just about 8 to 10 inches below its knees. The creature walked with a hunch and didn't run, but could move quickly while seemingly walking or jumping. Brian Gosselin said that the back end of the creature's hair was worn off and its buttocks were visible through the hair. The encounter ended with the creature letting out a bone-chilling scream before vanishing into the darkness. Initially, the police officers and individuals involved in the case believed that the last sighting had been the end of the event and would try to resume their lives as best as they could following the event. Though many members of the community were skeptical of the entire encounter, the officers involved would put their jobs on the line to attest to its truth. Interestingly enough, only a few weeks later would the event culminate into one of the strangest experiences. Whitehall, a serene and peaceful community surrounded by lush forests and rolling hills, suddenly found itself at the center of a storm of mysterious happenings that would put the courage and expertise of its police force to the test. It all began one day in autumn, several weeks after the first incident, when a local police sergeant named Wilfred, a seasoned and respected law enforcement officer with years of experience in the field, ventured into the woods near the intersection of a bare road and Route 22A for a routine hunting trip. As he was scanning the area for signs of prey, he suddenly heard a bone-chilling sound that sent shivers down his spine. An eerie, high-pitched yell that seemed to come from nowhere and lingered in the air for what felt like an eternity. Wilfred, often considered to be a man of great courage and composure, later described the sound as unforgettable and unlike anything he had ever heard before. He immediately realized that something was not right and looked around to see if he could spot any signs of danger or disturbance. To his surprise and confusion, he saw a group of cows stampeding out of a nearby field as if something had spooked them. Wilfred's hunting partner, his brother Russell, also heard the strange noise and emerged from the woods pale-faced and visibly shaken. Despite their best efforts to investigate the matter further, the brothers could not find any trace of the source of the eerie yell, nor could they explain why the cows had been so agitated. They reported the incident to their colleagues at the Whitehall Police Department, who took note of the strange occurrence and filed it away as a curious but ultimately inconclusive event. Just a few days after Wilfred's encounter, another remarkable incident was recorded in the area that would go down in history as one of the most extraordinary and controversial sightings of all time. On the evening of September 1st, 1976, a man from the nearby town of Granville burst into the Whitehall police station in a state of panic and excitement, claiming that he had just shot Bigfoot. When McFarren arrived at the police station, he was still shaking and visibly distraught. He recounted the encounter in vivid detail, describing the creature as a massive and fearsome animal that looked like nothing he had ever seen before. A search party was organized, consisting of state and local law enforcement officers, as well as a number of curious residents who wanted to see the creature for themselves. They traveled to the site where McFarren had allegedly encountered Bigfoot, hoping to find some evidence of the creature's existence. To their disappointment, they found only a spent shotgun shell and no trace of the mysterious creature. Despite the lack of tangible evidence, McFarren's story had already spread throughout the town and beyond, capturing the imaginations of many and sparking a renewed interest in the phenomenon of Bigfoot. Due to the several other sightings of Bigfoot encounters throughout the Adirondacks and the town of Whitehall, the location has been considered a Bigfoot hotspot since the late 1970s and continues to this day to be a center of focus for Bigfoot researchers. Recently, a user named Jamin made a notable discovery, revealing the presence of yet another mile-long structure on the ocean floor. Interestingly, this revelation comes just a week after the puzzling incident involving the blurring out of the mysterious Malibu underwater formation. In Jamin's observation, he pointed out that within this new discovery, it is evident that multiple sections have been intentionally obscured. Jamin said the following: "I was looking through Google Earth and something caught my attention. A seemingly lengthy trail can be observed deep on the ocean floor, leading to an unusual object situated at its far end. Initially, my assumption leaned towards the possibility of a shipwreck or a large rock being moved along by the powerful ocean currents. Upon closer inspection, I observed a significant circular object situated at the end of the trail. This circular object appeared to stand out as I further focused on it, revealing its distinctive features and size. Upon observing the vicinity, it became apparent to me that certain regions in close proximity to this particular object had been intentionally obscured, prompting me to question the significance of these obscured areas and their potential relation to the object. It leads me to consider the possibility that perhaps an oversight occurred in removing this particular item, and that it is plausible that there could have been additional similar items in the area. The spherical object located at the end of the trail contrasts sharply with the submerged volcanoes or mountains visible within the nearby area. Their visual characteristics are strikingly dissimilar, showcasing distinct features that set them apart from one another. I'm interested to hear what other people have to say about it." End quote. The question on everyone's mind who saw the photograph was whether the circular object was a natural geological formation or the result of human intervention. Its symmetrical shape and the precision of the trail it left behind seemed to suggest the latter, prompting speculation about its possible origins. Some theorized that the object could be the remnants of an ancient civilization, lost to the depths of time and forgotten by history. Others suggested that due to much of the ocean remaining a mystery, it could be remnants of advanced technology left behind by an ancient civilization. Surprisingly, despite the intriguing nature of the circular object, numerous individuals expressed curiosity regarding the reasons behind the intentional blurring of the surrounding areas. Some individuals began to ponder whether these items constitute the foundation of an underwater facility, raising suspicions about the presence of an offshore installation. One of the primary advantages of underwater military bases lies in their strategic concealment. By operating beneath the surface of the ocean, these bases remain hidden from prying eyes and are less vulnerable to detection by adversaries. This clandestine nature enhances operational security and reduces the risk of preemptive strikes, allowing military forces to maintain a tactical advantage while minimizing the likelihood of conflict escalation. Underwater military bases offer unparalleled geographic flexibility, enabling military forces to establish presence and project power in strategically significant regions of the world. Unlike traditional land-based installations, underwater bases can be deployed in remote or inaccessible areas, providing a strategic foothold in maritime choke points, disputed territories, or areas of geopolitical significance. This flexibility allows military planners to adapt to changing threats and emerging security challenges, ensuring a dynamic and responsive defense posture that can be tailored to meet evolving strategic objectives. The unique environment of underwater military bases presents opportunities for the development and deployment of advanced operational capabilities. Submerged platforms, can serve as launch points for unmanned underwater vehicles, submarines, and other underwater assets, enabling covert surveillance, reconnaissance, and intelligence-gathering missions. Others have gone down a different route and suggested that these objects are either unidentified submerged objects or bases used by these objects. USOs, like their counterparts in the skies, are characterized by their mysterious appearance and unexplained behavior. These submerged objects have been observed by sailors, submariners, and oceanographers, often appearing as anomalous blips on sonar readings or fleeting glimpses beneath the waves. While some USOs may be attributed to natural phenomena or misidentifications, others defy conventional explanation, exhibiting characteristics that challenge our understanding of underwater dynamics and technological capabilities. Accounts of USOs date back centuries, with sailors and seafarers recounting sightings of strange lights, submerged craft, and anomalous objects beneath the waves, and these encounters, often shrouded in mystery and speculation, have fueled speculation about the existence of advanced underwater civilizations or extraterrestrial visitors. In recent years, advances in technology have provided new opportunities for the study and observation of USOs. Sophisticated sonar systems, underwater drones, and remotely operated vehicles have enabled researchers to explore the ocean's depths with unprecedented precision and detail. Numerous reports of USO sightings have been documented by naval personnel, commercial fishermen, and civilian observers, adding to the body of evidence supporting their existence. These encounters often involve USOs exhibiting remarkable speed, maneuverability, and the ability to traverse great depths with apparent ease. The origins of USOs remain shrouded in speculation, with various theories proposed to explain their existence. Some researchers suggest that USOs may be the product of advanced military technology, such as experimental submarines or underwater drones developed by naval powers. Others speculate that USOs could be evidence of underwater extraterrestrial activity, with unidentified craft exploring Earth's oceans for reasons unknown. While such theories remain speculative, they highlight the need for further investigation and research into the nature of USOs and their potential significance. The study of USOs holds significant implications for our understanding of oceanic environments, technological capabilities, and the potential existence of advanced civilizations beyond our planet. By unraveling the mysteries of USOs, researchers may gain new insights into the nature of underwater dynamics, the limits of human exploration, and the broader question of life's existence in the universe. Future research efforts should focus on developing advanced detection and observation techniques, expanding our knowledge of underwater phenomena, and fostering international collaboration to investigate USOs and other mysterious phenomena in Earth's oceans. The Eltanin antenna, an unusual underwater structure discovered in 1964, has long been the subject of speculation and debate among researchers, theorists, and those with a keen interest in the unknown. Named after the USNS Eltanin, the Antarctic oceanographic research ship that first photographed the structure, the Eltanin antenna is a mysterious object located deep beneath the Antarctic Ocean. The Eltanin antenna was first photographed on August 29, 1964, by a team of researchers aboard the USNS Eltanin, an American research vessel tasked with conducting oceanographic studies in the Antarctic region. The photograph, taken at a depth of approximately 13,500 feet or 4,115 meters in the Antarctic Ocean, depicted an unusual, seemingly artificial structure that resembled an antenna or a piece of advanced technology. The discovery immediately sparked curiosity and controversy, with many wondering about the origins and purpose of the enigmatic object. The Eltanin antenna is characterized by its complex, symmetrical structure, which appears to consist of a central rod surrounded by a series of curved, evenly spaced spokes. Its appearance has been likened to that of a radio antenna, a piece of advanced machinery, or even an advanced artifact. Despite its seemingly artificial appearance, the Eltanin antenna has been found to be made of natural materials, primarily a type of sponge known as Cladorhiza concrescens. Since its discovery, the Eltanin antenna has been the subject of numerous theories. Many researchers believe that the Eltanin antenna is simply a unique and unusual natural formation. The structure's composition, primarily made up of the Cladorhiza concrescens sponge, supports this theory. The symmetrical appearance of the structure, while intriguing, can be explained by the growth patterns of this particular sponge species. Theorists and proponents of alternative history have suggested that the L-tannin antenna is an artificial structure, possibly created by an advanced ancient civilization or even advanced beings. They argue that the object's intricate and symmetrical appearance is indicative of intelligent design rather than a natural process. However, this theory has been largely debunked by scientific research that has identified the structure as a type of sponge. Another theory posits that the L-tannin antenna is a hoax or the result of misinterpretation. This theory suggests that the original photograph taken by the USNS L-tannin may have been tampered with or misinterpreted by researchers and the media, leading to the widespread belief in the existence of an unexplained structure. The L-tannin antenna remains an enigmatic and intriguing discovery that has captivated the imagination of researchers and the public alike for over half a century. Although scientific research has identified the structure as a type of sponge, its striking appearance and the enduring controversy surrounding its origins continue to fuel speculation and debate. The L-tannin antenna serves as a testament to the enduring human fascination with the unknown and the unexplained, and as a reminder of the countless mysteries that still lie hidden beneath the depths of our oceans.
Scientists call for the ocean to be legally treated as a living being. Our ocean is an extraordinary place. It's the beginning of all life and from whence we all came. Therefore, humanity's overall treatment of it seems extremely cruel when we consider all the wrongs we have done towards it. For centuries, it has provided us with substance and resources. It's responsible for much of the oxygen that allows us to breathe in our atmosphere. Despite this, our oceans remain the lowest priority when it comes to battles against climate change and environmental concerns. Scientists are calling for better recognition of the ocean in hopes of salvaging it for the future. Many believe that without change, the oceans could be lost to us forever. Biologist Michelle Bender and Rachel Bustamante from the Earth Law Center, USA, have released their research and argument in PLOS Biology, a scientific paper. Bender and Bustamante have stated maintaining the status quo of environmental law equates to the legalized destruction of nature. International law needs to evolve to reflect the ocean's inherent rights to exist, flourish, and regenerate. Ocean health is human health. It's notable that they capitalized nature in their statement to reflect their belief that nature deserves to be acknowledged as its own being. They claim that nature deserves to be viewed as equal to humans and not as a resource for us to demolish and abuse. This argument that the ocean should be considered a being in its own right falls under the modern concept of Earth law, which dictates that humans should see the world itself as something sacred to be protected and respected. Biologists hope to raise awareness of this movement to have the Earth recognized as something to support under legal constitutions, such as the right to exist. Simply put, certain groups believe that the Earth deserves to share our universal human rights. Bustamante and Bender write, building upon Earth law and rights of nature understandings, ocean-centered governance recognizes the ocean as a living entity, advancing law, policy, and institutional action that centers the needs of the ocean in decision-making. The UN General Assembly publicly announced in late 2017 that the era between 2021 and 2030 would focus on repairing the harm done to the oceans, and that the UN would place further consideration into aquatic research and figure out ways to make our coexistence with the ocean and its creatures sustainable and less damaging to the environment. In 2015, scientists released the first universal ocean assessment, which opened the eyes of many communities as to how deeply the seas were suffering. The report revealed that climate change, overfishing, resource gathering, and most importantly, pollution have impacted the oceans more than previously anticipated. Since then, researchers have been working out ways to solve this ever-growing problem in hopes of rescuing oceanic life before it's too late. As things stand, the situation keeps getting worse. Little is being done to subvert the consequences of our actions, which are already occurring and destroying the ocean by filling it with trash, oil spills, and immense amounts of carbon dioxide. Ocean life projected to end in mass extinction. Scientists fear that an aquatic mass extinction is underway. According to recent studies, nearly 90% of selected aquatic species have been marked for high-priority endangerment or thought to be at severe risk of going extinct in the next century. Biologists warn that due to the overwhelming amount of carbon in the water, the environment of the sea is changing fast, for the worse. The Dalhousie University of Canada has assembled a team of respected scientists and researchers to investigate sea life. Their findings revealed that the 25,000 species they have observed, nearly all of them will fall to extinction if nothing is done to lessen the situation. If our greenhouse gas emissions stay at these high rates, many of these oceanic creatures, protozoans, bacteria, algae, fish, and sea mammals will vanish from the planet by the year 2100. Other research revealed that creatures higher on the food chain are more likely to perish than those lower on it. A wide range of oceanic ecosystems will be affected, including but not limited to the Coral Triangle, Australian coasts, the Red Sea, the Gulfs of Persia and Thailand, and the Caribbean. The study has been quite startling and sobering, in the words of ecologist Daniel Boyce of the Institute of Oceanography. Notably, Boyce notes that this is still speculation and nothing is set in stone, but that it could be a potential outcome of the consequences of global warming. According to Boyce, it's the worst-case scenario, and when we evaluated that scenario, we found that there was a very grim picture for the climate risk for marine species. If even a handful of these species were to fade out of existence as a result of extinction, it would reap horrific results on the world's many ecosystems and would impact the world food chain directly. 252 million years ago was the last time the planet suffered a major extinction event, where 90% of life was demolished, deemed to be the Great Dying by researchers. We can only hope that adequate actions will be taken to prevent such a tragic future for our planet. Ancient traces of a giant ocean have just been discovered. Mars, as we know it, is a wasteland devoid of greenery and flowing liquid water. However, that does not mean it has always been that way. Scientists have suspected that Mars was once a watery oasis, and now, due to a recent discovery, they have more proof than ever. According to scientists, 3.5 billion years ago, the dust-covered barren surface of Mars possessed a beautiful ocean that spread for supposed hundreds of thousands of kilometers squared. Their proof? Shorelines. Recent research into Mars's geology provides evidence of past, long-gone shorelines in the way the planet is shaped. Using various images obtained by satellites sent to photograph Mars, researchers were able to zoom in and analyze its surface. Because scientists have pictures of the same location from different angles, they were able to put the pieces together into an elaborate local map, thus allowing them to study it up close. Over 4,000 miles of water-caused ridges have been located. Scientists believed these ridges are either underwater channels or possibly markings of river deltas. Benjamin Cardenas, a geoscientist from the University of Pennsylvania, states, "On Earth, we chart the history of waterways by looking at sediment that is deposited over time. We call that stratigraphy, the idea that water transports sediment and you can measure the changes on Earth by understanding the way that sediment piles up. That's what we've done here. But it's Mars." With research collected by the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter, scientists were even able to determine how thick these ridges are and utilize topographical techniques in hopes of uncovering more about our neighboring planet's history. The team found evidence of rising sea levels on Mars that caused increased currents in rivers, all of which were memorized in the sands and sediment of the planet. As we understand where there is water, there is life, this discovery suggests it was definitely possible for the red planet to sustain life at some point prior in cosmic history, although this is still unproven beyond mere speculation. Cardenas notes, What immediately comes to mind as one of the most significant points here is that the existence of an ocean of this size means a higher potential for life. It also tells us about the ancient climate and its evolution. Based on these findings, we know there had to have been a period when it was warm enough and the atmosphere was thick enough to support this much liquid water at one time.
This individual shared a fascinating video on social media, capturing a substantial entity penetrating the clouds. Following its submission, the video spread across various groups, prompting researchers to delve deeper into its nature. According to the individual, while peering out of the airplane window, he noticed something peculiar in the distance. Hastily grabbing his camera, he commenced recording, emphasizing the discernible visibility of the object from a considerable distance. Moreover, he described the object as having 4 sizable arms that pierced through the layers of clouds. This intriguing occurrence led to widespread discussions as people endeavored to unveil the mystery behind this unprecedented sight. There was immediate speculation among individuals regarding the unidentified object, with some proposing that it could have been a nearby mountain. Despite the presence of multiple mountains exceeding 20,000 feet, it is challenging to accurately assess the altitude of the object in the footage. The troposphere contains clouds dispersed from 10,000 to 60,000 feet, further complicating the determination of the object's height. The individual who captured the footage disclosed their location as being en route from Bogotá to Medellín when they witnessed the object. They affirmed being familiar with the area and stated that the object did not resemble any known mountain. Additionally, they mentioned that the plane was at a high altitude during the sighting and emphasized the absence of any other nearby objects, pointing out the lack of mountainous terrain or elevated areas visible in the lower section of the footage. Upon observing a video capturing an aerial view from a high altitude, an individual expressed their genuine amazement at the unfamiliar sight. The observer explicitly conveyed their trust in the source of the recording due to their lack of prior experience flying over that specific area. The distinct aerial perspective presented a perplexing image to the observer, resembling an immense, 4-armed structure intricately embedded within the clouds. This remarkable sighting evoked a sense of astonishment as the observer acknowledged the unprecedented nature of the spectacle. This interpretation reflects an in-depth and enriched understanding of the observer's profound reaction to the unique aerial anomaly. Not everyone was swayed by the evidence, contending that the individual who captured the video may have misjudged their orientation. They expressed doubt, suggesting that the aircraft was actually flying above a mountain that was piercing through the cloud line. Their argument centered on the unusual appearance being attributed to cloud cover enveloping specific sections of the mountain, creating the optical illusion of it having 4 prominent arms, which in reality it does not possess. As of the current moment, there has been no additional information made available regarding the photographs. Unidentified flying object sightings, especially when witnessed near aircrafts, have been a subject of fascination and contention for many years. The UFO phenomenon is intriguing due to the abundance of first-hand testimonies from pilots, aircrew members, and passengers who have witnessed encounters with enigmatic aerial objects. These testimonies depict UFOs as having diverse forms and dimensions, frequently exhibiting exceptional flight abilities that challenge our current understanding of physics. These compelling accounts contribute to the enigma and fascination surrounding UFO sightings, offering a comprehensive insight into the extraordinary nature of these phenomena. Pilots, especially, have consistently provided reliable reports of UFO sightings, drawing from their extensive training and intimate knowledge of the skies. Their testimonies describe encounters with UFOs that not only exhibit signs of intelligent control, but also showcase capabilities that far exceed those of conventional aircraft. These sightings have taken place during routine flights, military operations, and training exercises, adding substantial credibility to their narratives. The pilots' accounts are particularly noteworthy due to the detailed descriptions of the maneuvers executed by the UFOs, providing a comprehensive insight into their behavior and performance. These first-hand experiences, grounded in the expertise of skilled aviators, enrich our understanding of UFO phenomena and their interactions with our airspace. In 2004, there was a significant event involving US Navy pilots who came across an unidentified flying object along the California coast. These highly skilled aviators documented their observation of an object that lacked apparent wings, rotors, or exhaust plumes, while it remained suspended at low altitude before executing swift and erratic maneuvers. The encounter was substantiated by multiple witnesses, and it stands out as one of the most extensively documented UFO sightings in recent times. This incident raised significant intrigue and speculation in the realms of aviation and ufology, prompting thorough investigations and discussions regarding potential explanations for the peculiar and unexplained aerial phenomena. The mystery surrounding unidentified flying objects spotted in close proximity to aircraft extends far beyond mere hearsay and ventures into the domain of formal government records. Numerous governments, such as that of the United States, have disclosed formally secret documents pertaining to UFO sightings, offering a profound understanding of the gravity with which such occurrences have been handled by government authorities. This disclosure not only transcends anecdotal evidence, but also provides a comprehensive and in-depth exploration of the manner in which these instances have been addressed, highlighting the significance and gravity attached to them by various administrations. UFO sightings near aircraft continue to be a perplexing enigma, prompting a comprehensive exploration of the phenomenon from scientific standpoints. Numerous scientists and researchers have diligently endeavored to comprehend the underlying physics and mechanics of UFO encounters, acknowledging that the observed flight capacities present a formidable challenge to our existing knowledge of propulsion and aerodynamics. This in-depth analysis seeks to enrich our insight into the matter by delving into the complexities and intricacies of these unexplained aerial occurrences, shedding light on the enigmatic nature of these phenomena. One theory suggests that these unidentified flying objects might be sophisticated, extraterrestrial aircraft or unmanned aerial vehicles. Advocates assert that these entities could utilize unconventional propulsion mechanisms like anti-gravity technology or electromagnetic propulsion to explain their remarkable velocity and agility. Although this hypothesis is based on speculation, it underscores the potential incompleteness of our comprehension of physics. This prompts further exploration and examination of the existing knowledge to accommodate the possible existence of such advanced technologies beyond our planet. From another comprehensive scientific standpoint, it is proposed that certain UFO sightings could potentially find an explanation in atmospheric and meteorological phenomena. It is suggested that optical illusions triggered by atmospheric abnormalities, such as temperature inversions or refractive conditions, might distort the perception and trajectory of entities in the sky. This comprehensive explanation, however, fails to encompass all UFO incidents, especially those observed by proficient pilots, well versed in distinguishing between traditional aircraft and unconventional aerial entities. An exceptionally intriguing element of this phenomenon is the consistent sighting of unidentified flying objects, displaying superior maneuvering capabilities when compared to fighter jets and military aircraft. The concept of unidentified flying objects, surpassing the maneuverability of jets, presents a significant challenge to our comprehension of physics and propulsion systems. Although the precise characteristics of these occurrences continue to evade us, scientific viewpoints provide captivating revelations regarding the potential technologies that could elucidate their extraordinary capabilities. Delving deeply into these scientific perspectives can enrich our understanding of the enigmatic UFO phenomena, shedding light on the diverse array of potential propulsion. One theory suggests that unidentified flying objects might utilize highly sophisticated propulsion mechanisms that function on principles beyond current comprehension in the scientific community. These mechanisms could potentially incorporate technology related to anti-gravity or propulsion techniques centered on the manipulation of space-time. If these capabilities were under the control of an extraterrestrial civilization or a secretive human endeavor, they could possibly explain the remarkable aerial maneuvers observed with UFOs. This implies that these UFOs might be utilizing propulsion systems that operate beyond the current scope of scientific understanding, leading to their astounding capabilities to move in ways that defy conventional aeronautical physics. Delving into an alternative scientific viewpoint, it is postulated that UFOs might employ electromagnetic propulsion, leveraging the potential of electromagnetic fields to navigate within the atmosphere. Although our own technological advancements are still in the nascent stages of harnessing electromagnetic propulsion, the prospect exists that highly advanced societies have acquired a level of expertise in this area, enabling them to adeptly outpace traditional aircraft through seamless maneuvering. This concept prompts contemplation on the potential capabilities of extraterrestrial civilizations and their mastery of a propulsion method that is yet to be fully realized within our own technological landscape. Moreover, certain experts propose that these unidentified flying objects might employ advanced materials and aerodynamic configurations that surpass anything attained by humans. These advanced materials, possessing distinct properties, could potentially empower UFOs to endure drastic temperatures, high speeds, and intense gravitational forces, thus facilitating their remarkable agility and maneuvering capabilities. This signifies that UFOs may be equipped with technology and materials far beyond our current understanding, providing them with unparalleled capabilities and performance in flight. Oddly enough, a number of researchers have noticed that unidentified objects seem to be interested in passenger planes, with some noting that mysterious objects have been observed following planes for several minutes. One potential explanation for the fascination of UFOs with aircraft could be their attraction to advanced technology. If we perceive UFOs as vehicles of extraterrestrial origin or as highly advanced human creations, it is logical to assume their inquisitiveness about Earth's technological progress. Notably, aircraft, especially commercial and military planes, represent some of the most intricate innovations engineered by humanity. They serve as a testament to our technological expertise, boasting cutting-edge propulsion systems and state-of-the-art avionics. This level of sophistication could pique the interest of UFOs, leading them to observe and study our remarkable technological achievements. In this theoretical situation, UFOs might exhibit an interest in aircraft, possibly motivated by the desire to observe and gain knowledge from our technological advancements. Their inquisitiveness may go beyond mere observation and extend to attempts to establish communication with or even replicate our aircraft's technology for their own objectives. Exploring human technological developments could serve as a primary incentive for UFOs to engage with aircraft as they endeavor to acquire insights into our scientific and engineering capabilities. Consequently, their interaction with planes may be driven by a genuine curiosity to enrich their understanding of our technological progress and potentially adapt it for their own use. Another intriguing aspect of UFOs' potential interest in planes is the opportunity they provide to study human behavior. If we assume UFOs possess a level of intelligence and curiosity akin to our own, they may be interested in observing how humans interact with and react to these aerial machines. Planes play a distinctive role in providing a perspective to observe human society from an elevated vantage point. They act as vital links between cities, countries, and even continents, enabling the seamless flow of trade, tourism, and communication. The intriguing possibility arises that UFOs might possess an interest in monitoring the intricate web of human movement, communication, and the societal dynamics facilitated by air travel. This interest could stem from a desire to gain valuable insights into the structure of human civilization, its organization, and the trajectory of its technological advancement. Such observations could potentially offer a deeper understanding of human society, providing a comprehensive view of its evolution and the patterns that define it. Furthermore, aircraft frequently accommodate a wide array of individuals, each bringing their unique backgrounds, cultures, and behaviors on board. UFOs may find the diverse human experiences within the confines of an aircraft cabin to be fascinating. This encompasses observing how passengers react to turbulence and witnessing the crew's seamless coordination during emergencies. Through monitoring human responses to different stimuli in these situations, UFOs could be aiming to gain profound insights into our species. In this hypothetical situation, it is conceivable that unidentified flying objects might demonstrate an interest in aircraft as a method to establish contact or communication with the governments and military entities of Earth. Due to the veil of secrecy and fascination shrouding UFO sightings, these entities may view military aircraft as a primary avenue to interact with our planet. This is based on the understanding that UFOs, if real, might seek to engage with the official representatives and defense establishments of our world, possibly indicating an inclination to establish a form of communication or interaction. Aircraft are frequently pivotal in the surveillance and safeguarding of a nation's aerial territory. Military aircraft are furnished with sophisticated radar systems and armament, thereby constituting a substantial component of a country's defense infrastructure. UFOs, possessing their own advanced technology, could potentially aim to initiate communication with the military forces of Earth to communicate peaceful motives or to initiate a dialogue. This interaction holds strategic significance in terms of national security, potential technological exchange, and peaceful diplomatic engagement. The presence of UFOs serves as a catalyst for in-depth evaluations of how nations may respond to such scenarios, necessitating comprehensive readiness and a nuanced understanding of potential global implications. In this scenario, it is plausible that unidentified flying objects are drawn to military aircraft as a means to initiate a diplomatic exchange. Their behavior may encompass benign demonstrations of advanced technology or non-hostile engagements strategically aimed at sparking the interest of military personnel. Through interactions with military aircraft, UFOs might aspire to establish a means of communication with Earth's authorities, thereby laying the foundation for subsequent dialogue and collaboration. In this capacity, UFOs would seek to foster a channel of communication with the aim of initiating further interaction and collaboration with Earth's governing bodies. This strategy could ultimately lead to a potential diplomatic engagement between UFOs and human authorities, potentially opening up new avenues for cooperation and dialogue between the two parties. The intrigue surrounding aircraft may also stem from the enigma encompassing airborne occurrences and the pursuit of understanding. If UFOs do exist, they may possess sophisticated scientific tools and sensors, granting them the ability to observe Earth's atmosphere in manners beyond human capacity. Such technology could potentially enable them to identify unusual atmospheric phenomena or irregularities linked to aircraft activities with precision and insight not achievable by humans. This fascination with aircraft is not only driven by their technological advancements, but also by the compelling mystery and the desire for deeper comprehension. In this particular situation, unidentified flying objects may have a vested interest in analyzing the laws of physics, meteorological phenomena, and atmospheric conditions that have an impact on flight. Their curiosity could be piqued by the wide array of atmospheric disturbances and visual phenomena commonly linked to aircraft, such as vapor trails, air turbulence, and atmospheric refraction. Through careful and detailed observation of aircraft, UFOs might acquire valuable knowledge about the Earth's atmosphere, potentially leading to the discovery of new scientific principles that have evaded human comprehension until now. In this comprehensive speculative investigation, we have thoroughly examined the concept that if UFOs are indeed genuine, they might be inexplicably attracted to aircraft for a variety of reasons. Their fascination with advanced technology, as well as their potential interest in observing human behavior, presents a multitude of potential explanations for their gravitation towards aircraft. Whether their intentions involve understanding our technological advancements, studying our societal dynamics, initiating communication with authorities, or unraveling the enigmas of Earth's atmosphere, the hypothetical intrigue of UFOs in airplanes is a stimulating notion that continuously captures our imagination. Even though we may never fully comprehend the motives driving UFO encounters, the prospect of their fascination with aircraft offers a compelling pathway for exploration and contemplation. During the Antarctic expedition, 1911 to 1912, the Germans established a structure known as the Station House, along with 2 storage facilities on a specific portion of the Antarctic coast, which is now recognized as the Filchner ice shelf. Remarkably, even after the passage of more than a century, recent satellite imagery has revealed potential remnants that might be attributed to either the station house itself or one of the storage depots. This discovery paves the way for a deeper exploration and analysis of the historical significance and enduring impact of the Germans' expedition to Antarctica in the early 20th century. The Luitpold coast, also known as Prinz Regent Luitpold Land in German, refers to the stretch of coastline in Coats Land that extends from the vicinity of Hayes Glacier to the eastern limit of the Filchner ice shelf. This region was first discovered by Wilhelm Filchner, who led the Second German Antarctic expedition from 1911 to 1912. It was named in honor of Luitpold, the Prince Regent of Bavaria. This particular area of the Antarctic shoreline, which had not been explored by previous expeditions, was officially designated as Prince Regent Luitpold Land and is now referred to as the Luitpold Coast. During the expedition, a suitable location for anchorage was discovered at Varsel Bay, situated at the easternmost point of the present-day Filchner ice shelf. According to information found on the Antarctic Circle mission's website, in the initial stages of the expedition, various materials along with dogs and ponies were unloaded, and work commenced on the construction of a winter quarters or station house. The construction involved erecting a sizable building measuring approximately 17 by 9 meters on the frozen ice shelf. Unfortunately, the following day, a devastating turn of events occurred when the ice beneath the building began to fracture, causing it to detach from the ice shelf. During their expedition, as the headquarters gradually moved towards the north, Filchner and his team found themselves engrossed in the arduous task of disassembling all the equipment and belongings, ensuring their safe return to the Deutschland. The party had the extraordinary experience of encountering an immense spring tide, reaching a remarkable height of 3 meters. This phenomenon was accompanied by a sudden decrease in atmospheric pressure, impacting a vast area spanning nearly 600 square kilometers. When the camp had unintentionally drifted out to sea, all belongings and equipment had been successfully relocated, with the exception of a small portion of the structure. This incident highlighted the sheer magnitude of the tidal event and its consequential effects, providing a unique and awe-inspiring spectacle for the witnesses. After numerous attempts, they finally managed to make a successful landing on the vast expanse of continental ice. The landing site, situated approximately 100 meters above ground level, proved to be ideal for their purposes. To support their expedition, they established 2 substantial storage depots along the icy coastline. These depots were meticulously covered with a thick layer of ice, ensuring their preservation in the harsh environment. Filchner had initially planned to go back to South Georgia after his expedition, where he intended to stay for the winter and resume his mission the following summer. However, an unexpected event occurred when the sea froze over at an astonishingly rapid pace, resulting in the imprisonment of the Deutschland within the icy confines. The old building was allegedly found recently and has only become visible in the last few years. Strange missions in Antarctica have interested people for years. During November 2016, an event occurred that caused a significant stir among individuals on a global scale. It involved none other than John Kerry, a highly respected and prominent figure in the government. What made this event particularly intriguing was the fact that Kerry embarked on a journey to the remote and isolated region of Antarctica. This decision not only captured people's attention, but also sparked curiosity and raised numerous eyebrows. The purpose behind Kerry's trip was to personally witness and comprehend the profound impact of our changing world. Proclaimed as the most distinguished government official thus far to explore this icy terrain, Kerry aimed to gain a first-hand experience of the drastic effects that were taking place within the environment. Despite his tweet clarifying his intention to merely observe these effects up close, some individuals found it perplexing that someone of such high stature would go to such great lengths. However, Kerry's expedition was not without purpose or significance. This expedition can be seen as part of a comprehensive tour conducted by Kerry to strategically visit areas where undeniable evidence of a changing world could be observed and documented. There are, however, individuals who hold the belief that Kerry's visit to Antarctica encompasses other undisclosed agendas. It has been asserted by certain sources that there has been a noticeable rise in the level of engagement from various global powers in Antarctica during the past year and a half, with a particular focus on Russia. This heightened activity has prompted speculation and raised eyebrows among those closely monitoring the developments in the region. The motives behind such increased involvement, and whether they go beyond traditional scientific exploration, remain topics of intrigue and scrutiny. In February 2016, head of the Russian Orthodox Church, Patriarch Kirill, made a trip to the area, which appeared to be an unusual thing for him to do, and certainly caught the attention of people around the globe. There have even been rumors that President Obama made a secret visit during a trip to South America. The following two videos delve into various theories and claims, suggesting the existence of a mysterious and covert activity occurring in this particular region. While it is important to approach these theories with some skepticism, they undoubtedly offer intriguing perspectives. In October 2016, a significant international agreement was established among 24 countries, along with the countries comprising the European Union. This groundbreaking accord aimed to protect an extensive area of the Ross Sea, spanning 1.5 million square kilometers. The primary objective of this agreement was to ensure the preservation of the region's diverse wildlife and safeguard the delicate ecosystem from potential damage and exploitation. Under the terms of this agreement, not only was commercial fishing strictly prohibited within the designated area, but also exclusive access was granted to authorized vessels and individuals alone. While this endeavor undeniably holds noble intentions, with its core focus on environmental preservation, it does come at a cost. Some individuals perceive the agreement as a limitation, effectively making a substantial portion of the waters surrounding Antarctica inaccessible to the general public for a considerable duration of 35 years. It is crucial to recognize the significance of this international agreement, as it signifies a collective commitment to preserving the fragile ecosystem and protecting the vast array of marine life that inhabits the Ross Sea. The establishment of such a comprehensive protective measure demonstrates the recognition of the invaluable resources and biodiversity that exist within this area. Approximately 10 days prior to the official announcement of this agreement, on October 18th, online forums made public more than 20 images, with at least one capturing the attention of many due to its depiction of an unidentified flying object in the area. The authenticity of these images and the overall legitimacy of the leaked emails themselves have been a subject of heated debate and remain uncertain. Interestingly, a number of observant theorists quickly noticed the absence of particular numbers within the set of photographs. It appears as though these numbers were intentionally removed by someone of higher authority than Podesta, prior to the documents coming into his possession. The release of these photographs has raised countless questions and speculation among experts and enthusiasts alike. The absence of certain numbers within the images has been a focal point for analysis, leading some to ponder the motives behind their removal and the potential implications they may hold. The researchers suggest that the Ross Sea and its surrounding waters in Antarctica harbor numerous underground facilities, potentially serving as the backdrop for mysterious clashes between humans and an unidentified civilization. Is it merely a coincidence that access to these very waters is now restricted to a privileged few? Interestingly, during his previously mentioned expedition, Kerry had the opportunity to explore the enigmatic Ross Sea. This begs the question, what lies beneath the surface of this intriguing region? In the preceding year, numerous accounts surfaced regarding the presence of peculiar automobiles within the vicinity, where an increase in unidentified flying object activity had been reported. Additionally, when scrutinizing Google Earth imagery, an intriguing sight was captured. A seemingly saucer-shaped vessel had collided with the frigid surface. The enigmatic nature of these vehicles grew even more perplexing when it was observed that there were no discernible tracks leading to their current position, which curiously appeared to be directed towards the crash site of the aforementioned craft. The convergence of these extraordinary circumstances has sparked considerable interest and speculation among both experts and enthusiasts. Strangely enough, these images emerged in 2011, but then vanished without a trace, with no indications of their subsequent movements. This enigmatic occurrence raises numerous questions and adds to the intrigue surrounding the incident. Further investigation into the nature and origins of these objects is warranted in order to shed light on this perplexing phenomenon. The expansive and frigid landscape of Antarctica, renowned for its harsh weather conditions and remote location, has witnessed an array of captivating UFO sightings that have intrigued many in recent times. Although most people associate this isolated continent with scientific exploration and desolate surroundings, an increasing number of credible sources are reporting a surge in UFO encounters, indicating that Antarctica may serve as a thriving hub for advanced activity. In-depth investigations and accounts from reliable witnesses have shed light on the presence of unidentified flying objects in this enigmatic region. Far from being mere anomalies, these sightings showcase a comprehensive view of the UFO phenomena occurring in Antarctica. The exploration of unidentified flying objects in Antarctica has a rich history that spans several decades. It all began in the early 1940s, amidst the chaos of World War II, when Allied forces embarked on a top-secret mission called Operation High Jump. Led by the renowned Admiral Richard E. Byrd, this ambitious expedition was originally intended to establish a research base in the icy expanse of Antarctica. Little did they know, they would encounter astonishing aerial phenomena that defied explanation. During Operation High Jump, the Allied forces were met with an array of bewildering sightings. These sightings, which continue to captivate researchers and enthusiasts to this day, left a lasting impression on those who witnessed them. Admiral Byrd, a renowned explorer, made astonishing claims of encountering unidentified flying objects during his expeditions. According to his vivid accounts and corroborating testimonies from his crew members, these extraordinary aircraft possessed the extraordinary ability to traverse from one pole to another in a matter of seconds. It was evident that these flying saucers showcased technological advancements and capabilities that were far superior to anything known or devised by any nation on Earth during that era. Since that time, the continent of Antarctica has remained a prominent location for numerous sightings of unidentified flying objects, which has piqued the interest of esteemed researchers, intrepid explorers, and even military personnel. These sightings, spanning across several decades, have been well documented and originate from a wide array of sources, leaving little room for doubt that something extraordinary is occurring within the icy and desolate expanse of Antarctica. One of the most intriguing elements of UFO sightings in Antarctica lies in the unquestionable credibility of the eyewitnesses. These remarkable incidents have been recounted by individuals hailing from diverse fields, such as military personnel, scientists, and pilots, lending immense weight to their testimonies. Without exception, these accounts vividly depict encounters with unidentified flying objects that display astonishing attributes and behaviors that defy explanation and challenge our understanding of the world around us. Witnesses have occasionally recounted encounters with unidentified flying objects that exhibit extraordinary and unexplainable behaviors, surpassing the limits of our current understanding of physics. These anomalous movements encompass abrupt alterations in trajectory, stationary suspension in mid-air, and acceleration rates that far exceed the capabilities of conventional aircraft. These vivid descriptions present a perplexing challenge to our knowledge of aerodynamics and propulsion systems, arousing skepticism and prompting a deeper examination of these phenomena. Moreover, the vast desolation that characterizes the landscape of Antarctica, coupled with the rigorous protocols implemented for scientific research activities, significantly decrease the chances of any misidentifications or hoaxes occurring. In this region, witnesses are highly skilled and extensively trained individuals who possess a deep familiarity with the observation and documentation of natural phenomena. As a result, their accounts of unidentified flying object sightings hold an exceptional level of credibility and fascination. The presence of military personnel in Antarctica has had a significant impact on the frequency of UFO sightings in the area. During the height of the Cold War, both American and Soviet soldiers stationed in Antarctica reported a multitude of encounters with unidentified flying objects. These sightings were not isolated incidents, but rather a consistent phenomenon that involved unidentified objects conducting surveillance flights and showcasing remarkably advanced flight capabilities. The involvement of military personnel in Antarctica during the Cold War era played a crucial role in these UFO sightings. In 1965, an incident of great significance took place when American research aircraft witnessed a remarkable event over the vast expanse of Antarctica. This well-documented encounter left a lasting impression on the pilot, Commander George J. Kubas, and has since become a topic of intrigue and curiosity. The sighting involved a series of unidentified objects soaring through the skies with an otherworldly proficiency. These mysterious UFOs not only defied conventional explanation, but also showcased maneuvers that surpassed the capabilities of any known aircraft. In the last few years, There has been an increasing scientific curiosity surrounding UFO sightings that occur in Antarctica. Researchers and explorers are eager to unveil the mysteries behind these perplexing encounters. It is argued by certain scientists that the distinctive environmental conditions prevailing in Antarctica, characterized by its extreme cold and isolation, may create an environment conducive to the occurrence of extraordinary aerial phenomena that are yet to be comprehended by mainstream science. The interest in studying sightings in Antarctica has grown exponentially as scientists and explorers want to delve deeper into understanding the truth behind these enigmatic occurrences. Researchers have delved into an extensive investigation aiming to establish a potential connection between UFO sightings in Antarctica and the peculiar magnetic anomalies or geothermal activity prevalent in the region. These theoretical propositions endeavor to shed light on the enigmatic presence of unidentified objects in this area and propose the existence of natural or terrestrial elements that could potentially contribute to these sightings. One of the most intriguing interpretations regarding UFO sightings in Antarctica centers around the potential presence of extraterrestrial beings. Although this theory is largely speculative, it brings forth profound inquiries into the essence of these encounters. Such investigations delve extensively into the subject matter, leaving no stone unturned in their pursuit to uncover the truth. Proponents who support the extraterrestrial hypothesis posit the notion that Antarctica might possess undisclosed information that could intrigue advanced societies. These advocates propose that the distinctive geographical features and untapped resources of the continent could render it a strategically significant destination for beings from other realms. Undoubtedly, the UFO sightings recounted by individuals in Antarctica are an undeniable and authentic occurrence that demands meticulous scrutiny and exploration. When we examine the historical background, credible first-hand testimonies, military engagement, and scientific curiosity, all these factors amalgamate to portray a captivating representation of peculiar aerial incidents transpiring in this isolated and enigmatic part of the world. The accounts of unidentified flying objects witnessed in the icy terrains of Antarctica constitute a phenomenon that cannot be trivialized or dismissed. This video has just been shared on social media, and it's currently going viral. However, people can't seem to agree on what it shows. In Germany, an individual has come forward with an intriguing account of capturing a perplexing object while recording a video of the moon. This incident has generated curiosity and interest among the public. On a serene and luminous night, as he carefully observed the vast expanse of the cosmos through his powerful telescope, his attention was captivated by the resplendent and captivating presence of Earth's eternal celestial companion, the moon. On that fateful night, an extraordinary event took place right in front of him, completely transforming the trajectory of his evening. This incident, unfolding before his very eyes, was so remarkable that it left an indelible mark, causing him to question what it was. With unwavering determination, he meticulously fine-tuned his camera's configuration, aiming to capture an impeccable image of the breathtaking lunar terrain. To his great surprise and amazement, he witnessed an extraordinary sight amidst the vast expanse of darkness in outer space. There, in all its glory, floated a mesmerizing red triangle, shining with a radiant brilliance. Its three sides were perfect in length, forming an equilateral shape that emitted an otherworldly crimson glow. This unique phenomenon created an enigmatic luminosity, casting an ethereal light upon the moon's surface. The man was utterly astounded, unable to comprehend what he was witnessing before his eyes. This captivating spectacle surpassed anything he had ever encountered during his extensive years of observing the celestial sphere. With a quick motion, he pressed the shutter button, capturing a succession of photographs that would forever remain imprinted in his mind. The incandescent red triangle, glowing with an otherworldly aura, had become an indelible part of his consciousness, signifying a celestial enigma of unparalleled significance. The very next day, he didn't hesitate to quickly spread his photos among the international astronomical community. With great enthusiasm, he shared his captured images and provided a thorough description of his remarkable observation on a popular online forum that attracts a wide range of amateur astronomers, scientists, and space enthusiasts from various corners of the globe. The reaction that followed was immediate and astounding, as countless individuals responded with excitement and curiosity. The flood of responses was truly overwhelming, as people from all over the world expressed their awe and admiration for his extraordinary sighting. The eyewitness's narrative instantly caught the attention of fellow enthusiasts of celestial observation, who were both fascinated and intrigued by his encounter. This unprecedented event prompted a flurry of activity among experts, as they diligently examined the accompanying photographs and diligently sought to validate the authenticity of the sighting. The enigmatic red triangle, radiating an otherworldly glow, posed a perplexing enigma that defied easy explanation. As the conversation on the internet started to pick up speed, experts in the field of astronomy and astrophysics joined in to contribute their knowledge and insights to the investigation. They carefully examined the detailed information about the light emitted by the mysterious object and conducted thorough analyses of the neighboring celestial entities. Oddly enough, one user said the following: "During a time-lapse session last month, where I captured the movement of the stars over a span of 5 minutes, I encountered an intriguing occurrence. Upon reviewing the resulting photo, I noticed a solitary red dot amidst a backdrop of stars that displayed streaks caused by the Earth's rotation. Interestingly, this red dot remained stationary, defying the expected motion." End quote. While another user said the following: "During the process of assembling my telescope a few weeks ago, I witnessed the same object. Before having everything set up, I looked through the eyepiece and saw a triangular formation above the moon. Due to the fact that my ZWO camera was not connected and configured, I unfortunately could not capture a clear photograph. Regrettably, by the time I had everything prepared and set up, the object of interest had already vanished. I have been amazed by the uniqueness of this experience and felt compelled to share it with everyone at the time. I'm really glad I found this footage and that others saw the same object." End quote. Interestingly, this isn't the first time that amateur astronomers have captured mysterious triangular aircrafts. The night sky, an endless expanse of mystery and fascination, has captivated humanity since ancient times. Filled with twinkling stars, distant planets, and awe-inspiring celestial events, it serves as a mesmerizing canvas. However, within this vast cosmic theater, sightings of unidentified flying objects have continuously intrigued and puzzled people for countless decades. Amongst these reports, one particular type of UFO stands out prominently: the enigmatic triangle-shaped aircrafts. These distinct aerial objects, with their 3 distinctive points, have captured the attention of both scientists and researchers. The phenomenon of triangle-shaped UFO sightings has been observed for several decades, with a notable case taking place in Belgium during 1989. This incident remains one of the most extensively documented encounters in history. Numerous individuals, including law enforcement officers and military personnel, witnessed a vast triangular craft adorned with luminous lights, silently suspended in the night sky. In response to the sightings, the Belgian Air Force promptly dispatched F-16 fighter jets in an attempt to intercept the enigmatic entity. However, despite their efforts, the military aircraft proved unable to apprehend the object, thus confirming its extraordinary capabilities and distinguishing it from conventional aircraft. This incident serves as a fascinating testament to the enduring enigma surrounding triangle-shaped UFOs and their potential origins, inviting further exploration and scrutiny from the scientific community and enthusiasts alike. Similar sightings of unidentified triangular craft have been frequently documented in various regions across the globe, such as the United States, the United Kingdom, and France. These numerous accounts consistently depict these triangular objects swiftly gliding through the skies, completely devoid of any discernible sound, and defying the fundamental laws of physics as we currently comprehend them. These sightings have occurred over an extended period of time, lending further weight to their credibility and demanding thorough examination and analysis. Eyewitness accounts, although subject to potential inaccuracies, should not be dismissed outright. The sheer consistency and reliability of these reports from disparate locations and timeframes necessitates serious consideration and investigation. It is crucial to recognize that these observations are not isolated incidents, but rather a recurring phenomenon that demands meticulous scrutiny. One fascinating element of sightings, involving triangular-shaped, unidentified flying objects, is their remarkable tendency to appear in close proximity to military installations and engage with military activities. There have been instances where these enigmatic craft have been observed hovering near military bases or undertaking intricate maneuvers in the vicinity of highly sensitive areas. Such occurrences have sparked speculation among researchers and enthusiasts, giving rise to theories suggesting that these aerial objects could potentially be advanced military aircraft or experimental prototypes, pushing the boundaries of technological innovation and military prowess. Military authorities have consistently rejected any association with these sightings and frequently convey their own bewilderment regarding these enigmatic phenomena. Given the triangular configuration of these unidentified flying objects, it appears highly improbable that they are clandestine military endeavors, as it would be counterintuitive to knowingly expose them to public scrutiny in conspicuous settings. These ongoing sightings have prompted extensive speculation and analysis from experts and enthusiasts alike, fueling a deep curiosity about the true nature and origin of these perplexing aerial anomalies. One of the most persuasive justifications for the existence of triangular unidentified flying objects lies in their apparent technological advancement. Eyewitness testimonies consistently portray these craft as operating silently, effortlessly floating in mid-air, and executing precise and rapid movements that are beyond the capabilities of conventional aircraft engineered by human beings. These distinct attributes defy conventional knowledge and understanding of aviation technology. Witnesses have reported observing these peculiar triangular UFOs silently soaring through the airspace, displaying remarkable maneuverability and executing sharp turns at astonishing speeds. In addition, the perplexing aspect of triangle-shaped unidentified flying objects is the absence of visible propulsion systems or exhaust trails, which poses a challenge to our current knowledge of aerodynamics. Unlike traditional aircraft that rely on engines or jet propulsion, these UFOs seemingly operate quietly and leave no noticeable emissions. This intriguing observation leads to the speculation about the existence of advanced propulsion systems, potentially built upon exotic technologies that are not yet comprehended by the scientific community at large. Consequently, further investigation into these enigmatic triangular UFOs can provide valuable insights into the realm of potentially groundbreaking technological advancements that surpass our current understanding of physics and engineering. Scientists and researchers have shown a keen interest in investigating the sightings of UFOs in the shape of triangles as they strive to gain a deeper understanding of this fascinating phenomenon. Although the scientific community has been cautious in fully accepting these reports, there is an increasingly acknowledged realization that something extraordinary is occurring in our skies, which demands thorough examination and study. The triangular nature of these unidentified flying objects has caught the attention of experts, prompting them to delve into the intricacies and complexities of these sightings. According to certain researchers, there is a contention that UFOs could potentially signify a revolutionary advancement in propulsion technology. They propose that these unidentified flying objects might harness cutting-edge principles of anti-gravity or electromagnetism. Although this line of thought remains speculative in nature, it does provide plausible interpretations for the distinct features observed in triangle-shaped UFO sightings. Moreover, delving into the examination and analysis of these unidentified flying objects possesses the potential to furnish us with invaluable knowledge, empowering us to broaden our comprehension of the intricate workings of physics and propulsion systems. Throughout history, it has been observed that significant scientific advancements have materialized as a result of investigating enigmatic phenomena that defy immediate explanation. This underscores the significance of delving into the realm of triangular-shaped UFOs, as it holds the promise of unveiling unprecedented scientific insights that can revolutionize our understanding of the universe. One of the most intriguing and thought-provoking explanations regarding the presence of triangle-shaped unidentified flying objects centers around the compelling notion that they might actually originate from advanced beings. Although this concept is highly speculative and lacks concrete evidence, it would be unwise to completely dismiss it. The possibility that these peculiar aerial objects are not of human creation and possess technological advancements far surpassing our own, raises significant questions about their origin and the entities responsible for their existence. Proponents of the advanced hypothesis assert that unidentified flying objects could potentially be operated by beings originating from distant planets or alternate dimensions. These beings are believed to have attained a highly evolved level of technology, enabling them to navigate immense cosmic distances. While this concept may evoke thoughts of science fiction, its foundation lies in the idea that if intelligent life exists elsewhere in the vast expanse of the universe, it is plausible that they have surpassed our own progress by a substantial margin, both technologically and intellectually. By contemplating the existence of these advanced extraterrestrial civilizations, we open up a world of possibilities and broaden our understanding of the universe and our place within it. Over the years, a number of mysterious objects have been photographed close to our moon. The quest to unravel the mysteries of the vast expanse of outer space has captivated the human imagination throughout history. Despite our significant advancements in comprehending the cosmic realm which surrounds us, there are still countless enigmas that persistently allure our curiosity. One such enigma that has intrigued us for years revolves around the ever-persistent reports of unidentified flying objects sighted in close proximity to our lunar companion, the Moon. The enduring fascination with unidentified flying objects in the vicinity of the Moon can be traced back to the early stages of space exploration. Throughout the Apollo missions, astronauts consistently reported a multitude of peculiar sightings and extraordinary experiences. Among these accounts, one particularly well-documented occurrence occurred during the historic Apollo 11 mission in 1969, when the esteemed Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin caught sight of an enigmatic object in close proximity to the lunar surface. Perhaps most famously, Armstrong uttered the memorable words, "There are other spacecraft out there, lined up on the far side of the crater edge," a remark that continues to provoke widespread speculation and intrigue. This incident has sparked countless debates and theories, enticing experts and enthusiasts alike to delve deeper into the mysteries surrounding these lunar encounters. Throughout the subsequent Apollo missions, such as Apollo 14 and Apollo 15, there have been numerous reports and sightings that mirror the initial claims. The astronauts who embarked on these missions witnessed peculiar lights and objects while in lunar orbit, thus further fueling the fascination and curiosity surrounding the presence of unidentified flying objects near the Moon. In a captivating manner, it is interesting to note that these testimonies frequently exhibit recurring patterns, including sightings of objects with a distinct triangular shape. One of the most persuasive and convincing rationales supporting the existence of unidentified flying objects in close proximity to the Moon lies in the remarkable level of sophisticated technology they seem to possess. Numerous witnesses consistently provide accounts detailing the precise and agile movements of these objects, frequently executing maneuvers that go against our current understanding of the laws of physics. Such descriptions raise intriguing questions about the potential advancements these UFOs have achieved, surpassing our own earthly capabilities. Moreover, the perplexing absence of a discernible means of propulsion poses a significant challenge to our current comprehension of the functioning mechanism employed by these unidentified aerial objects. Traditional spacecraft heavily rely on propulsion systems such as rockets or thrusters, which invariably result in the emission of exhaust or other visible emissions. On the contrary, the observed UFOs in close proximity to the Moon operate remarkably in a silent manner, devoid of any discernible emissions, thereby indicating the plausibility of employing advanced propulsion systems that are rooted in scientific principles that have not yet gained recognition within the mainstream scientific community. The occurrence of unidentified flying objects around the Moon has captivated the attention of scientists and researchers who are determined to unravel this perplexing mystery. Although the scientific community has maintained a reserved stance towards these reports, there is an increasing acknowledgement that peculiar phenomena are taking place in lunar space, thereby necessitating a deeper exploration. Researchers from various fields are displaying a heightened curiosity towards the presence of unidentified aerial objects around the Moon. In recent years, a group of scientists has put forward a fascinating hypothesis, suggesting that the unidentified flying objects that have been observed could potentially be unmanned probes or even autonomous spacecraft, and quite conceivably from extraterrestrial origins. While it's important to note that this idea is still largely speculative and far from proven, it would be imprudent to completely dismiss it when we consider the consistency of the reports and the level of advanced technology described by witnesses. Furthermore, delving into the examination of these mysterious objects has the potential to provide invaluable revelations in regards to our comprehension of propulsion systems and the vast realm of space exploration. Throughout history, it has not been uncommon for significant scientific advancements to arise when delving into perplexing phenomena that defy easy explanation. Therefore, meticulously exploring the presence of UFOs near the moon might hold the key to unlocking a treasure trove of new wisdom and understanding pertaining to space travel and cutting-edge technology. One of the most intriguing and thought-provoking hypotheses pertaining to unidentified flying objects near the moon revolves around the intriguing notion that these phenomena could potentially be of alien descent. Although this conjecture is purely speculative and lacks concrete evidence, it compels us to contemplate the profound implications and ponder upon the existence of intelligent life forms beyond our own planet. As of right now, the existence of unidentified flying objects in close proximity to the moon is an undeniably intriguing and significant occurrence that warrants thorough examination and investigation. While some may skeptically dismiss these sightings as mere anomalies or cases of mistaken identity, it is important to acknowledge the consistency and credibility of the numerous eyewitness reports. Additionally, the highly advanced technology exhibited by these objects and their enigmatic nature further underscore the need to delve deeper into this phenomenon.